was originally a taxi driver. An accident drew me into a war that didn't belong to me. There was a woman in a red dress walking on the road in the middle of the night. A mother and son ghostly pair who committed suicide by hanging. A person and a ghost who were forced into marriage. An underground laboratory and the origin of a mysterious organization. Chapter 1. The Woman in Red in the Night. My name is Guo Yinyang, and I am just over 20 years old. Working as a taxi driver, I initially opposed this name vehemently, for it sounded rather uncomfortable to me. Yet I could not resist my father's insistence that he claimed that my birth date was unfavorable and that I required a name to counteract this. I find myself quite helpless against his superstitious beliefs, however. What can one do? He is, after all, my father, and his reputation in our village has always been commendable. He is often called upon to perform rituals during various family gatherings. Many people believe that choosing to drive a taxi at my age signifies a lack of ambition, and my fellow villagers consider me to be unsuccessful. However, I hold a different perspective. I do not engage in theft or deceit. I take pride in earning my living through hard work in our profession. It is widely regarded as ill-advised to accept fares after midnight, for the streets become desolate, and the longer one travels at night, the greater the likelihood of encountering spirits. Yet, I find myself with limited options. Lacking both education and skills, I was at a loss for what else to pursue. Thus, I partnered with my childhood friend, Zhang Ergu, to invest in a taxi license that he suffers from heart issues and cannot work night shifts, which leaves me responsible for the late-night duties. On this particular evening, after a simple dinner in my rented room, I watched a television drama for a while. As the clock approached 11, I donned a thicker coat and descended the stairs. This was the time for me to take over the shift from Zhang Ergu. This fellow, whose full name is Zhang Defai, possesses a rather robust appearance. Yinyang, do your best. I made 300 today, he said, stepping down from the taxi and tossing me the keys with a mischievous grin that I understand. I replied that I shook my head in resignation, pondering the harsh realities of the taxi profession, where competition reigns fierce. Lighting a cigarette to steady my nerves before returning to work, I noticed Zhang Dafa entering a nearby foot massage parlor. His regular visits every few days left me shaking my head in disbelief. I wondered how his body could endure such indulgence. After finishing my cigarette, I settled into the car, preparing for the night's duties. The taxi wandered aimlessly along the streets, and after nearly 20 minutes, I spotted a young woman waving her hand by the roadside. As I drew closer, I observed her vibrant red attire, which stood out starkly against the enveloping darkness of the night. She opened the car door and slid into the back seat. An abrupt chill enveloped me, a penetrating cold that felt as if I had stepped into a frigid cellar. I shivered involuntarily and glanced at my phone. It was a mild 23 degrees outside. How could it possibly feel so cold? Where to miss? I asked casually, setting my phone aside and starting the engine to the funeral home. The woman replied softly from behind it. I felt no trepidation in our line of work. Visits to funeral homes were not uncommon. Just the other day, I had driven a makeup artist from one. As the car sped down the road, the chill inside the taxi intensified. I turned on the heater and remarked absent-mindedly, "It's quite chilly tonight." Instinctively, I glanced into the rearview mirror, only to be met with an unsettling emptiness. Panic surged through me as I slammed on the brakes, my body trembling once again. The earth lay in slumber, save for the gentle caress of the breeze and the occasional bark of a dog, rendering the desolate streets utterly silent. Cold sweat trickled down my forehead, dampening my shoes with each drop. "Why aren't you leaving?" Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced through the stillness, striking my heart with an icy grip. Mechanically, I turned my head to find the woman in the back seat still there, her eyes bloodshot and her complexion ashen. Were it not for her striking features, I would have eagerly wished for her to exit the vehicle at that moment. I instinctively let out a sigh of relief, convincing myself that my unease stemmed from a restless night, plagued by the raucous antics of a young couple in the adjacent apartment. Their nightly revelries were akin to an earthquake, particularly the woman's voice, which kept me tossing and turning that I had approached them numerous times, each time promising to amend their ways, yet to no avail. Yet, what could I do? The affordability of my rented abode came at a price. The night was sparsely populated with vehicles, and I hastened towards the funeral home, arriving at its entrance in no time. Clang! Just as I was about to speak, I noticed that the woman in the back seat had already exited, leaving behind a red bill on the seat. This girl was quite generous, I thought, delighting in the discovery as I tucked it into my wallet and swiftly departed from the funeral home. However, scarcely had I driven 500 meters when the car jolted, abruptly stalling in place, that I attempted to restart the engine thrice. But to no avail. Reluctantly, I stepped out to inspect the engine. The tranquil, deserted road exuded an aura of terror. The streetlights, seemingly malfunctioning, casting intermittent flickers of weak light through their aged lampshades. The glow was peculiar, alternating between white and yellow. Always dim and muted, it turned out that a wire had come loose. I made a simple adjustment and closed the hood. Suddenly, I felt a pair of bony, emaciated hands resting on my shoulder, prompting a startled scream from my lips. Turning around, I was met with the visage of an elderly man, his weathered skin etched with deep lines, his hands and feet slightly trembling, his mouth opened and closed, though no words emerged, revealing a complete absence of teeth. His eyes, hollowed by the winds of time, perpetually glistened with tears. Gaunt and frail, his hands appeared skeletal, and his high cheekbones accentuated the pallor of his face. "Good sir, what brings you out here this late hour?" Wandering aimlessly. I exhaled in relief. The atmosphere was indeed unsettling. "Young man, have you seen my daughter? I came here to burn money for her today." The old man's raspy voice struggled to produce a faint sound, and oh, no, I hastily waved my hands, eager to depart. In such a disquieting setting, every minute spent was one too many. As I started the car, I noticed the old man had vanished. With a firm press on the accelerator, I left the funeral home behind. The night was unexpectedly silent, eerily so. As I parked the car by the roadside and sought out a 24-hour supermarket to purchase a pack of cigarettes. "Young man, aren't you taking a break today?" the cashier inquired as I settled the bill. "Break? No time for that. I'm here to earn a living. I've grown accustomed to the daily hustle," I replied, lighting a cigarette after making the payment. "Well, you should head home early. Today is an inauspicious day, the Ghost Festival." At his words, a chill ran down my spine as I glanced at my phone, confirming it was indeed one of the 3 significant ghost festivals. "Young man, you ought to leave quickly. To be cautious. I sense a darkness about you. Have you encountered something on your way?" the cashier remarked. "I don't believe in such things. Please don't frighten me." In this vast world, there are countless wonders. My grandfather practiced feng shui. I learned a thing or two from him in my youth. "Are you certain you haven't bumped into anything today?" His words plunged me into deep contemplation. Chapter 2. The mysterious death of Herr Guzzi. After some contemplation, I briefly recounted the events of the road to the cashier. He pondered for a few moments, then closed the shop door, beckoning me to follow him with an air of mystery. I trailed behind him, somewhat befuddled, unsure of his intentions. From the storeroom, he retrieved a yellowed backpack and produced a silver needle from within. "What are you planning to do?" I instinctively inquired. "I'm going to draw some blood. You've caught unwanted attention due to the excessive vitality in your blood. A single drop from your middle finger will suffice," he explained. After a moment's hesitation, I reasoned that given his imposing stature, a mere drop of blood posed little threat. Thus I extended my hand. He swiftly pricked my middle finger, and a drop of blood fell onto a piece of black talisman paper. "All done. Here, a talisman for you to keep on your person. Do not lose it. It may prove vital in a moment of crisis," he said, handing me the black piece of paper, which I found somewhat familiar, reminiscent of a yellow one I'd seen at home before. I didn't dwell on it for long, expressed my gratitude, and departed. As I drove, I felt an urge to return home swiftly, particularly since today marked the Ghost Festival, a time that left me feeling somewhat uneasy. After nearly an hour on the road, I realized I had yet to arrive home, which struck me as odd, as this route typically took only 40 minutes. I parked by the roadside and stepped out, only to find myself on a desolate, unfamiliar street, enveloped in silence. At this moment, my phone astonishingly displayed no service, leaving me utterly bewildered as to my whereabouts. As I glanced around, I noticed an elderly man burning paper at the roadside. A gentle breeze stirred, prompting me to instinctively wrap my coat tighter around myself as I approached him. The old man seemed oblivious to the sound of my footsteps, and I moved slowly towards him. "Excuse me, sir. May I inquire which road this is?" I asked politely. "Have you seen my daughter?" His hoarse voice pierced through my nerves once more. The elderly man, who had been burning the paper, turned his head slowly. I would never forget that face. It was the same old man I had encountered earlier at the funeral home. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept through, and in that instant, I was struck by the sight behind him, a black and white portrait of a woman whose lips curved into a faint smile. It was the very girl who had just sat in my car. How could she, who had been with me moments ago, be in this portrait? Tears of blood began to stream from her eyes, staining the entire frame crimson. Overwhelmed by a surge of terror, I instinctively took 2 steps back, my legs feeling as if they were cramping, and my teeth chattered uncontrollably. The old man slowly rose to his feet, a smile emerging from the creases of his weathered face, folding his countenance into a grotesque expression as he ambled toward me. In a frenzy, fueled by an unknown surge of strength, I dashed to the taxi, flung open the door, and collapsed inside, instantly locking all the doors. I gasped for breath, the horrifying scene replaying in my mind. The events unfolding were so surreal, I doubted anyone would believe them. As I lifted my head, struggling to catch my breath, I noticed a dark figure in the back seat, and I froze. "Sir, do you remember me?" The figure in the back slowly raised its head, revealing the face of the cashier from earlier. His eyes were filled with bloody tears, and a crimson mark encircled his neck. "What do you want? What do you want? I've done nothing to you. Why are you haunting me?" I screamed. "Ha ha, your body is too exquisite. I cannot resist." With those words, the cashier lunged at me. Instantly, a golden light flashed from my neck, striking his arm with tremendous force. A plume of smoke rose, and then there was silence. I turned to find the cashier had vanished. I slammed my foot on the accelerator and fled that accursed place. My legs trembled as I drove, and strangely, I arrived downtown in less than 20 minutes. Shaken by the ordeal, I resolved to quit working for the day and immediately called Zhang Ergu. "Hey, Erguzi, where are you? Want to grab a drink? I'm at the foot massage parlor." "What brings you here so early? I need to talk to you urgently." "Wait for me." After hanging up the phone, I pressed the accelerator and sped straight to the foot massage parlor. I spotted Ergo waiting for me in the biting cold, and for some inexplicable reason, a wave of relief washed over me at his presence. I opened the car door and stepped out. "Ergo, I think I've encountered something supernatural. What should I do?" I exclaimed anxiously to Zhang Ergo. He raised an eyebrow and scrutinized me for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha, have you not slept well? It's the 21st century. We're the ghosts and monsters." "Really, believe me, I am not lying." I insisted earnestly. All right. Tomorrow I will take you to the temple to light a stick of incense. But for now, I have things to attend to. A beautiful girl came by today, and I must go." With that, Ergo hurriedly ascended the stairs. Seeing his disbelief, I chose not to press the matter further. I returned home, parked the car, and bought 2 bottles of beer from a nearby vendor. Back home, I gulped them down in one go and promptly fell asleep. I awoke the next morning at 9 o'clock, feeling somewhat disoriented. Typically, at this hour, Ergo would have already come to retrieve the car keys. I opened my phone and discovered a message from Ergo sent the previous night. It was a photograph of him with a woman. I nearly threw my phone in shock. Her face was unforgettable, the very image of the woman from the memorial photo. I quickly got dressed and rushed to Ergo's house. Upon arriving downstairs, I was met with the sight of police cars surrounding the area, cordoned off with caution tape. My heart raced as I thought to myself, "Please, let nothing have happened to Ergo." I stood downstairs, handing a cigarette to an elderly gentleman in his 60s, and inquired, "Sir, may I ask what has happened?" The old man lit his cigarette and, with a look of regret, replied, "Don't mention it. That lad from room 302 has passed away. Such a pity. He was barely in his 20s. Those words struck me like a thunderbolt, leaving me dizzy and swaying on the spot. The elderly man behind me quickly grasped my arm. Concern etched on his face as he asked, "Young man, are you all right?" I shook my head slightly to regain my composure and managed a smile. Room 302 belonged to none other than Zhang Ergu. At that moment, 4 doctors emerged from the corridor, carrying a stretcher draped with a white cloth that concealed a lifeless body. I instinctively tore through the caution tape and rushed forward, only to be halted by a nearby police officer who barked, "What are you doing? He is my friend. Please, let me see him," I pleaded, my heart heavy with sorrow, tears streaming down my cheeks. "Are you a friend of the deceased? Is there any way to contact his family?" A doctor asked from a short distance away. I nodded in response. Chapter 3. The flower shop in the suburbs. The doctor instructed me to get into the car and contact Air Guzzi's family. While seated in the vehicle, I dialed the number to inform Air Guzzi's parents. Initially, they could hardly believe the news, but after several confirmations, they promised to rush over immediately. My hands were tightly clasped as I pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to send a text to his father, revealing everything that had transpired over the past couple of days. In less than 5 minutes, he responded, urging me not to touch the body and to wait for him to arrive before discussing anything further. Upon arriving at the hospital, the doctor transported Air Guzzi's remains to the morgue. Since I was not a direct relative, I could only wait for his parents to arrive before I could bid him a final farewell. By noon, I heard hurried footsteps echoing through the stairwell and soon spotted Air Guzzi's parents, with his father hurrying towards me. His mother grasped my arm, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. "Yang, what happened to my son? How could he just vanish without a trace?" "I don't know, Annie. I only found out today," I replied. I couldn't bring myself to tell her that Air Guzzi had encountered a ghost. Would they even believe such a thing? A police officer approached us, presenting the death certificate as he explained. According to the forensic examination, the deceased passed away at 3 in the morning at home, with preliminary findings suggesting sudden cerebral infarction as the cause of death. Air Guzzi's mother could no longer contain her grief and began to wail uncontrollably. My son," she cried, pounding the ground in despair. With the support of my father, we entered the morgue, where Ergo lay peacefully on the bed. The doctor stepped forward and lifted the white cloth, revealing Ergo's face before us. His parents could no longer contain their grief and embrace their son's lifeless body, weeping uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to me, tears began to well up in my eyes. Despite Ergo's penchant for teasing me, he was my childhood companion. My father gave my shoulder a reassuring pat before stepping closer to examine Ergo's body, his expression betraying a hint of confusion. He then exchanged a glance with me, prompting us to exit together. "Xiaoyang, tell your father what transpired," he instructed as he lit a cigarette in the smoking room. I recounted the events of the previous night to him in meticulous detail, observing his forehead furrow deeper with concern. After a brief moment, he asked me to wait, then entered the morgue, emerging 5 minutes later. "We're heading to the convenience store you mentioned," he stated. We hailed a cab at the entrance and soon arrived at the location of last night's convenience store. To my astonishment, there was no store. Instead, workers were busy with renovations. I stepped forward and offered a cigarette to one of the workers, inquiring, "Excuse me, could you tell me what happened to this convenience store?" The worker glanced at me and replied, "Don't you know? The store owner drowned in the river a week ago." His simple statement made my head spin. My father, standing beside me, nodded slightly but remained silent. I trembled as I extracted from my bag the 100 yuan I had collected last night, only to discover it had transformed into ghost money. Everything transpired before my father's watchful eyes. He said little, instructing me to drive home and then to follow him. Upon returning home, I obeyed my father's directions, driving for over an hour until we arrived at the entrance of a wreath shop in the suburbs. The 5 large characters displayed above the shop left me speechless, funeral attire available. Under my father's guidance, I entered the wreath shop, where I encountered a middle-aged man, roughly my father's age, engrossed in a game. Blast him! Blast him! It's infuriating," the man exclaimed, glaring at the screen displaying a game of Dodiju. "Old Chun, stop playing," my father said. The middle-aged man jolted, turning to see my father, momentarily stunned, before rising to embrace him warmly. "Old Guo, it's been ages. What brings you to visit today?" Old Chin handed my father a cigarette with a smile. My father lit the cigarette, a melancholy expression crossing his face as he glanced at me. "It's all because of this poor lad. He encountered something unclean and nearly lost his life. I thought it prudent for him to learn a few things from you for self-preservation." The middle-aged man squinted at me through the smoke, then remarked, "This boy looks just like he did back then. It's as if he was cast from the same mold." My father took a drag from his cigarette and replied, "What do you expect? If he doesn't resemble me, who else would he look like? You cheeky rascal, There are conditions here. First, you must pay your tuition. I felt around my person, realizing I possessed no valuable items, so I retrieved the pendant from around my neck, preparing to hand it to Uncle Chun, when suddenly my father delivered a sharp kick to my rear. "You little rascal, without this trinket, you would have perished last night. Do you dare to give it away?" My father scolded from behind me. I scratched my head and tucked the pendant back away. Subsequently, I placed the car keys on the table and politely said, "Uncle Chun, I have nothing of worth, just this car. If you don't mind, please accept it." Uncle Chun took the keys and placed them in the drawer. Refreshing, unlike your father, who is as tight-fisted as they come. When I was your age, I borrowed money from him, and he acted as though I was asking for his very life. My father, puffing on a cigarette, instructed, "Sell the paperwork and give the money to Ergo's family. As for the car, you can keep it for your use." I nodded in agreement. I then heard my father and Uncle Chun whispering to each other, and without further ado, I plopped down on the sofa, taking in the surroundings of the funeral wreath shop. This establishment appeared to have been around for quite some time. The wreaths and paper figures sent a shiver down my spine, and I couldn't fathom how anyone could endure such an atmosphere. I then vaguely caught snippets of their conversation. "Olgwa, why don't you let your son learn from you? You know, my meager skills pale in comparison to yours. You are well aware that my child's mother forbids me from engaging in this endeavor. I only occasionally perform rituals for others. Furthermore, my sect has explicit regulations against indiscriminate dissemination of our practices. If possible, I hope he never encounters such matters throughout his life." Cowardly, indeed, fearing my wife. "Very well. I shall take the child under my wing. Rest assured, he will be safe with me. However, do you believe he is capable of handling my work? What is it that he cannot accomplish? There is no need to pay him. Simply allow him to work for you without compensation, providing only food and shelter." That is all I needed to hear. Upon hearing my father express this, I was overwhelmed with regret. I had been anticipating earning money to marry the lovely girl from the neighboring village. Without wages, how could I possibly wed? I entrust my child to you, and I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me. Please teach him well. Rest assured, I have but one daughter, and she cannot learn these ways. I promise to impart everything I know to him. My father took a deep drag from his cigarette and slowly remarked, "Everything is predestined." After briefly conveying his instructions, he departed, reminding me to diligently learn from old Chun and to never allow myself to become complacent. I thought to myself, could I dare to be lazy? If I were to be idle, my very life could be at stake. At just over 20, the thought of facing Yama would render me utterly distraught. Chapter 4. The undertaker's business. After my father departed, Uncle Chun ceased his jovial demeanor, adopting a serious expression as he scrutinized me from head to toe. I instinctively recoiled, pondering whether this fellow had become so desperate as to be indiscriminate. He appraised me for quite some time before bursting into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "I never would have guessed. You possess quite the talent. If you come work for me, you shall reap the rewards." His laughter left me bewildered. What talent could I possibly possess? Since childhood, aside from my swiftness in climbing trees, I had always lagged behind my peers, even in running. He then lit a cigarette and addressed me. "As you can see, your father mentioned that I need not pay you, but I assure you, I shall not deprive you. You will earn 4,000 yuan a month, and that car parked across the street is at your disposal." He gestured towards a BMW parked on the opposite side of the road. I mused to myself, could one truly afford a BMW with the sale of a mere wreath? This thought instilled a sense of confidence within me. If I could drive a BMW, surely Xiao Hua would consider marrying me. I have matters to attend to out of town tonight. For the next couple of days, you will be the sole keeper of the shop. You may choose your hours during the day, but after 11 at night, the door must remain open. Regardless of the circumstances, even if you were to perish, you must do so within the confines of this establishment. Do you understand? I nodded, contemplating the harshness of Uncle Chen's words, while a nagging familiarity lingered in my mind, though I had never heard my father mention him before. With that, he dismissed me, returning to his game of dodiju. I informed him I would check on the paperwork, and he urged me to be swift in my return. Subsequently, I drove to the used car dealership, where I engaged in a brief conversation with the dealer. He agreed to sell me the car along with the necessary paperwork for 500,000. After swiftly completing the formalities, I departed from the establishment. After all, Uncle Chin's BMW was undoubtedly a more pleasurable drive than my taxi. At the roadside, I found the phone number of Ergo's father and made the call. "Hello, Uncle. Please accept my condolences." The voice on the other end sounded somewhat hoarse. After a moment, he replied, "Xiaoyang, you need not take this to heart. This matter does not concern you. Life and death are predetermined, and wealth is in the hands of fate. We plan to return to Fa's body to our hometown for burial in 3 days. If you have the time, do come." Without a second thought, I assured him, "I will return, I promise. By the way, Uncle, I sold the paperwork that the FA and I had acquired together for a total of 500,000. Please provide me with your bank account number, and I shall transfer the funds to you. That's simply one T do. We should split it 50-50. Earning that money was not easy for you either," he insisted. I sighed, knowing I couldn't oppose my father's wishes, as you were well aware of his temperament. Ultimately, we reached a compromise. I retained 100,000 for myself and transferred 400,000 to him. Later, I purchased 2 portions of rice dishes nearby and returned to the flower shop. Upon arriving at the entrance, I noticed Uncle Chun glaring at me with an expression dark as thunder. "Uncle Chun, what's the matter?" I inquired cautiously. "Do you have any money?" "I need to borrow some," he demanded. I replied, "I sold the paperwork and have 10,000 left. How much do you need?" I swallowed hard as I spoke. I had no intention of touching that money, yet I could not simply stand by while Uncle Chun faced peril. After all, he was the one who could safeguard my life. Reluctantly, I retrieved my bank card from my pocket and handed it to him. As I prepared to leave, I informed him of a sudden change in plans. Regardless of who came to purchase goods that night, be they human or spirit, sell to them without hesitation. If they were willing to pay, accept their money. If not, do not pursue them. Remember, no matter what occurs, even if there are explosions outside, you must not venture out until the crowing of the rooster signals it's safe. I nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiries. For my father had entrusted me to him for a reason. Additionally, do not forget to procure a roasted chicken in the evening and place it upon the altar behind you. This is a daily ritual. Subsequently, Uncle Chun changed into a clean set of clothes, took up his suitcase, and departed. After bidding him farewell, I noticed a set of car keys left on the table. Upon pressing a button, I saw the Wuling Hongguang flash beside the BMW. In that instant, I felt as if struck by lightning. It turned out that his vehicle was not a BMW after all. However, it mattered little, as it was still a car. Before leaving, he reminded me to restock the shop if supplies ran low, and he would send the address to my phone. His flower shop was situated in the outskirts, typically devoid of visitors, leaving me uncertain about what to eat or drink. Nevertheless, the business in the afternoon was surprisingly brisk, with a steady stream of customers. Various luxury vehicles, including 4 or 5 BMWs and Mercedes, graced the premises, indicating that Uncle Chun indeed possessed a certain prowess. Otherwise, how could so many affluent individuals frequent this place? The sun gradually descended beyond the horizon, giving way to a crescent moon that slowly materialized in the pitch-black night sky. Each household flickered on their electric lights, casting an even more desolate glow upon the city. After a meager meal in the shop, I settled at the entrance, cigarette in mouth, absorbing my phone. It was now 8 o'clock in the evening. The darkened streets were devoid of any human presence, with only a few dim lights illuminating the pockmarked road. This side of the street lacked a curtain, rendering my flower wreath shop even more isolated. Turning my gaze to the cluster of wreaths and paper figures, an unsettling chill crept over me. Goodness, during the day, I felt at ease, but nightfall brought an overwhelming sense of dread. After a couple of cigarettes, a cool breeze swept through the street, prompting me to wrap my coat tighter as I returned indoors. Suddenly, a loud thud erupted behind me, causing my hairs to stand on end. I slowly turned, only to find that the paper money on the shelf had fallen to the ground. Darn it, I was startled. I quickly scoured the shop, tidying up the items, for my fragile heart could scarcely endure such frights. Grabbing a random book from the drawer, I began to read. Time trickled by, the clock on the wall chiming softly as it struck 11. Whether it was a figment of my imagination or not, I felt an increasing chill at this hour. At that moment, a man clad in a black turtleneck adorned with circular embellishments stepped through the door. Uncertain whether it was the chill of the air or the dim light casting an eerie pallor upon his face, he coldly instructed me, Bring me a stick of incense. A shiver ran down my spine, accompanied by an unsettling draft as I recalled the words of Uncle Chun. Respectfully, I retrieved a stick of incense from the shelf and placed it on the table. He regarded me with a look of surprise on his ashen visage. "Are you new here?" he queried abruptly, sending another tremor through me. Goodness, it felt as though I were confronting something otherworldly. How could a mere mortal appear so unnerving? I nodded in response. For reasons unknown, a faint smile flickered across his pale countenance, and he laid down 100 yuan note. Just as he was about to seek change, I noticed he had already departed the store. Without much thought, I opened the drawer and tossed the bill inside, only to be taken aback upon discovering it was filled with stacks of joss paper. Chapter 5. The girl in the portrait. A sudden tension enveloped me, compelling me to swiftly close the drawer and don my clothes, ready to depart. This place was utterly terrifying. As I reached the threshold, a chilling gust swept through, jolting me back to reality. Uncle Chun had previously cautioned me that, regardless of the circumstances, I must not leave this establishment. The mere thought of the elderly woman I encountered last night sent shivers down my spine, prompting me to hastily return inside. Alas, why am I so unfortunate? Encountering such bizarre entities? I muttered to myself, because you're unlike others. At that moment, a woman's voice reached my ears, and I jolted upright, my pupils dilating in alarm, for the surroundings were utterly desolate. "Who is speaking? Please do not frighten me, or I shall not show mercy." I trembled as I responded. "You possess quite the audacity, daring to provoke Huang Santai Nai." Only then did I discern the gravelly tone emanating from behind me. To my astonishment, a weasel had appeared, its sharp features and beady eyes fixated on me with an unsettling intensity. "Have you, a weasel, truly mastered speech? How audacious! Even your father would not dare to address me in such a manner. Do you seek to court death?" The weasel leapt before me, delivering its icy retort. Startled, I hurriedly retreated behind the stool, stammering, "Why you? Keep your distance, or I shall summon the authorities." The weasel chuckled heartily, remarking, "Your courage pales in comparison to your father's. I recall the first time I encountered him. He was nothing like this timid creature. Fear not, I merely returned to partake in an offering, and I shall depart once I have finished." With that, the weasel paid me no further heed and returned to the table behind, indulging in the roasted chicken upon the altar. I wondered why Uncle Chun had instructed me to procure the chicken, realizing it was for this weasel's appetite. As for the legend of Huang Santai Nai, I had heard tales from my father. It was said to involve weasels that had attained a certain level of enlightenment, enabling them to articulate human speech, and some are even capable of assuming human form. I resumed my reading, and soon the night advanced into the latter hours. Stifling a yawn, I raised my head and rubbed my eyes, just as a young woman in a floral dress entered. Her features were striking, and her long legs swayed gracefully, her tall figure accentuated by enchanting eyes that sparkled with allure. "Hey there, do you know how to drive?" she inquired sweetly. I nodded in response. "My car outside won't start for some reason. Could you take a look?" She fluttered her eyelashes at me, and I felt an unexpected rush of hormones surge through me, compelling me to nod in agreement. I stood up and followed her outside. Upon reaching the entrance, I asked, "Where's your car?" with a look of feigned distress. She pointed to a short distance away, saying, "It's right there. The car is broken, and I can't bring it over." I nodded slightly, continuing to follow her under the moonlight, when I suddenly realized, to my astonishment, that she cast no shadow at all. Moreover, a faint smile graced her lips. A shiver coursed through my legs, and instinctively, I took 2 steps back. "What's wrong, handsome?" she inquired, glancing back at me. "Who are you? Why do you have no shadow?" My throat felt parched, my legs trembled, and I nearly collapsed to the ground. Now that you discover my secret, I shall drop the pretense." Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept through, transforming her floral dress into a garment of blood red. And a familiar visage re-emerged before me, the girl from the photograph. Panic surged within me, and I could no longer contain my terror. I turned and fled, thinking of escaping. In an instant, I felt my legs ensnared by an unseen force, immovable despite my frantic struggles. Beads of sweat cascaded down, drenching my shirt. My entire body trembled. cold sweat pouring forth, my heart racing wildly within my ribcage, nearly causing me to faint. I was overwhelmed with weakness, dizziness, sobbing, fear, and fatigue, my body numb and unable to move. I had completely forgotten Uncle Chen's warning. This was indeed my doom. The female specter leisurely approached me, extending her bony hands, the tips of her fingers stained a vivid crimson. I seek one thing from you. What do you desire? I can give you anything to spare my life. I trembled in fear, willing to offer anything she wished, as long as it did not cost me my life. I want your heart. Suddenly, she abruptly raised her hands and lunged towards my heart. Terrified, I shut my eyes. Thud! A gust of wind rushed past my ears, accompanied by a resounding crash, as if someone had fallen heavily to the ground. Slowly, I opened my eyes and discovered that the female specter was now lying on the floor, her dark aura dissipating. Beside me lay a shadowy figure, and upon closer inspection, I realized it was the formidable Granny Huang. Begone! Granny Huang uttered a single word, and the female ghost immediately turned and fled in terror. I was taken aback. I hadn't anticipated that Granny Huang possessed such formidable power, able to frighten the ghost into retreat with but a single utterance. What's the matter, you little rascal? Didn't Xiaochen inform you? You shouldn't be out here. Just like your father, always causing worry. Granny Huang lifted her head and addressed me. Embarrassed, I scratched my head and murmured, "Thank you." Had it not been for Granny Huang, I would have surely found myself lying on the ground by now. Quickly return. Do not venture out again tonight. Experience is the best teacher, she advised before vanishing into the darkness. I was unaware of when my legs regained their sensation, but I hastily made my way back to the flower shop, vowing silently that no matter what transpired, I would remain indoors. Even if a volcano erupted outside, I would choose to perish within the confines of the flower shop. As the latter part of the night settled in, the shop gradually grew quiet, and I felt the weight of drowsiness descend upon me, leaning on the table in a state of semi-consciousness. Suddenly, a whiff of alcohol pierced my nostrils, and upon raising my head, I beheld a drunken man stagger into the shop. I cannot fathom the reason, but upon encountering the inebriate, I felt an unexpected sense of reassurance rather than fear. Perhaps it was after enduring certain experiences that I came to realize that as long as the individual before me was merely breathing, it sufficed. Apologies. I seem to have wandered astray. After the drunken soul circled the shop, he eventually departed. As the night passed, I promptly secured the door at dawn and surrendered to slumber upon the bed in the flower shop. Thud, thud, thud. In a haze, I discerned someone knocking at the door. Upon lifting my gaze, I was greeted by the sight of the inebriate from the previous night, standing at the threshold, a bottle of white liquor clutched in his left hand. With a sense of resignation, I opened the door. What do you want? It's barely dawn. The sky today was inexplicably overcast, devoid of sunlight. Hey there, my young friend, he slurred. I perceive you to be a decent fellow. Let me share something with you. Do not linger here. This place is unsafe. The stench of alcohol permeated his words. Are you out of your mind? I have no time for your nonsense. I am utterly fatigued. Who could take the ramblings of a drunkard seriously? Moreover, to claim that my surroundings were perilous, did he not consider that if it were truly unsafe, I would have perished long before? Chapter 6. Matters between us, yet the intoxicated man persisted, saying, I am not deceiving you. If you do not believe me, take a look in the mirror and see if your complexion has become exceedingly poor. I had no time to engage in frivolous conversation with him. If I could not trust others, could I not trust my own father? Go away. I shall call the police, I declared, giving him a gentle shove. He merely chuckled as he sauntered off. I paid him no mind and returned to my bed to continue my slumber. When I finally awoke, I glanced at the clock and realized it was already noon. After stretching languidly, I stepped outside. I lit a cigarette and drove the dilapidated van left to me by Uncle Chun. After approximately half an hour, I stumbled upon a noodle shop. After satisfying my hunger, I returned to the flower shop, cigarette in tow, where I discovered an old, yellowed book on the shelf, prominently inscribed with the words Maoshan Technique. For reasons unknown, these simple 3 characters piqued my interest in the book. As I flipped through several pages, I found myself utterly bewildered by the peculiar symbols and strange writings contained within. leaving me quite perplexed. Business was rather slow that day, and while I was engrossed in my reading, I suddenly heard a commotion at the door. Raising my head, I was met with the sight of a striking figure entering. "Daddy! Daddy!" the girl exclaimed urgently upon entering. Hey, how can you recklessly claim such relations? Are the youth of today so impulsive, rushing to identify their fathers upon first meeting? I closed the book and cast a glance at the young woman before me. She wore a short-sleeved t-shirt that perfectly accentuated her exquisite curves, complemented by an ultra-short skirt that revealed her slender, fair legs. With a high nose and cherry-like lips, she truly embodied the essence of beauty. "Excuse me, who are you?" she inquired, studying me with curiosity. "I am Gua Yang, the newly hired staff member at this establishment. May I assist you with anything?" I politely responded. "I am looking for my father, Chen Zhongpeng. Where has he gone?" She replied, "I am his daughter, Chen Yaoyao. Are you not the son of Uncle Gua?" Her gaze was fixed intently on my face. I nodded, realizing that she was indeed familiar with my father, suggesting she must be a regular customer. "Are you aware of our relationship?" Chen Yaoyao asked, biting her lips slightly, a hint of shyness evident in her demeanor. I shook my head. Seemingly relieved, she then took out her phone and made a call. After a brief conversation, she handed the phone to me. "My father wishes to speak with you." Curiously, I took the phone and held it to my ear, greeting, "Hello, Uncle Chen. Ah, Yin Yang. You are now an adult and must take responsibility for certain matters." What on earth does that mean? I thought to myself, bewildered. I had done nothing wrong. I was merely reading in the store. My expression darkened significantly at the implication. That is not the intention. Chen Yaoyao, by virtue of her age, is your younger sister. She has encountered some difficulties at school and requires your assistance. I hope you will not evade this responsibility. "Oh, that is not an issue. Is it a fight?" I replied nonchalantly. "It's nothing. I have learned a few techniques from my father. Dealing with a few unruly youths should pose no problem." I sighed in relief, recalling how my father insisted on teaching me self-defense, which led to me inadvertently beating up a lad from the neighboring village, resulting in my father having to compensate him 30,000 yuan to settle the matter. No, it's about exorcising spirits. This statement caused my previously eased heart to plummet once more. "Uncle Chun, you must be jesting. I can barely comprehend what I am dealing with myself. I nearly lost my life last night. You are a brother to my father. I have yet to marry my wife. Are you not putting me in a predicament? Rest assured and proceed boldly. What is there to fear? If you possess even half your father's courage, you should not be timid. I will send you the specific details to your mobile phone." Without allowing me a moment to protest, he hung up the phone. After the call ended, I sat on the bench, my head in my hands. The fright from last night's ordeal had yet to subside, and now I was being tasked with actively seeking out spirits. This was akin to a mouse courting the cat, intentionally seeking out danger. I had not pee at this juncture. I find myself at a loss for words, compelled to silently retrieve the items. On a yellow piece of paper, black ink sketches lines that seem to pulsate with life. Chen Yaoyao gazes at me with skepticism, inquiring, "Are you capable? Don't let us down and flee faster than us." I scoff. Although I may lack certain abilities, I am certainly no slower than you women. "When do we commence our actions?" Chen Yaoyao glances at her phone and instructs me to tidy up, suggesting we step out together first. After a brief arrangement, I closed the shop door and accompanied her into a red BMW. It perplexes me that Uncle Chen, so miserly with himself, would purchase a BMW for a girl, leading me to question whether she is indeed his daughter, for the disparity in appearance is rather striking. After approximately 20 minutes of driving, we arrived at a villa district. Upon exiting the car, I couldn't help but scrutinize the European-style architecture and asked, "Is this your home? What are you thinking?" "This is my roommate. She has encountered some trouble. Initially, I intended to have my father resolve it, but alas, he is out. I have no choice but to rely on you," she replied, her tone laced with resignation, revealing her lack of faith in me. To be honest, I do not trust myself either. I must not gamble with my life here. We reached the innermost corner of the villa area, where she produced a key and unlocked the door. Upon entering, I was immediately enveloped by an unsettling chill. This cold was unlike any I had encountered before, reminiscent of being submerged in a winter river, an icy sensation that penetrated through to my very bones. The villa was enveloped in darkness as I cautiously advanced, instinctively reaching out to locate the light switch on the wall. Suddenly, my hand brushed against something furry, prompting me to turn my head in alarm, whereupon I beheld a pair of green eyes staring back at me. "Ah, good heavens!" I exclaimed, and in that instant, the lights flickered on. Upon closer inspection, I discovered it was merely a large, mottled cat. How infuriating! At that moment, Chun Yao Yao regarded me with an expression of disdain. I sensed her thoughts. Perhaps she had never encountered someone so timid before. Yet, I could hardly be blamed, for I had been plagued by supernatural encounters day after day, leaving me with a psychological shadow. Seated on the sofa was a woman of striking figure and appealing visage, her complexion fair. However, for reasons unbeknownst to me, I could discern a fleeting aura of darkness hovering between her brows. It was but a fleeting glimpse, and I questioned whether I had merely imagined it. The girl's gaze was unfocused, and her pallor suggested she was filled with trepidation. "Lily, do not fear. I have brought someone who can help you." Chun Yao Yao reassured her from the sofa. Upon hearing this, the girl raised her head to look at me, her eyes hollow and fixed upon me with an unsettling intensity. Chun Yao Yao approached my side and explained, "This is my roommate, Wang Lily. She often hears the laughter of children at night, and one evening, she awoke to find a child perched upon her." Chapter 7. The crimson eyes in the night. As I listened, my confusion deepened. How could I become entangled with a mischievous spirit? I recalled stories from my childhood, when my father recounted his youthful encounters with many who had similarly been plagued by such entities. Most of these encounters were harmless, yet some involved tragic tales of miscarriages, where the unborn, having taken shape, transformed into vengeful spirits, haunting the women who bore them. With this thought, I found myself fixated on Wang Lily, and, as if compelled by some unseen force, I uttered, "Take off your shirt so I can see." Immediately, I felt a pair of murderous eyes directed at me. Following this, Chun Yao Yao, her fists clenched, struck me with a punch and scolded, "You lecherous scoundrel! If you dare to harass my sister, I will not let you off easily." "No, wait. Imi spooke, istelmeret. I merely wanted to inquire whether your sister had ever had a miscarriage." I whispered this into Chun Yao Yao's ear. To my dismay, her expression darkened further, and she delivered a sharp kick to my backside, exclaiming, "What are you saying? My sister doesn't even have a boyfriend. How could she have had a miscarriage? Are you even capable of understanding anything? If not, I'll find someone else." My face turned a shade more distressed than a withered bun, and I retorted, "Go ahead and find someone else." I was eager to escape this situation. After all, nothing was more precious than life. Just as I attempted to leave, Chun Yao Yao seized my arm, her anger boiling over as she shouted, "How can you, a grown man, be so cowardly? You promised to protect me when we arrived, yet now you're acting like this." "It was you who suggested looking for someone else," I muttered. "Did you think I hadn't searched?" "They are merely a group of swindlers, who after deceiving people out of their money, vanish without a trace. Regardless, my father stated over the phone that you possess skills. A tiger does not father a dog. Show me your father's prowess." With a sorrowful expression, I could only nod, but as for my father's abilities, I had no idea what they were. All I knew was that he had a talent for thrashing me with a belt during my childhood. I commenced the ritual as instructed by Uncle Chun. First, I procured a large round table and placed a candle at each of the 4 cardinal points. Next, I positioned an incense burner at the threshold, inserting 3 sticks of incense, which I ignited with a lighter after taking a deep breath. Subsequently, I extinguished all the lights in the room. A peachwood sword was placed at the center of the table, while Wang Lily stood directly before it. With an air of solemnity, I proclaimed, "Heavenly spirits and earthly deities, malevolent beings from any realm, should you encounter me, reveal your true forms forthwith, lest I send your souls fleeing." 5 seconds elapsed, and apart from a loud meow from a large tabby cat, there was nothing else. Instantly, I felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, as Uncle Chun had warned me about such occurrences. "Are you capable or not?" Chun Yao Yao inquired, furrowing her brow. Do not rush, I replied, adjusting my chest, then grasping the peachwood sword. "Hark, malevolent spirits, reveal yourselves. Beware, or I shall cast you into the underworld." With that, I lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes at Wang Lily. "Ah, it hurts terribly," she exclaimed. Yet, who could have foreseen that after a mere few attempts, Wang Lily would prostrate herself on the ground, two streams of fervent tears tracing paths down her fair cheeks to the floor. This was not the script we were following. What is truly transpiring here? You wouldn't trifle with my sister, would you? Chun Yaoyao surged to my side, pushing me away. Her gaze filled with concern as she beheld Wang Lily, her tone laced with anger. At that juncture, I was abruptly reminded of something I had perused in a book earlier that day. If a specter takes residence within a human body, it will not emerge unless forcibly expelled by a spirit talisman during daylight hours. Its true emergence occurs after 11 o'clock at night. Well, after my recent reconnaissance, there appears to be a ghost residing within your sister's body. But fear not, for after 11 o'clock tonight, it shall obediently emerge. At which point, I shall ensnare it completely, thereby enlightening it as to the source of the crimson hue of the flowers. I guaranteed, thumping my chest with assurance. Seeing this, Chun Yaoyao and her companion found themselves unable to interject, choosing instead to place their trust in me. Subsequently, I extracted a spirit talisman from my bag and pressed it into Wang Lily's hand. Gazing upon her haggard countenance, I said, "Ascend and take a respite. Nothing untoward shall befall you." Chun Yaoyao assisted Wang Lily upstairs to rest, while I, in turn, breathed a sigh of relief, retrieving a lighter to ignite a cigarette. Suddenly, a gust of spectral wind swept through, instantaneously extinguishing the candles upon the table, startling me to the point of a tremor, causing the cigarette to fall upon my trousers. "Damn, that burns." I abruptly stood up, discovering that all the door frames around the house had been securely shut, so how could there be a spectral wind? Suddenly, I noticed that the 3 incense sticks at the altar had transformed into 2 short and 1 long. In that moment, I felt a wave of dizziness. It seemed that I had truly encountered something significant. Since childhood, my father had warned me that the most ominous configuration was 3 long and 2 short. And similarly, incense should never be arranged as 2 short and 1 long. On the eve of my grandfather's passing, my father had lit 3 sticks, and the scene bore an eerie resemblance to what I witnessed now. 2 short and 1 long. The memory of that day is indelibly etched in my mind. I turned and sat down on the sofa when my fingers brushed against something soft. Instinctively, I picked it up. I gasped in horror. It was a severed finger, gruesomely stained with blood, upon which a line of words was inscribed. "Mind your own business." If this finger was a warning to refrain from meddling, then the incense was undoubtedly a harbinger that among the 3 of us, one would surely perish. That specter must have visited, for I vividly recalled that the sofa had been empty moments before. It seemed I was entangled in a dire predicament. If it could manifest, it implied that it could perceive me, while I remained oblivious to its presence. I found myself in a quandary. I could easily dismiss the situation. Yet Chun Yaoyao and Wang Lily were contemporaneous university students, likely to make significant contributions to society in the future. After much deliberation, I steeled myself and resolved. Having come this far, I would not allow myself to be intimidated by a mere ghost after living for over 20 years. "Let us proceed," I declared. At that moment, I heard Chun Yaoyao's voice behind me. The darkness in the room obscured her face from view. I nodded slightly as she grasped my hand, and suddenly, a chill coursed through me. I dismissed it, attributing it to the coolness of the room. However, in the next moment, I was utterly taken aback by a familiar voice emanating from behind me. "Guo-Yin-Yang, where are you going?" It was unmistakably the voice of Chun Yaoyao, and it resonated from the 2nd floor. If she was upstairs, then who was beside me? The thought sent shivers down my spine, and I dared not dwell on it any longer. Trembling, I lowered my gaze and beheld a terrifying sight. Several streaks of blood marred an arm nearby. A wave of cold surged upward from my feet. I swallowed hard and slowly turned my head. In the darkness, 2 crimson eyes stared back at me. Chapter 8. The sound of sobbing. Just leave me alone. I won't bother with you any longer." With a swift motion, I flung my arm and dashed toward the door. As I sprinted, an abrupt realization halted me in my tracks. After all, I am a man. If I were to flee at this moment, what would become of Chun Yaoyao and the others inside? I hurriedly retraced my steps, only to find Chun Yaoyao standing at the doorway. her face etched with astonishment. What happened just now? Have you lost your mind? There is a ghost inside. I just saw it. Listen to me. We must leave at once. We cannot linger here any longer. The entities within are far too powerful for me to handle. Being the daughter of Uncle Chun, I had no choice but to look after Chen Yao Yao. As for Wang Lily, I felt a responsibility toward her as well, though whether they would heed my warnings remained uncertain. Are you feverish? I was on the second floor just now and saw you acting erratically. Then suddenly you shouted and ran outside. I retrieved a cigarette from my pocket, lit it, and took a few puffs, my hands trembling slightly. Could it be that I had merely experienced a hallucination? Chen Yao Yao then opened the villa door, revealing a brightly lit interior, devoid of the earlier terrifying ambience. I sank into the sofa, inhaling deeply, forcing my heart to calm itself. The surroundings were free of severed fingers. Everything felt like a mere illusion. Tell me honestly, is there something wrong with my sisters? After much contemplation, I devised a plan. After 11 o'clock tonight, I shall ensure that your sister rests soundly, while I remain in the adjacent room. Should any disturbances arise, I will be there promptly. As long as I am present, your sister shall be safeguarded. However, what if I am unable to confront the ghost? Fear not, for I possess a strategy. Simply heed my commands when the time comes. When I instruct you to flee, do so without hesitation. It has become evident that the specter within the house has fixed its gaze upon me, indicating that the situation is far more dire than mere warnings. Rather than await our fate, it would be prudent to take the initiative. Time swiftly passed, and in the afternoon, Chen Yao mentioned that there were still classes at school, prompting her early departure. I then exited the villa complex and stumbled upon a gathering of fortune-tellers beneath the overpass. I approached an elder fortune-teller and crouched before him. Master, can you discern what troubles I face? The fortune-teller, adorned with sunglasses and wielding a fan, waved it dismissively and replied, Apologies, but my sight fails me. Very well, I continued. I find myself entangled in a troublesome predicament involving a ghost. I implore your assistance, and I am willing to compensate you for your help. With that, I placed nearly 1,000 yuan, my entire savings, upon the table before him. Money is of little consequence. Let us speak. As practitioners of the Tao, we are committed to the salvation of all beings. With that, he swiftly pocketed the 1,000 yuan. After I recounted my tale, I sensed his sudden silence before he abruptly leapt to his feet, flinging the money back at me, and hastily retreated to a nearby van, flooring the accelerator and speeding away. Is this fellow truly blind? It appears he is nothing more than a charlatan. I shook my head in exasperation and proceeded to another fortune-teller. Master, can you discern the troubles I am facing? The fortune-teller, after removing his sunglasses and scrutinizing my face intently, slowly replied, It seems your romantic and professional endeavors are quite troubled. As I suspected, you are still without a partner. Am I correct? I nodded glumly. Having been single for over 2 decades, I had no inkling of what the warmth of a young woman's touch felt like. I have encountered a malevolent spirit. Could you assist me in resolving this? Of course, he assured me. I have been exorcising spirits for over a decade. Ordinarily, I do not concern myself with minor demons, but the fee is rather steep, 50,000 yuan. At that moment, I was at a loss for words, as I simply did not possess such funds. Noticing my silence, he continued, How about 30,000? I shall also provide you with a membership card, granting you a 10% discount for any future exorcisms. Is there truly a market for repeat customers in ghost hunting? In the end, I called Chen Yao Yao to discuss the matter. She informed me that if we could resolve this issue, Wang Lily would be willing to provide 500,000. With that assurance, everything became negotiable. I promptly agreed and treated the master to a meal of noodle soup. We arranged to meet at the villa entrance at 11 o'clock that evening. I spent the afternoon on the first floor of Wang Lily's villa without incident. At 7 o'clock, Chen Yao arrived, and I briefly explained the situation. He assured me that as long as the issue was resolved, he would not object to me utilizing any external assistance. Time fleetingly passed, and soon it was 11 o'clock. A knock resounded at the villa's door, where I beheld a master beneath the overpass, standing at the entrance with hands clasped behind his back. Clad in a Taoist robe and donning sunglasses, he carried a backpack from which a peachwood sword hung. presenting an air that was anything but ordinary. "Master, please come in," I greeted him courteously, ushering him inside. Upon entering, his expression soured dramatically, and he sniffed the air with a discerning nose. "It seems this house harbors not one, but at least 5 spirits." This revelation sent a shiver down both my and Chun Yao's spines. "Did you see them, master?" I inquired. "No," he replied. "My capabilities have reached a certain level where I can detect the presence of spirits merely by scent. Do not call me master. My surname is Zheng, and my single character name is Qian. In the martial world, I am known as Zheng Daoyi." His words were like a balm to my anxious heart. It appeared I had encountered someone truly skilled. He then instructed Chun Yao to summon Wang Lili. After a thorough examination, Zheng Daoyi confidently nodded. "It is merely a minor spirit. There is no need for alarm. Watch as I perform a ritual to capture it, ensuring it shall never attain rebirth." With that, Zheng Daoyi drew the peachwood sword from his bag and produced 2 talismans. He swept the sword through the air, performing a series of graceful movements. 6 Wu, 6 Ji, let the malevolent spirits cease. 6 Gung, 6 Exen, let the malevolent spirits disperse. Taishang Lao Jun, I command you with urgency. With a powerful shout, he brandished his sword, striking at the empty air. To my eyes, it appeared as though he were merely hacking at nothingness. After a series of actions, a wisp of mist unexpectedly rose behind him. The problem was resolved. With a simple motion, I did not anticipate that the little ghost had already perished. Zheng Daoyi sheathed his sword and spoke to me. Wang Lili, exhaling in relief, weakly said, "Master, please wait a moment. I shall go upstairs to retrieve the money for you." With that, Chun Yao assisted Wang Lili as they ascended to the 2nd floor. "Master, I never imagined you were so formidable." A sudden chill enveloped the room. "It's normal. It will dissipate shortly. I shall visit the restroom." Zheng Daoyi, shouldering his bag, made his way to the lavatory. Moments later, he emerged, and, as I raised my head, I was startled to see a shadow had materialized behind him. Judging by the silhouette, it appeared to be a woman with disheveled hair. Suddenly, a chilling sound of sobbing emanated from behind him. Chapter 9. The dead at the village entrance. Zheng Daoyi was momentarily frozen in place. Suddenly, he turned sharply, and a ghostly figure appeared before him. A woman draped in a blood-soaked veil, her complexion pale as death. Her eyes resembled 2 gaping wounds, and tattered gray fabric hung from her head, while her feet were adorned with a pair of blood-red embroidered shoes. "Ah!" Zheng Daoyi screamed in terror and dashed towards me. The ghost flashed a wicked smile, then swiftly ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor. Zheng Daoyi, startled, turned to flee, and I urgently grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Master, where are you going? You are my father. Do not bring me harm. I am but a fraud, clinging to life to support my wife and children." Without a backward glance, Zheng Daoyi fled the room, disappearing in haste. "Ah, help!" A piercing scream echoed from the 2nd floor. Without a moment's hesitation, I seized the peachwood sword left to me by Uncle Chun and rushed up the stairs. I kicked open the door to reveal Chun Yao huddled in the corner, while Wang Lili lay on the bed, her face twisted in rage, gritting her teeth. Under the flickering light, her shadow resembled that of a disheveled specter. "Come out, if you dare. Let's settle this one-on-one." I forced myself to remain composed as I shouted. The sound of muffled sobs filled the air, tightening my nerves as I gripped the peachwood sword with determination. Suddenly, a shadow darted past me, striking me heavily. Caught off guard, I stumbled back several meters, swinging the sword wildly with my eyes closed. Bang! A crisp sound echoed through the air, and I felt as though I had struck something substantial. Upon opening my eyes, I was astounded to find that my peachwood sword had been severed in half, one portion lying discarded on the ground. This was utterly absurd. Had I truly come to the battlefield only to be disarmed? At that moment, Wang Lili emerged from the room, her movements somewhat mechanical. She stood not far from me, slowly turning her head, a faint smile gracing her lips before she dashed into a room on the 3rd floor. I hastened to follow her. With a resounding thud, the door to the 3rd floor was slammed shut. I rushed to force it open, only to discover Wang Lili unconscious on the bed. The room remained chillingly cold. Suddenly, she lifted her head and gazed at me, exclaiming, Save me, I'm so scared. I hurried to her side, gently touching her forehead. It was not excessively cold, indicating that the spirit had departed. In a sudden motion, Wang Lily clung to me, trembling in my embrace. It was my first experience of such intimate proximity with a girl, and my heart raced uncontrollably. I patted her shoulder, offering reassurance. It's all right, don't be afraid. I'm here. At that moment, I comprehended that this spirit was certainly no ordinary apparition. I would be ill-equipped to confront it. After some contemplation, I resolved to call Uncle Chun. Once Wang Lily had drifted into slumber, I dialed his number and recounted the events. There was a silence on the other end for nearly half a minute. This situation appeared to be quite complex. I will provide you with an address. Seek him out. He can assist you, though the journey may be somewhat lengthy. Very well, Uncle Chun. What should we do next? Did you bring the black dog blood and glutinous rice? Scatter the glutinous rice at the entrance, and then splash the black dog blood all around. No matter what sounds you hear tonight, do not venture outside. As for the remaining talismans, affix them all to the door frame. After hanging up the phone, Chun Yao Yao and I swiftly completed these tasks, after which we returned indoors to sleep. Sunlight refracted upon the French windows, and I awoke from my slumber. I roused Chun Yao Yao and the others, and after a rapid wash, we set forth. Upon opening the door, I discovered that the glutinous rice at the entrance had long since turned black, and there was also a series of footprints, appearing to be of varying sizes. A ghastly sight. I felt a tinge of lingering trepidation, thankful that we had these safeguards. Otherwise, last night might have been even more troublesome. Chun Yao Yao and the two others also witnessed this, mutually squeezing each other's hands. We swiftly entered the car, and Chun Yao Yao requested that I drive, stating that she had held her driver's license for less than a year, and furthermore, had taken the third section of her driving test 4 times. By the gods, had I known, I might as well have taken the bus yesterday. The intended destination for this journey was Pinglu County, approximately 200 kilometers away. After driving for 2 hours, we exited the highway. Following the location, I meandered circuitously until I arrived at the entrance of a village, only to find that the road was blocked. Noticing an elderly gentleman taking shade by the entrance, I alighted from the car and approached him. Old gentleman, may I inquire about something? How does one enter the village? The old man raised his head, gazing at me with half-closed eyes. Young man, could it be that you're going to the village to find Chien Fugue? I can discern that you have encountered troublesome matters. I nodded my head. Old gentleman, you possess discerning eyes and an incisive perception. Indeed, I have encountered troublesome matters. Listen to me. After you return, sever ties with the girl in the back seat with the long hair. Then you shall be free from this predicament. Otherwise, this matter is far from resolved, the elderly man said, casting his gaze towards Wang Lily in the back seat. Why do you say that? I inquired. Humph. She has been ensnared by the vengeful spirits of a mother and child. Do you think it can be resolved so simply? The wealthy in the village would likely refuse to take on your case, he replied. What are the mother and child spirits? I asked. They are the souls of a woman who died with a grievance, carrying a child in her womb. Bound by their resentment, they are unable to reincarnate, ultimately transforming into these vengeful spirits. Most would not dare to take on such a task. I advise you to return from whence you came. Heed my counsel and leave promptly. Sir, we have come this far. We must at least make an attempt. Please tell me how to enter the village, I urged, handing him a pack of cigarettes. Very well, young man. Since you've offered me your cigarettes, I shall not protest. Proceed for 5 kilometers, then turn into a narrow alleyway. That will lead you in, he instructed. After expressing my gratitude, I hastily drove forward. Upon reaching the 5-kilometer mark, I indeed found a narrow alley. Just as I turned into it, I was confronted by 3 or 4 villagers. Who are you looking for? How did you know about this path? The leader, a burly man with no shirt, questioned me. I seek Chien Fugue. The elder at the village entrance directed me here, I replied. What elder at the village entrance? The burly man pressed further. I recounted the events of my arrival, providing a detailed description of the elder's appearance. Upon hearing this, the man's expression changed instantly, and he instructed me to wait there. A moment later, an elderly man, slightly older than the rest, approached me. He scrutinized me for a moment before producing a photograph, inquiring whether the individual I had encountered at the village entrance was indeed the person depicted. I nodded, and instantly, the expressions of those around me transformed into a pallid hue. "Young man, are you certain you did not mistake him?" He pressed. I affirmed my certainty. "That is Chien Fugui. He passed away 7 days ago." A deafening realization struck me, akin to a thunderclap resounding in my ears. Chien Fugui was dead. Then who was the person I had just met at the village entrance? In a rush, I flung open the car door and called out to Chen Yaoyao. "Did you see that old man at the village entrance a moment ago?" Chen Yaoyao, her face a mask of confusion, replied, "What old man? You just told me you were going out for a smoke, and then I saw you there talking to yourself, even tossing a pack of cigarettes onto the ground." Chapter 10. The Apprentice of Chien Fugui. I stumbled backward, my leg betraying me as I leaned against the vehicle, gasping for breath. It was impossible, utterly inconceivable. I had undeniably seen him. It was not a mere figment of my imagination. For how else could I have known this path? The villagers exchanged glances, and an elderly man sighed. "Ah, young man, today marks the 7th night of his return. Since you have seen him, it signifies a bond between you and him. Come, enter the village and pay your final respects." With that, the villagers parted the way, and I drove into the village, my mind a chaotic swirl of thoughts. What had just transpired? I never stated my intention to step out for a smoke. Under the guidance of the villagers, I found myself in a courtyard where a table stood at its center, adorned with offerings and a black and white photograph, the very image of the elder at the village entrance. Fear, astonishment, and helplessness washed over me in an instant. What was I to do? Approaching the photograph, I knelt and bowed 4 times, and beside me was a boy of similar age, albeit with a noticeably frail demeanor. Just as I rose, a voice rang out from behind. "Are you Guo Yinyang?" I turned, astonished, and incredulously inquired, "How do you know me? I have heard all about you." "Soon, I will accompany you. My name is Zhang Long. Chien Fugui is my master." I scrutinized this boy, who appeared to be my age, and felt a twinge of concern. Could he truly confront the dual specters of mother and son? Chien Fuqian found the situation exceedingly perplexing, as he was merely an apprentice. Seemingly attuned to my thoughts, he stood up and offered 4 sticks of incense for Chien Fuqian, assuring me, "You need not worry. I shall resolve this matter splendidly." At this juncture, I had no alternative but to place my trust in him. Once affairs here were settled, I drove Zhang Long back to Sherman. Throughout the journey, he remained silent, his gaze unconsciously drifting towards Wang Lily. I sensed he might have discerned something, so I cautiously inquired, "Is there something unclean about her?" After a moment of silence, Zhang Long replied, "No, she is quite clean. There are no spirits attached to her." His eyes sparkled with wisdom, and from that moment, I felt he was deeply inscrutable. It appeared that while her physical weakness signified a signal of being haunted, no spirit lingered upon her. I was intrigued as to why that ghost did not seek her life. Given her condition, it would be a trivial task. "Perhaps she does not wish to take your life," Zhang Long remarked. As soon as the words left his lips, I caught a glimpse of Wang Lily's eyes evading ours in the rearview mirror, suggesting she might know something but was reluctant to share. "If there is something, I hope you will voice it. We are here to assist you, and concealing the truth will only bring harm to your family," Zhang Long continued. At this, Wang Lily trembled slightly, lowering her head, unable to meet Zhang Long's gaze. This only reinforced my belief that Wang Lily surely knew something, yet was unwilling to disclose it. Zhang Long, a perceptive individual, noticed that Wang Lily was reluctant to speak further, so he refrained from pressing the matter. Leaning back in his seat, he gazed at the scenery along the road. Through our conversations, I gradually discerned the background of Zhang Long, abandoned by his biological parents at the tender age of 2. He was left on the roadside until Chien Fugui discovered him. Having no children of his own, Chien Fugui devoted his entire life's knowledge to Zhang Long. Perhaps this is why Zhang Long has never shied away from hardship. In just over a decade, he adeptly applied all that Chien Fugui had taught him. Before long, we arrived at the villa in Sherman. Upon entering, Zhang Long's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. He retrieved a bundle of glutinous rice from his bag and scattered it around. Next, he affixed a talisman to the doorframe. "Tonight, I shall certainly capture her. You all stay indoors. yin and yang. You remain, while the two of you shall reside separately. Chun Yao Yao nodded to Wang Lili and ascended to the second floor. It was already 10 o'clock at night. The true battle would commence after 11. I observed that Zhang Long was remarkably calm, seated on the sofa, puffing on a cigarette and engrossed in his phone. Do you have any plans for tonight? I inquired, stepping closer. Nope, we'll tackle whatever comes our way. What plans could we possibly have? Are you afraid? Zhang Long exhaled a smoke ring and posed the question. Fear? Nonsense. I was the one who toyed with ghosts last night, I retorted. Zhang Long merely smiled at me without elaborating, and I chose to ignore him, taking a seat by the door to play on my phone. As time slipped away, I began to feel a wave of drowsiness wash over me, prompting me to rise and stretch languidly. At that moment, a fleeting shadow darted past the window. The inky darkness of the night enveloped everything, rendering the atmosphere eerily silent. The wind howled with a chilling resonance, intermittently accompanied by the rustling of leaves stirred by the breeze. It was now the stroke of midnight when, suddenly, a dark figure swept past the window, yet the outside remained terrifyingly quiet, as if the darkness sought to consume all. She has arrived, I exclaimed, and Zhang Long, seated on the sofa, sprang to his feet, wielding a peachwood sword, standing before me. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted from outside, as a bolt of lightning struck the doorstep. In an instant, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in my ears, oscillating between distant and near, now behind me, now seemingly at the door. My heart raced, threatening to leap from my chest. It was then that I glanced down to discover a series of irregular footprints etched upon the floor, where glutinous rice had been scattered. Prepare yourself. Do not let fear overwhelm you. With a fervent incantation, Zhang Long invoked, essence of the Yangming, conceal the divine might within, capture the spectral charm, veiling its human form. With the talisman in hand, let no trace of malevolence remain. Taishan Lao Jun, I summon you swiftly as commanded. Zhang Long darted forward with remarkable agility, his hands and feet moving swiftly as he struck the female ghost with his sword. Instantly, a portion of the ghostly energy enveloping her dissipated. With a deft maneuver, Zhang Long shifted to the rear of the female specter, conjuring a spiritual talisman from his hand. Remarkable is the great way. Magnificent is the great way. Heaven attains unity to achieve clarity. Earth attains unity to attain tranquility. The divine achieves unity to embody spirit. The valleys attain unity to flourish. And all beings are granted eternal life. Supreme Laozi, heed this urgent decree. As his words resonated, Zhang Long's peachwood sword suddenly soared into the air, transforming into a razor-sharp sword aura that shot towards the female ghost with a swift whoosh. However, the cunning specter evaded the strike and dashed towards a room on the second floor. Chapter 11. An unintentional encounter without hesitation. Zhang Long charged into the room of the female ghost. I could hear the sounds of a fierce struggle from within. Moments later, Zhang Long emerged, his expression grave, and said, Wang Lili and Qin Yao Yao, please come here. Someone wishes to speak with you. They then entered the room together. I was left in the dark about what transpired inside and the nature of their conversation. Approximately half an hour passed, and I sensed the atmosphere within the room had shifted. It no longer felt as frigid as before, returning to a more comfortable temperature. Eventually, they emerged from the room, and I noticed Wang Lili's pallor was unsettling, her eyes swollen and red from tears. She had obviously been crying. Chun Yao Yao had accompanied her during the ordeal, while Zhang Long descended slowly. It's resolved now, Zhang Long sighed. I refrained from probing further. Do you have a place to stay? I inquired. I have a rental property. You could use it. I have my own accommodations. I recalled Zhang Long's first visit to Sherman, and I knew he must have lacked any lodging. No need. I've already found a place to stay. Take care of yourself. This sword is for you, Zhang Long said, tossing me a sword approximately half a meter in length, adorned with cryptic runes that I could not decipher. He then departed from the villa. After about half an hour, Qin Yao Yao came downstairs, handing me a bank card. Thank you for today, as assistance. This card contains 520,000. 2,000 is for you. Please pass the remainder to Zhang Long when you have the opportunity. He refuses to accept it directly. but I can tell he is in dire need of financial support. I nodded and took the card, intending to find an opportunity to hand it over to Zhonglong. After exchanging a few words with Chun Yao Yao, I departed from the villa area. I hailed a taxi and, during the journey, booked a train ticket back to my hometown for the following day. Guzi was to be buried tomorrow, and I had no valid reason to abstain from attending. Upon returning to the flower shop, I sat on a stool, my heart a tumultuous blend of emotions, akin to a jar of mixed vinegar. I couldn't help but ponder whether Guzi would still be alive had I not been present, or, conversely, if my demise would have allowed him to survive. The more I contemplated, the deeper my guilt festered, yet I was at a loss for what to do. The female ghost had ensnared me, a clear indication that peril still loomed over me. Soon, I arrived at the flower shop, where no customers appeared that evening, allowing me a modicum of peace. The following morning, I boarded a vehicle that sped toward my hometown. After an hour and a half of travel, I finally reached my destination. On the way, I recounted the events of the past few days to my father, who then drove to the station to pick me up. Upon our reunion, we exchanged not a single word, resembling strangers more than father and son. Ever since my mother passed away a few years ago, my father had seemingly transformed into a different person, growing increasingly taciturn, and our previous communication had dwindled to nearly nothing. As I share my recent experiences in the car, he merely nodded slowly, his demeanor suggesting indifference, as if the events bore no relevance to him. I couldn't help but wonder if I'd been picked up from a rubbish bin, for it seemed quite peculiar for a child to encounter danger while a father remained so composed. However, I felt no inclination to pursue the conversation further. As I reflected on the demise of Qian Fugue, my father furrowed his brow and slowly remarked, "What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. There is no escaping it." Having uttered this, he left the conversation hanging, leaving me in a state of confusion, unable to grasp his meaning. Shortly thereafter, we arrived at Guzi's home, where a throng of villagers had gathered. Today marked the day of Guzi's burial, and naturally, the villagers had come in droves. Guzi lay ensconced within a grand coffin, and I dared not look upon him, burdened by a sense of guilt. I bowed deeply 3 times before his portrait, and subsequently burned some paper money in a fire pit, seeking a semblance of peace for my troubled heart. The eyes of Guzi's parents were haggard, their hair now streaked with an abundance of gray. He was their only son, and they were ill-equipped to bear such a sorrowful fate. After lingering in the courtyard for 10 minutes, my craving for a cigarette became overwhelming. Noticing my father was absent, I resolved to step out and procure a pack. However, as I exited, I overheard a conversation emanating from a nearby alley. "Last night, I dreamed of my child and wished to find him a ghostly bride. What do you think?" I peered from the alley's entrance, catching sight of Guzi's father engaged in dialogue with a man who appeared to be a fortune-teller. "Well, this matter requires careful consideration. Ghost marriages can be quite complicated. Are you truly intent on finding a living spouse?" Guzi's father nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I have made up my mind. I am willing to pay, provided that she can marry my son." This proclamation struck my ears like a clap of thunder. Marrying a ghost? Who would entertain such a notion? Ergo's father, who typically appears amiable, has surprisingly conceived this idea. Isn't a ghost marriage merely a jest? When one passes away, they should find solace in the earth. Why then must a living soul accompany them to the grave? Allow me a moment to ponder this matter. Our line of work in ghost marriages could indeed shorten one's lifespan. The fortune-teller remarked with profound significance. "Rest assured, I am willing to offer you 200,000, should you assist my son in resolving this lingering concern. By heaven, had I known this was the purpose for which he sought the money, I would never have sold him the documents." "Very well, let us await the night of the 7 spirits. In the meantime, see if any young lady is willing to contribute herself to this endeavor." Indeed, money can persuade even the most reluctant of spirits. The fortune-teller, upon hearing Ergo's father's generous offer, readily acquiesced. For the first time, I felt the depths of human depravity. Every child is a treasure to their parents, a piece of their heart. "Very well, I shall take responsibility for this matter." Ergo's father nodded in agreement, suddenly turning his head, our gazes locking momentarily. "Who is there?" Ergo's father exclaimed, rushing towards me. I turned and fled. I could hardly allow an elderly man to outpace me. I quickly reached the corner store, purchased a pack of cigarettes, and, upon arriving at Ergo's doorstep, I collected my thoughts, lit a cigarette, and stepped inside. Both Ergo's father and the fortune teller were present, their eyes filled with suspicion as they observed my entrance. I forced myself to remain calm, feigning ignorance of all that had transpired moments before. "Inyang, please come here." Indeed, some matters were inescapable. Ergo's father approached me, gently patting my shoulder while gesturing towards the door. I followed him outside. He offered me a cigarette, lighting one for himself as well. Taking a deep drag, he fixed his gaze upon my eyes, seemingly searching for some revelation within them. Yet, how could I possibly grant him that opportunity? "Uncle, is there something you wish to discuss? I, too, am deeply pained by what has happened to Ergo. Should you and your wife face any difficulties in the future, I assure you I will stand by you without hesitation." Leaning against the wall, Ergo's father continued to scrutinize my eyes, speaking slowly. "I know you have seen everything." Chapter 12. The Plan A? What did I see? What did I actually witness? I feigned ignorance as I inquired. I cannot possibly admit the truth, for that would completely unravel my carefully devised scheme and invite trouble. Who knows what Durga's parents are capable of? "Inyang, you have never been one to lie. Durgu is your dear brother, our beloved son. Surely, you would not engage in actions that would displease him?" "Of course not. Although he has departed, we shall remain brothers in our next lives. His concerns are my concerns." I thought to myself, damn it, can the deceased truly overshadow the living? No matter the circumstances, one must never bring harm to the innocent daughters of others. I had heard my father speak of ghost marriages, wherein one party is deceased. They would have professionals to facilitate the connection at the witching hour. Initially, the living may sense nothing amiss, but gradually they begin to feel an unshakable presence following them, a sensation that would accompany them throughout their lives. Moreover, should a spirit linger near a living being for an extended period, the ensuing dread is unimaginable. It is highly likely that the living may face an untimely demise as a consequence. Well, with your assurance, I find solace. Your uncle's affection for you has not been in vain. His gaze finally appeared somewhat eased, indicating that he had come to trust me. I nodded in silence. "You care for me?" "Nonsense. Initially, I had heard whispers of Durga's parents, who, in their youth, were known for their tyranny. I had my doubts, but after the recent events, I realized that the saying the heart of man is a mystery holds true. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have never believed. The remains were swiftly carried to the hillside, and with the assistance of the gathered crowd, Ergo's body was laid to rest peacefully. The desolate hill was dotted with irregularly shaped graves. Although it was daytime, an unsettling chill lingered in the air, sending shivers down one's spine. I appreciate everyone's help today. From now on, let us support one another in the village," Ergo's father proclaimed amidst the crowd. I paid him no heed and chose to descend the hill alone, returning to my home. Upon arrival, I found my father had already prepared a table in the courtyard, adorned with 4 dishes, a bottle of white liquor, and a pack of expensive cigarettes. "Dad, I have something to discuss," I began. "Let us eat first. I know what you wish to say." "Speak while you eat," my father interrupted as he brought out a stool from the house. Reluctantly, I nodded, washed up, and took a seat. "Dad, about Ergo." Suddenly, my father shot me a sharp glance, then rose to welcome 2 individuals at the door. To my surprise, it was Ergo's father and the fortune teller. "You 2 have arrived just in time. Would you care to share a drink with us?" my father inquired cheerfully. Ergo's father replied with a smile, "No, thank you. I merely wanted to see how you 2 were faring and why you weren't dining at home." The fortune teller's eyes, sharp as a rodent's, fixated on mine. I, unwilling to yield, met his gaze defiantly. He merely smiled faintly, offering no words. "Well then, you 2 take your time, reminiscing. We shall take our leave." After speaking, my father sent the 2 of them away and firmly closed the door. He sat silently on my stool. Words can lead to misfortune. Some things are better left unsaid. This remark extinguished my desire to continue the conversation. We then began to exchange toasts and enjoy our meal. After a few rounds of wine, my father lit a cigarette and inquired, "You really don't need to say anything. Isn't it merely that the Ergo family wishes to find a bride for him?" I was taken aback and exclaimed, "You already know about this?" Did they tell you? He chuckled and replied, He told me he wanted to give up on life. What do you think your father does? How could I be unaware of such a matter? This situation does not concern either of us. We should not involve ourselves. Why not? This is within our capability. You could speak with them, and they might reconsider. We cannot simply stand by and watch a young maiden marry a ghost, I said with rising agitation. Huh. If I were to speak, would they even listen? Your father is merely a face in the crowd. Why would they heed my words? Dad, I've heard them say that when you were young. Be quiet. They are merely toying with you. This matter does not concern us. It's like Zhou Yu and Huang Gai. One is willing to strike and the other to receive. They cannot force anyone against their will. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. With that, my father dismissed me and turned to retire to his room. In the courtyard, I lit a cigarette and rubbed my forehead, uncertain of what course of action to take. I pondered whether I should involve myself in this matter, which truly had no bearing on me. Yet, I could not idly stand by while a young woman was haunted by a ghost. If Ergo genuinely needed a wife, I could arrange for a dozen soul brides. But I could not fathom accepting a living one. After much contemplation, I dialed Zhang Long's number from the courtyard. Upon hearing my account, he responded with surprise, exclaiming, What? In this day and age, such customs still exist. Indeed, I question what should be done next. Zhang Long pondered for a moment before replying. I have my own matters to attend to and cannot come to your aid. You should assess the situation. If it proves unmanageable, then it may be best to let it be. Many issues are beyond our control. His words struck me like a blow, plunging me from a peak of hope to a valley of despair. If he would not intervene, whom could I turn to? My father was indifferent, and I could not rely on Uncle Chun, who would surely inform my father if I sought his assistance. My mind became a tempest of confusion. It seemed all I could do was await the 7th day after her passing. Should a ghost marriage be arranged, they would undoubtedly orchestrate a grand ceremony, at which point I would devise a plan to create some disruption. After further contemplation, I purchased an outfit online, along with sunglasses and a hat. I intended to disguise myself in hopes they would not recognize me. In these past few days, I had not returned to Sherman, and my father had not inquired further. Our exchanges had dwindled to mere whispers, and as I gazed at my mother's photograph hanging on the wall, a flood of memories washed over me. If my mother were present, would she support my ideas, or would she persuade my father? There are too many secrets surrounding him, leaving me utterly bewildered. I have an inkling that he is not an ordinary man. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the 7th day of Ergo's mourning. During lunch with my father, he slowly remarked, If I am not mistaken, you intend to go out tonight, correct? Dad, what are you talking about? Where would I go? Although he harbors many secrets, I find it hard to believe he can truly fathom my innermost thoughts. You know better than I do where you are headed. Are you aware of what your Uncle Chin does? My father inquired while picking up a piece of food. Chapter 13. Captured, I am uncertain whether he is a Taoist or something else. You are correct. He is a being of yin and yang, a soul master. What does soul master mean? It is somewhat akin to what you refer to as a Taoist. Yet he bears an additional responsibility. He must reclaim the multitude of souls within this world. Do you comprehend? I do. However, I am perplexed by the implications of my father's words. Do you wish to learn? My father set down his chopsticks and inquired solemnly. I have no desire to learn, I replied nonchalantly with a shrug. Alas, I hope you are truthful, young man. Let us eat. Thereafter, we exchanged no further words, sitting in silence as we awaited the arrival of nightfall. After 10:30, I donned a new outfit and, donning sunglasses, stealthily prepared to venture out. Just then, my father emerged from the house. Go to the back mountain. The person you seek is not at his home. With that, he returned to the television, cigarette in mouth. I swiftly rode the electric bike to the back mountain. At this hour, the back mountain was overgrown with weeds, shrouded in darkness with not even a ghostly shadow in sight. Each step felt precarious, as if I might stumble at any moment. The locust trees stood tall upon the mountain, adding an eerie quality to the already unsettling atmosphere. I concealed myself in an inconspicuous corner, gazing at the distant grave of Erguzi. Approximately half an hour later, I heard the sound of an approaching vehicle. Following the noise, I beheld Ergo's parents alongside a fortune teller, the three of them hoisting a burlap sack that writhed with movement. Intermittently, It emitted muffled cries of distress. I swallowed hard, paralyzed by fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Before me stood the three figures, having arrived at the grave of Erguzi, from which they released a girl bound in a grotesque manner. Her disheveled hair framed a face clad in a blood-red funeral garment, exuding an air of terror. The fortune teller, with a red string in hand, bound one end around the girl's wrist and the other to Erguzi's gravestone. He then produced a knife and made a deliberate incision on her middle finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall into a bowl. Subsequently, he retrieved a piece of paper inscribed with Erguzi's birth details. Lighting a candle, he set the yellowed paper ablaze, reciting, "Wandering souls, where do you linger? The three souls have descended, the seven spirits arrive. On this day of the Dingyu year, Jiyu month, Jia Chun Day, at the hour of Z, Zhang Jia, Zhang de Fa, and Lu Jia, Lu Xianyan, unite as one. I beseech the passing deities, spirits, and demons to depart swiftly, depart swiftly." The fortune teller scattered an uncountable amount of joss paper into the air, and to my astonishment, these papers began to swirl in small circles. After approximately 5 minutes, they vanished without a trace. "What do you think?" Erguzi's father inquired of the fortune teller. "Now, for the final step. A single drop of her blood must touch the gravestone, and they shall be united in matrimony." Realizing I could no longer remain silent, I dashed forward, launching myself and delivering a swift kick that sent the fortune teller's bowl flying several meters away. "Who are you?" the fortune teller exclaimed, astonished as he turned to face me. I deliberately lowered my voice and said, "Is the mastery of Taoism merely for such deeds? How can you face the three great celestial masters of Taoism? Are you not afraid of retribution? Humph, you think too highly of yourself. What I practice is not Taoism at all." No sooner had he finished speaking than I suddenly heard a rustling sound behind me. Before I could turn around, I saw several vines rapidly lunging at me from the trees, promptly ensnaring my limbs with unyielding restraint. The fortune teller approached with a sinister smile, removing my mask and sunglasses. "I knew it was you, you naive little brat. How dare you meddle in my affairs? Do you even deserve to?" I turned to see the parents of Ergo, their expressions icy and unfriendly. I recognized the girl. She was Lu Xinyan from the neighboring village. Her background was equally tragic. At the tender age of 3, her mother descended into madness, while her father fled, leaving her to care for her younger brother. Each day, she toiled in the county town to support her brother's university education. Once, she had bowed thrice to a stranger for a mere 1,000 yuan. Without a doubt, Ergo's parents had given her mother some petty sum, coercing the young girl into this predicament. It could not have been voluntary. "Uncle, Aunt, please wake up. Ergo is already dead. Why drag an innocent person into this?" I shouted, my emotions spiraling out of control. I realized with a sinking heart how utterly powerless I was to prevent these events. "Guo Yinyang, you are just like your father, meddling in affairs that do not concern you. What business is it of yours? Out of respect for the Fa, I shall spare your life today. Once the matter is resolved, I will treat this incident as if it never occurred. Should you dare to speak of this, your entire family will face dire consequences." The father of Erguzi spoke with an icy demeanor, devoid of warmth. "Do not speak like that. Wake up. She is merely an innocent person. Why must you harm her?" I cried out in desperation, struggling against my fate. Silence. The fortune teller's fist struck my head, plunging me into a haze of unconsciousness. In my foggy state, I caught a glimpse of figure. As I focused, I realized it was Erguzi, his face contorted with rage, wielding a sword as he approached me with deliberate steps. "Why do you meddle in affairs that do not concern you? Why, Guinyang? I regarded you as a good brother, yet you seek my demise. I will take your life." No sooner had he spoken than the sword in Erguzi's hand lunged toward me. "Please no." I jolted awake, the dawn breaking around me. I found myself sprawled on a grave mound in the back mountain, gazing at the sun slowly rising from the foot of the hill, my heart heavy with sorrow. I could not help but wonder what fate awaited that girl in the end. With a weary body, I descended the mountain, returning home to find my father smoking and listening to the radio. Upon noticing my presence, he remarked, "If you lack the strength for steel, do not attempt to handle porcelain. You nearly lost your life, did you not?" I am uncertain where I found the audacity to raise my voice at him, exclaiming, "Silence! How dare you speak so callously? That is a living person, a precious life. What wrong has she committed to be made a sacrifice?" Immediately after uttering those words, regret washed over me. I wondered if my father would retaliate with a belt. Yet, to my astonishment, after I spoke, he lowered his gaze and slowly inhaled his cigarette. "I vowed before your mother's memorial never to engage in such matters again. But the path you choose is yours alone, and I have no grounds to interfere. Do not leave tonight. Tomorrow, significant events will unfold in the village. What could possibly be more consequential than the matter of a ghost marriage? Indeed, at least 2 lives may be at stake." His words rendered my legs weak, and I collapsed onto the ground. That day, I remained at home, smoking and reflecting. During this time, I called Zhang Long to share the news. He reassured me that there was no need for excessive worry, as I had done my utmost, but it was futile to contend with forces beyond our control. Nevertheless, guilt gnawed at my conscience. I pondered whether this made me compassionate, considering the fates of those unrelated to me. In accordance with my father's wishes, I did not leave that night. I was determined to witness what significant events would transpire. Chapter 14. 2 Corpses. As dawn barely broke, I was awakened by a cacophony of voices emanating from the village. Suddenly, the words my father had spoken the previous night echoed in my mind. Could something truly have occurred? Without hesitation, I sprang from my bed and hurried towards the commotion, observing a throng of people converging upon Guzi's home. Upon pushing open the door, an overwhelming sight greeted me. Guzi's parents were found hanging lifelessly from the beams, and beside them lay a crimson handprint upon the shelf. Guzi's father was donned in a red funeral garment, the very same attire I had seen on Lu Xinyan the night before. Were we to do, village chief? Just yesterday, a suicide occurred in the neighboring village, and now this tragedy befalls us, lamented Aunt Yang, famously known for her booming voice, who seemed to be aware of every event across the countryside. I swiftly turned to her and inquired, "Aunt Yang, who perished in the neighboring village?" "I'm not entirely certain. I heard it was the eldest daughter from the madman's family. Such a pity, she was barely in her 20s, and she just jumped into the river." I stood there, dumbfounded, utterly at a loss, as a profound emptiness enveloped me. The biting cold wind pierced my heart like a merciless arrow. Could it be that Lu Xinyan had met her demise and had come to claim her due? At that moment, my peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a sinister inscription on the indeed. Lu Xinyan, too, chose to take her own life simply over a ghost marriage. The villagers around me murmured their thoughts. Their words struck me as profoundly alien. They had long been aware of this tragedy. Yet why did they not intervene? Had they acted that night, might the outcome have been different? "Yin Yang, is your father at home?" The village chief turned to me, grasping at the last shred of hope. I nodded in response. He then instructed me to lead the way, and a throng of villagers followed me to my home. My father remained unchanged, reclining in his chair, smoking and gazing into the distant sky, as if the world around him bore no relevance. "Ziyang, there has been an incident in the village." "I am aware," he replied with an air of indifference. "Can you not lend a hand? The village cannot afford such calamity. This is the fate of us all. What does it matter to me?" My father's words ignited a fury among the villagers. "Ziyang, you cannot speak like that. You are a member of this village. Do you not bear responsibility for what has transpired?" "Responsibility? Are you jesting? Did any of you inform me of this? You know that had I been told, I would have undoubtedly intervened and perhaps averted this disaster. But you chose silence, and from that moment, you should have comprehended the dire consequences. Now, in the aftermath, you come seeking my assistance? Where were you when it truly mattered?" My father spoke calmly, unperturbed by the rising tension. "In this world, there exists neither baseless enmity nor unfounded hatred. Reflect upon this. Those among you who partook in this affair, return home early. Indulge in whatever you wish to eat or drink, and do not overthink." Upon hearing these words, the villagers seemed to erupt, their demeanor shifting to one of anxiety and fear. I was utterly astonished that so many were aware of this matter. "Very well, regardless of your involvement. I refuse to believe that the entirety of your village would face annihilation without you. We shall depart," the village chief coldly declared, turning on his heel to leave, while the villagers cast hostile glances at my father, deliberately kicking the door of our home as they exited. "How dare you?" I exclaimed vehemently. "Could you repeat that?" A villager retorted. I said what I said. With that, I seized a shovel leaning against the wall and advanced towards them, my anger boiling within. Should he dare to utter another word, I would surely strike with the shovel. "Come back," my father commanded, and I reluctantly retreated. "Bah! Neither of you is worth a penny," spat the villager as he exited our yard. Given the gravity of their words, why was I not permitted to take action? "Do you believe you have erred in this matter?" I shook my head. My father chose not to elaborate further. Rising to secure the door and resuming his listening to the broadcast, I remained oblivious to the turmoil engulfing the village, nor did I intend to concern myself with it. They had brought this upon themselves. Everything is of no concern to me. I spend my days idly playing on my phone and watching television, and before I know it, a day has passed. In the evening, my father entered the house and informed me that there would be more deaths the following day. I have complete faith in my father's words. He would not deceive me. Early the next morning, I once again heard a cacophony outside. Rushing out, I discovered 2 more corpses at Ergo's home. One was the villager who had kicked my door the night before, and the other was an elderly woman. Upon closer inspection, I recognized her as Zhang Matzi from the neighboring village. She was a genuine shaman, sought after by people for miles around, and her powers were far from ordinary. Now, she lay on the ground, her pupils dilated, her legs broken, having undoubtedly endured some horrific ordeal in her final moments. Upon returning home, I relayed the incident to my father, who simply asked, "Do you wish to take action?" I pondered this. After all, this village is where I was born and raised, and I could not bear to witness her fate unfold in such a manner. I nodded in agreement, having come to a realization the previous night. What truly exists in this world as right or wrong? A rat does not comprehend that it is stealing, and a snake does not recognize its venom. There is no absolute good or evil, only the selfishness and greed inherent in human nature. Very well. If you wish to proceed, go directly to Ergo's house tonight. I will provide you with something that will allow you to see her clearly. Exercise caution this evening. I nodded in response. I felt no fear. Having done nothing wrong, I naturally had no reason to dread the specter of Lu Xinyan. On the contrary, she ought to express gratitude towards me. On a night after dinner home, my father handed me a small vial containing a liquid, informing me that it was the tears of a cow, which would allow me to perceive what remains unseen. I nodded, pocketed it, and departed for Ergo's residence. Upon entering the courtyard, a pungent stench of decay and the metallic scent of blood assailed my nostrils, intensified by the recent demise of 4 souls in this place, rendering it even more terrifying. I securely closed the gate and lit a cigarette, inhaling its smoke slowly. Tonight, I was to confront a ghost alone once more, one that was particularly malevolent, having already claimed 4 lives. It surely would not object to adding 1 more to its tally. Chapter 15. Facing solitude at the farthest edge of the sky, a blood-red mist lingered, suspended in the cool, ink-like darkness of the night. The wind howled like a beast, its head thrown back in a roar at the waning moon, devoid of any trace of stars drifting down. Amidst the fallen ruins, the whispers of phantoms and greedy laughter crawled forth. Ultimately, the pale moonlight hovered over its final reflection. The clouds at the horizon transformed into a river of blood, as a tempest suddenly swept through the minuscule hilltops, and a fragmented nightmare had only just begun to unfold. I stood alone in the courtyard, feeling an overwhelming chill. I reluctantly lit another cigarette, attempting to warm my body. Glancing at my watch, I noted it was already 11:30. I retrieved the eye balm my father had prepared for me and applied it to my eyelids. Within 5 minutes, a fierce wind swept through the entire village, causing the leaves to rustle ominously, akin to the howls of ghosts. The cold sensation enveloped me once more, and after my previous encounters, I distinctly sensed her presence. Indeed, as I lifted my gaze, I saw a shadow at the entrance through the village's lamplight. Curiosity struck me. Was it not said that ghosts lacked shadows? Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks sent my heart racing. I dared not breathe in the courtyard, uncertain if this entity might be driven to madness and take my life as well. Noticing the stillness within the house, The door creaked open slowly. With each slight movement of the door, my heart tightened, and the surrounding silence rendered the sound of the creaking door all the more terrifying. At last, the door swung open, revealing the visage of Yang Xinyan. She remained clad in a crimson funeral garment. Her pallid complexion was not as terrifying as I had anticipated. Our eyes met in a silent confrontation as she drifted toward me. "How could it be you?" Her voice was chillingly cold. "Cease your actions. Do not take another life. You cannot continue down this path, for even if you descend into the underworld, you shall endure endless torment, and in your next life, you may very well be reborn as a beast." I felt no fear. I was unafraid of anything. "You cannot fathom," I retorted, "that on the day of my ghostly marriage, they were all present, watching as I wed a spirit, indifferent to my plight. Why should I accept this?" "What? Impossible. There are only a handful of us," Yang Xinyan replied slowly. She recounted how, that fateful day, a dozen villagers had approached her mother, claiming they needed my assistance for a task, promising a reward of 10,000 yuan upon its completion. At that moment, Yang Xinyan found it acceptable, considering her brother's impending college expenses. However, upon arriving at the village, they presented her with a red funeral garment at dusk, insisting she wear it. Sensing something amiss, she attempted to leave, only to be met with a brutal beating at the hands of those waiting at the door, who compelled her to don the garment. Among them were two individuals, the father of Erguzi and a villager who had perished the previous night. As I absorbed this revelation, my teeth ground together in indignation. Were these people not beasts themselves? Thus, Yang Xinyan was forcibly arrayed in her mortuary garments and subsequently escorted to the rear hill. On that occasion, the villagers observed from a short distance, yet none intervened. Following my lapse into unconsciousness, they proceeded with the ritual. Upon returning home, Yang Xinyan, overwhelmed by despair, ended her life by leaping into a well. "You bid me to pardon them?" she queried me with icy detachment. "Yet, what clemency do they extend to me?" "This is a different matter," I replied, perplexed. "I am at a loss as to how to proceed. What is your ultimate desire? How many lives must you extinguish before you find respite?" I exclaimed with agitation. "Save for your family, I intend to cleanse the entire village, sparing not a soul." "Impossible. I implore you to desist. Many are innocent. Do not condemn so many to accompany you in death. I shall burn sacrificial money for you. Whatever you desire, it shall be yours. And if I refuse?" She retorted, "I trust you shall not meddle in my affairs. The sole reason I extend mercy to your family is the debt of gratitude I owe you. Otherwise, not even your kin would be spared. Only over my lifeless form may you proceed," I declared, rising to my feet and extending my arms toward her. Her countenance underwent a swift metamorphosis, her eyes transforming into pools of crimson, her fingers morphing into skeletal claws. She lunged towards me, a nail piercing the region of my heart. A wave of dizziness washed over me, a sharp pain searing my chest before my eyes closed and I collapsed backward. Chapter 16. Our boss wishes to meet you. I was unaware of how long I had been unconscious, nor did I know what transpired in the village during my absence. When I finally managed to slightly open my eyes, I found myself lying in my own bed. A sharp pain still pierced my chest, and upon lowering my gaze, I discovered a wound approximately 4 to 5 centimeters long at that very spot. The inflammation had subsided, rendering it less terrifying than before. With cautious effort, I propped myself against the edge of the bed and gazed out the window. My father remained unchanged, smoking a cigarette while listening to the radio. It seemed he sensed someone observing him, for he turned to meet my gaze before rising to enter the room. "How do you feel?" he asked, cigarette in hand, his tone nonchalant. "Not bad, just the same. What about Lu Xinyan?" I leaned against the wall, retrieving a cigarette from my pocket and lighting it. "You have quite the nerve. She nearly caused your demise, and yet you inquire about her well-being?" "I know, but I can't shake the feeling that she isn't truly malevolent." Perhaps she was coerced upon hearing my words. My father regarded me in silence, offering no further commentary. "Does she still have a chance at rebirth?" I whispered. I recalled my father's previous words. He had mentioned that after death, one might transform into a spirit wandering the earth. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as one did not harm others and had not committed heinous deeds in life, they would likely be reborn as a human in their next existence. In contrast, those who perpetrated evil would inevitably face retribution from skilled practitioners, risking their very souls. Even if they managed to escape, they would endure countless torments in the underworld, potentially reincarnating as a beast. She has departed, yet I am uncertain if she can return to her former self. Your wounds have healed. It is time to gather your belongings and leave. I have already made arrangements for you over there. Go and learn a few skills from your Uncle Chun. Las primeras sabe oír. My father rose, uttering these words before exiting the room. His statement provoked profound contemplation within me. Could it be that I am destined to learn the ways of a Taoist? The mere thought sent shivers down my spine. Facing a host of spirits daily is a terrifying prospect. Yet, I pondered if I had possessed some knowledge that fateful night. Might the outcome have been different? A torrent of conflicting emotions engulfed me. After much deliberation, I resolved to leave the matter for another time. Thus, I embarked once more on my journey back to Sherman. As the day tickets had sold out, I was left with no choice but to purchase a ticket for the train at 1:30 in the morning. I had previously encountered a saying online: if you find life unsatisfactory, purchase a hard seat ticket for a night train. The green train will impart many lessons. Leaning against the window, I reflected on the experiences of the past 2 days, which felt almost dreamlike. Initially, I envisioned a life of tranquility, desiring neither great wealth nor prominence, only a happy and harmonious family as my ultimate aspiration. However, reality proved far less idyllic than I had imagined. The train corridor was crowded with passengers of all ages, some elderly, some young, sitting atop dilapidated luggage and gazing out at the distant sky. No one knew what thoughts occupied their minds. Soon, I had arrived home, and after a refreshing wash, I lay down on my bed and succumbed to sleep. Knock, knock, knock. In a state of drowsiness, I seemed to hear someone knocking at my door. Overwhelmed by fatigue, I initially chose to ignore it. Thud, 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 help me. A weak cry for assistance reached my ears, prompting me to leap from my bed in a startled manner and rush to the door, peering through the peephole. The scene before me took my breath away. A woman, drenched in blood, was slumped against the door, her body marred by countless knife wounds, feebly pounding on the entrance. Just as I prepared to open the door, a burly man appeared, wielding a large axe, and forcibly dragged the woman into a nearby room. This imposing figure was not only robust, but also bore a visage that resembled that of a bull. I hurriedly flung the door open, but it was too late. The door had already been shut tight. Thud, 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 open up. I banged on the neighboring door, but received no response. In a panic, I grabbed my phone to call the police, realizing that I could no longer find solace in sleep. All I could do was fervently pray for their swift arrival. The yellowed tiles of the corridor were stained with countless traces of blood. Leaning against the wall, I chain-smoked one cigarette after another. Before long, the police arrived. The lead officer, a man with a hawk-like nose and an air of authority, summoned professionals to break open the door next door and promptly dismissed me, stating that it was a crime scene and that unauthorized personnel were not allowed inside. I thought to myself that this was just as well. I had no desire to enter, for I doubted I could eat for days afterward. Perhaps it was the arrival of the police that brought me peace, for I soon fell into a deep slumber upon returning home. I awoke well into midday, a cigarette dangling from my lips as I opened the door to my room. At that moment, the neighboring apartment was cordoned off by police tape, and an officer stood nearby. I distinctly recalled that a young couple resided there, yet the man I had seen last night hardly matched my memory. He appeared to be a frail youth, little more than skin and bone. But now he seemed as if he had been infused with steroids after just a few days' absence. As I turned to leave, a young officer intercepted me. Hey there, mind if I ask you a few questions? What gives you such audacity? He inquired. Audacity? Last night, the woman came to me for help. I nearly had a heart attack. By the way, has the perpetrator been apprehended? Although my impression of the girl next door was far from favorable, she was incessantly noisy, robbing me of sleep. Her life was still of consequence. What perpetrator? The woman committed suicide. Our forensic analysis indicates she had been dead for at least 3 days. Her body was already infested with maggots, the young officer remarked before entering the apartment. This statement jolted me awake, dispelling any lingering drowsiness. Are you Guinyang? At that moment, a man of similar age approached from downstairs, sporting square glasses and a trendy outfit, his slicked back hair giving him a somewhat delicate appearance. "Yes. Do we know each other?" I replied. "Our boss wishes to meet you. Please accompany me," he said politely. "I have no time for that," I rejected, scarcely considering his request. The mention of a boss triggered my suspicion, making me think of a pyramid scheme. "Mr. Gua, I am merely extending an invitation. I hope you will not refuse this courtesy and incur consequences instead." A frail young man, with a somewhat abrasive tone, exclaimed, "What? Am I supposed to fear you? Go play in the mud." I shot him an irritated glance, preparing to retreat indoors when, all of a sudden, I felt my legs betray me, and a wave of dizziness washed over me, causing me to topple backward. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself in a grandiose office adorned with opulent decor, with a jar of plum wine positioned not far from me. I gradually rose from the sofa, taking a moment to scrutinize my surroundings. Chapter 17: Invitation in the Distance. A young woman heard the commotion and approached me with a faint smile. She was strikingly beautiful, clad in a white shirt that gracefully accentuated her long, slender legs, which were generously displayed beneath a form-fitting black skirt. She bent down to fill a cup with water from the dispenser ahead. As I glanced over, I caught a glimpse of something white, and when she turned to meet my gaze, she simply smiled. She approached me and placed the cup on my desk, and an intoxicating fragrance enveloped my senses, stirring an undeniable excitement within me. "Who are you and why am I here?" Despite her enchanting appearance, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something hidden behind her smile. Moreover, I was uncertain how I had found myself in this situation. What if the water before me was laced with poison? Yet, I quickly dismissed the thought. I had no money in my pocket. A 6-digit password safeguarding a mere 2-digit balance. What could they possibly want from me? Resolutely, I lifted the cup and drank it in one swift motion before rising to leave. "Wait, our boss wants to see you," the young woman called out as I stood up. "What do you mean, your boss? Who's your boss? Why would they want to see me?" I replied, bewildered. "I am but an ordinary citizen, devoid of wealth or connections. What could I possibly offer?" Business people are typically motivated by profit, and I was at a loss as to what value I could have for them. As I approached the doorway and opened the door, I unexpectedly collided with a man clad in a Zhongshan suit, who appeared to be around 50 years of age. His demeanor exuded an air of arrogance, and a formidable presence enveloped me, rendering me somewhat uncomfortable. Beside him stood the gentleman who had sought me earlier when raw. "Mr. Gua, since you're here, why not step inside for a brief conversation? If you find it unsatisfactory, I assure you, I shall not detain you." The man spoke in a deep, resonant voice. With little inclination to ponder further, I took a seat on the sofa, curious to observe their intentions. If it came to it, I could always contact the authorities. "Mr. Gua, would you care for a cigarette? I had this special one brought in from abroad." "Xiao Lu, please present the Dahong Pao they provided last time for Mr. Gua to sample," the man said, offering me an expensive cigarette while instructing the nearby Wen Ruo. What is the meaning of this? A banquet of treachery? I thought to myself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Hongkai, the chairman of this company. To be succinct, Mr. Gua, are you aware that a young girl died next door last night? It is said that you discovered her knocking at your door and subsequently chose to alert the authorities. Correct? Zhou Hongkai inquired. I nodded in acknowledgement. However, you must realize that the girl next door has been deceased for over 72 hours. How could she possibly have knocked on your door? He continued. Secretary Wang, please present the autopsy results you brought this morning to Mr. Gua. A young woman retrieved an envelope from a drawer and placed it before me on the table. With a sense of skepticism, I opened it and began to read. The deceased, Wang Miao, succumbed to suicide, having perished from asphyxiation. The preliminary determination of the time of death is set for a date 3 days prior. It is inconceivable. Could it be that I witnessed a ghost last night? It is impossible. I distinctly saw that woman and a man wielding an axe dragging her into the house. You may verify the surveillance footage. You will undoubtedly locate this man. I exclaimed, my agitation palpable. Mr. Gua, if my suspicions are correct, what you encountered last night was likely the ox head and horse face, beings tasked with collecting the souls of the living. Your interference with their plans last night indicates your extraordinary nature. The reason for my visit today is not without purpose. My company, while ostensibly engaged in finance, is also home to an organization I wish to invite you to join, Zhou Hongkai stated. What organization? I inquired. The Mysterious Investigation Group, consisting of approximately 10 individuals from various nations, dedicated to investigating paranormal cases across the globe. I wonder if you would be interested? Forgive me, but I am not inclined. I merely wish to lead a tranquil life, devoid of dealings with such phantoms. I shook my head in refusal. Nevertheless, there are certain matters from which one cannot escape. Would you not agree? Zhou Hongkai poured me a cup of tea and continued. Have you considered why only you were able to see that woman last night? Furthermore, you are in dire need of the organization's protection. You have already attracted the attention of at least 3 spirits, and your health is deteriorating. It is quite possible that you may succumb abruptly. Zhou Hongkai elaborated. Enough of this. Spare me the nonsense. I must return home for dinner. I hurriedly rose to leave. Mr. Gua, I hope you can ponder this thoroughly. It is not merely for your sake, but for the greater good. If you are willing to join, I can offer you a monthly salary of 100,000. 100,000, and you expect me to work myself to the bone for that? Pounds. Give it some serious thought, and when you have made up your mind, give me a call. After saying this, he casually tossed a business card into my pocket. Xiao Lu, see him out. With that, Xiao Lu walked to the door, opened it, and extended his hand to usher me outside. Upon reaching the ground floor, he exchanged a few words with a man in a black suit at the entrance before guiding me into a sleek black Mercedes. My first inclination was not to return home, but rather to visit the flower shop. The car halted by the roadside, and the flower shop was already open, with a steady stream of customers flowing in. There were queues for milk tea, lines for fried chicken, and astonishingly, a queue for wreaths. Upon entering the flower shop, I found a seat. Uncle Chun glanced at me before resuming his work, and soon, the shop was nearly empty. You really have a strong constitution to return alive, he remarked as he approached me, handing me a cigarette with a smile. Uncle Chun, my father mentioned that he had entrusted you with some matters, I said, lighting the cigarette. Yes, indeed. We shall discuss that later. Here is your money, with interest included, 200,000. Focus on your duties tonight. I have other matters to attend to. Uncle Chun tossed a bank card to me before donning his coat and stepping out. I shook my head, utterly perplexed by his intentions. Reluctantly, I resumed my tasks at the flower shop. Having been away for a few days, the place had descended into utter chaos. After a considerable amount of effort, the daylight had begun to fade. I took a brief respite and lit a cigarette when Chun Yaoyao walked in. Xiao Guozi, accompany me out this evening, she declared, striding confidently toward me with an air of command. I need to tend to the shop, I replied, cigarette in mouth. Just come with me for a moment. A friend of mine urgently needs to see me, and it's rather far. I tend to doze off while driving alone at night. Chun Yaoyao pouted, playfully coaxing me. Chapter 18. A dreamlike reality. I first made a phone call to Uncle Chun for guidance. He instructed me to hang 2 lanterns at the door before leaving and not to close it. Once everything was settled, I drove with Chun Yaoyao straight onto the expressway. During our journey, I inquired about the nature of her classmate, wondering why she was summoned in the dead of night and whether there was some urgent matter at hand. She explained that it was her high school roommate, who was facing a pressing family issue and needed her assistance, although she did not elaborate further on the specifics. Upon hearing this, I could not help but reflect on Chun Yaoyao's audacity. If it weren't for my presence, what would a young girl do in an unfamiliar place if something untoward were to occur? One must not let trust lead to complacency. The incident involving Air Guzi's parents still lingers in my mind, hauntingly vivid. After 3 hours on the expressway, we finally reached our destination. Upon exiting the highway, night had fallen, and the streets were devoid of pedestrians, with only occasional faint glimmers of light brushing past us. The car meandered through a shadowy village, and at the entrance, Chun Yaoyao made a phone call while I stepped out to relieve myself and light a cigarette. For reasons unknown, the moment I arrived at the village's threshold, an unsettling sensation enveloped me, a weighty oppression pressing down upon my chest, rendering me breathless. Soon, a dark figure emerged from the village, hurrying towards us. Yaoyao, the shadowy figure waved to Chun Yaoyao. Chun Yaoyao immediately rushed over, and I followed closely behind. It was only under the faint moonlight that I could discern the dark figure before me. She appeared to be around 20 years old, her features reasonably attractive, yet her gaze was somewhat vacant, and her physique appeared frail. Xiaoshuang, what's the matter? Why did you call me over in such a hurry? Is something wrong? Chun Yaoyao inquired of the girl. My brother had an accident and passed away. I have no friends in the village, so I had no choice but to contact you. I am utterly devastated, Wan Xiaoshuang sobbed. Yet, despite her tears, not a single drop fell, which piqued my curiosity. Was there thunder without rain? Please accept my condolences. Let's get in the car and talk, Chun Yaoyao said, embracing Wan Xiaoshuang and gently patting her back. I drove the two of them, following Wan Xiaoshuang's directions until we arrived at a house. After parking the car, we stepped out. The rural night was desolate, devoid of any presence, save for the occasional distant bark of a dog, evoking a sense of unease. We entered the courtyard, where 3 candles flickered in the corners, east, west, and south, while a makeshift altar stood in the center, adorned with a photograph of a boy who looked only a few years older than I. In the middle lay a large coffin. The absence of any other soul in the courtyard heightened my sense of foreboding. On the road, Chun Yaoyao confided in me that Wan Xiaoshuang's life had been rather tragic. At the tender age of 3, she lost her father. Her mother abandoned her for another man. By the age of 10, her grandmother had also passed away, leaving her to single-handedly raise her younger brother. Despite these hardships, it was inconceivable that she would be utterly alone. No matter how poor one's reputation in the village, solitude is an unlikely fate. The village chief would surely come to pay respects. In times of significant events, the village chief would certainly remain impartial. Please, make yourselves comfortable while I fetch you some water, Wan Xiaoshuang said, retrieving 2 stools from the side and placing them on the ground before us. I circled the coffin several times, observing that it was tightly sealed, adorned with 5 red coffin nails, a detail I noted, as it is customary to use 7 nails, symbolizing the prosperity of one's descendants. The sight of 5 nails was novel to me. I did not dwell on it further. Before long, Wan Xiaoshuang emerged with 2 cups, handing one to each of us. Chun Yaoyao, perhaps parched, drank hers without hesitation, and I followed suit. After about 10 minutes, I suddenly felt a heaviness in my forehead. I swayed slightly on the stool and realized I was becoming increasingly dizzy. Gritting my teeth, I took out my phone and sent a message to Zhang Long, urging him to arrive swiftly. In my haze, I noticed that Chun Yaoyao had already collapsed to the ground, while Wan Xiaoshuang had inexplicably vanished. In that instant, I understood. I had fallen into a trap. I attempted to rise, but my legs felt utterly powerless, as though someone were gripping them tightly. At that moment, an elderly man, slightly advanced in years, hurriedly entered through the door. He gently tapped my forehead twice, and I awakened. In the darkness, I could not discern his features. Hurry, that was a corpse. Do not linger any longer. Upon hearing this, I swiftly rose, shook my head to clear my mind, and hoisted Chun Yaoyao onto my back. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and countless particles of dust rushed into my eyes. After rubbing them for a while, when I opened my eyes again, I realized I was no longer near a coffin, but rather at the village entrance. At that moment, I sensed some movement from Chun Yaoyao on my back. Just as I was about to speak, her hands suddenly coiled around my neck like a serpent. A soft breath brushed against my ear, sending a shiver down my spine. "What are you doing?" I asked, somewhat irritated. "Do you not like me?" A tingling voice penetrated my ears, and in that instant, I felt that the person on my back was not Chun Yaoyao. Why did that voice sound so peculiar? I slowly turned my head, and a pale face emerged before me. It was Wan Xiaoshuang. "How about you be on my back?" Her eyes were glazed, fixated intently on me. I flung her off, casting her away, and then dashed toward the village. Everything felt surreal, as though I were trapped in a dream. I had no idea what state Chun Yaoyao was in now. "Come back, do not enter the village, there are ghosts." Wan Xiaoshuang, lying on the ground, shouted at me. "What a farce. I see you as nothing but a specter. We returned with good intentions to assist you, yet you repay our kindness with malice. Should anything happen to Chun Yaoyao, I assure you, you shall face dire consequences." With that, I hastened my pace and ran towards the village. I sprinted furiously along the path, stumbling several times, until I finally reached the village. The The sight before me took my breath away. The river at the village entrance had transformed into a deep crimson hue. My legs trembled with fear, and I staggered, collapsing to the ground. My eyes wide in horror at the scene unfolding before me. Suddenly, from the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a body floating on the river. The silhouette was hauntingly familiar. Bracing myself against the ground, I slowly rose to my feet and took hesitant steps towards it. The lifeless form drifting in the river was none other than Chen Yaoyao. I felt as though the heavens themselves were collapsing around me. Chapter 19, The Mysterious Elder. The entire village remained eerily silent. I lifted my gaze to the overcast sky, where streaks of crimson marred the horizon. The village appeared as though it had endured a massacre, with no one escaping unscathed. Disoriented, I rose to my feet, shaking my muddled mind. As I stepped cautiously toward the heart of the village, an elderly man suddenly materialized before me. "What is happening?" I exclaimed, pointing at the old man. "Didn't you say that as long as I leave, I'd be safe? What about her?" "Young man," the elder replied, "upon awakening, do not trust anyone's words. They seek to harm you. The only person you may trust is yourself, and no one else, not even your closest friend." With that, he gradually faded from my sight. A sudden, excruciating pain struck my head, causing me to collapse to the ground, clutching my skull and gritting my teeth as the world around me blurred into obscurity. When I regained consciousness, a sharp scent of antiseptic invaded my nostrils. Slowly, I opened my eyes to find myself lying on a hospital bed, with Chen Yaoyao and Zhang Long seated beside me. Chen Yaoyao's eyes were swollen and red, clearly having shed tears moments before, while Zhang Long was absorbed in his phone. Upon noticing my awakening, he glanced my way. "You're one lucky fellow," he remarked. "Next time, drive carefully. Don't act like a fool." "What happened?" I asked Chen Yaoyao, wincing as I held my aching head. "We shouldn't return to the village. It is haunted." "Yin Yang, are you still disoriented?" "We never went to the village," Chen Yaoyao gently replied. I was utterly astonished and inquired what had transpired during my unconsciousness. Chen Yaoyao recounted that we were initially en route to her classmate's residence, but upon exiting the highway, I suddenly instructed her to alight from the vehicle. Once she had disembarked, I pressed the accelerator and careened directly into the landscaped area. Alarmed, she immediately called for an ambulance and subsequently contacted Zhang Long, who then transported me to the hospital. How long was I in a coma? With Zhang Long's assistance, I sat up and noticed a bandage affixed to my forehead. "You frightened me to death." Chen Yaoyao expressed her concern. "I apologize. I have no recollection of the events. I will compensate you for the car repairs. I am fine now, so let us discharge from the hospital," I replied, shaking my head to rouse myself. "What time is it?" "You're only worried about money. My car is fine. I have insurance. For now, just focus on recovering," she retorted, pinching my arm. Having encountered this incident, I felt a profound sense of guilt, and I was even more bewildered by their accounts. Why would I inexplicably drive towards the greenery? I had no recollection whatsoever. Could it be that I was possessed? This seemed quite plausible, yet I felt perfectly normal at this moment. If I had indeed been possessed, Zhang Long would have discerned it immediately. Presently, my body exhibited no discomfort. Had it not been for the bandage on my head, I would have believed I had merely taken a brief nap. At my insistence, 2 doctors were summoned to conduct another examination of my body, and to their astonishment, they found that I was in perfect health. I, too, was perplexed by this outcome and casually mentioned my regular exercise routine, which prompted them to refrain from further inquiry. Thus, in the afternoon, I completed the discharge procedures. Upon leaving the hospital, Zhang Long arrived in a black Volkswagen, handing the car keys to Chen Yaoyao. He informed us that he had other matters to attend to and insisted that I should not drive, concerned for my mental state. Consequently, Chen Yaoyao drove Zhang Long to the train station. As I escorted him, he advised me to contact him immediately should any issues arise, assuring me that he would extricate himself from his commitments as swiftly as possible. I nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing, and in that moment, I resolved to strengthen myself and not rely on others, lest I find myself in a predicament without awareness. After bidding farewell to Zhang Long, I took my place in the passenger seat, and Chen Yaoyao cast a worried glance in my direction. "Are you truly all right? Perhaps we should rest for another day before proceeding," she suggested. I'm fine, let us hurry. Did your friend mention what was the matter? I replied, yes. Her brother has passed away, and she needs our assistance. My heart sank at this revelation, as it mirrored my recent dream. Is your roommate named Wan Xiaoshuang, whose father died when she was 3 and whose mother left with another man? I inquired tentatively. Chen Yaoyao paused in surprise before nodding and asking how I knew. I opened the car door and lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. Everything felt strikingly similar to my dream. Could it be that the elderly man in my dream was the one guiding me? Yet, I had never met him, so why would he assist me? It was as if I were ensnared within a thick fog, akin to a mere pawn being maneuvered at will. After much contemplation, I decided to get into the car. It was daytime, and I found it hard to believe that I could encounter anything supernatural under the sun. Chen Yaoyao informed me that we were quite close to Wan Xiaoshuang's village. I remained silent, instead reflecting on the route for my dream, and indeed, every detail was accurate. We soon arrived at the village's entrance, the sky gradually darkening. The twilight cast a lonely glow upon the rural path. Chen Yaoyao made a phone call, but there was no answer, so we settled to wait at the village's edge. As I was smoking, I felt a sudden tap on my back, startling me. I turned to find an elderly man standing there. I scrutinized him closely, and he was indeed the old man from my dream. Young man, what brings you here? Are you waiting for someone? Before I could respond, Chen Yaoyao interjected, yes, sir. May I ask if Wan Xiaoshuang is home? I called her, but no one answered. The old man seemed taken aback, then took a puff from his cigarette and replied slowly, young lady, you jest. Wan Xiaoshuang has been dead for 3 days. How could she still be alive? Chen Yaoyao's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, sir, you must be joking. That's impossible. A chuckle escaped my lips. And if you choose not to believe, so be it. I can only say this much, for I have pressing matters to attend to. With that, the elderly man ambled away, his figure gradually fading from our sight, leaving the two of us in a whirlwind of confusion amidst the breeze. Has Wan Xiaoshuang called you? I inquired, turning my head towards Chen Yaoyao. She shook her head gently. No, I received a message from her, but I didn't call back. If she were truly gone, who would have sent me that text? At a loss for words, I urged her to drive away promptly. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement, just as her phone began to ring. Chapter 20. The old man is dead. Chen Yaoyao picked up her phone, her face a mask of terror, pointing at the caller ID. I clearly saw 3 prominent characters. Wan Xiaoshuang. I urged her to answer the call and put on speaker. Hello, is this Chen Yaoyao? A rugged male voice inquired from the other end. Yes. May I ask who you are? I am Wan Junin, Wan Xiaoshuang's brother. I sincerely apologize for deceiving you. Since we have never met, I feared it might frighten you. Wan Xiaoshuang tragically passed away in a car accident 3 days ago. Have you arrived at the village entrance? I shall come and escort you. Chen Yaoyao responded in a daze, her expression one of disbelief, as if she could not fathom the news of Wan Xiaoshuang's demise. How could someone simply vanish like that? It was utterly inconceivable. Before long, a young man, approximately 25 or 26 years of age, rode towards us on an electric bike. Upon dismounting, he flashed us a smile and said, I apologize for the inconvenience. Please hurry inside, as we have prepared a feast at home. It appeared that he was indeed Wan Junin. Chen Yaoyao nodded and followed his lead in her vehicle. As we entered the village, I deliberately observed whether there was a river at the village entrance and was surprised to discover that there was indeed one. Upon arriving at Wan Junin's residence, I noticed around 5 or 6 individuals in the courtyard, all engaged in a card game. They were all young men, but when they set their eyes on Chen Yaoyao, a glint of greed flickered in their gaze, causing her to instinctively hide behind me. I positioned myself protectively in front of her. Should they dare to act inappropriately towards Chen Yaoyao, I would ensure they understood the true meaning of consequence. In the courtyard stood an altar, differing from my dream in that the photograph upon it depicted a young girl, and there was no coffin present. Within the dwelling lay a table adorned with what appeared to be a rather sumptuous dinner. However, the haunting memory of my dream rendered me hesitant to partake, fearing that calamity might befall me. Yet, Chen Yaoyao remained unperturbed, devouring the meal with fervor and inquiring if I was not hungry. I merely smiled and replied that I was still feeling somewhat unwell. After finishing my last cigarette, I resolved to venture out to purchase a pack. Chen Yaoyao, Unwilling to remain alone in the house, informed Won Junin before we both proceeded toward the village's nearby convenience store. As we approached the store, the sound of weeping reached my ears. A neighboring household was ablaze with light, accompanied by the mournful cries of grief. I dismissed my thoughts and entered the convenience store, where I encountered a man of roughly 50 years of age. After completing my purchase, I turned to leave, only to notice a photograph on his counter, an image of the elderly man I had seen outside. Curiosity piqued, I inquired, "May I ask who this old man is and where he resides?" The storekeeper lifted his gaze, regarding me with suspicion, and replied, "You are not from this village, are you?" I smiled, offering him a cigarette while nodding, stating that I had a matter to discuss with him. "Ah, old Wang has passed away. He died yesterday, having lived to a great age. Surely you must have known?" The words struck me like a bolt from the blue, reverberating in my ears. The old man has passed away. Who then is the figure that appeared at the village entrance? This reminds me of my last visit to seek out Master Zhonglong, during which I too encountered the deceased Master Zhonglong at the village gate. Could it be that my eyes are truly capable of seeing spirits? Well, I understand now. Thank you. After expressing my gratitude, I exited the house and noticed Chun Yao Yao waiting for me. I hurriedly inquired if she had seen an elderly man at the village entrance moments ago. She nodded affirmatively, confirming my suspicion that what I had witnessed was not a mere illusion, but a tangible reality. The question remains, should I take the presence of a deceased individual seriously? After considerable contemplation, we returned to Won Junin's home. Won Junin informed us that the local custom dictates that the deceased should be buried within 3 days. Yet the vigil keepers must remain until the 4th day afternoon. Due to my circumstances, we had delayed by a day, and thus we would miss Wan Xiaoshuang's burial. However, since we were already present, we decided to wait until the following day to depart. This arrangement seemed preferable. Who would want to witness a burial without anyone to observe? Nightmares are trivial, but being haunted would be troublesome. My father once cautioned me that on the day of a person's death, during the burial, if one hears the deceased whispering in their ear, they must never respond, lest they become ensnared by the spirit for an extended period. That night, Chun Yao Yao felt somewhat frightened and insisted on sleeping indoors, while requesting that I keep watch at the door, instructing me to sleep on the bus the next day, making me feel as though I were a gallant protector of blossoms. During that time, the group of people at the entrance invited me to join them for a game of cards, which I politely declined one by one. Although their stakes were modest, I resolutely steered clear of such pursuits. My father had explicitly warned me that even if it meant starving, I must never engage in gambling. If he were to find out, he would break my hands. These words have remained etched in my memory. As the clock struck 3 in the morning, I began to feel drowsy, resting against the doorframe on a small stool. Suddenly, a piercing scream from Chun Yao Yao startled me, prompting me to leap to my feet and rush inside, turning on the light. Won Junin, having heard the commotion, hurried in as well. "What happened?" I inquired. "My arm hurts terribly, as if something has bitten me," Chun Yao Yao replied, her face a mask of fear. I stepped closer and leaned down, discovering a small wound on her arm, from which blood was oozing. I retrieved a Band-Aid from my bag and gently applied it to her injury. I reassured her not to overthink it. Perhaps, having grown up in the city, she was unaware that such encounters were commonplace for someone like me, who had been raised in the countryside, where spider bites during the night were not unusual. After calming her, Won Junin fetched a can of insecticide and sprayed it around the room. Eventually, she began to drift off to sleep, as Won Junin and I stood by the door. He offered me a cigarette and, with a keen gaze fixed on me, whispered, "Your eyes are quite different. Can you see ghosts?" For a moment, I felt an urge to share the events of the past few days with him. Yet as the words lingered on the tip of my tongue, I swallowed them back. After all, this was merely our first meeting. It would be prudent to remain somewhat guarded. What a farce it would be. I could hardly see anything. If only I could glimpse a ghost, then perhaps I could engage in some whimsical banter with it, alleviating the tedium of the moment. I jested lightly. He relaxed slightly, a smile gracing his features as he remarked that he might have indulged in too many films. Thus, the night swiftly passed. On the following morning, Chun Yao Yao emerged from her room, yawning. Before departing, she burned a packet of joss paper in the brazier. and we took our leave of the place. As we traveled, the weight of fatigue became overwhelming, and I gradually succumbed to slumber against the car seat. When I finally awoke, we had already exited the expressway. This was my first experience of riding in Chen Yaoyao's car so smoothly. Typically, I would never allow her to drive. After all, how could I not be apprehensive of someone who had failed the third driving test 4 times? Chapter 21. An incident with Chen Yaoyao. Are you awake? Do you feel any discomfort? Chen Yaoyao inquired, casting a sidelong glance at me. I shook my head. After a night's rest, I felt completely rejuvenated, devoid of any discomfort. Yet, the events of the previous night gnawed at my thoughts, instilling an unsettling sense that something was amiss, though I could not articulate what it was. Eventually, I suspected that perhaps I was simply overthinking, burdened by the multitude of occurrences in recent days that had left my mind in a state of confusion. Leaning back in the car seat, we soon arrived at Uncle Chin's flower wreath shop. To my astonishment, despite my absence over the past 2 days, nothing within the shop had been disturbed. However, upon further reflection, it made sense. Who would dare to pilfer from a flower wreath store? I'll leave the car here and head to school. Take care of yourself. Feel free to contact me if anything arises, Chen Yaoyao said as we stood in the shop. I nodded in response, choosing not to speak. I thought to myself, as long as you don't seek me out, I will count my blessings. The strange occurrences of late have been overwhelming. My sole desire was to earn a modest living and eventually take a wife. Thus, I remained in the shop for an entire week, during which time passed relatively peacefully. Uncle Chin seemed to have vanished, not once calling me throughout the week, which left me somewhat concerned for his well-being. However, upon reflection, I realized that my own situation warranted greater concern. Today, the sky was pleasantly clear. As I opened the door to the flower wreath shop, a cascade of sunlight flooded the entrance, rendering the shop less ominous than usual. As I languidly indulged in a cigarette while engrossed in my phone, a striking figure burst through the door. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was none other than Wang Lily. Today, she donned a casual outfit, her spirit noticeably rejuvenated, suggesting that the previous incident had nearly been resolved. What brings you here today? Where's Chen Yaoyao? I inquired, exhaling a puff of smoke. Brother Gua, you must come with me quickly. Yaoyao is in trouble, Wang Lily replied with an air of urgency. What happened? I asked with grave seriousness, bewildered by the frequency of calamities in such a short span. It's hard to explain. Just come with me, and we could discuss it on the way. With little choice, I donned my clothes and followed her to a sleek black Range Rover parked outside. Indeed, wealth had its privileges, all Range Rovers from the outset. As we drove, she informed me that Chen Yaoyao had been speaking in her sleep for the past 3 nights and had been suffering from persistent fevers, despite receiving injections and medication to no avail. The most alarming incident occurred last night when Chen Yaoyao attempted to climb out of the window. Had Wang Lily not intervened in time, she might have jumped. My anxiety grew with every word. Could it be that she was possessed? Before long, the vehicle arrived at a university. We reached the entrance of the girls' dormitory, where numerous beautiful young women enhanced the campus's allure. Yet, I had no time to admire the scenery. If anything happened to Chen Yaoyao, I feared Chen Shu would hold me accountable. The pressing dilemma was how a man like me could discreetly enter the girls' dormitory without arousing suspicion. After a discussion with Wang Lily, she informed me that she would ascend to the upper floor for a moment. Approximately 20 minutes later, she reappeared bearing a blue dress and a wig, instructing me to change in the car. Reluctantly, I complied, for the urgency of the situation concerning Chen Yaoyao weighed heavily on my mind. Thus, clad in feminine attire and adorned with a wig, I managed to gain entry into the girls' dormitory without incident. Little did I imagine that I would find myself among the ranks of numerous online aficionados of cross-dressing. Upon reaching the 5th-floor dormitory, as soon as I stepped inside, my gaze was drawn to a plethora of female garments, particularly a bra hanging from a bed, which instantly captivated my attention. Wang Lily hurriedly approached, gathering the items from the balcony, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment as she flashed me a smile. Perhaps she had forewarned the other 4 girls in the dormitory, for they remained largely unperturbed, some engrossed in their mobile phones while others curiously assessed my presence. At that moment, Chen Yaoyao lay on the bed, her complexion pale and her eyes shut tight, clearly in distress. I reached out to touch her forehead, which felt exceedingly hot, akin to the searing heat of a furnace, an unbearable temperature for any ordinary individual to endure. However, Wang Lili reassured me that they had taken her to the hospital for examination, where it was determined that Chun Yaoyao was simply suffering from a common fever. They had tried all available medications, yet to no avail. It seemed inconceivable that contemporary medical technology could fail to treat a mere fever. Regrettably, my eyes were not gifted with the ability to perceive spirits, leaving me unable to ascertain whether Chun Yaoyao had encountered something supernatural. After much contemplation, I decided to contact Zhang Long, relaying the address to him. A voice informed me that he would arrive in 10 minutes. Shortly thereafter, a knock resounded at the dormitory door. Wang Lili opened it to reveal Zhang Long. The lad had not donned any disguise, leaving me curious as to how he managed to enter. It is commonly said that the dormitory supervisor is as formidable as a warrior, particularly when it comes to female dormitories. Zhang Long swiftly approached Chun Yaoyao, first reaching out to gently caress her forehead, then retrieving 2 sheets of yellow paper from his bag and igniting them in midair. The paper burned for approximately 10 seconds without emitting any discernible odor. There were no signs of possession, yet it was peculiar. Why did her high fever persist? Zhang Long muttered to himself. After pondering for about 5 minutes, he abruptly turned to me, inquiring, "Did you encounter anything unusual that day?" I shook my head in response. He then produced a golden ruler and lightly struck Chun Yaoyao a few times. Her complexion improved slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. "How are you feeling?" I hastily asked. "I'm fine, but my head aches terribly. I have no recollection of what transpired over the past couple of days," Chun Yaoyao replied, her lips parched and her voice exceedingly weak. Wang Lili handed her a glass of water, which Chun Yaoyao accepted with trembling hands. Suddenly, Zhang Long reached out and seized her arm. "Where did this wound come from?" he demanded sharply. "I was bitten by a spider the day we were at one Xiaoshuang's house." "What of it? What spider?" "This is an ancient and forgotten ghostcraft. The wound above was inflicted by a creature that had drained her blood, followed by a skilled practitioner performing a ritual to exchange the blood of another person on the brink of death or afflicted by severe illness. In this manner, the destinies of the 2 individuals would intertwine. In other words, Chun Yaoyao would be destined to take her place in death." Upon hearing this, Chun Yaoyao trembled, causing a cup of water to slip from her grasp and shatter on the ground. With quivering lips, she murmured to herself, "What should I do? Am I to die? Brother Gua, I am not ready to die yet." Chun Yaoyao spoke to me with a voice tinged with tears. "Do not worry. Both Brother Zhang and I are here with you. Take heart," I reassured her. Subsequently, Zhang Long bit into his middle finger, allowing his blood to flow, and inscribed incomprehensible symbols on a sheet of yellow paper, which he then affixed to Chun Yaoyao's forehead. Chapter 22. The reversal of fate. This talisman can temporarily suppress the spread of the malevolent energy within her, but is not a lasting solution. We must identify the individuals behind this and restore their fates. Otherwise, we have no alternative, Zhang Long conveyed to me with a measured tone. I nodded, reassuring Chun Yaoyao to clear her mind and rest well, assuring her that we would devise a plan. Subsequently, I requested the contact number of Wan Junin. It appeared imperative to locate him, for he held the key to unraveling all our dilemmas. Under the cover of Wang Lili, Zhang Long and I successfully exited the female dormitory. Upon reaching the ground floor, I offered him a cigarette, for he had now become my last glimmer of hope. I handed Zhang Long the bank card that Chun Yaoyao had entrusted to me during our last meeting. He cast a cursory glance at it before scoffing. "Are you suggesting that I resolve this matter for you with money?" "This is meant for you from Chun Yaoyao. You confiscated it the last time," I clarified. Zhang Long pondered for a moment before accepting the bank card, likely recognizing his genuine need for funds, as he had not changed his attire since our acquaintance began. "Let's head to my residence. This place is rife with prying eyes," Zhang Long remarked, discarding the cigarette but into a nearby trash bin before we followed him to his vehicle. After a 20-minute drive, we arrived at an upscale residential complex's underground garage. "You reside here?" "I have heard of this community. The price per square meter starts at 30,000. Even for rentals, it begins at 3,000, I observed. Initially, I considered renting here, but the salesperson displayed a lack of sincerity, When I proposed having the price, they ceased to engage with me. Zhang Long ignored me and led me into the elevator, quickly arriving at his residence. The apartment, comprising 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, was tastefully decorated, revealing an unexpected wealth in this young man. "Do not overthink it," he remarked, sensing my unease. "This property was a gift from a developer whom my master had once saved." I nodded, and he urged me to attempt contacting Wan Junnan. The automated voice replied, "The number you have dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later." Infuriated, I cursed under my breath, vowing to confront him upon our meeting. I regretted ever having approached him alongside Chen Yaoyao. "Let us proceed," Zhang Long declared. "We shall first inquire in the village." He retrieved a leather suitcase adorned with a diagram of the Bagua. It was evident he had returned to collect his belongings. Soon, we resumed our journey, arriving at Wan Junnan's village, which was eerily quiet despite it being merely 3 in the afternoon. Not a soul was in sight. Upon reaching Wan Junnan's home, I found the front gate securely locked with 2 iron padlocks, prompting me to kick it in frustration. The phrase "poor choices and friendships" resonated deeply in that moment. Zhang Long, equally disheartened, found himself at a loss for options. Just then, a middle-aged man in his 40s approached on a motorcycle. I hurriedly stepped forward to intercept him and politely inquired, "Excuse me, do you know where Wan Junnan's family has gone?" The man's expression shifted abruptly, and he chose to ignore me, revving his motorcycle and departing the scene. Zhang Long looked at me with a sense of resignation, indicating that I should not harbor any expectations. Indeed, no matter how united this village might be, they would certainly not divulge anything to me. After much contemplation, I recalled the middle-aged man at the village shop and promptly asked Zhang Long to drive me there. I instructed him to wait outside while I hurried into the shop. The middle-aged man was engrossed in a television drama, occasionally bursting into fits of laughter. "Oh, the young lad is back. What can I do for you?" he inquired with a cheerful smile as he noticed me putting away my phone. "Brother, could you help me with something? Do you know where Wan Junnan has gone?" I stepped closer to ask. He paused for a moment, seemingly taken aback, before shaking his head and replying, "You've come to the wrong person, young man. I'm merely a shopkeeper. How would I know where they have gone?" His gaze wandered, and I could ascertain that he was not being truthful. The village was small enough that, exaggerating slightly, one could say that news of a hen laying an egg would be known within days. Thus, I found it hard to believe he was unaware of the whereabouts of a living person. "Brother, I have a personal matter to discuss with him. Please, just help me out," I implored, producing 1,000 yuan from my pocket and placing it in his hand. He contemplated the money he held. Sensing an opening, I pressed another 500 yuan into his palm. "Rest assured, my inquiries are of a private nature, and I will not disclose that you were the source of this information." "Very well, I shall tell you," he conceded. The adage that money can indeed influence even the most stubborn was proven true, as he accepted my offering and began to share. Approximately 6 days ago, Wan Junnan arrived early at his convenience store, selling instant noodles and a few cans of Red Bull. The store owner casually inquired about his destination. Wan Junnan informed him that he was heading to Blue Sea City and would not be returning, as he had secured a job there. The store owner did not pry further, understanding that many young people from the village sought employment elsewhere, for remaining in the village offered little promise for success. I sensed the store owner spoke truthfully, and after expressing my gratitude, I departed. As I stepped outside, I unexpectedly collided with a young man in his 20s. Our eyes locked for a brief moment before he abruptly turned and fled on his motorcycle. It suddenly dawned on me that he had been present at Wan Junnan's house that night. "Seize him," I shouted to Zhang Long, who immediately accelerated, disregarding any caution, and crashed into the motorcycle. The young man was violently thrown off, landing heavily on the ground. I rushed over to him. "Ow, this hurts terribly. I'm calling the police." "You're attempting murder," the young man cried, clutching his arm in agony. "Stop feigning injury. I deliberately slowed down when I collided with you." "Why did you run? Do you think I'm a plague? Tell me what transpired that night," I said, crouching on the ground while lighting a cigarette and gazing at him intently. Suddenly, the young man cried out, "Help! Someone has been killed." At that, Mom, simply inquire of him, and leave the rest to me, Zhang Long murmured softly in my ear. At that moment, I found his bravado rather incredulous. With so many individuals brandishing weapons, did he truly believe he could prevail? Esteemed villagers, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to ask him a few questions. We assure you, we will not cause him any harm, and we kindly urge you to remain calm, I explained to the crowd surrounding me. Had it not been for that young man fleeing, Zhonglong would certainly not have resorted to ramming his vehicle into him. However, his sudden flight only reinforced my suspicion that he had something to hide. Otherwise, why would he run at all? Chapter 23 Clues. However, upon hearing my words, the villagers did not retreat. Instead, they grew even more fervent, shouting at me, "Enough of your nonsense. Release him. Otherwise, you shall not leave this village today." I attempted to reason with them, reiterating that we meant no harm and merely sought to ask a few questions. Yet one burly man bellowed, "Cease your chatter, or I shall break your legs today." At that moment, I comprehended the adage, "In impoverished mountains and treacherous waters, cunning folk emerge." This group of villagers, without hesitation, seemed intent on assaulting us. "Speak swiftly. What transpired that night? Otherwise, you shall not leave today," I urged the young man beside me. To my astonishment, a sly smile crept across his lips. "What event? How would I know? Even if I did, I would not disclose it to you. In truth, you should be the ones fearing me. This is my territory. You dare threaten me?" He continued, "However, seeing your pitiful state, I shall inform you. That young girl is unlikely to survive beyond 3 days." Enraged by his words, I could no longer contain my fury and struck him with a powerful punch, knocking him to the ground. This is no way to treat someone. Indeed, as soon as my fist connected, the surrounding villagers erupted into chaos, brandishing their weapons and charging toward me. In a flash, Zhonglong, who had been silent until now, sprang into action. With a combination of agility and strength, his fist indeed, the young man beneath my feet was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting sheer terror. Just moments ago, emboldened by the presence of 7 or 8 companions, he had exhibited a sense of bravado. Little did he anticipate that the seemingly frail Zhonglong could dispatch so many in a mere 20 seconds. Zhonglong suddenly turned his head, glaring at the young man with bloodshot eyes, causing the latter to tremble uncontrollably and instinctively retreat several paces, hands bracing against the ground. "I'll say anything. Just don't hit me," the young man pleaded in a desperate tone. Initially, I had assumed he was a tough character, but it turned out he was merely a coward, the earlier bravado of his group having dissipated in an instant. He began to stammer his explanation to me. It became evident that they were entirely unaware of Wang Junin's sister's demise. The information had merely been relayed to them by Wang Junin himself. They remained oblivious to the truth, and the young man harbored doubts, as there had been no burial. Everything that transpired that day was merely a performance staged for our benefit. Wang Junin had paid each of them 500 yuan to participate in this charade. In truth, they all understood the underlying reality, yet having accepted the money, they felt it inappropriate to inquire further. However, one fateful night, after a few drinks with Wang Junin, the truth slipped out. It appeared that Wang Xiaoshuang had encountered some unclean entity or suffered a sudden illness, with a prognosis of merely 6 months left to live. Consequently, Wang Junin had sought the counsel of a master, who claimed that a life exchange with another person could remedy the situation. But why had he chosen Chen Yaoyao, without considering anyone else? The young man shook his head, stating that the master had told him it was essential to find someone born on the same day as Wang Xiaoshuang, as their birth charts would be closely aligned, thereby increasing the likelihood of successfully altering one's fate. After some investigation, Wang Junin discovered that only Chen Yaoyao shared the same birth date as Wang Xiaoshuang, leaving him no choice but to seek her out. As for where he went afterward, I am not entirely certain. I merely heard whispers that he had departed for Blue Sea City and would not return, perhaps out of fear that you might seek him out. That is all I know. My elder, no, my lord. Please let me go. The young man pleaded with me. "How dare you?" I exclaimed, delivering a kick in response to his words. Time was of the essence. Zhonglong intercepted me, urging me to get into the car swiftly, and once again, we found ourselves on the highway. As we drove, my anger coursed through me, causing me to tremble. I never anticipated that everything would unfold just as I had envisioned. The dream I had that day began to make sense. No wonder the old man had warned me against entering the village. I felt an overwhelming desire to slap myself for having come here in the first place. Observing my distress, Zhang Long held his tongue, instead offering me a cigarette. I rolled down the window and lit it up. Blue Sea City was not far from us. After approximately 3 hours of travel, we arrived. Once off the highway, the night had already fallen. Zhang Long first located a hotel, placing our belongings down before glancing at me. Do not worry. Blue Sea City is vast, and we cannot simply search for a single person without a plan. What then? We cannot just wait idly by. Chen Yaoyao must not come to harm. I clenched my fists, feeling as though my nails were digging into my flesh. Undeniably, despite having interacted with Chen Yaoyao only a handful of times, I regarded her as if she were my own sister. From the very first moment I laid eyes on her, an inexplicable sense of closeness enveloped me. Initially, I believed I was overthinking it, until the unfortunate incident occurred. Do not worry excessively. With the aid of my talisman, she will endure at least a month. And during this time, we shall undoubtedly resolve this matter, Zhang Long assured me with unwavering conviction. A sigh of relief escaped me, for I had witnessed his formidable prowess. What shall we do next? In this vast sea of humanity, locating a single individual is exceedingly arduous. Trust me, we will have results by tomorrow, Zhang Long replied, sending a text message from his phone. I could only nod in agreement. That night I tossed and turned, sleep eluding me as the agonizing image of Chen Yaoyao lingered in my mind. I longed to reach out to Uncle Chen, but he was currently out of town. Even if he were to be informed, it would only heighten his worries. If he truly possessed the ability to resolve this predicament, Chen Yaoyao would have sought him out directly, rather than turning to me. Her seeking my help signified that her last hope rested upon my shoulders. I chain-smoked through the night, while Zhang Long had already succumbed to slumber. Before I knew it, dawn began to break. Did you not sleep at all? Zhang Long inquired, stretching as he noticed the overflowing ashtray. I nodded in response. I've told you before, relax, what is there to fear? Gather yourself. Soon we shall meet someone. Zhang Long rose from the bed and proceeded to freshen up in the bathroom. After completing his morning routine, we exited the hotel and sought out a dim sum restaurant, where we ordered several delectable breakfast dishes. Roughly half an hour later, Zhang Long abruptly stood up and waved his hand. Following his gaze, we noticed a young man, approximately 25 or 26 years of age, dressed in casual attire and carrying a laptop bag, approaching us. Zhang, it has been a while, the young man exclaimed with a smile as he pulled out a chair and took a seat. All right, let's get to the point. What about the person you were investigating? We don't have time for idle chatter. We are in a hurry, Zhang Long replied. This is the individual I investigated, Wan Junnan. There are 52 people with that name in the entire Blue Sea City. Based on the information you provided, I was able to locate him. Here are his personal details. The young man said as he opened his laptop, typed a few commands, and pushed the device towards us. Chapter 24. The Worm. A document on the computer appeared before me, revealing extensive details about Wan Junnan, his birth date, family members, and their names. I could not help but admire the young man before me. It is not common for someone to uncover such information about a person merely from a name within a short span of time. Thank you. Once this matter is resolved, I shall treat you to a meal, Zhang Long remarked as he transferred the document to his mobile device. Very well. I must take my leave for now. I have other matters to attend to. We shall connect later, the young man said, gathering his belongings and departing from the restaurant. Once he had left, I felt a surge of curiosity and inquired of Zhang Long. Who was that individual? He seems quite impressive. He merely replied that the young man was a friend, offering no further elaboration. We hastily finished our meal and proceeded to the address provided, driving directly to the location. The information indicated both Wan Junnan's workplace and his residence. It appeared that he had been employed there for 2 years, suggesting that his return was specifically for this affair. As it was Tuesday, Zhang Long and I deduced that Wan Junnan would likely be at work, so we made our way to the building of his company. We took the elevator to the 20th floor, but upon entering, we were halted by the receptionist at the front desk. We are looking for Wan Junnan. Is he present? I inquired politely. Wan Junnan, he hasn't come to work today. We are also trying to locate him. It's quite strange. The receptionist replied after a moment of contemplation. After surveying the office, it was indeed true that there was no sign of Wan Junnan. She had not deceived me. Reluctantly, we decided to leave. Upon descending the stairs, Zhang Long wore a troubled expression. He handed me a cigarette, lit it, and inquired slowly, "Do you sense something amiss?" "What seems off?" I replied. "We arrived here last night, and today Wan Junan suddenly fails to show up for work. Moreover, according to the receptionist, it appears he didn't even bother to inform anyone. Having worked here for so many years, he must possess some awareness of the situation." "Ah, you have a point. Could it be that that kid tipped him off?" I exclaimed, slapping my thigh. In my eagerness to question that lad yesterday, I completely overlooked the possibility of him being a whistleblower. If he had indeed given a warning, then Wan Junan would certainly have left at the first opportunity. Yet, it cannot be entirely concluded in that manner. First and foremost, we are strangers in this place. Besides, they only informed us that Wan Junan was in that city without disclosing his workplace. Furthermore, we are utterly unaware of his family situation, making it improbable that he would anticipate our ability to investigate so swiftly. "Well, what are you implying?" I asked. "If I were to suggest that we have already attracted someone's attention, would you believe me?" Zhang Long's statement jolted me into awareness. If Wan Junan had been influenced by someone to act in such a manner, it is highly likely that this individual is lurking within the village. The events that transpired in the village were vivid in my mind, and it is quite possible that he is watching us from some hidden corner. As he understood that our presence here was undoubtedly not merely to locate Wan Junan, he was certain that upon finding him, we would endeavor to unearth the individuals lurking behind the scenes. I shuddered suddenly. "To his home," I exclaimed anxiously. We swiftly drove to a residential complex. The entire area was in disarray, with uncollected refuse littering the entrance to the stairwell, occasionally releasing a nauseating odor. I had thought my own living conditions were deplorable, yet this place was even worse, rendering it unimaginable how one could reside here. We hastened to the 5th floor, and in the darkness, I noticed that Wan Junan's door was ajar. Zhang Long pushed the door open and stepped inside. Instantly, a pungent stench of decay invaded my nostrils. In an instant, Zhang Long seized my arm. "Do not go further. Call the police. He is dead." Soon, the authorities arrived, confirming that Wan Junan had indeed passed away. The exact cause of death remained unclear to me, but upon witnessing his lifeless body, I sensed something amiss. His form bore no wounds, nor any signs of struggle. It appeared as though he had succumbed to natural causes. Zhang Long remained fixated on Wan Junan's corpse, silent. Subsequently, we were escorted into a police vehicle. After a brief period in the interrogation room, we were released. Our testimonies aligned perfectly, and we were able to provide alibis. The police quickly verified this through surveillance footage. Upon exiting the precinct, I found Zhang Long waiting for me at the entrance. The moment he laid eyes on me, I discerned the words he was about to utter. "Have you noticed something?" Zhang Long inquired slowly. I nodded in response. "I am at a loss for words. Everything feels amiss." "Do you know the cause of Wan Junan's death?" Zhang Long affirmed with a nod. "I have heard rumors. It is said he succumbed to a sudden heart attack. Yet it hardly appears so. This is what I discovered at his residence." He then produced a transparent vial from his bag, within which resided a creature resembling a centipede, albeit with a rather menacing appearance. "What is this?" I asked. "This is a goo worm. It possesses formidable capabilities, killing without shedding blood. My father once informed me that goo worms originated from the southwestern regions. It is said that becoming a goo worm is no simple feat. A multitude of worms are placed in a container, where they engage in fierce battles, the survivors becoming goo. There exists a vast array of goo types, with notable varieties including snake goo, dog goo, cat ghost goo, scorpion goo, toad goo, insect goo, and flying goo, among others. They initially control a goo worm, allowing it to infiltrate a person's body, and then employ sorcery to compel the worm to inflict internal torment. Given its inherent toxicity, the consequences within the human body are unimaginable. The deceased would endure excruciating pain, ultimately succumbing to a fate far worse than death. It appears that Wan Junan was indeed targeted. We underestimated the SI upon hearing Zhang Long's words. A shiver coursed through me, and I instinctively glanced at the people on the street, feeling as though they were all observing me. Wan Junan is dead. It is evident that he was silenced. And this is our sole clue. Now that it has been severed, I find it exceedingly difficult to accept. Chen Yao Yao still lies in bed, her fate uncertain, while we have tirelessly sought information and explored every possible avenue. Yet, due to Wang Junen's demise, our only lead has vanished, rendering all our efforts futile. I lit a cigarette, struggling to come to terms with this outcome. Chapter 25. Everything to zero at this moment. Zhang Long found himself at a loss. And so he lit a cigarette, deep in contemplation. Seeking out the person behind Wang Junen seemed futile. He lurked in the shadows while we remained exposed in the light. If Wang Junen had taken Chen Yaoyao away to exchange her life for Wang Xiaoshuang's, could it be inferred that Wang Xiaoshuang was still alive? This thought struck me, and I slapped my thigh, inquiring, is it possible that Wang Xiaoshuang is not dead? Should we consider taking action regarding her? Zhang Long's expression shifted, and he responded, indeed. How could I have overlooked that? However, we cannot be certain that Wang Xiaoshuang is alive. Have you considered that perhaps Wang Junen did not exchange her life at all, but rather someone else's? Wang Xiaoshuang could merely be a decoy. She might truly be dead. His words plunged me into deep reflection. It was entirely plausible that Wang Xiaoshuang had indeed perished. Exploiting the deceased for our purposes was not out of the realm of possibility. At that moment, Zhang Long appeared to recall something, pulling out his phone to check. After a brief pause, he exclaimed, I found it. I scratched my head, somewhat bewildered, and turned to him, asking what he had discovered. He revealed the materials from earlier that day, stating, there's a piece of information we both overlooked. Wang Junen's girlfriend. They have been together for 2 years. If we can locate her, we will ascertain whether Wang Xiaoshuang is truly alive. We might even stumble upon other unexpected revelations. Wang Junen's girlfriend is named Chu Yangyang, age 25, and she works in the Human Resources Department of a company in Blue Ocean City. Having learned from the misfortune of Wang Junen, both Zhang Long and I understood that we could not afford to act recklessly this time. If Chu Yangyang were to be silenced permanently, our options would be utterly depleted. Thus, we sought out a relatively secluded ramen shop, each ordering a bowl of noodles. Noticing the absence of patrons around us, we began to deliberate with utmost care. According to Zhang Long's proposal, we needed to devise a strategy to summon Chu Yangyang to us, thereby alleviating any suspicions from those lurking in the shadows. However, this presented a considerable challenge. We contemplated the possibility of one of us stationed at her doorstep while the other remained at her workplace. We were resolute in our belief that the enigmatic figure, skilled in dark arts, would not dare to commit murder in broad daylight. Consequently, we reached a consensus. Zhang Long would take up position near her home, as any exposure could significantly increase the likelihood of an attack in that vicinity. I, on the other hand, would proceed to her office to locate her. After our meal, we took a brief respite in the car before parting ways. Chu Yangyang's company was situated within a prominent building in the city center. Following the map meticulously, I arrived swiftly and ascended to the 15th floor, discovering that the company was of considerable size, yet only a handful of employees were present at that hour. I approached the front desk and inquired, is Chu Yangyang here? The receptionist stifled a yawn and replied, she went out for lunch. You may wait for her here. Nodding in acknowledgement, I exited the company premises and lit a cigarette in the corridor. Approximately 10 minutes elapsed when I overheard a conversation among a group of young women. Disposing of my cigarette in the trash, I turned to exit. Among the 3 young women, I instantly recognized Chu Yangyang, for she bore an uncanny resemblance to her photograph. Chu Yangyang, I called out, but to my surprise, as soon as Chu Yangyang caught sight of me, she immediately turned and fled. I hurriedly pursued her. She dashed into the elevator, swiftly closed the doors, and descended to the ground floor. I quickly took the stairs, racing against time. At last, I intercepted Chu Yangyang on the first floor. Gasping for breath, I asked, why did you run? Do I look that terrifying? Chu Yangyang's face reflected a hint of fear as she replied, I will repay the money I owe you. Please stop looking for me. I truly have no money right now. What money? I scratched my head in confusion. Aren't you here to collect the debt? Chu Yangyang's expression shifted dramatically as she questioned me. What debt? I'm here to ask you some questions. The tension in Chu Yangyang's demeanor eased considerably as she sighed with relief, settling onto a sofa in the lobby. What do you want to inquire about? You know Won Junin, right? He has a sister. I don't know him. Don't bother me. I have to go to work. If you persist, I will call the police. To my astonishment, Chu Yangyang suddenly stood up, ready to leave. I quickly stepped in her path and said, I know you know him. I genuinely have something important to ask, a matter concerning a life. Chu Yangyang fell silent for a moment before responding, What do you mean by that? Are you a police officer? Is Won Junin involved in a murder case? I shook my head. I am not. There are some questions I wish to pose to you. Consider it a favor. Moreover, having dated for such a long time, you must know many things. Chu Yuanyang smiled faintly and confessed, I regret it. Won Junin is not a man. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have ended up like this. She later revealed that she had parted ways with Won Junin approximately 3 months prior. He had informed her of his intent to venture in a business, but, lacking sufficient funds, borrowed a portion from her. However, it was still inadequate. Since she possessed no substantial assets, the bank denied her a loan. Ultimately, through Won Junin's introduction, she came to know a lending company from which she borrowed $200,000. In a mere 2 months, that sum ballooned to $800,000, a debt she could not possibly repay. She attempted to reach out to Won Junin, yet he seemed to have vanished without a trace. Do you know where Won Junin is? Chu Yuanyang asked, clinging to a thread of hope. I shook my head. He is dead. A flicker of desolation crossed her eyes. Being deceived by the man she cherished was undoubtedly a bitter experience. But what could she do? All I hoped was that she would not be so naive in the future. Won Junin has a sister named Won Xiaoshuang. Do you know her? I inquired. She nodded. Yes, I am acquainted with her. We shared a meal together a fortnight ago. At that time, I hoped she could help me get in touch with Won Junin, but I ultimately could not reach him. Do you know where she lives or where she works? I asked, a spark of hope igniting within me. Chu Yuanyang held her head in thought. I know her address. I heard she works in a massage parlor, a rather large establishment, and she only works in the evenings. I was uncertain of the precise address, yet I nodded in acknowledgement, and through her instructions, I acquired the whereabouts of Won Xiaoshuang. To express my gratitude, I retrieved 1,000 yuan from my bag and offered it to Chu Yangyang. She merely smiled faintly at the sight of the money, declining to accept it. Anticipating that I might need her assistance in the future, I left her my contact number. Then, she rose and vanished from my sight. Her silhouette was imbued with a profound sense of solitude. She likely harbored deep resentment towards Won Junin, yet never could have conceived of his demise. Perhaps it was the loss of hope that accompanied the money, or perhaps it stemmed from feelings of affection or love. I called Zhang Long, requesting him to come to the office to pick me up, for I had uncovered a lead of considerable significance. He soon arrived at the entrance of the company. Chapter 26. The Trap in the Vehicle. I relayed every word that Chu Yangyang had confided in me to Zhang Long. Tonight, we planned for Chu Yangyang to invite Won Xiaoshuang out for dinner, while we lay in wait to seize the opportunity. We intended to capture Won Xiaoshuang as she departed. Otherwise, seeking her out ourselves would render us passive, relying on her to take the initiative. Furthermore, it was imperative that neither of us approach her directly. If our intentions were indeed to alter her fate, our overtures would only raise her suspicions. Only Chu Yangyang could disarm her defenses. I nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in this approach. The incident with Won Junin had instilled a sense of caution in both of us. One misstep could lead to another fruitless endeavor. While in the car, I contacted Chu Yangyang, asking her to arrange the dinner with Won Xiaoshuang. She responded succinctly, acknowledging my request without hesitation. Her swift acquiescence stirred a flicker of doubt within me. Perhaps I had become overly paranoid, sensing an abundance of schemes lurking in the world around us. Later that afternoon, as I smoked in the hotel, Chu Yangyang sent me a text confirming that she had secured a reservation for 7 o'clock at a restaurant with Won Xiaoshuang. I set my phone down, continuing to smoke, resolute in my determination to capture Won Xiaoshuang this evening, while ensuring her protection. If she were to meet the same fate as Won Junin, we would find ourselves utterly bereft of options. As night fell, countless lights illuminated the city of Blue Sea, with a bustling traffic created an atmosphere thick with pressure. I recall the saying, when you achieve success, every city you inhabit becomes a tapestry of extravagant indulgence. Upon arriving at the restaurant with Zhang Long, I discreetly ordered a feast while eagerly anticipating the conversation between Chu Yangyang and Wan Xiaoshuang. Approximately 5 minutes later, Chu Yangyang made her entrance. We exchanged a knowing glance, choosing silence over words. Another 10 minutes elapsed before a girl clad in a minuscule skirt, heavily made up and adorned with a Gucci bag, sauntered over and took a seat across from Chu Yangyang. What do you want with me? What prompted you to seek me out for a meal? I inquired. I had previously stated that I wished to have no part in my brother's affairs. That was a matter of their past, and I possessed little money to contribute. Actually, there's nothing pressing. How has your brother been lately? Wan Xiaoshuang paused before replying. I'm not certain. I haven't seen him in ages, and I remain oblivious to his fate. He owes a considerable amount of money, and that burden has fallen upon me, causing me great distress. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, Wan Xiaoshuang swiftly exited the restaurant in her high heels, prompting Zhang Long and me to hastily follow. She quickened her pace and entered a beetle parked at the entrance, speeding away from the establishment. Without hesitation, Zhang Long and I jumped into our vehicle and pursued her. After nearly half an hour of driving, we arrived at a remarkably secluded location where the beetle finally came to a halt at the roadside. Zhang Long and I promptly disembarked, positioning ourselves to obstruct her path. The car door swung open, and Wan Xiaoshuang emerged, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. I never imagined you would fall for it. Why must you chase after me? Her words hung in the air as Zhang Long and I exchanged looks of mutual understanding. Before my very eyes, I discerned that Wan Xiaoshuang's visage was exceedingly peculiar. With her right hand, she grasped her facial skin and forcefully tugged, revealing a fair and delicate countenance before me. To my astonishment, it was Chu Yangyang. Zhang Long's expression shifted dramatically. So it is indeed a case of facial disguise. You possess a modicum of discernment, came a voice from behind us, prompting both Zhang Long and I to turn around, where an unfamiliar face came into our view. Why have you done this? I exclaimed with ire directed at Chu Yangyang. I truly had no choice. I am on the brink of collapse. They have threatened me. Otherwise, I would meet the same fate as Wan Junin. I am still young. I do not wish to die. Chu Yangyang wept, kneeling on the ground. Given the circumstances, there was little we could do. Zhang Long remained relatively composed as he surveyed our surroundings. The 5-gu formation. How insidious. Suddenly, Wan Xiaoshuang burst into laughter. I never expected you to possess some insight. Having entered the 5-gu formation, do you truly believe you can escape alive? It is your incessant meddling that has brought this upon you. I merely sought a single life, yet you have repeatedly thwarted me, leaving me no choice but to eliminate you all. Wan Xiaoshuang, your brother is dead. Do you not know? Yet, to my surprise, instead of displaying sorrow, Wan Xiaoshuang appeared even more elated as she replied, How could I be unaware? My brother was indeed poisoned to death by the very creature that has now ensnared me. I see nothing amiss. I act solely to ensure my own survival. After all, he was my brother, was he not? The revelation struck me like a bolt of lightning, darkening my expression. How treacherous the heart of a woman can be. I could never have anticipated that Wan Junin had been slain by none other than his own sister. That night, we should have deduced why Wan Junin exhibited no signs of struggle or combat on his lifeless body. This only served to confirm that he had been with someone remarkably close to him, someone he trusted implicitly. How dare you assert that you would commit such an act without fearing retribution? Who, pray tell, is the mastermind behind you? I have observed you closely, and it is evident that you lack the formidable prowess required to orchestrate such an intricate formation. Zhang Long murmured as he grasped the peachwood sword at his back. Wan Xiaoshuang's countenance remained frosty. What if it were not me? Since you have arrived, it is clear that escape is no longer an option for you. Prepare to meet your demise. No sooner had she spoken than a cacophony erupted, and I beheld a multitude of shadows emerging from the darkness. Upon closer inspection, I was horrified to discover they were a swarm of insects. Today, as the disciple of Zhang Long, I implore the esteemed ancestors of the Lujia altar, the revered Master Elshan, and the formidable 6 Jia and 6 Ding divine generals to manifest their might and offer protection. By the urgent command of the law, I decree, Zhang Long bellowed, casting a yellow talisman high into the air. Instantly, a peculiar array of symbols arose around us, encasing us within their confines. The insects surged forward, charging at me with reckless abandon. In that critical moment, it felt as though a protective barrier had materialized before me, repelling the swarm and igniting them in a furious blaze. Perceiving the perilous nature of the situation, Wan Xiaoshuang attempted to abscond, but Zhang Long was determined to deny him any avenue of escape. "Take care of yourself," he urged, "and if they approach, keep this in your mouth and spray it on them." Zhang Long retrieved a bottle filled with a murky liquid from his bag and thrust it into my hands before pursuing Wan Xiaoshuang. At that moment, the surrounding insects multiplied, emitting bizarre sounds as they glared menacingly in my direction, launching another assault. Without hesitation, I placed the contents of the bottle in my mouth, and a potent, sanguineous flavor overwhelmed my palate. Disregarding the unknown nature of the substance, I sprayed it directly at the encroaching insects. A chorus of agonizing screeches erupted from the swarm, and soon, a carpet of lifeless insect bodies covered the ground beneath my feet. Chapter 27. Temptation. I could not ascertain the quantity of water I had expelled, nor could I comprehend the events that had transpired. Nevertheless, each time they approached me, I would unleash another torrent of water. Ultimately, fearing I might completely deplete my reserves, I opted to conserve my spray. Once my last mouthful had been expelled, silence enveloped the surroundings. The conflict had finally drawn to a close, and I found myself somewhat unsteady, collapsing onto the ground, the desolate street cloaked in darkness, with only my solitary figure remaining. I was oblivious to Zhang Long's current predicament. Since he had pursued Wan Xiaoshuang, it was quite possible he had fallen into a trap. Yet what could I do? I was akin to a clay statue, unable to save myself. Approximately 20 minutes later, I spotted a shadowy figure advancing towards me, its silhouette eerily reminiscent of Zhang Long. As it drew closer, I realized it was indeed him. I hurriedly rose and approached him, my face alight with joy as I exclaimed, "Are you unharmed?" Zhang Long cast a frigid glance in my direction before curtly responding, "Get in the car." His gaze felt foreign, as if the Zhang Long I knew had been replaced by someone else entirely. Without further contemplation, I entered the vehicle. He drove forth, and fatigue washed over me, prompting me to lean back in the seat and succumb to slumber. Upon awakening, I discovered myself ensconced in a vast expanse of white, surrounded by towering mountains. I scratched my head in confusion and began to walk forward, only to feel my right foot suspended in midair. I quickly retreated 2 steps and, upon closer inspection, realized I was perched precariously atop a sheer cliff, with another step threatening to plunge me into the abyss below. My mind was hazy. I distinctly remembered being in the car. How'd I ended up here? "Young man, do you still recognize me?" At that moment, a voice steeped in the weight of time resonated behind me. Upon turning, I beheld an elderly man not far off, whose visage struck a chord of familiarity within me. Was he not the very same figure I had encountered in the village that day? "What do you want? If you're dead, don't linger around me. We have no grievances," I exclaimed, a hint of panic prompting me to retreat a couple of steps. I remained uncertain of his intentions, and having endured so much, I recognized the importance of maintaining a vigilant disposition towards all matters. Otherwise, a moment's carelessness could lead one into an abyss from which there is no return. The old man offered a faint smile. "Young man, I believe you are mistaken. Have I ever caused you harm? If you had heeded my counsel back then and refrained from entering the village, perhaps all these calamities could have been averted." His words plunged me into contemplation. Despite being deceased, he had never wished me ill. Had I followed his advice, Qin Yaoyao would surely not be lying in a comatose state, and I would not find myself in such perilous circumstances. "What is it you seek from me this time?" I inquired, allowing a sliver of my wariness to dissipate. Upon awakening, do not be easily swayed by others' words. Your friend may not be genuinely aiding you, and he may very well not be your friend at all. "What do you mean by that?" Before I could finish my question, the old man transformed into a wisp of white mist, dissolving before my eyes. At that instant, I was seized by a sensation of vertigo, and I jolted awake to find myself still in the car. Beside me, Zhang Long was driving. Yet there was an unsettling expression etched upon his face. In the past, Although he had always maintained a demeanor of aloofness, the current situation was undeniably different. My heart, which had just settled, instantly became anxious once more. Your master contacted me yesterday, inquiring about our return. How should I respond? A sudden idea struck me as I turned to Zhang Long. We'll head back tomorrow. By the way, my father mentioned that he needs your assistance with the roof at home. Do you recall how he managed it before? Of course I remember, Zhang Long replied, somewhat impatiently. The answers to these two questions caused my head to throb. All signs indicated that he was certainly not Zhang Long. His master had passed away, and he had never met my father. Now, I found myself in a vehicle with him, and the scenery beyond the car window grew increasingly unfamiliar. If I did not take action, who knew where he might take me? My stomach ached. No, pull over, I exclaimed in agony. We're almost there. Can't you hold on a little longer? Zhang Long replied. I can't. I'm about to soil my pants. Hurry. Upon my insistence, Zhang Long steered the car to the side of the road, urging me to be quick. I nodded, and beside me stretched an endless expanse of cornfields. At this moment, hesitation was not an option. I dashed into the fields without a second thought. Regardless of what lay ahead, I quickened my pace, for if I lingered, the consequence could very well be death. At that moment, my phone emitted a faint glow, revealing a message from Zhang Long inquiring about my whereabouts, expressing his confusion over my absence upon his return. However, I could not respond, as I distinctly heard a cacophony of footsteps approaching from behind me. I was under suspicion. I hastened away once more, and upon reaching the end of my flight, I found myself on a long, deserted street, devoid of any vehicles, with a green landscaped area ahead. Realizing the precariousness of my situation, I sought refuge in a cornfield. I crouched low, my heart racing wildly. Within 2 minutes, a figure emerged swiftly. Aided by the dim moonlight, I discerned his face. Although it bore the likeness of Zhang Long, his movements and mannerisms were distinctly uncharacteristic. I vividly recalled the red cord adorning his wrist. He stood not far away, scanning the surroundings, while my fear intensified. Grandpa, your grandson is calling you. At that moment, my phone suddenly illuminated, ringing with an incoming call. An unprecedented wave of terror washed over me as I instinctively powered it off. The individual nearby appeared to have heard the sound and began to approach me slowly. My heart thudded in my chest, as if it might leap out at any moment, and my hands clenched tightly. Damn it! In that instant, I realized that hiding was futile. I had no choice but to rise and regard him coldly. I do not know what you are, but I advise you not to provoke me. Be wary, for you may not leave here alive today. The figure before me chuckled chillingly, then rasped. I wouldn't have thought you'd recognize me. You've thwarted my plans time and again. I can't let you leave today, especially since you possess something I've long desired. If you have the courage, remove your mask and let me see, I retorted, eager to finally discern his true appearance, the one I had relentlessly sought. Your flesh will make an exquisite offering. As the words faded, a familiar, cacophonous sound erupted around me, one I could never forget. A swarm of grotesque insects converged from all directions, and I was utterly defenseless. In that instant, they lunged. Chapter 28. An unexpected visitor as the battle commenced. A familiar voice resonated in my ears. Before I could turn my head, a brilliant golden light surged forth like the taut string of a bow. Instantly, a tempest arose, lifting countless blades of grass as if they had endured a cataclysm. Nothing in its path was spared. Waves of golden radiance erupted around me, sending the surrounding pests flying several meters away. At that moment, I heard the sound of hurried footsteps. Turning around, I saw Zhang Long approaching swiftly, wielding a tall peachwood sword. Are you all right? He gasped, breathless. I'm fine, but what about him? Where is he? I inquired, only to find that the Zhang Long who had deceived me moments ago had vanished. Zhang Long scanned the area, and, upon realizing it was safe, we departed from the cornfield. On our way, he recounted his earlier attempt to capture Wan Xiaoshuang. During his pursuit, he suddenly discovered that she had transformed into a paper figure. It was then that he realized he had been tricked, prompting him to send me a text. Upon receiving my reply, he hastily made his way to me, thus averting a perilous situation. It was then that I noticed he was driving a car. I asked him how it was possible since I thought someone had taken it. He explained that I had fallen into a trap. The individual who had deceived me employed an intricate illusion, causing me to perceive him as Zhang Long and the car as well, leading me to be misled. In that moment, I comprehended the cunning nature of this individual, realizing he was not one to be trifled with. In the past, I heard my father mention that some exceptionally skilled individuals could transform a paper figure into a living being to deceive others. As an ordinary person, I could be easily misled, but Zhang Long possesses considerable strength, so why was he also ensnared? Upon returning to the hotel, Zhang Long immediately retired to bed. There's no need to rush. The power of that individual far surpasses mine, yet I cannot fathom why he chose to flee upon encountering me. It appears that his ultimate intention was not to harm you, but the reason remains a mystery to me. At that moment, Zhang Long failed to recognize that one Xiao Shuang was merely a paper figure in disguise, indicating that this person's abilities must indeed exceed Zhang Long's. If he truly intended to take my life, he could have easily dealt with Zhang Long first and then with me. Yet, he refrained from striking, leaving me utterly perplexed. Perhaps the exhaustion of the past few days has taken its toll. I had not closed my eyes the previous night, and before long, I succumbed to sleep. At dawn, Zhang Long roused me from slumber. Today, we must return. Concerning the matter of Chen Yaoyao, we need to seek assistance from someone far more adept, as I am unable to resolve this issue. Zhang Long's words filled me with despair. If he is powerless, whom can I rely on? Myself? I nearly lost my life last night. The atmosphere during our journey was remarkably heavy, with neither of us uttering a word, both uncertain of what to do next, or whether Chen Yaoyao could even survive this ordeal. Soon, I arrived at Sherman. On the way, I contacted Wang Lily to inquire about Chen Yaoyao. She informed me that Chen Yaoyao had improved somewhat in recent days, although she still ate very little, sometimes only a bowl of congee a day. It was an improvement compared to before when she consumed nothing at all. Zhang Long dropped me off at the flower shop, which still bore its familiar appearance. Uncle Chun had not yet returned, nor had he attempted to contact me. I was unaware of his current activities. Perhaps only he could save Chen Yaoyao. I picked up my phone, hesitating for a moment, unsure whether to call him. At that moment, a figure entered through the door. Upon closer inspection, it was Xiao Lu, the one who had taken me away last time. "What brings you here?" I asked, putting away my phone and regarding him with suspicion. Since he had knocked me unconscious and taken me away before, I had developed a rather negative impression of him, even harboring a slight aversion. I was uncertain of his intentions this time, but I was sure they were not benevolent. "I missed you and thought I'd check in. Have you encountered any troubles?" Xiao Lu scrutinized me as he spoke. "Indeed, I'm short on cash. Care to help?" I replied, puffing on a cigarette and smiling at him. "Money? That's simple." With that, he placed an open safe in front of me, revealing neatly stacked bundles of 100 yuan bills. A rough estimate suggested there was at least 1 million. "What do you mean by this?" I queried. "Nothing much. Our boss sent me to ask how you're considering things and whether you intend to join us." Xiao Lu responded. "Recently, an overwhelming number of matters have weighed heavily upon me, leaving me breathless and devoid of time to ponder them." I uttered while taking a drag from my cigarette. "Take me to see. I can assist you in resolving this. I am aware that you have sought help from numerous individuals, and given your current predicament, beset by venomous affliction, you cannot hope to save others, let alone safeguard your own life if this continues." "Do you truly mean that? You are unaware of the tribulations I have encountered. How could you possibly provide a solution?" "It is merely a trivial exchange of fate. Did it necessitate such extensive travels?" "In the end, nothing was resolved, and I returned home in utter defeat," Xiao Lu remarked. "You have been following me," I exclaimed, rising abruptly to confront him. The only explanation for his knowledge of my recent whereabouts was that he had been tracking me, and the realization that he had done so without my awareness sent shivers down my spine. "I did not follow you. Investigating your movements was as effortless as breathing. May I now accompany you to see?" Xiao Lu inquired with unwavering confidence. I nodded, feeling bereft of alternatives. Zhang Long had mentioned he would reach out again. Though it was uncertain when that might occur, I could only hope for a miracle in this dire situation. As I entered his Mercedes, I called Wang Lily, requesting her to secure a room at a nearby hotel. She inquired little, understanding that my intentions towards Chen Yaoyao were purely innocent. Soon we arrived at the designated hotel. Upon opening the door to our room, I noticed that Chun Yaoyao's complexion had slightly brightened, yet she still appeared quite frail. Zhang Long's talisman could only alleviate her condition without offering a complete cure. Concerned for her safety, I had taken the precaution of contacting Zhang Long during our journey. He had arrived early and exchanged a glance with Xiao Lu, their eyes reflecting a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. Zhang Long patted me on the shoulder, signaling for us to step outside for a conversation. In the hotel corridor, we each lit a cigarette. "How do you know this person?" he inquired. I recounted the events of that day, and he fell into deep contemplation after hearing my account. This individual indeed possessed remarkable abilities. My cultivation was vastly inferior to his, perhaps by more than an order of magnitude. Zhang Long remarked that from just a brief exchange of glances, he could sense the oppressive aura emanating from Xiao Lu. Although Xiao Lu appeared delicate and unassuming, it was evident that he had endured numerous trials of life and death in his past. Chapter 29. The Master Zhang Long informed me that Xiao Lu's abilities were profound and enigmatic. It was quite plausible that he could indeed cure Qin Yaoyao. After finishing our cigarettes, we entered a room where Xiao Lu sat leisurely on a chair, engrossed in his phone. "What are you doing? Do we not agree that you would assist me? What exactly are your intentions? If you wish for me to join your organization, I must decline your invitation. If it is monetary assistance you seek, I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. In this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch." I had suspected from the outset that Xiao Lu harbored ulterior motives. "You're overthinking this. I am here solely to offer you my personal assistance. As for money, do you truly believe I lack it?" Xiao Lu replied, lifting his eyelids to glance at me, his tone measured and calm. Indeed, he had driven over in a Mercedes, which must be worth around $1 million. Meanwhile, my entire fortune would scarcely suffice to purchase a single wheel. His claim of altruistic aid piqued my curiosity further. We shared no significant bond. "Do you not trust me? Perhaps you should seek assistance elsewhere?" Xiao Lu continued, a look of nonchalance on his face. Not to boast, but given her current condition, most would hesitate to take on such a task. Even if they did, they would not descend without at least $1 million. "You may inquire with your companion here." Zhang Long nodded in agreement. He had previously informed me that he had contacted several individuals earlier that morning, all of whom had promptly declined upon hearing the details. "Very well, if you succeed in this endeavor, I shall owe you a personal favor. At this point, I have no other recourse but to place my trust in you." Subsequently, Xiao Lu placed his phone into his pocket and retrieved a talisman from his casually slung backpack, murmuring incantations that eluded my comprehension. 3 souls and 7 spirits. Where do they wander? Urgently, by decree, return. His expression suddenly transformed into one of grave seriousness as he affixed the talisman to the forehead of the unconscious Chun Yaoyao. She shivered, beads of sweat erupting upon her brow. He then produced a copper coin, biting his middle finger to draw blood, which he let drip onto the coin as it circled her body. The once yellow coin darkened to an inky black. It appeared that this individual possessed a modicum of skill. Xiao Lu muttered to himself. "Is it not easily resolved?" I inquired cautiously. "Compared to me, he is still lacking. Urgently, by decree command." With that, he hurled the copper coin skyward, where it split into 2. In a distant corner, a figure clad in black spat forth a mouthful of blood. "All done. I have restored her fate. Within 5 hours, she shall awaken," Xiao Lu proclaimed, clapping his hands. I found it hard to believe that such a brief endeavor could yield healing. "Do you doubt me? If she does not awaken within 5 hours, I shall offer my head for you to use as a ball," Xiao Lu asserted, sensing my skepticism. I smiled, escorting him to the hotel entrance, and inquired if he would join me for a meal. He shook his head, stating he had other matters to attend to, and suggested we meet another time. After he entered his vehicle, I prepared to take my leave. "Wait a moment. I hope you will consider this carefully. Once you enter, I shall impart all my knowledge to you, and you shall no longer need to seek help from others," Xiao Lu remarked as he rolled down the car window. I chuckled softly and replied, "We'll see." He said no more, pressed the accelerator, and departed from the hotel parking lot, leaving me to return inside. Zhang Long had been waiting for me at the elevator entrance, and upon seeing me, he offered me a cigarette, saying, "Chun Yaoyao should be fine now. He truly possesses some capabilities." Zhang Long gazed out the window, and I could sense his strong-willed nature, likely shaped by his upbringing. He seemed to struggle with accepting that there are issues one cannot resolve alone, especially when others find them effortless. But is that not the essence of our world? Perfection is an illusion. There will always be someone more formidable than oneself. Wang Lily, along with her roommates, had to leave for class. And Zhang Long also mentioned he had matters to attend to, leaving me alone in the hotel. At 4 in the afternoon, I noticed some movement from Chun Yao Yao on the bed. "I'm thirsty, so thirsty." A faint voice emerged from her throat. I quickly rose, fetched the bottled water I had purchased, and gently supported her neck with my right hand as I helped her sit up to drink. In mere seconds, she drained the entire bottle. "Goodness, are you a hippo?" I exclaimed. "Ow, ow, ow." Suddenly I felt a sharp pain in my waist. Glancing down, I discovered Chun Yao Yao's slender right hand had unknowingly gripped my waist. "How do you feel?" I inquired, carefully laying her back down on the bed. She gazed vacantly at the ceiling. "I feel much better now." "What transpired during my days of unconsciousness?" "I always seem to hear your voice in a haze." I recounted the events of the past few days to Chun Yao Yao, and upon hearing them, her eyes widened in terror. She could hardly believe that her close friend from high school would engage in such behavior. Fortunately, everything has been resolved. Ultimately, I owe my gratitude to Xiao Lu. Had it not been for him, I shudder to think of the troubles I might have faced. Although I still harbor some resentment towards him, he has rendered me a favor, which obliges me to reciprocate. Perhaps I shall treat him to a meal when the opportunity arises. In the following days, Chun Yao Yao regained her usual spirit. She attended classes as usual and would call me in the evenings for a chat, seemingly having completely recovered. As the weather gradually warmed, I found myself folding origami gold ingots at the entrance. I had grown accustomed to the nightly visits from customers, and though I knew they were not human, I felt no fear. After all, I had nothing to be ashamed of. Why should I fear ghosts knocking at my door? That morning, as I was folding the ingots, a somewhat familiar voice reached my ears. I looked up to see a face that seemed vaguely recognizable, though I could not place it. The young man jogged up to me, his face alight with joy, and exclaimed, "Hey, why have you taken up this work without even letting me know? Have you forgotten about me?" It was only after I scrutinized his features that I recalled he was my university classmate, Pai Mingzhi, although I felt that he appeared somewhat different from how I remembered him. In his university days, this lad could easily be regarded as the heartthrob of our cohort. Standing at 6 feet tall, with chiseled abs and strikingly handsome features, he excelled at basketball and dabbled in music. Over the course of 3 years, he cycled through more than 20 girlfriends, inciting immense envy among our dormitory mates. However, his current appearance is a stark contrast to his former self. He now bears a greasy visage, unkempt beard, and a bald head, while his white t-shirt is marred by numerous stains that have yet to be washed out. The once impressive 8-pack abs have vanished, replaced instead by a prominent belly. Chapter 30. College roommate Pai Mingzhi. "How have you transformed into this?" I inquired, offering him a cigarette. He ran his fingers through the sparse strands of hair atop his head and replied, "Don't mention it, my friend. I recently struck quite a bargain and found myself a wife. She keeps me on my toes daily. I reside in that nearby community. Do drop by my place when you have a moment." He gestured toward the neighborhood approximately a kilometer away. "What are you doing for work now?" I queried, sensing that something was amiss with him, an inexplicable feeling of weakness enveloping him. "I haven't started working yet." "Who would, with such a wonderful wife at home?" "And what do you eat and drink?" My wife is quite remarkable. Every evening, she brings home meat for me." Without further ado, he left me with his phone number and swiftly departed. Our rapport as roommates had always been amicable. He hailed from a family of means and often looked out for me, occasionally bringing me cigarettes or meals without expecting anything in return. Yet, witnessing his current state was truly unexpected. It felt as though a once affluent and handsome individual had devolved into a madman. However, there is little one can do. Each person has their own aspirations. My own situation is hardly commendable, so how could I extend assistance to another? Yet, his mention of a found wife perplexed me. Aren't wives typically acquired through financial means? If that were the case, I would have long since escaped bachelorhood. I did not dwell on it much and continued with my work. That evening, as I was beginning to doze off, a familiar figure entered through the door. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was Pai Mingzhi. His gaze was evasive, reminiscent of a thief. Inyang, do you have any incense? I wish to purchase some. Yes. Have you also begun to burn incense and worship? I rose and retrieved a packet from the shelf, placing it on the table. No, is there any more? My wife requires it. She uses quite a lot each day. I handed him a few more packets, and after he placed the money down, he exited the shop. This piqued my curiosity further. Why would his wife need incense? Isn't it typically the spirits that are drawn to its fragrance? Troubled by this thought, I hastily pursued him. Pai Mingzhi, I called out, and he paused, slowly turning to face me, his expression heavy with weariness. What is it? What exactly do you use this incense for? Speak the truth. The moment my words left my lips, a look of weariness crossed his face. He fixed his gaze intently upon me and replied, I told you. It's my wife. She cannot sleep at night without the scent of incense. Having lived for over 20 years, it was the first time I had heard of someone being addicted to the fragrance of incense, further solidifying my suspicions. Your wife is likely not human. Do not let a moment of impulse cloud your judgment, I said, my voice laced with urgency. As soon as I spoke, Pai Mingzhi's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor turning predatory as he glared at me. What are you implying, Guinyang? I considered you a close brother. Are you harboring intentions towards my wife? In that moment, I was overwhelmed with a sense of despair, tears threatening to spill forth. I had no knowledge of what his wife looked like, and it was entirely possible she could be a specter. Did I dare entertain such thoughts? How despondent must I be to consider such a notion? Could you perhaps take me to see her? I inquired, but he replied with an air of indifference. Let us discuss it later. I have no time today. His tone had grown cold as he turned away from my sight. Watching his retreating figure, I shook my head, hoping my suspicions were unfounded. I genuinely wished for his safety. I had contemplated stopping him, but given his troubled expression, I feared provoking him further, potentially inciting some reckless act. I recalled my father's warnings that some individuals could become ensnared by spirits, losing their sense of self. A ghost might be hideously ugly, yet if it bewitched a human mind, the individual would conjure an image of beauty in their imagination. If someone were thoroughly enchanted, they might impulsively engage in reckless behavior without regard for the consequences. What I had just speculated was merely conjecture. It was entirely possible he had found a partner who, while unconventional, was simply a manifestation of the world's myriad eccentricities. I returned to the shop, cigarette in mouth, and resumed my tasks. As the night wore on, fatigue enveloped me, and I gradually succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, the tranquility of my dreams was shattered by a series of urgent knocks at the door. I blinked awake to find Pai Mingzhi standing at the threshold, his complexion even graver than the previous day. I rose to open the door, inquiring about his distress. My wife is furious, and she still demands offerings. Do you have any here? I feel as though I am losing my mind. Pai Mingzhi clasped his hands around his head, pacing restlessly in circles. Is this still the Pai Mingzhi I knew from university? Back then, his romantic interests were undeniably attractive, and I never witnessed him being so utterly infatuated with a woman. My curiosity deepened about his wife, who could possibly have captivated him to this extent. Please, I don't have much time left. I beg you, or else I shall be tormented upon my return, Pai Mingzhi exclaimed, his emotions running high as he knelt before me. Yes, just get up. I have plenty here, I quickly responded, helping him to his feet. We entered the storeroom, and I retrieved all the incense. He expressed his gratitude repeatedly, mentioning his current financial constraints, assuring me that he would repay me once he had the means. I nodded silently, urging him to return home swiftly. Once he departed, I ventured to the market and procured several boxes of incense. At this moment, I could not afford to provoke Pai Mingzhi, nor could I risk upsetting the elderly customers who frequented my shop in the evening. Feeling somewhat bored, I began to peruse the book left by Uncle Chun. My interest in it grew increasingly, perhaps because I realized that the knowledge within could potentially save many lives. As dusk approached, I was smoking a cigarette while engrossed in the book when suddenly Xiao Lu entered, approaching me with a smirk. So, do you need to purchase something? I inquired, setting the book down. Bah, I don't want to buy anything. Do you know this guy on my phone? Xiao Lu retorted, stepping closer and presenting his phone. I instantly recognized the face of Pymings. "What's the matter? Do you know him?" I asked. "Do not blame me for not warning you. This young man, if allowed to continue on this path, will undoubtedly meet a tragic end. It is up to you to take action. I am merely here to alert you this time. But should it happen again, I shall not intervene." With that, Xiao Lu departed from the shop. His words were shrouded in ambiguity, leaving me more perplexed than before. After his departure, I attempted to reach Pai Mingzhi multiple times, dialing his number incessantly, yet to no avail. I was unaware of his residence, and thus felt a growing sense of anxiety. However, upon reflection, I considered that since Pai Mingzhi had been absent for so many days, one more day would make little difference. If he were to return tomorrow, I would insist that he take me to his home. I could not simply stand by and watch as he faced his demise. Chapter 31. The cause of death remains a mystery as night transitioned into day. I awakened early, pondering the limited stock I had provided to Pai Mingzhi the previous day. I felt certain he would seek me out, yet to my disappointment, the morning slipped away without a trace of him. Anxiety began to creep in. I wondered if something had befallen him. Time always seems to fly, and soon the day was drawing to a close. The last remnants of daylight were devoured by the encroaching darkness, heralding the arrival of night. By the end of the day, I still had not seen Pai Mingzhi, despite multiple attempts to reach him by phone, all of which went unanswered, deepening my concern. At 10 o'clock that evening, I found myself smoking a cigarette while engrossed in a book, my body weary. As I stretched my arms, I was startled to see a shadowy figure standing at the doorway, sending a shiver down my spine. Who could be loitering outside a flower shop at this hour? Cigarette in mouth, I approached, only to discover it was Pai Mingzhi. His head hung low, his face etched with weariness. Upon hearing my footsteps, he slowly lifted his gaze. The pallor of his face shocked me, causing me to take a couple of steps back. I was just about to inquire about him when he abruptly spoke. "Can you help me find my wife? She has gone missing, and I cannot locate her. I feel as though I cannot go on without her." He interrupted my thoughts with an icy tone. In that moment, I refrained from saying much more. I simply nodded, assuring him I would assist. He handed me a photograph of the girl I was to search for, and, having said what he needed, he began to depart slowly. After he departed, I discerned, under the dim glow of the doorway, but the photograph was utterly devoid of content. It was merely a blank image. I remained perplexed by his antics and casually placed it into the drawer of the room before reclining on the chaise longue, succumbing to drowsiness. Just as I began to drift into slumber, my phone suddenly rang. Upon closer inspection, I discovered it was my university roommate, Lu Xinping. It struck me as peculiar that he would reach out to me unprompted. Our camaraderie during our dormitory days had been rather lukewarm. After all, it was a boys' dorm, characterized by a carefree demeanor, with only a handful of instances of discord, unlike the girls' dormitory, which, while appearing amiable on the surface, was rife with intense rivalry and intrigue beneath. "Hey, Inyang, where are you? You won't believe it. A serious incident has occurred," he exclaimed, urgency lacing his voice. "I'm at Sherman. What sort of incident are we talking about?" "Take your time," I replied, suddenly alert as I rubbed my weary eyes. "Pai Mingzhi is dead. You must not be aware." His words echoed in my ears, leaving me in a state of disorientation. Had I not been seated, I might have fainted from the shock. I stood there, momentarily frozen. Inyang, are you there? Why are you silent?" "I'm here. When did this happen?" I inquired, reigniting a cigarette and inhaling deeply. "It happened just last night. His body has been transported back to his hometown. I only received the news moments ago. Since we shared a dormitory, I intend to pay my respects. It would be remiss not to." Lu Xinping continued on the other end. I acquiesced over the phone and decided to call Chun Yao Yao, seeking to borrow her vehicle. The van that Uncle Chun left me was exceedingly sluggish. It felt akin to driving a tractor once it reached 80. Chun Yao Yao agreed, and we arranged to meet at the entrance of her university. I hailed a taxi and headed straight there. Pymings was dead. Who then? Was it that had just visited me? Could it be that I was hallucinating? That seemed implausible. The multitude of experiences I had been through had gradually instilled a calmness within me. If I had not been hallucinating, then perhaps I had encountered a ghost. Lately, such encounters had become more frequent, oddly rendering me less fearful. In my mind, I sent a scathing greeting to the ancestors of Pymings, who, having passed on, had the audacity to seek me out. Upon arriving at the university entrance, I met Xin Yao Yao, who inquired about my purpose for driving. I informed her of the passing of a university classmate and my need to pay my respects. At this revelation, she visibly trembled, urging me to exercise caution. Evidently, the previous incident had left a lasting impression on her. I reassured her not to worry. If I were to capsize in the same treacherous waters twice, I would truly be a fool. Pyming's hometown was located in a nearby village. It took about an hour and a half to reach it via the highway at night. After I exited the highway, I spotted Lu Xinpeng waiting for me at the entrance, smoking a cigarette. I parked the car and stepped out. This fellow seemed to be doing quite well for himself, sporting a Rolex and a Herm S-belt, driving a Mercedes. However, I had no time to admire his possessions. My primary concern was to uncover the circumstances surrounding Pyming's demise. Upon our first encounter, he presented me with a fine cigarette. Inyong. I did not elaborate during our phone conversation. In truth, I am not entirely certain myself. A few days ago, I spoke with Pai Mingjur, who mentioned he had found a wife. Yet, mere days later, I received a call from his family informing me of his demise the previous night. I was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the reality of the situation. Given that Pai Mingjur and Lu Xinpeng hail from the same hometown, their close relationship was to be expected. It was hardly surprising that Lu was the first to learn of this tragic event. Following closely behind Lu's vehicle, we entered a rather dilapidated village after approximately 20 minutes. As we approached the village entrance, the air was filled with heart-wrenching cries of anguish. Accompanying Lu Xinpeng, we stepped into Pai Mingjur's home, where the dim light illuminated a table adorned with a portrait of the deceased. Seated nearby were his parents and sister. His father and sister maintained a semblance of composure, while his mother wept uncontrollably, disregarding the attempts of those around her to console her. "Annie, may you find peace in your sorrow," I said, stepping forward to ignite a bundle of paper money and casting it into the brazier. To avoid instigating panic, I refrained from mentioning my recent encounter with Pai Mingjur. My son, how can you leave me at such a young age? How am I to live without you?" Afterward, Lu Xinpeng and I took a seat beside Pai Mingjur's father to inquire about the circumstances of his untimely death. Pai Ming's father informed us that this morning they received a notification from the police station, revealing the tragic news of their son's demise. Initially, they found it hard to believe, but it wasn't until the couple arrived at the morgue that the grim reality sank in. The hospital stated that Pai Ming's had engaged in a struggle before his death, yet no fingerprints of anyone else were found on his body, making it seem as though he had perished by his own hand. Such an absurd notion is difficult for anyone to accept, but only upon seeing Pai Ming's lifeless form lying on the table did they start to find the doctor's explanation plausible. This piqued the curiosity of both myself and Lu Xinpeng, prompting us to inquire about the location of Pai Ming's body. He informed us that the remains were already at the county's funeral home, as the village now prohibits traditional burials, favoring cremation instead. Due to their advanced age, the villagers were reluctant to allow them to remain there, fearing they might attract unclean entities. Chapter 32. Entangled. After offering a few words of comfort to Pai Mingjur's father, I stepped out of the courtyard and lit a cigarette at the entrance. It seems I have once again become ensnared by a ghost. I bear no grievances against Pai Mingjur, neither from the past nor the present, and it is quite disheartening that I had even offered him so many prayers. This young man, ungrateful as he is, has now entangled himself with me. My father had once warned me that being haunted by a ghost is far from a favorable situation. While some spirits come to express gratitude, they are a rare few. Once a human transforms into a ghost, they lose their heart, and should one inadvertently provoke their ire, it could lead to dire consequences. Thus, Pai Mingjur's connection to me brings no joy, only a sense of trepidation. What if he demands that I seek out his wife, and upon my failure to do so, he resorts to unspeakable acts? I scratch my head, deciding that for now, I would focus on sending Pai Mingjur away tomorrow. According to his father, burials occur every other day in their region, which offers me the opportunity to see Pai Mingjur's corpse and comprehend the absurdity of a person who would bring about their own demise. As the old saying goes, One should harbor no ill intent towards others, yet remain vigilant against potential threats. My recent experience with Chun Yao Yao has instilled in me a heightened sense of caution. That evening, I declined Pai Mingzhi's father's kind offer to stay at their home and instead made do with a night in the car. The wind at night was particularly fierce, causing the vehicle to hum as if it were alive. As I sat in the car, a torrent of thoughts flooded my mind. Troubles seemed to come one after another, and the female ghost that had been haunting me of late had not shown herself. I wondered if she had been frightened off by Granny Huang-san. Ever since that incident, I had not been troubled by her for quite some time. This allowed me to rest easy. As the old adage goes, it is not the thief one fears, but the thief's intent. I pondered the implications of this, and soon succumbed to slumber. The following morning, I was roused by Lu Xinpeng, who drove ahead of me until we arrived at the mortuary. There, I beheld the body of Pai Mingzhi within the refrigeration unit. A mere glance was sufficient to break a sweat upon my brow. Pai Mingzhi had lost both arms, and even his thighs were reduced to a single limb, resembling the aftermath of a gruesome dismemberment. I hastily inquired of Lu Xinpeng what had transpired. He gazed at the corpse with a heavy sigh and remarked, "Last night, I spoke with my uncle. During the autopsy, they discovered a multitude of flesh within him, and a CT scan revealed." Lu Xinpeng abruptly halted, fear overtaking his expression, rendering him speechless. "Do speak, for heaven's sake. Don't leave me in suspense," I exclaimed, my anxiety mounting. "They found 2 hands that had not been completely digested, and a small leg." His words sent me recoiling, as beads of perspiration cascaded down my forehead. Could it be that Pai Mingzhi had consumed himself? I could not fathom how a person, in full consciousness, could commit such an absurd act. Lu Xinpeng did not appear to jest. Thus the gravity of the situation was undeniable. The funeral was swiftly arranged, and Pai Mingzhi's remains were cremated without incident. His mother wept inconsolably, unable to accept the heart-wrenching reality of outliving her child. Simultaneously, I silently vowed to uncover the mastermind behind this tragedy. Pai Mingzhi was not only my college roommate, but also my dear friend. I felt compelled to provide him with an explanation. After the funeral concluded, I drove away, but before leaving, Lu Xinpeng handed me a business card, informing me that I could reach out to him for any matters. He resided approximately 100 kilometers away in Pingla County. I nodded in acknowledgement and departed. Upon returning to Sherman, I first returned the car to Chun Yao Yao. She kindly inquired about my well-being, and upon realizing that I was unharmed, she visibly relaxed. I then returned to the flower shop, where I began perusing the books left by Uncle Chun. Over the past few days, I had garnered a preliminary understanding. The art of Maoshan was, in essence, a form of exorcism, comprising various talismans, incantations, gestures, and other esoteric practices that left me feeling quite bewildered, perhaps due to my limited comprehension. As the day swiftly descended into night, I reclined on a lounge chair, feigning sleep. Suddenly, a chilling sensation enveloped me, startling me awake. To my astonishment, I saw Pai Mingzhi standing not far away, approaching me slowly. A sense of trepidation gripped me, yet I endeavored to maintain my composure. After all, I had done nothing wrong to him, and he had no reason to harm me. Yin Yang, there is no need for fear. Although I have passed away, we remain good brothers. Today, during my burial, I noticed both you and Lu Xinpeng by my side, and for that, I am profoundly grateful, Pai Mingzhi said, lifting his pale cheek to address me. I nodded in agreement, acknowledging that we are brothers, and such formalities are unnecessary. Listen to me, you must swiftly reincarnate, for your wandering in the mortal realm is not sustainable. I had previously heard from my father that upon a person's demise, a designated messenger from the underworld, commonly referred to as a Inchai, would come to collect the soul. The most frequently mentioned among them are the black and white impermanents. Typically, however, it is mere minor messengers who perform this task, unless they encounter a particularly troublesome spirit, at which point the black and white impermanents would intervene. Should a soul elude the Inchai for more than 81 days, it would be condemned to wander the realms for eternity, unable to reincarnate. If caught by the black and white impermanents, the fate would be even more dire, resulting in perpetual servitude in the netherworld. To my surprise, Pai Mingzhi shook his head and said, "No, Yin Yang, if you truly consider me a brother, you must help me find my wife. Only then can I peacefully reincarnate." I quickly inquired, "What happened to your body? Why did you consume it?" The image of his corpse lingered vividly in my mind. Pai Mingzhi paused, then replied, "That is not your concern. If you regard me as a brother, assist me in locating my wife. Here is her photograph. If you cannot find her, I shall remain here for eternity, frequently visiting you." I thought to myself, how audacious. Is he not taking advantage of my inability to capture spirits? He had just proclaimed brotherhood, but now implied he would haunt me. It was clear he was threatening me, and I felt utterly powerless. Pai Mingzhi deposited a photograph and departed the floral shop. Observing his receding figure, I was seized by an impulse to inflict upon him a sound thrashing, followed by consigning him to perdition. I regarded him as a brother, yet this scoundrel sought to deceive me. I retrieved the photograph and cast my gaze upon it, revealing an image of a doll. This doll bore a striking resemblance to those macabre playthings peddled in the marketplace. I had previously heard whispers that these objects were imbued with malevolence, serving as vessels for spirits that would subsequently beguile the minds of mortals. Having gleaned a comprehensive understanding of the situation, the photograph elicited no profound fear within me. Chapter 33. The Room at Night. I once watched a film that recounted the tale of this doll, a notorious specter rooted in campus folklore. According to legend, the mother of this ghostly doll was a teacher at the school, who met a tragic demise at the hands of a villain in the restrooms while searching for her mother. Thus, her vengeful spirit lingered, taking refuge in the third stall of the girls' restroom. Every individual who has laid eyes upon the ghostly doll has either perished or vanished without a trace. Initially, I presumed this entity to be merely a mischievous trickster, given its haunt in the ladies' room. However, as discussions intensified, the lore surrounding it proliferated. Despite the skepticism of many online, there were still accounts of people claiming to have witnessed a ghostly doll standing in the center of an empty thoroughfare at night, emitting a chilling laugh. Consequently, the rumors escalated. There was a period when numerous individuals across various cities reported sightings of such a doll concurrently. Just from gazing at a photograph, I could discern the doll's eerie nature. Its eyes seemed almost alive, fixated upon me. Suddenly, its pupils shifted, sending a jolt of fear through me, prompting me to hastily discard the photograph. Moments later, I retrieved it, only to find it unchanged. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. An idea began to form in my mind. After all, these dolls were readily available in numerous shops. Tomorrow, I would purchase 10 or 8 of them, hoping to send away the specter haunting Pai Mingzhi. As the night passed and dawn broke, I hopped on my electric bike parked outside and rode to the wholesale market, where I procured 10 dolls resembling the one from the tale. That evening, I intended to present them to this entity. Throughout the morning, the absence of customers left me in a rather irritable mood. Why is it that upon Uncle Chin's return, the flower shop was bustling with patrons as if it were a market day, while my establishment seemed to repel them like a refuge from calamity? As dusk settled, I stood outside, smoking a cigarette when my phone rang. Glancing at the screen, I noticed an unfamiliar number. "Hello, Yin Yang. I've arrived at Sherman. Are you around? I came to find you. Let's take a break together." The voice on the other end belonged to Lu Xinpeng. I relayed the location of the flower shop to him, and before long, a Mercedes pulled up at the entrance. 2 figures emerged from the vehicle, Lu Xinpeng and a young woman. The girl stood over 7 meters tall, her long legs on display, and her upper attire was daringly low-cut. Cascading shoulder-length hair framed her face, which was nothing short of flawless. In all my years, I had never encountered a woman with such exquisite beauty and figure. Lu Xinpeng had truly struck gold in finding such a girlfriend. Given his stature of just over 6 meters and a weight that nearly equaled mine twice over, he looked akin to a character from a video game. I found it hard to believe that his charm could captivate a girl of her caliber. Isn't it curious how the world operates? A man may possess striking looks, yet without wealth, he remains invisible to the opposite sex. Conversely, a man whose appearance resembles that of an extraterrestrial might find no shortage of admirers, provided he is wealthy. Allow me to introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Shang Wenxia, and this is my college roommate, Guo Yinyang. Lu Xinpeng facilitated our introductions, and we exchanged smiles. A moment of camaraderie amidst the peculiarities of life. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes blinked, nearly captivating my very soul. Such a woman is truly beyond the reach of ordinary men, let alone someone like me, who is impoverished and of modest stature. Yin Yang, how on earth did you end up doing this? Back in school, didn't you aspire to become a police officer? Lu Xinpeng inquired with a chuckle, handing me a cigarette as he strolled around the flower wreath shop. Oh, I would love to pursue that path, but alas, they do not want me. I merely scrape by, selling wreaths when I can, I replied. Do you not close up at night? I see you have several lanterns hanging. Do you not feel lonely? Lu Xinpeng remarked, glancing down at the 2 lanterns by the entrance. I smiled faintly. I have grown accustomed to it. To myself, I thought, lonely? Not at all. Every night, a throng of spirits comes to purchase their goods. How could I possibly feel lonely? After resting for a while in the shop, Lu Xinpeng suggested we dine at a restaurant he had reserved, and I readily agreed, as we had only exchanged hurried pleasantries that day, leaving much unsaid. That evening, we arrived at the private room he had booked. As we exchanged toasts, I noticed that Shang Wenxia remained seated, not partaking in a meal. Lu Xinpeng did not inquire, likely because she had eaten her fill at lunch. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, Lu Xinpeng lit a cigarette and, with a sense of regret, mused, if only Mingzhi were here, how splendid this gathering would be. I extracted my own cigarette and shook my head. Ah, fate is a curious thing. We cannot change it. Although Pai Mingzhi's death still clung to me, I bore no resentment towards him. Rather, I wished fervently for his survival. After all, it was the life of a fellow human being that had been lost. At the dining table, Shang Wenxia abruptly left. Once she had walked away, Lu Xinpeng, with a lewd grin, turned to me and inquired, what do you think of that girl? I picked up a peanut and tossed it into my mouth, nodding slightly. She seems quite nice. You've struck quite a bargain, haven't you? How long have you been seeing each other? Lu Xinpeng chuckled, lowering his voice conspiratorially. You have no idea. We've only known each other for 2 or 3 days. Her family lives right here. We met online, and I came to find her. I told her not to go home tonight, and she agreed. Tonight, my friend, will be quite adventurous. I thought to myself, are young women nowadays so forthright? To agree to stay together after just one meeting? Out of courtesy, I refrained from saying much more, merely reminding him to take care of his health. He patted my shoulder, rising unsteadily, and I quickly steadied him. Today, my brother is in high spirits. I've booked 2 rooms, so drink to your heart as content. The hotel is just beside us. We can return together later. I acquiesced, my head spinning. In such a state, I feared I might stumble into the greenery outside if I ventured out, deciding it best to return in the morning instead. Thus, we indulged in another round of drinks. And ultimately, I lost track of how I arrived at the hotel and tumbled onto the bed, drifting into a haze of slumber. In the middle of the night, I awoke with a parched throat. I propped myself against the wall, grabbed the water from the table, and gulped it down before heading to the restroom and returning to bed. Just as I was on the brink of slumber, a sudden sound of heavy breathing pierced the stillness near my ear. It sent a shiver down my spine, and my first instinct was to wonder if a thief had broken in. I attempted to turn over, only to suddenly feel as though someone was pressing down upon me. In an instant, I found myself unnerved. The figure above me was remarkably soft. If I were to venture a guess, it was a woman. Could it be that I was about to be assaulted? Just as I prepared to cry out for help, a velvety object abruptly silenced my mouth. I could hardly register the sensation as the person entwined her smooth, slender arms around my neck, swiftly showering my face and neck with kisses. In that fleeting moment, an uncontrollable surge of excitement coursed through me, prompting me to flip over and assume the role of the aggressor. We embraced tightly, gradually descending into the final act. I have no recollection of how the night unfolded. In a daze, I simply felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, akin to a refreshing stream nourishing parched earth, cascading over me. Chapter 34. Internal conflict. When I awoke, the clock indicated it was 8 in the morning. The disheveled bed linen surrounding me made it evident that last night was no mere figment of my imagination. It had indeed transpired. I hastily rose to inspect the locks on the doors and windows, finding them secure. This was a five-star hotel after all, with security personnel patrolling around the clock. It was inconceivable that anyone could have intruded in the dead of night. Perplexed, I took a moment to gather my thoughts, lighting a cigarette in vain attempt to regain my composure. After much contemplation, I proceeded to the bathroom to splash some water on my face. Upon lifting my gaze, I was momentarily struck dumb by my reflection. My complexion was ashen, devoid of any color, prompting me to seize my phone and take several selfies, all revealing the same pallor. Panic set in, and I quickly resolved to seek out Lu Xinpeng to show him my condition. However, as I opened my room door, I was met with a throng of people gathered outside Lu Xinpeng's room. Among them, a visibly shaken hotel staff member stood at the entrance, his face pale and legs trembling, clearly having just endured a harrowing experience. I pushed my way to the front, and the sight before me churned my stomach, nearly provoking a wave of nausea. Lu Xinpeng lay sprawled across the bed, his visage marred by blood, his mouth distended. Beside his bed lay what appeared to be a severed forearm, gruesomely connected by sinew and flesh, bloodied, and hanging together in a grotesque display that was difficult to stomach. It was evident that Lu Xinpeng had ceased to breathe. Soon, the police arrived, and the coroner pried open Lu Xinpeng's mouth, extracting 2 undigested fingers. Overwhelmed, I could no longer contain myself, and rushed to the nearby restroom to expel the contents of my stomach. Lu Xinpeng devoured himself entirely, a fate eerily mirroring that of Pai Mingzhi's recent demise. A wave of trepidation washed over me. Under what circumstances could a person cannibalize themselves? Could it be somnambulism? Wouldn't the pain of severing one's own limb rouse them? After emptying my stomach, I rinsed my face and exited the room, only to be confronted by a familiar figure, little Lu. Our eyes met, and he promptly dragged me back into the room, tossing me onto the bed. He rebuked me with a harsh tone. "Do you have a death wish? You dare trifle with such things?" I was immediately bewildered, struggling to grasp his meaning. "I don't understand what you're saying," I responded. "Don't play coy with me," he retorted. "Take a good look at yourself." With that, he produced a bronze mirror from his satchel. The mirror was etched with a Bagua diagram, swirling as if imbued with life. I held the mirror and scrutinized my face. My complexion was ashen, and a dark aura emanated from the area between my eyebrows. This ominous energy was steadily expanding, threatening to engulf my entire forehead. I recalled my father's tales of a darkened yin-tang, a harbinger of misfortune, ranging from minor injuries to fatal consequences. The encroaching darkness on my forehead suggested that my end was nigh. "What's happening? How did my forehead become like this?" I exclaimed, setting down the mirror with palpable anxiety. Xiao Lu glanced at me and then let out a sigh. "Alas, I initially thought only 3 ghosts were haunting you, but it appears there are more. What have you done? Should I spell it out for you?" I was utterly perplexed by his words. I hadn't done anything at all. It felt as though I had committed some heinous crime. "You are truly reckless. You actually engaged with ghosts." Xiao Lu's remarks struck me like 1,000 arrows, and in an instant, I recalled the events of last night. No wonder the doors and windows remained intact. Something must have entered. I should have realized that an ordinary person could not come in. I hurriedly recounted everything that transpired last night. After listening in silence for a moment, he lit a cigarette and said, "Come with me. This matter is rather delicate, and I can only seek assistance. I cannot handle it alone." Just as I was about to leave, 2 police officers stopped me. They conducted a brief inquiry, and since their investigation revealed that I was asleep in the house at the time of Lu Xinpeng's death, I had ample alibi. After the questioning, I got into the car with Xiao Lu. The vehicle drove us to their company, where he escorted me to the 12th floor office. Upon opening the door, I found only the secretary I had seen last time. Despite not having seen her in days, she remained stunning, her uniform accentuating her figure perfectly. She smiled at me, her lips curving like a crescent moon. "You Xiaoling, stop teasing this lad. He is in serious trouble," Xiao Lu said as he settled onto the sofa, addressing the secretary. Yu Xiaoling approached with her head tilted, her large eyes blinking as she glanced at me, before bursting into a fit of melodious laughter while covering her mouth. It is surprising. This young lad, though not very old, possesses an audacity that defies the norm, daring to provoke anything without a hint of fear for the consequences. In my mind, 1,000 alpacas raced through my thoughts. Had I known that what transpired last night was not human, I would have certainly hesitated to act. However, one cannot entirely blame me for my actions. As a spirited young individual, who could possibly resist such temptation? Quickly now, before this boy's forehead is enveloped in dark energy. Not even divine intervention could save him then. I certainly do not wish to witness him devour himself, Xiao Lu declared impatiently. I promptly seated myself on the sofa, adopting a serious demeanor as I listened to their directives. The mere thought of Lu Xinpeng sent shivers down my spine. Could it be that the individual Xiao Lu sought was none other than Yu Shaoling before me? I had not anticipated that a mere secretary could be involved in such affairs. Take this item and spit on it to see, Yu Shaoling instructed, handing me a piece of yellow talisman paper while placing a cup of water beside me. I gulped down the water and spat it onto the talisman, and to my astonishment, it transformed into a shade of black right before my eyes. What on earth is happening? I exclaimed in shock. Fortunately, it was me who was found. Had it been someone else, perhaps he would have been rescued. Yu Shaoling laughed heartily. Stop teasing him and hurry up, Xiao Lu urged once more. Continue to rush me, if you dare. Can you save him? You boast daily, but when it comes to critical moments without me, what can you accomplish? Yu Shaoling retorted, her expression filled with indignation. Finding you is a sign of respect. I'm simply reluctant to intervene. Do not presume that a few days spent in the company of the leader renders you immune to consequences. Let us not forget who brought you into this fold. Little Lu, in a fit of anger, shouted back. Do you believe I will remain indifferent? You may choose to disregard it. But this fellow is neither my kin nor my friend. Do not think you can use this to intimidate me. In that moment, my composure faltered, for it was I who would bear the brunt of this turmoil. Dear brothers and sisters, could you postpone your quarrel for a moment? I am still young, yet to marry, and I do not wish to face my demise at such a tender age. Leave me be. The two of them turned and shouted in unison. Chapter 35. The doorbell rings. I turn my head away with a slight grimace. What could these two possibly be arguing about? The most pressing concern was that I had just recovered, yet their bickering was making me exceedingly uncomfortable. Nothing is more precious than one's life. After approximately 10 minutes, I cautiously spoke up. Sister Shaoling, please do not be angry. You must examine my condition. I have yet to marry a single wife. Sister Shaoling's expression softened slightly compared to earlier. She cast a cold glance at Xiao Lu and gestured for me to recline on the sofa. Xiao Lu, indifferent to her, lit a cigarette and regarded me silently. As long as they could heal me, they could argue however they pleased, even if it meant tearing the roof off. Alas, my friend, I cannot make any promises. I can only do my utmost. You must rely on your own fortune, she remarked. Sister Shaoling retrieved 2 talismans from the drawer and handed them to me, concluding her task with a pat of her hands. I stood there dumbfounded. Sister Shaoling, are you jesting? Will these 2 items truly cure me? I asked, holding the talismans with tears brimming in my eyes. Sister Shaoling shot me a glare. Take them or leave them. I wouldn't give them to anyone else who pays. You have merely had some of your yang energy siphoned off by her. These talismans can assist in restoring your inner vitality. If there are any disturbances in the coming nights, you must maintain your composure. I found myself at a loss for words, pondering how I could possibly eliminate her if I were capable. I hastily inquired if she could assist me, to which she extended her 5 fingers. 5,000? I responded immediately, ready to transfer the amount. To my surprise, Yu Shaoling shot me a glance. 500,000. Not a cent less. 500,000. How on earth could I procure such a sum? Even selling myself wouldn't suffice. I quickly adopted a pitiful demeanor, pleading if she could reduce the amount. She scrutinized me, then chuckled softly. If money is an issue, considering your handsome features, why not visit my room this evening to indulge me? I shall resolve your predicament. Yu Shaoling's large eyes blinked flirtatiously, radiating a magnetic allure, and in that instant, my friend nearly succumbed to a nosebleed. This woman was no ordinary being. She was a siren. For a moment, I was rendered speechless, while my companion, Xiao Lu, took a seat beside me. She is but a temptress. Ignore her. I shall accompany you home tonight, and any matters can be entrusted to me. With a sultry smile, Yu Shaoling departed the office. Later that afternoon, I treated Xiao Lu to a meal, partly in gratitude for her assistance during the recent incident involving Chun Yao Yao, and also for her help this time around. As we dined, Xiao Lu revealed that her full name was Lu Xingho. She had joined the organization 5 years prior, spending the first 2 years underground, enduring numerous trials. After an incident nearly claimed Zhou Hongcai's life, she was promoted, becoming his trusted confidant. I inquired of him, "Given your remarkable abilities, why then seek out Yu Shaoling? Surely, you could resolve matters directly." He waved his hand dismissively, stating that I did not comprehend the situation. He did not wish to witness Yu Shaoling's expression, yet he had no choice. He had yet to master the incantations needed to restore his vital energy. Thus he was compelled to swallow his pride and approach her. Yu Shaoling had been brought in by him. After her arrival, perhaps due to her appearance, she was assigned to sit as a secretary beside Zhou Hongcai, managing various affairs of the company. Over time, she seemed to have developed an inflated sense of self-worth, resulting in an increasingly poor attitude towards Lu Xingho. As he spoke, Lu Xingho downed the remainder of his glass of white liquor in one go, indignantly exclaiming, "She is utterly ungrateful. Were it not for me, she would have perished long ago. Such nonsense." I felt it unwise to comment further, advising him not to stoop to Yu Shaoling's level, reminding him that she was a woman and that a man of stature should exhibit broader magnanimity. Ultimately, we both consumed half a gene of white liquor. Perhaps due to my father's genetic influence, I felt no intoxication, while Lu Xingho's gaze became erratic, struggling to maintain his footing. I assisted him back to Uncle Chin's flower shop, where I ensured he rested on the bed. I then turned my attention to the tasks at hand within the shop. The afternoon's business was dismal, with only a few patrons purchasing paper money. Had it not been for Uncle Chin's presence, this establishment would undoubtedly close within a month. I also held a great admiration for Uncle Chun. In this desolate location, devoid of nearby villages or shops, the fact that anyone came to purchase was undoubtedly a testament to his character. As the clock struck 11, the hour of the rat was upon us. In the past, my father warned me that during the witching hour, one must refrain from venturing outside, for the streets may be teeming with apparitions. Should one find themselves in a weakened state and become ensnared, the consequences could be dire. Once, I regarded my father's beliefs as mere superstition, but now I comprehend the truth. My encounters with the spectral realm predominantly occur past 11 o'clock, coinciding with the peak of their ominous presence. Lu Xingho slumbered, as if in a deep stupor, and I found myself curious about whether he would remain oblivious to danger, lost in his dreams. As I reclined in my chair, drowsiness began to envelop me, and, just as I was on the cusp of slumber, a sudden gust of wind surged forth, jolting me awake. Upon opening my eyes, I shivered in trepidation. There stood Pai Mingzhi and Lu Xinpeng at the entrance of the flower shop. Both appeared as if they were carved from marble, their pallid faces rigid and still, resembling sentinels guarding the threshold. "Have you two departed from this world? Hurry and reincarnate. Do not linger here with me. Have I wronged you in life? While you were alive, you called me brother. Now, in death, you treat me with such disdain." I erupted, my voice a tempest of frustration. The events of the past few days had left me seething, and though I do not claim to be virtuous, I certainly am not malevolent. Why then, do these two specters seek me out rather than others? "Yin and Yang, I do not wish to harm you. Have you located my wife?" "I seek her," Pai Mingzhi replied, his legs gliding effortlessly towards me, his countenance as frigid as the grave. "Take what you desire. It is all yours." I lifted the box from beneath, filled with the cursed dolls I had purchased last time. At first, his face radiated joy, but as time passed, his expression grew increasingly grim. "Guo Yinyang, dare you deceive me? There is no sign of my wife here." A swift wave of malevolence enveloped him. His complexion turned even more pallid, and his eyes rolled back, creating an extraordinarily terrifying visage. Yet this was not the end. Lu Xinpeng floated over, his expression equally dire. "Yinyang, I regarded you as a brother, and yet you have the audacity to covet my wife." Chapter 36. Danger approaches. What do you mean? I inquired, lighting a cigarette and raising an eyebrow. "What do you mean? Last night, I heard my wife went to your room. What happened between you two? Tell me, tell me." Suddenly, Lu Xinping's expression shifted dramatically as he seized my neck with both hands, constricting it with a vice-like grip. In that moment, a suffocating sensation enveloped my entire being, and my vision grew increasingly blurred, as if I was drifting further away from the world before me. In a state of urgency, I vaguely noticed Xiao Lu springing up from the bed, swiftly applying 2 talismans to the backs of Lu Xinping and the other individual. Instantly, they became rigid, releasing their grip. Cough, cough, cough. After they let go, I gasped for breath, relieved to be alive. What is wrong with all of you? Can't I get a decent night's sleep without this ruckus? Lu Xingho yawned as he sat on the bed, glancing at Lu Xinping and the other man. Are these 2 your university classmates? I nodded in affirmation. With a cold smile, Lu Xingho replied, I can't see it. You 2 seem more like enemies. Their souls are now bound by me, and once I awaken from my slumber, I shall send them to their eternal demise. I hastily shook my head, pleading with him to spare them and allow them to be reincarnated instead. To my surprise, Lu Xingho rebuked me loudly. You, with your compassionate heart? If it weren't for me, you'd have been dead indeed. Had he not been present just now, I might have been choked to death by Lu Xinping. I regarded them as brothers and friends, yet they perceived me as an enemy. However, witnessing their souls in torment is something I truly cannot bear. Since childhood, my father has warned me that my kindness would inevitably lead to disastrous consequences. I once thought him overly cautious, but today I finally comprehend the weight of his words. I fell into silence, lighting a cigarette and taking 2 deep puffs. My mind became somewhat clearer, yet a persistent thought echoed within me, urging me to refrain from such actions. After all, they are spirits, and I am human, which signifies my capacity for independent thought. I decided to release them. I had questions for them. I stated calmly. Lu Xing gritted his teeth in anger, but had no choice but to comply with my wishes and remove the talisman. In life and death, having a brother like you, Yin Yang, we have no regrets, Lu Xinping suddenly remarked with a smile. The abrupt shift left me even more bewildered, prompting me to inquire about their meaning. Hurry, we must leave this place. She will arrive shortly. Our time is limited, and we can only share this much with you. Suddenly, the figures of Lu Xinping and the others grew increasingly indistinct. What do you mean? Where are you going? I shouted. The malevolent energy surrounding them diminished, and moments later, they vanished, transforming into countless twinkling stars. The curse of anger and killing spirits is truly malicious, Lu Xing said, narrowing his eyes in astonishment. I quickly asked him what he was referring to. He informed me that both Lu Xinping and he were currently in a state of utter despair, as they had been cursed with a spell of wrath and death before arriving here. This incantation is one of the 10 forbidden techniques, capable of obliterating a ghost in less than 10 minutes. However, it demands a high level of cultivation, rendering it perilous for those without significant spiritual prowess, often leading to their own demise. Lu Xingho suggested that they might have anticipated something was coming for me, hence their visit, ostensibly seeking vengeance, but in truth aiming to incapacitate me and whisk me away to safety. Instantly, tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. Their true intention was to protect me, while I had mistakenly believed they intended to harm me. After all, we had shared the same roof as roommates for 3 years. How could they possibly wish for my demise? I wiped away my tears and began to weep. For the first time in my life, I felt such profound sorrow. Stop crying. A grown man weeping achieves nothing, Lu Xingho remarked disdainfully, puffing on his cigarette. I ignored him. In this moment, my feelings were beyond anyone's comprehension. Suddenly, Lu Xingho sprang up from the bed, alarmed. Be quiet. This is bad. He swiftly moved to secure the door, placing a talisman at each of its 4 corners. The 4 talismans radiated a golden light, intertwining into chains that locked the door as if it were bound by iron. Seeing this, I promptly fell silent. His urgency hinted at a looming threat. Lu Xingho's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat cascading down his face as he inhaled deeply from his cigarette several times. This is the first time I have witnessed him so flustered. Could it be that he has truly encountered someone beyond our capabilities? What on earth is happening? I whispered, my voice lowered. Silence. Lu Xingho turned to me urgently. Knock, knock, knock. My husband, are you there? A familiar woman's voice resonated from the doorway, and I instantly recognized it as Shang Wenxia, Lu Xinping's girlfriend. In an instant, my heart leapt to my throat. She was indeed a ghost. Yet, why did I not sense anything amiss during our dinner last night? Or perhaps I simply failed to perceive it. Her disguise was far too convincing. I dared not ponder further, for Lu Xingho's expression was growing increasingly grim, burdened by immense pressure. If he could handle this situation, he would have rushed out without hesitation. The fact that such a capable man was rendered helpless in the face of this crisis was a testament to how terrifying Shang Wenxia truly was. Husband, if you do not open the door, I shall force my way in. Have you forgotten the night we spent together? Shang Wenxia's voice outside had turned increasingly icy. I remained silent. Knock, knock, knock. The frantic pounding on the door persisted. I could see the golden chain on the door growing fainter. If this continued, she would surely break in. If anything happens to me, you must join the organization. They truly need you. Lu Xingho tossed the cigarette but into the ashtray. A flicker of confident smile gracing his lips as he grabbed his bag and flung the door open, charging out. A cacophony of combat erupted just beyond the threshold, the sounds gradually receding into the distance. Approximately 20 minutes elapsed before the hurried cadence of footsteps echoed from the doorway. I lifted my gaze to behold Lu Xingho. His overcoat was now a tattered ruin. His face bore the marks of battle, and a lengthy laceration on his arm bled profusely, staining the pristine floor a crimson hue. His legs, too, were marred with wounds as he stumbled. Seeking support from the doorframe, I hastened to his side, offering my assistance. Raising his blood-streaked countenance, he flashed a confident smile and declared, I told you, none can stand against me. With those words, his eyes gently closed. Chapter 37. Significant decisions. The wind swept through, sending the leaves along the roadside into a flurry, while the branches creaked eerily, reminiscent of a ghostly wail or the distant calls of nocturnal birds, sometimes near, sometimes far, sometimes loud, sometimes soft. I sat on a chair in the hospital corridor, my brow furrowed with worry, as Yu Shaoling paced anxiously at the door of the operating room. Her small face streaked with tears. What if something happens to Lu Ge? What will I do if he is harmed? She said, wiping away her tears in a state of distress. I was at a loss for words, merely urging her not to dwell on her fears and to trust in the efficacy of medicine. After all, it was precisely this that had led to such circumstances. When Lu Xingho was brought in, he was drenched in blood, leaving the doctors momentarily stunned as they rushed him into surgery. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so willful. If anything happens to Lu Ge, I wouldn't want to live anymore, Yu Shaoling lamented, her expression filled with guilt. This entire situation was a consequence of my actions. Had Lu Xingho not intervened, he wouldn't now be lying in a hospital ward. Because of my inadequacy, I was unable to protect those around me. Instead, it seemed they were the ones safeguarding me. In that moment, I profoundly understood the significance of an individual's capabilities. Just then, the operating room door swung open, and a doctor emerged. The yellow light above the hospital bed illuminated the frail figure of Lu Xingho, who lay there weakly. I rushed to his bedside, and he managed to force a faint smile. Kid, I don't know how much longer I can hold on. You resemble me so closely. It's as if you were cast from the same mold. I'm uncertain if I can endure this trial. Could you promise me something? Lu Xingho rasped, struggling to articulate the words. I nodded, assuring him that I would agree to anything. He smiled again. In my home, there is a photograph of a woman beneath my bed. She is my girlfriend. I have no idea how she is faring now. I hope you can look after her. Simultaneously, I wish for you to promise me that you will join the organization. Your resolve is not extinguished. This war has merely commenced. Very well, I promise you, I replied. Suddenly, Lu Xingho's head tilted, and he fainted. Initiate cardiac resuscitation. The surrounding doctors sprang into action, and I quickly stepped back. As I numbly approached the door, Yu Shaoling rushed forward, anxiously inquiring about the situation inside. I lifted my swollen eyes to glance at her, but remained silent. In an instant, she seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, sprinting to the operating room door and pounding on it, wailing, "Open the door. I want to see my Lu Ge." I hurriedly embraced her, wiping the tears from her face. Don't worry, Lu Gu will be fine. From now on, I will take care of you. Yu Shaoling, overwhelmed with emotion, buried her face in my chest and wept bitterly. 20 minutes later, the operating room doors swung open once more and the doctor emerged. I hurried to support Yu Shaoling as we approached him, inquiring about Lu Xingho's condition. The prognosis was dire. We had exerted every effort to save his life. Yet he had lost consciousness and was at a significant risk of becoming a vegetative state. The term vegetative state resonated in my mind, causing me to stagger back a couple of steps. What distinguishes a vegetative state from death? The doctor, sensing my despair, urged us not to lose hope. He reassured me that if we continued to call out to the patient, a miracle might still occur. I nodded, my mind a blank canvas. The chances of awakening from a vegetative state were minuscule, and even if he did regain consciousness, it was highly likely he would suffer from memory loss. In the hospital room, Lu Xingho lay motionless on the bed, while Yu Shaoling, having regained some composure, reminisced about their joyful moments together with the comatose Lu Xingho. Stepping outside to the smoking area, I lit a cigarette and gazed at the stars beyond the window. The memories of Lu Xingho's every word and action before his unconsciousness flooded my mind, and I resolved to join the organization. I was determined to exact revenge for him. The female specter was still alive. I dialed Uncle Chun's number, and it connected promptly. Uncle Chun, where are you? When will you return? Ah, you little rascal, do you miss me? I'm out of town, still tied up with matters here. I reckon it will take at least another 10 days to a fortnight. Is something amiss at home? No. Uncle Chun, I wish to learn something new. I cannot continue like this. It would be better for me to perish than to live in such a manner. Uncle Chun, on the other end, fell silent for a brief 5 seconds before slowly stating, Wait at home. I shall arrive by noon. His prompt agreement stirred an inkling within me that he had been anticipating this day all along. After spending a night at the hospital, I received a call from Uncle Chun the following noon, inquiring why the shop was unattended. I hastily bid farewell to Yu Shaoling and took a taxi to the flower shop. Upon my arrival at the entrance, I noticed Uncle Chun clad in a white t-shirt on top and formal trousers paired with polished shoes, presenting an air of elegance. Uncle Chun, you rascal, come inside. He interrupted with a smile, patting my shoulder. Once inside the shop, I recounted the events of the past 2 days in their entirety. Uncle Chun bent down to retrieve the talisman that had fallen the previous night. This ghost is truly formidable. Not even Lu Xingho or I could contend with it. Only one person possesses the certainty to vanquish it, he muttered to himself, holding the talisman. Who? You know him, but I cannot disclose his identity. You must learn to rely on yourself instead of depending solely on others. Otherwise, maturity will elude you. I nodded. Uncle Chin's words resonated with me. Previously, whenever faced with an issue, I would seek assistance rather than endeavoring to resolve it myself. Uncle Chun set down his suitcase and produced a copper coin from his bag, instructing me to toss it upward. I inquired about the purpose of this, to which he urged me to refrain from asking unnecessary questions. I nodded and tossed the copper coin upwards. It spun gracefully in the air before landing steadily on the table, spinning for several moments before gradually coming to a halt. To my astonishment, the coin stood upright. Uncle Chun rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Child, in all my years, I have never witnessed such a phenomenon. You truly possess an innate talent for this line of work. Fortunately, you discovered it not too late. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of potential. I was oblivious to the meaning behind his words and had little desire to ponder them. My sole focus was to acquire knowledge and avenge Lu Xingho. Uncle Chun, please teach me quickly. I can wait no longer. My friend lies on a hospital bed, uncertain between life and death. Uncle Chun waved his hand dismissively. It takes more than a mere few days of learning to seek vengeance. Do not mistake my words as harsh. If you rush and unprepared, you may find yourself facing doom. Chapter 38. Seeking a mentor, Uncle Chun confided in me that his feelings when he entered this profession mirrored my own. However, the relentless setbacks he faced revealed that the world is far more arduous than we could ever imagine, and the path of cultivation is no exception. I concurred with Uncle Chin's perspective. Given my current abilities, venturing forth would undoubtedly lead to my demise, and seeking vengeance will be nothing more than a fanciful dream. Have you made up your mind to join us? You must understand that while it is easy to invite the spirits, dismissing them is a far more challenging endeavor. Our trade is no different. Once you enter, extricating yourself is not a simple task, Uncle Chen said earnestly as he sat across from me. I have made my decision. There is nothing more to discuss. To avenge Lu Xingho and to unearth the female specter behind it, as well as for my own sake. I cannot continue to lean on others. A man must rely on himself. Ha ha, splendid. Uncle Chen suddenly erupted into hearty laughter, leaving me bewildered and prompting me to inquire about his sudden outburst. He shot me a glance before retreating to the backyard. After approximately 10 minutes, he emerged, hoisting a collection of items, which he unceremoniously deposited before me. Since you have chosen to become my disciple, the customary rites of apprenticeship cannot be overlooked. Uncle Chen then elucidated that prior to entering this realm, one must pay homage to 4 entities. The first is heaven, which nurtures countless forms of life. The second is earth, which provides a sanctuary for myriad beings. The third is the 3 pure ones, and the fourth is none other than himself. Following his instructions, I first placed a lit candle at each of the 4 cardinal points, north, south, east, and west. Subsequently, I arranged a bowl at the center of the table and inserted 3 incense sticks into it. The 3 sticks symbolized the gods, while the 4 represented the spirits. The 3 pure ones are regarded as deities. Uncle Chen then handed me a bowl of water and instructed me to prick my middle finger with a needle. A drop of blood trickled down my fingertip and fell into the water. He urged me to do the same. Overcome by apprehension, I inquired if I could forego this step, fearing the pain. He shot me a stern glance and insisted that if I wished to survive, I must comply with his directives. Resolute, I gritted my teeth, closed my eyes, and pierced my finger. A single droplet of blood followed suit, and the pain was indeed excruciating, for the heart is connected to the fingers. Nevertheless, I was determined to learn. The 2 drops of blood merged swiftly in the bowl, a phenomenon visible to the naked eye. Startled, I exclaimed and questioned Uncle Chen about the occurrence. I recalled watching a television program where it was stated that in ancient times, without modern DNA comparison technology, one could determine biological relationships by dropping the blood of a father and son into a bowl of clean water. If they blended, they were indeed related, and if not, the opposite. Was this scene meant to convey? It is not as complex as you think. Apprenticeship is simply this. I have silently merged our birth dates and 8 characters together. Otherwise, even if you poured a bowl of blood, it would not combine. I nodded, accepting Uncle Chen's words. Subsequently, he picked up 2 talismans and inscribed the birth dates of both of us, proclaiming with fervor, heaven above, today, Chen Zhongpeng, the disciple of the Maoshan lineage, officially takes Guinyang as his apprentice. I implore the ancestral master for your permission. I, Chen Zhongpeng, am eternally grateful. Uncle Chen then cast the 2 talismans skyward, and in that fleeting moment, they spontaneously ignited in mid-air, reducing to ashes that gently fell to the ground. This spectacle left me utterly astonished, rendering me speechless, for Uncle Chen had made no overt gesture to ignite them. Could this be the 3 flames of true fire that my father had once spoken of? He had informed me that when a person reaches a certain level of spiritual cultivation, they can summon flames from their own vital energy to incinerate anything. However, this technique demands an exceptionally high level of skill, unattainable by the average person. Hence, Uncle Chen must possess considerable strength. As for whether he surpasses Lu Xingho, I cannot say, for Lu had never demonstrated the 3 flames of true fire in my presence. Nevertheless, I sensed that their strengths were not vastly different. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, distinctly different from any winds I had encountered before. This breeze was warm and soothing against my skin. The 3 incense sticks burned rapidly, consumed entirely within half a minute. I scratched my head and inquired of Uncle Chen if this was acceptable. He nodded and instructed, hastened to bow 4 times. Once to heaven, once to earth, once to the 3 pure ones, and once to me, each in turn. The initial 3 points I could comprehend, as the saying goes, beneath a man's knee lies gold. One must kneel to heaven, to the earth, and to one's parents. The teachings of the three pure ones are of little concern, as they are merely the wisdom left by others. However, the notion of bowing to Uncle Chun did not sit well with me. At that moment, I shook my head and inquired as to why I should pay him my respects. You little rascal, I am your master. Once a teacher, always a father. Have you not heard this before? Enough with the chatter. Bow, or go home and play in the mud, Uncle Chun retorted, his tone somewhat harsh. I quickly nodded, conceding to bow. His expression softened slightly, and he nodded approvingly at me. After I completed the 4 bows, Uncle Chun instructed me to rise and drink the tea from the table in one gulp. He then handed me a murky concoction into which he had dripped a couple of drops of blood, insisting I consume it. Instantly, I shook my head in disgust. It was utterly revolting. Who could possibly endure such a thing? Yet, under his threat, I pinched my nose and swallowed it down. A wave of metallic bitterness flooded my mouth, and I nearly retched. I was acutely aware that consuming this potion might lead to further torment. For Uncle Chun was quite the trickster, concocting schemes daily. Previously, my father had recounted that he had a dear friend in his youth, a master of rhetoric, who could spin tales and devise schemes with ease. Now I was witnessing this firsthand. I couldn't shake the feeling that his insistence on my bowing was merely a means for him to take advantage of me. Everything proceeded in a logical manner, and Uncle Chun nodded his approval. All right, go and wipe the flower wreath. What? Uncle Chun, are you not supposed to teach me something? I have long since informed you that haste is of no avail. In the future, you shall address me as master. After you have finished tending to the floral arrangements, prepare a basin of warm water for my feet, then proceed to the garden to clear away the weeds, and afterward, kindly procure lunch for me. That will suffice for now. I find myself quite famished. At that moment, words eluded me. It became apparent that I had not come here to learn, but rather to serve as a mere servant, and a servant at that who receives no payment. Yet, I found myself compelled to comply. After a flurry of activity, the afternoon had arrived. At precisely 2 o'clock, when the sun was at its zenith, I had just retrieved a chilled bottle of cola from the refrigerator when Uncle Chun cast a stern glance in my direction. Obediently, I handed it to him. He gestured towards the courtyard and said, "Assume a horse stance. You are not permitted to return for less than half an hour." I was taken aback. Was he jesting? In this sweltering heat of 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he expected me to adopt a horse stance? Was he truly toying with me? Chapter 39. The Relocation of Graves Master Chun. Enough with the idle chatter. Get on with it. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. If you cannot even grasp the fundamentals, how will you progress? You know about Xiaolong, right? The progenitor of martial arts. When he began his training, he too had to practice his stances without so much as a word of complaint. That is why he ultimately achieved greatness. I was rendered speechless. Thus, under the sweltering heat of 37 degrees, I found myself in the courtyard, practicing my stances, beads of sweat cascading down my brow. Before long, my shirt was soaked and clinging to my skin. To my chagrin, Master Chun remained comfortably inside, relishing the cool air from the air conditioner, sipping on a cold cola, and occasionally flashing me a grin. After approximately half an hour, Master Chun beckoned me over. I relaxed my body and collapsed onto the ground, instantly feeling a rush of heat in my head, my throat parched, and my entire being felt utterly drained. Sitting there, I had no desire to move, as sweat had thoroughly saturated every pore of my skin. After about 10 minutes of recuperation, feeling slightly less faint, I stumbled back into the house, opened a refrigerator, and gulped down water. I plopped down on a stool, gasping for breath. With such physical condition, how could I ever hope to confront ghosts? I would be outpaced and exhausted in no time. At that moment, I wished for nothing more than to rest in silence. 20 minutes later, Master Chun stood up, stretched his back, and informed me that he would take a nap, instructing me to keep an eye on the shop. I nodded in acknowledgement, and as soon as he departed, I laid my head down on the table and fell asleep. I lost track of time when suddenly a man walked through the door. "Wake up. Is Master Chun here?" "He isn't," I replied without even opening my eyes. "What about the person?" "I don't know. Perhaps he has fallen into a ditch." I sighed. Just as the words left my lips, I felt a heavy slap on my head. Covering my head, I opened my eyes to see Uncle Chun, his beard puffed out, glaring at me. I pouted but said nothing. "What is it, De Zhuang? Is there something you need?" Uncle Chun did not dwell on my silence, but turned to the newcomer. This man was robust, adorned with a golden necklace around his neck, a jade ring, a gold ring on his hand, and a Rolex Submariner on his wrist. Clearly, he was a nouveau riche. De Zhuang tossed Uncle Chun an expensive cigarette and lit one for himself, taking a deep drag before speaking. My father passed away a couple of days ago. His dying wish was to find an auspicious burial site. I don't know many people, and you're the only one I can ask. Is it convenient for you to accompany me? Uncle Chun lit his cigarette, took a deep breath, and smiled. I truly apologize, De Zhuang, but I have to go out of town tomorrow. However, I can have my apprentice accompany you. After saying this, Uncle Chun deliberately glanced at me. What? How'd I get roped into this? I thought. What I know about auspicious sites. De Zhuang squinted at me, a half smile on his face. Him? Is that all right? Of course it is not all right. I know nothing about this. If I choose the wrong location, I might just get a beating. Uncle Chun maintained his smile. What is the matter, De Zhuang? Don't you trust me? De Zhuang chuckled in response. It's not that I distrust you. It's just that this lad appears to be merely in his early 20s. Such a claim is bound to raise eyebrows. However, if you, Uncle Chun, vouch for him, I would have no objections, even if he were a mere weanling. It was evident that De Zhuang and Uncle Chun shared a bond that transcended ordinary friendship. Thus, they settled on a plan. De Zhuang would spend the night at the hotel, and the following morning, he would escort me back to their ancestral home to select a burial site. Once he departed, Uncle Chun continued to smile at me. I thought to myself, what is there to smile about? You've thrust me into the jaws of danger, and I might well find myself in a predicament. Yet, I could not voice my concerns and instead feigned a pitiful demeanor. Uncle Chun, if you continue to bully me like this, I shall inform my father. Uncle Chun's previously cheerful expression suddenly shifted dramatically. He stood up and delivered a playful slap to my head. You young rascal, despite your age, you know how to wield your father's name against me. I rubbed my head, feeling too intimidated to respond. Uncle Chun tossed me a book, instructing me to study it thoroughly and to forego sleep for the night, suggesting I catch up on rest during the journey tomorrow. With no other choice, I began to read. I had overheard the mention that if this endeavor regarding feng shui proved successful, Uncle Chun would receive a reward of 500,000. I calculated how much of that sum I might receive, hoping for at least 200,000. That night, I truly did not close my eyes, engrossed in studying the tome on feng shui that Uncle Chun had given me. The content left me bewildered, as though I were amidst a graveyard. At the break of dawn, I noticed De Zhuang hastily approaching. He handed me a set of pancakes and politely remarked, "Young master, shall we set off now?" This was a stark transformation from his demeanor yesterday. Perhaps he had no choice, as Uncle Chun had spoken so. If he continued to look down on me, it would be akin to slapping Uncle Chun in the face. And in that case, Uncle Chun might choose to ignore his predicament for the sake of pride. Nevertheless, I did not feign ignorance. I nodded gravely and replied, "Let us depart." Before leaving, I bid farewell to Uncle Chun, who advised me to remain composed. He reassured me that selecting a burial site was merely a trivial matter and urged me to possess confidence. Having already perused the necessary literature, the remaining tasks were solely up to me. I mused that if the book were indeed so effective, it rendered his presence somewhat redundant. Though I dare not voice this thought, as soon as I boarded the vehicle, I succumbed to a deep slumber. After an indeterminate period, the car arrived at a village that appeared relatively upscale, with predominantly two-story villas and stylishly dressed inhabitants. De Zhuang led me into a house, and to my astonishment, it was completely empty. I inquired about the absence of people and coffins. With a look of surprise, De Zhuang turned to me and asked, "Young master, did your master not inform you? My father was buried long ago. I have been plagued by nightmares lately, with my father expressing discomfort in his resting place. That is why I wish for you to relocate his grave." Upon hearing this, I was left speechless. Goodness, Uncle Chun truly is a cunning old man. My father once told me that exhumation is far more terrifying than burial. For burial, if done poorly, it merely results in a somewhat tragic fate for the descendants. Typically, a simple ritual suffices to send the departed on their way without further complications. However, exhumation is an entirely different matter. It is a perilous undertaking. If mishandled, the corpse may rise as a zombie, wreaking havoc upon the entire village. I find myself perplexed as to why Uncle Chun would entrust such a significant responsibility to me. Is it an expression of trust, or perhaps a test? Yet, one should not jest with the lives of an entire village. Chapter 40. A great deal of resentment, however. There was no alternative. I could only nod and admit that I had misremembered. Dazhuang patted my shoulder, flashing a wide grin adorned with gold teeth, and inquired whether I had gone to bed too early, causing my memory to falter. I nodded, secretly thinking to myself that I had not slept at all, having spent the entire night poring over a tome on the intricacies of feng shui. If only I had a bed at that moment, I could easily drift into slumber. As I lit a cigarette, I suddenly realized that the feng shui arrangement of their two-story house was quite commendable, with a mountain at its back and water flowing in front. This city, modeled after water, serves to delineate boundaries and preserve the dragon's energy. With the water city acting as the gateway to the dragon's lair, each formation unique in its own right. The water city is classified into the 5 elemental cities: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each bearing its own fortunes and misfortunes. Nonetheless, the benefits of such feng shui surpass its drawbacks. Dazhuang, did you have someone assess the feng shui of this house? I inquired, absent-mindedly touching my nose. I was eager to ascertain whether the information from the book I had read the previous night was indeed accurate. If everything aligned as I suspected, then the insights from last night's reading would truly prove invaluable. Dazhuang nodded and replied, "The little master possesses remarkable insight. This plot was indeed evaluated by your master. What do you think of its location?" I expressed my thoughts candidly, and upon hearing my observations, he nodded in satisfaction and gave me a thumbs up. Indeed, the apprentice of Master Chun is exceptional. At such a young age, you can discern the layout of feng shui so astutely. I'm truly impressed. I waved my hand dismissively, saying it was merely a trivial matter. Yet, I couldn't help but feel that my understanding stemmed primarily from my own studies, with little connection to Master Chun. "Please, take me to see the old master's grave," I urged. "I have come here solely to swiftly resolve this matter and return home to rest. Simultaneously, I harbor a profound interest in that grave. Should I succeed this time, it would signify that I possess some understanding and no longer need to rely on others." Consequently, I did not disclose this endeavor to Zhonglong. Dazhuang responded affirmatively and led me onward. Upon reaching the hillside not far from his residence, I beheld a series of tombs scattered across the mountainside. Accustomed to such sights, I felt little fear. Having grappled with life and death, could a mere handful of decrepit graves intimidate me? I am destined to join the organization. And with this thought, I felt an unexplainable surge of confidence, as though I were the master of all. "Is it that grave?" I inquired, pointing to one not far away. "Yes, that one. How did you know?" Dazhuang replied, taken aback. I immediately discerned something amiss about this grave. First and foremost, the burial site was problematic. A chill enveloped me despite the bright daylight, sending shivers down my spine. I approached the grave for a closer inspection. Nearby, a small stream flowed past the grave. In terms of feng shui for residences, water is auspicious, yet it is a grave's greatest taboo. The foremost rule is that one should never have flowing water directed towards the grave. I retrieved 3 incense sticks from my bag, and, following the method that Uncle Chun had taught me last night, I pinched the incense between my index and middle fingers while igniting it with my other hand. After completing the ritual, I stepped back 3 paces and bowed thrice before the grave. Last night, Uncle Chun imparted to me the wisdom that the deceased must be held in the highest regard, regardless of the circumstances. It is paramount to bow in reverence to the departed, for I have come to assist him. Any misinterpretation on his part could lead to complications. Additionally, it is imperative to ascertain whether the body within the grave has undergone any transformation. If all is well, then matters can be easily resolved. However, should there be any anomalies, the situation may become quite precarious. With my eyes shut, I approached the grave, for it was advised in a text I read yesterday that one should close their eyes when uncertain of the intentions of what lies within. Should one feel a breath upon their back, it is wise to disregard all else and flee. This serves as a warning to maintain distance from the grave. Otherwise, One must not blame the deceased for any ensuing consequences. Fortunately, I felt no such breath behind me, which alleviated my anxiety considerably. After all, this is my inaugural solo mission, and should anything go awry, the repercussions would be dire. I placed 3 incense sticks in the burner atop the grave and observed for nearly 5 minutes. Upon noticing no disturbances, I breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as I turned away, a sudden chill swept over me, causing my entire body to shiver. Turning around, I was startled to see that all 3 incense sticks had been extinguished and snapped in half. A wave of goosebumps enveloped me. This was an ominous sign. The scene before me prompted an involuntary exclamation. At that moment, De Zhuang approached, his face etched with anxiety, and said, "Little master, if this is beyond your capability, I can seek assistance." It was evident that De Zhuang now harbored doubts about my abilities. "Fear not," I declared, my countenance ablaze with fury. I remain undeterred. Should I meet my demise, I shall seek another. I was resolute in my desire to ensure that my inaugural venture would not be dismissed so readily. From my satchel, I retrieved several talismans that Uncle Chun had entrusted to me the previous night, affixing one with a sharp clap to the headstone before me. Regardless of what malevolent being you may be, do not dare to act with impunity in my presence. I have encountered far more than you could ever consume. Upon uttering these words, the 3 incense sticks before me remained eerily still, while an unsettling chill continued to envelop my back. It appeared that this entity required a lesson in humility. Swiftly, I scattered a pouch of glutinous rice around the grave, murmuring to myself, "I harbor no intent to harm you. I merely wish to honor your son's wishes. Let's avoid the folly of disrespecting hospitality." At that moment, warmth began to radiate from behind me, and the incense sticks erupted into fervent flames. I mused that, indeed, all things yield to firmness when gentleness is met with resistance. If this spirit bore no malice towards me, it signified a potential path forward. In that spirit, I produced the prepared joss paper, igniting it while proclaiming, "These offerings are but a token of my goodwill. I hope you understand that my presence here is to assist you." The joss paper danced momentarily before disintegrating, leaving only a pile of unburned black ash in its wake. It was evident that my offerings had been accepted, yet I knew better than to lower my guard. De Zhuang eagerly approached me and inquired, "Master, how is it?" I nodded and replied, "There is little to discern during the day. We shall return at night. Some entities are exceedingly cunning. Their malevolent essence may wane in daylight, leading them to potentially relent. However, the night brings uncertainty. To err on the side of caution, I resolved to return after dusk. Only when I ascertain that all is secure will I dare to relocate the grave." De Zhuang nodded in agreement and assured me he would host me with the finest food and drink. At noon, he summoned a multitude of people from who knows where and arranged for someone to procure an array of delicacies and several bottles of exquisite liquor from the county town. Chapter 41. Preparing for the relocation of the grave, as I was enjoying my meal, my phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, I was surprised to see it was Uncle Chun. "Master, what's the matter? You little brat, did you forget to bring the peach-wood sword this morning? Aren't you afraid of facing dire consequences?" I slapped my forehead and realized that indeed it was absent from my bag. In my morning haze, I had completely overlooked it. "Oh dear, what should I do now?" "What can be done? You have the keys to the shop, right? Otherwise, you'll have to come back for them, or else you might find yourself in grave danger." With that, Uncle Chun hung up in a huff. I rolled my eyes, pondering why the old man had such a foul temper. Turning my gaze, I spotted a group of people animatedly toasting and exchanging drinks. I approached De Zhuang and tugged at his sleeve. He turned around with a beaming face and asked, "What's up, little master? Just to be cautious, please visit the grave around 5 this afternoon. I will offer 3 incense sticks for your father. Otherwise, it could become quite troublesome later. I need to head back to fetch something." Earlier, I had distinctly felt the malevolent energy at the graveyard. Initially, I had planned to go myself this afternoon, but now I had no choice but to send him in my stead, as I needed to retrieve my belongings. "No problem, little master. Here's the car key. Feel free to drive it." De Zhuang was quite agreeable, tossing me the keys before returning to his revelry with the others. I shook my head in resignation, thinking how carefree he was. It would indeed be troublesome if anything went awry. With the keys in hand, I disregarded my meal and hurriedly drove his car, making my way to the highway in a desperate bid to return to the flower shop as swiftly as possible. By the time I arrived at the flower shop, it was already 3 in the afternoon. The journey back would take nearly 3 hours. I gathered my belongings and called Dazhuang from the car, but the line went unanswered. After several attempts, he finally picked up. "Hello, little master, what's the matter?" Came a slurred voice from the other end. "Dazhuang, do not forget the instructions I entrusted to you. It is imperative that you remember. If you neglect it, we will face considerable trouble." His drunken tone sent a wave of anxiety through me. "Don't worry, I've got this. You can rely on me. I won't delay your matters," he assured, before abruptly ending the call. I felt a surge of frustration. It seemed as though he was doing me a favor, when in reality, he was merely helping himself. Yet, I could do nothing but fulfill my promise. I certainly could not stand idly by while an entire village mourned alongside Dazhuang's father. By 6 in the evening, the village still glimmered with light, the incessant chorus of cicadas adding to the lively atmosphere of what was once a bustling community. Upon reaching Dazhuang's home, I noticed the front door was wide open, an unsettling sign. I parked my car and hurried inside, only to find Dazhuang sprawled on the bed, snoring like a pig. "Damn it, this is bad." I cursed under my breath and rushed over to shake him awake. Who is it? Can I get some sleep?" Dazhuang grumbled, reluctantly sitting up. "Sleep? I instructed you to go pay your respects by 5 o'clock. Did you go?" I went, little master," he replied. Dazhuang's face momentarily betrayed a hint of anxiety as his right hand instinctively slipped an object beneath the pillow. Observing this, I hastily approached and lifted the pillow, revealing 3 incense sticks lying underneath. My anger surged, and I exclaimed, "Do you realize how much you've delayed for the sake of sleep? Soon, the entire village will have to accompany your father in burial." My breath came in heavy gasps, and after a brief moment, I lit a cigarette and sat silently on a stool. On the bed, Dazhuang seemed to sense the gravity of my displeasure. He leaned over and flashed me a lewd grin, saying, "Little master, please don't be angry. This was merely a momentary lapse. Blame it all on me. I'll give you extra money, another 100,000. I'll transfer it to you shortly. What does that sound?" His words gradually soothed my initial fury, as I realized that Uncle Chun might indeed share some funds with me this time. My pockets were already rather empty, and if this came to fruition, I would finally have some money. The saying, "Money can make the devil turn the mill," held true in this instance. Yet, I feigned an expression of indignation, replying, "The money is of little consequence. Nonetheless, it seems we have reached this point, so let us hasten to the mountains." Dazhuang nodded diagerly, quickly dressing before accompanying me outside. Along the way, he remained silent, wary of provoking another argument. At this juncture, quarreling was futile. If that thing in the grave truly transformed, none would escape its grasp. As darkness gradually enveloped the hillside burial grounds, an air of terror thickened in the night. Upon reaching the summit, Dazhuang hesitated, his face glistening with sweat as he cautiously inquired, "Little master, shall we discuss a plan? I can keep watch here while you investigate." His suggestion was utterly preposterous. It was his father lying there, yet he wanted me to go? I had never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. This Dazhuang, robust and burly, possessed a cowardice that rivaled that of mouse. He proposed seeking assistance, but I shook my head, explaining that it was uncertain whether a transformation had indeed occurred. If it had, we could summon others later. If not, that would be for the best. I lit a cigarette to bolster my courage, deciding against allowing him to accompany me. Instead, I approached the grave. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind arose, rendering my eyes nearly unable to open. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Moments later, as the wind subsided, I retrieved 3 incense sticks from my bag, offered a prayer to the heavens, and placed them in the incense burner. Not far away, Dazhuang, perhaps feeling a pang of guilt for his earlier suggestion, jogged over and whispered in my ear, asking how things were progressing. I exhaled a puff of smoke and shook my head, signaling him to wait. As I observed the 3 incense sticks, I noticed they had transformed into 2 short and 1 long. This was troubling. I recalled Zhang Long's warning that it is most ominous when there are 3 long and 2 short, while incense should never present as 2 short and 1 long. I reached for my phone, intending to call Zhang Long, but after a moment of reflection, I set it down. This time, I resolved to rely solely on myself. "What is your father's zodiac sign?" I asked. "Ox," he replied. "Hasten to gather individuals born under the signs of the dragon, dog, rabbit, and horse, limiting the group to no more than 10, preferably all male, and the swifter, the better. Additionally, procure a couple of iron shovels to facilitate the task of prying this open. In the intricate dance of existence, every entity has its counterpart in counteraction. Among the 12 zodiac signs, those that counteract the ox include the dragon, dog, rabbit, and horse. I remain uncertain whether Dazhuang's father has truly undergone a transformation. Yet the presence of these 4 zodiac signs here may exert some influence over him, alleviating my sense of helplessness." Dazhuang nodded and hastily descended the mountain. As darkness enveloped the sky, the rear mountain grew increasingly frigid, the chilling wind causing the hairs on my neck to stand on end. After approximately an hour, I heard a commotion from below and soon saw 7 or 8 individuals jogging toward me. Chapter 42. The serpent in the coffin. Zhuang hurriedly approached me, breathless and exclaiming, "Ah, I am utterly exhausted. The individuals you requested have gathered, 8 in total." I nodded and retrieved 8 talismans from my bag, placing them in their hands. I instructed them that if anything were to emerge from the coffin, they should affix the talismans immediately. In our village, every household possesses a shovel, and thus each of them wielded one. I found solace in their robust physiques. Their muscular arms betrayed a life of laborious farming. This was indeed advantageous, as it would expedite our task. "We shall pry open Zhuang's father's grave," I declared. Upon hearing this, the 8 men grew visibly agitated, shaking their heads in protest. Even Zhuang stepped forward, his expression fraught with concern. "Master, is it truly wise to disturb the earth so recklessly? Shouldn't we offer incense and follow proper protocol?" "Protocol be damned. If something happens to your father, mark my words, neither you nor anyone in this village will escape unscathed." Realizing I was not jesting, Zhuang reluctantly nodded and urged the group, "You must act swiftly." Yet still, not a single person took a step forward. "I will increase your payment, 10,000 yuan for each of you. How does that sound?" Zhuang extended this olive branch, and the men's demeanor shifted instantly. 10,000 yuan is a significant sum in the countryside, and it was merely a matter of performing some labor. "Stop dawdling. 15,000. If you refuse, I will seek others." Observing their lingering hesitations, Zhuang promptly raised the offer once more. The group of brawny men stomped their feet decisively. "Let's get to work." Subsequently, the 8 of them swiftly commenced their task, and before long, an enormous coffin materialized before us. The leader of the imposing figure stuttered slightly. What happened?" Alarmed, I rushed forward to inquire. "Little master, look at this coffin. It has turned blood red. We were all present during the burial, and it was clearly a black coffin." I took the flashlight from the burly man's hand and shone it upon the coffin. Its appearance was no different from other coffins. However, the blood-red lacquer on its surface was disturbingly sinister, resembling human blood. "Bring it over," I commanded urgently once more. Wait. You should find someone else for this task. No amount of money will persuade us to do it." The group of men, evidently frightened, set down their shovels in unison. The largest among them, visibly disgruntled, exclaimed, "Damn it! Have you all lost your conscience? Do you not realize how much I've contributed to this village? Just consider the main road into the village. Wasn't it I who paid to have it repaired? And for all the renovations of your fancy houses, who did the work without charging you? Now that trouble has befallen my family, you all wish to abandon me?" Upon hearing this, the burly men cast their eyes downward, their faces tinged with shame. Faced with the gravity of human life, they were at a loss as to what to do, whether you choose to help or not. "If you decline, you may return home. I will compensate you all, and we shall have no further dealings," the large man continued. The burly leader suddenly lifted his head and shouted, "Let us do it." I refuse to believe that 10 men fear a single entity. Following his command, several strong men began to labor vigorously, and together we lifted the coffin and cast it upon the mountain. I took a moment to circle around, attempting to sense the malevolent energy emanating from within the coffin, yet I found none. This left me bewildered. Could it be that the coffin harbored no ill will? But what, then, was the ominous energy I had previously detected? It was inconceivable that I had miscalculated. At that moment, we carefully lowered the coffin lid again. A collective gasp escaped the crowd, and even I instinctively retreated a couple of steps. Inside the coffin lay a skeletal remains, reduced to a stark white skull, accompanied by 3 tiny white snakes that coiled within, flicking their tongues and gazing intently at us. The burly man behind me suddenly erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Damn it! Even in death, you won't allow my father to rest in peace." As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward and seized the iron shovel from the hands of a nearby strongman. "Stop!" I barely managed to utter, but before I could finish, the burly man brought the shovel crashing down. In an instant, the 3 small white snakes lay lifeless, their blood pooling within the coffin. "You have made a grave mistake." I grasped the burly man's arm, my voice urgent. My father had warned me that snakes possess a spiritual essence, and it is wise to avoid provoking them, as they harbor grudges, especially against the one who has slain their kin. Yet the burly man remained unfazed, calmly declaring, "I fear nothing. They caused my father's demise, and they deserve their fate." Alas! I lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, uncertain of what to do next. The 3 snakes were undoubtedly recent hatchlings, likely left behind by the larger serpent that had ventured out in search of food. At this juncture, our only course of action was to flee. We would figure things out later. In a flurry, we hastily returned the coffin to the earth and quickly departed from the graveyard. Upon returning to Dazhuang's home, I noticed a tense expression on his face. He lit a cigarette, his brow furrowed with concern, and asked, "Master, will something happen to me next?" I rubbed my aching forehead, gazing at him incredulously. "What a foolish question," I replied. "The white snake will undoubtedly seek revenge. They will track us by the scent we left behind. Should we run then?" He suggested. "Run? What a ridiculous idea. The entire village would suffer the consequences." I cursed under my breath. I never anticipated that I would provoke such a creature. These beings possess potent venom, swift agility, and remarkable stealth, especially those that have attained a higher level of cunning. It's simply unimaginable. Dazhuang inhaled his cigarette at a loss for words. "Never mind. We shall face whatever comes our way," I said resolutely. "Tonight, regardless of any noise, do not venture outside. I will sleep in the courtyard." "All right, master. Can you manage alone? Should I fetch a few more people to assist you?" he inquired. I shook my head, dismissing the notion. No need. Too many people would only complicate matters, and it could lead to more trouble. Dazhuang then suggested adding another 100,000 to my fee, but I thought to myself, what good is money now? If I were to perish here today, even 1,000,000 wouldn't grant me the life to spend it. I settled into a reclining chair in the courtyard and gradually drifted off to sleep. When I opened my eyes once more, the dawn of the second day had arrived, leaving me somewhat astonished. Could it be that the white serpent did not come seeking vengeance? I rose and opened the door to my abode, only to find that Dazhuang was still soundly asleep. I roused him, tossing him a cigarette, and inquired whether he had sensed anything unusual during the night. He shook his head, indicating he had not. I urged him to hastily venture outside and gather information about any happenings in the village. He quickly donned his clothes and stepped out. Upon his return half an hour later, he informed me that he had inquired throughout the entire village and discovered nothing amiss. Chapter 43. Retribution. I hastily drove the vehicle towards the back mountain. Due to the hurried departure last night, the soil atop the coffin had not been properly covered. As I drew closer, I discerned that the coffin had evidently been disturbed. The lid was ajar, and the little white snake's corpse was conspicuously absent. It had taken the combined efforts of 10 of us half a day to move this coffin last night. Could it be that someone had tampered with it? This thought deepened my disbelief. Who, in their right mind, would wander through the graveyard in the dead of night, let alone meddle with a coffin? And not just one person, but several? I found it hard to believe that anyone well-fed in content could engage in such absurdity. Upon returning to Dazhuang's residence, I discovered he was not at home, and I was left to ponder where he could possibly be, especially at such a time. Did he truly believe that money could solve everything? If calamity were to strike, would it not result in his wife in another embrace, while someone else squandered his wealth, and his child calling another man father? As I reclined in a chair, mulling over these thoughts, my phone rang. It was Da Zhuang. "Little master, you must hurry. Something grave has occurred. Come to the village clinic." After ending the call, I rushed to the small clinic at the village entrance. A crowd of villagers had gathered, and among them was Da Zhuang. I quickly seized him, inquiring what had transpired. His face was ashen, his teeth chattering as he stammered. "Little master, please go inside and take a look. I cannot articulate it." I pushed through the throng and entered the ward. At this moment, a young girl lay unconscious on the bed, while beside her, on another cot, rested a peculiar being. Upon closer inspection, a chill ran down my spine, as beads of cold sweat began to cascade down my back. It was a child, yet he was devoid of legs, replaced instead by a serpent's tail from the waist down. Such misfortune, indeed. When will the cycle of vengeance cease? A middle-aged man, slightly older, lamented aloud. I promptly inquired about the meaning behind his words. With a disdainful snort, he suggested I consult the village chief. I slowly retreated from the room and summoned Da Zhuang outside. As we stood at the entrance, he lit a cigarette and I asked him to clarify the situation. He explained that the girl lying inside was named Duan Shuang, a young lady from their village. Today was supposed to be a joyous occasion, as she was giving birth. But during the delivery, the doctor discovered that the child possessed a serpent's tail. I pondered the man's earlier mention of misfortune. Could it be that Duan Shuang harbored a grudge against serpents? Da Zhuang chuckled softly and shook his head, admitting that he had been away from the village for so long that he was unaware of the details. I inquired about the location of the village chief's residence, and he offered to guide me. Following closely behind him, we arrived at a courtyard. Upon entering, a large wolf dog barked ferociously. A man in his 50s with graying temples emerged. Spotting Da Zhuang, his face broke into a warm smile as he extended his hand in greeting. "Da Zhuang, what brings you here? I appreciate the contributions you've made to the village over the past 2 years." Da Zhuang scratched his head and gestured towards me, indicating that I had matters to discuss with him. The village chief cast a glance at me, uttering no further words, and gestured for us to enter the house. Once seated at the table within, he poured each of us a cup of tea. "Young man, what brings you to me?" The chief inquired. "It is said that a girl in the village, Duan Shuang, has given birth to a monstrous child. I have heard whispers that this is a form of retribution. Are you aware of this?" Upon hearing my words, the chief's previously jovial countenance darkened instantaneously. He abruptly rose, pointing towards the door, and coldly commanded, "Leave. You are not welcome here." The sudden shift took me by surprise. "Chief, what do you mean by that?" "I have come here to assist your village. If you possess knowledge yet choose to remain silent, who will bear the consequences when calamity strikes? Will I shoulder the burden alone? Can you truly bear such responsibility? Do you comprehend the lives at stake within a village? Do not allow your ignorance to condemn more innocent souls." I too rose, confronting him with a raised voice. "You, a mere boy, dare to lecture me? While I was contributing to this village, you were still in your mother's womb. When did it become your right to dictate to me?" The chief retorted vehemently. Observing the escalating tension, Da Zhuang hastily intervened, saying, I apologize, chief. My friend here is not quite right in the head. We will take our leave immediately. Please do not take offense." With that, Da Zhuang grasped my arm and hurriedly led me outside. After he pulled me out, I questioned him with a disgruntled expression. "You must know something. Why won't you let me continue asking?" This was no longer a matter concerning just one person. Da Zhuang shook his head, letting out a resigned sigh. The village chief is notoriously obstinate. If he chooses not to disclose something, even under duress, he will remain silent. Therefore, let's not squander our time. We should contemplate how to resolve this matter instead. I pondered for a moment before inquiring of Da Zhuang. Are there any elderly individuals in the village who might possess a wealth of knowledge? That requires some thought. I do not spend much time in the village. Da Zhuang replied, raising his head and stroking his chin in contemplation. After a couple of minutes of reflection, Da Zhuang's eyes lit up. I've got it. We can seek out old Zhang. He surely knows. On our way, De Zhuang informed me that old Zhang, originally named Zhang Yanshi, is one of the oldest residents of the village, having reached the venerable age of 95 this year. In his youth, Zhang Yanshi was known for his vigorous exercise and hard labor, surpassing his peers in physical strength. At 60, he could effortlessly carry a bag of rice for a kilometer. He is well acquainted with the happenings of the village. Before long, we arrived at a dilapidated home that stood in stark contrast to the surrounding two-story buildings. De Zhuang mentioned that there had been intentions to renovate old Zhang's residence, but the elderly man vehemently refused, asserting that it was a legacy from his ancestors that should not be altered. The yard was enveloped in tranquility, devoid of even a single dog. Within the house, however, a stir emerged as an elderly man, his hair a striking white and his stride robust, stepped outside. His movements were sprightly, his back unbent, and his countenance bore few wrinkles, making it difficult to believe he was indeed 95 years old. De Zhuangzi had arrived, entering the abode. Zhang Yanshi, with a benevolent expression, welcomed us inside, where he was engaged in a solitary game of chess on the table. "Young man, do you play chess? Join me for a match." Zhang Yanshi inquired with a warm smile. "Zhang Lao, I have a few matters I wish to discuss with you. Whatever it is, accompany me in a game, and I shall share all. Otherwise, I shall remain silent today." I mused to myself that this elderly gentleman possessed quite the playful spirit. With a chuckle, I rubbed my hands together, shed my coat, and joined him for a game of chess. Chapter 44. The Legend of the White Snake. I played 5 games of chess with Zhang Yanshi, ultimately losing 3 while he lost 2. He put away the chessboard and smiled at me, saying, "I never expected this old body of mine could still manage to hold up so well, not losing as miserably as I anticipated." I chuckled lightly, but said nothing in response, handing him a cigarette, intending to inquire about certain matters. "Zhang Lao," I began, "I heard from Zhuangge that you have lived in this village for several decades and that you know quite a bit about it. I have a question I wish to ask. Did you hear about the bizarre creature born in the village today, one with a serpent-like lower body?" I ignited the cigarette and fixed my gaze on Zhang Yanshi. The village is quite small, and given the villagers' penchant for gossip, there was little reason for him to be unaware. As expected, he pondered briefly and nodded in acknowledgement. "I've heard the villagers say that this is a form of retribution. Is there a connection between this and the village head's family?" I inquired, rubbing my face in contemplation. Zhang Yanshi chuckled softly, replying, "Ah, those are merely rumors, the truth of which remains elusive. There is no need to overthink it." Intrigued, I urged him to elaborate, and he raised his head, taking 2 puffs of his cigarette before recounting the tale. That was 60 or 70 years ago. The village was nothing like it is today. It was in a state of disrepair. To put it bluntly, people back then seldom had the fortune to eat meat, even once a year. Their daily sustenance consisted of cornbread and pickled vegetables. If there were no pickles, they would simply make do with a bit of vinegar. At that time, I was just in my early 20s. The village chief had not yet been born. His father, Hua Tianlei, was a person with whom I shared a cordial relationship. Hua Tianlei was then a man without a stable occupation, merely toiling in the fields and selling the produce he gathered. One day, while working in the fields, he stumbled upon a feeble white snake on the brink of death. With a compassionate heart, he brought the creature home and tended to it diligently, providing it with whatever food he could spare. Before long, the snake regained its strength. The villagers, however, deemed him somewhat eccentric. After all, tales of farmers and serpents abound, and they feared the snake might ultimately turn against him. Yet, Hua Tianlei remained undeterred, caring for the snake despite the gossip swirling around him. During this period, an unexpected turn of events occurred. His wife suddenly became pregnant. Previously, she had undergone examinations that declared her infertile, destined to never bear children. Yet against all odds, she conceived. Upon receiving this news, Hua Tianlei hastily traversed the neighboring villages, and after thorough examinations, it was indeed confirmed that his wife was expecting. This revelation sparked excitement throughout the village. Many believed his good deeds had finally been rewarded by the heavens, allowing his wife to conceive. What should have been a moment of great joy turned bittersweet when their son, the current village chief Hua Jingye, was born. His wife, weakened and emaciated from poverty, had endured a diet of mere husks and vegetables. Consequently, When Hua Jingye entered the world, he was but a mere shadow of a child, frail and gaunt. Hua Tianlei realized that his situation was untenable. He lacked the means to purchase meat for sustenance, which led him to contemplate a desperate course of action. Zhang Yinshi, upon recounting this tale, shook his head in regret. In a fit of desperation, he slaughtered the white snake that resided in his home, preparing a pot of soup for his wife and children. The villagers, upon witnessing this act, deemed him mad with hunger, questioning the wisdom of consuming such a creature. Yet, when one is cornered with no alternatives, even the most irrational decisions may seem justifiable. Following the snake's demise, the sky darkened ominously, and thunder roared above. Some claim to have glimpsed the silhouette of a snake amidst the lightning. Naturally, beliefs varied among the villagers. For several days, relentless rain fell, nearly inundating the village. Initially, this incident seemed to have reached a conclusion, with little thought given to its implications. However, not long after, Hua Tianlei descended into madness, incessantly proclaiming that the white snake had returned to exact vengeance upon his family. In a tragic turn of events, he ultimately took his own life by jumping into the river, instilling fear within the village. In response, the villagers pooled their resources to seek the counsel of a sage. A wandering sage, renowned for his wisdom, happened to pass through during a torrential downpour. Remarkably, after uttering a few incantations, the rain ceased abruptly. He informed the villagers that the white snake had indeed returned for retribution, having attained over 1,000 years of spiritual cultivation, leaving them with little recourse to combat the impending threat. He spoke kindly to the white snake, sealing her beneath the ground, assuring that as long as no one disturbed them, the matter would be forgotten. Ultimately, this wise man, having engaged in some undisclosed actions, claimed that a consensus had been reached. Thus, the village enjoyed a semblance of tranquility. Before his departure, he warned the villagers against burying anyone on the back mountain, a directive they all readily accepted. However, burial customs in the village were traditionally of the earth, with cremation being unheard of. Gradually, the villagers forgot this admonition, and as generations changed, many ceased to believe in the old warnings. Inevitably, the back mountain was excavated. I too had advised them against it, yet they dismissed my words as mere rumors. Being an elderly soul, I found no desire to argue, allowing them to proceed with their intentions. Alas, perhaps it was indeed the wrath of the white snake that ensued. Zhang Yinshi took a drag from his cigarette, furrowing his brow. But why had this calamity ensnared Duan Shuangshuang? Logically, one would expect such misfortune to befall the village chief's family. It was rumored that Duan Shuangshuang was the illegitimate daughter of Hua Jingye. Yet, such claims are but hearsay, and I cannot attest to their truth. Duan Shuangshuang is a pitiable girl, having lost her father at the tender age of 5, while her mother absconded with another man, raised on the charity of others. As she reached the age for marriage, few in the village were willing to wed her. Ultimately, she was introduced to a simpleton within the community. Upon hearing this, I inhaled a puff of smoke, silently lamenting the injustice of fate. It is often said that calamity does not befall one's family. However, with the death of Hua Tianlei, one would assume this matter should have been resolved. Why then does it still haunt the descendants? I expressed my gratitude to the elder Zhang Yinshi, acknowledging his words, and intended to take my leave. Young man, wait a moment, he urged. You do not appear to be from this village. Allow this old man to offer you a piece of advice. Do not wade into these murky waters. That formidable figure from back then was far more powerful than you and possessed many more years. If he could not settle this matter, I cannot bear to see you. So young, walk towards your demise. As for the village, it matters little to me at my age. Zhang Yinshi hurriedly conveyed his concerns. I smiled and assured him that there was no need for his worry. Subsequently, I exited the elder's home alongside Dazhuang. I never anticipated that what began as a simple relocation of a grave would unearth events from 60 or 70 years ago. The Hua Tianlei family must surely be deranged. Could they truly be unaware that his wife's pregnancy was linked to that white serpent? Chapter 45. This matter is just the beginning. The words of the elder Zhang Yinshi should not be taken lightly. After all, with his advanced age, he must have witnessed countless experiences. In my childhood, I heard my father speak of the mystical nature of snakes, suggesting that if one treats them well, they may offer their gratitude. This is especially true for those serpents that have cultivated for millennia, ensuring peace and prosperity for one's descendants. However, should one mistreat them or take their life, the ensuing vendetta could haunt future generations. This contemplation left me in a state of profound distress, uncertain of how to proceed. The immediate priority was to visit the hospital and ascertain the condition of Duan Shuang, hoping she had not become entangled with the white serpent. Yet, upon our arrival at the hospital entrance, we were met with a cacophony of voices from within. "You shameless creature, flirting indiscriminately. Just because our child is Navi, you take advantage of her. Why don't you just die?" As De Zhuang and I pushed through the crowd, we encountered a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Her face contorted with fury as she hurled insults at Duan Shuang, who lay on the bed nearby. Beside her stood a lanky boy, over 6 feet tall, with a crooked mouth and drooling, alongside a seemingly more composed young man. Duan Shuang lay pale and tear-streaked on the bed, her eyes swollen and red. The surrounding villagers stood aloof, indifferent to her plight. After all, Duan Shuang had no relatives to speak of, and as a young girl, she naturally felt distance from them. No one wished to provoke an enemy. "How dare you cry? Stop pretending to be dead and get up, you worthless thing." A middle-aged woman advanced and forcibly pulled Duan Shuang from the bed, intending to drag her away, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Duan Shuang was receiving in foredrip. With even greater audacity, the woman directly removed the needle and proceeded to halt Duan Shuang towards the exit. At that moment, a nurse entered, exclaiming with palpable indignation, "What do you think you're doing? This is a hospital. The patient is currently in a weakened state. Your family is causing a disturbance. Who will bear the responsibility if something goes awry?" The middle-aged woman retorted, turning to the nurse with a scolding tone. "Who do you think you are? Meddling in our family affairs? But out of this, or you'll face the same fate." The young nurse, intimidated by the woman's brazen demeanor, retreated a few steps, rendered speechless. Unable to bear the injustice any longer, recognizing Duan Shuang as the victim, I was poised to intervene, but De Zhuang restrained me, shaking his head as if to dissuade me from getting involved. However, my father instilled in me from a young age that a true man, born into this world, must stand against all forms of injustice. Otherwise, what semblance of humanity remains? Without hesitation, I advanced, seizing the middle-aged woman's hand, and stated with a frigid tone, "Let go." "And where did you spring from, you juvenile delinquent? Do you have a death wish? You dare meddle in my family's affairs?" The middle-aged woman retorted, her yellowed teeth bared. My volatile temper ignited, and I forcefully shoved the middle-aged woman away. The gaudily dressed young man behind her immediately stepped forward, pointing at me, and shouted, "You better scram before I lose my temper. Don't you know who I am around here? To hell with your grandpa." As a man, I saw no reason to show him any mercy. With a swift kick, I sent him flying several meters away. The techniques my father taught me during my childhood were meant for moments like this, and I never anticipated they would be put to such use. However, my leg did cramp a bit. "Ah, he has struck someone. Call the police." A middle-aged woman shouted upon witnessing the young man's defeat. "What nonsense about calling the police? You are the ones who instigated this. This is my little brother. If you oppose him, you oppose me," De Zhuang declared, stepping forward to shield me. His imposing physique genuinely intimidated. It is only natural for most to feel a twinge of fear in such a scenario. After all techniques seemed trivial in the face of sheer strength. The villagers, observing the situation, gradually sided with De Zhuang, for he had contributed significantly to the community over the years. They understood that antagonizing him could bring instability to the village, and they had their conscience. How dare you bully a mere woman? Do you think that just because my husband has passed, I am an easy target?" The woman screeched with a voice akin to a duck's. I thought to myself, do you really consider yourself an easy target? Had I not intervened just now, who knows what might have befallen Duan Shuang. Thus, I felt not a shred of sympathy for this family, but rather a deep-seated disdain. It was a classic case of the wicked crying out in distress. "Ahem, Roland Zay, I believe you have made your point. After all, she is your daughter-in-law. Such a commotion is unseemly. Moreover, you have no evidence to prove that this child is not of your kin, someone interjected. A somewhat older man stepped forward and exclaimed, "Ah, who does not know that this woman is the illegitimate daughter of the village chief? Is it not evident that the disgraceful deeds of her family from decades past have led us to this predicament? She ought to be expelled from this place, never to return, and peace shall be restored." The middle-aged woman continued her tirade. "Silence! How tiresome you are! Utter another word, and I shall strike you," I retorted sharply, then turned to the nurse and smiled. "I apologize for the trouble, but could you please administer another drip?" The young nurse, taken aback, nodded in astonishment and proceeded to replace the for Duan Shuang Shuang before departing the room. Seeing that her tirade yielded no results and fearing a potential confrontation, the middle-aged woman left with a final remark: "If you have the guts, just wait." Naturally, I paid no heed to her words. What was there to wait for? At most, I could summon a couple of burly men to intimidate me. If they dared to strike, I would certainly teach them a lesson. Duan Shuang Shuang managed a faint smile, her pale face expressing gratitude as she said, "Thank you. Do not worry. Rest assured that no one will disturb you. This matter does not concern you," I reassured her. Turning to Dazhuang, I inquired, "Do you have any acquaintances in the village who could look after this girl? Ensure her safety, for we shall visit the village chief shortly. I must uncover the truth behind these rumors." Dazhuang nodded, indicating that he would make contact immediately. My visit to the village chief's residence was primarily to elucidate this matter. After all, many occurrences do not arise without reason. If there exists any truth to this, the chief's family is most likely to possess knowledge regarding the burial site of the white serpent. My only objective is to locate the spirit of the serpent, which is imperative for proceeding further. Beyond this, there exists no alternative. Soon, Dazhuang summoned 2 young men, and, after briefing them on the situation, they assured us that it was not an issue. We then departed. Along the way, Dazhuang expressed his concern, remarking that the chief's notorious temper is well known throughout the region, fearing that an impulsive inquiry might provoke further complications. I inquired whether it was of greater significance for him to stir trouble alone or for the lives of the villagers to take precedence. My subconscious hinted that this situation was merely the beginning. Chapter 46. A web of suspicion upon arriving at the village chief's residence. I discovered that the front gate was firmly locked, indicating that my journey had been in vain. Simultaneously, I pondered in my mind whether the chief had ventured to the back mountain to pay homage to the white serpent. This seemed the most plausible explanation, yet I cannot be certain. Consequently, I instructed Dazhuang to wait at the entrance, should the chief return. He was to ensure the man did not depart and to contact me immediately while I hurried to the back mountain. Despite it being midday, the back mountain remained desolate and silent, save for the occasional chirping of birds. I circled the area thoroughly, yet the chief's whereabouts eluded me. As I was retracing my steps, I unexpectedly spotted a bicycle leaning against a locust tree on the back mountain. At once, I recognized it as belonging to the village chief, suggesting he was indeed in the vicinity. I began my search anew when suddenly, a gust of wind swept past me. Instinctively, I dodged to the side and turned sharply, only to behold the village chief brandishing a spade not far from me. By all that is holy, had I not reacted swiftly, that implement would have struck my head, potentially inflicting great pain. "Damn it, you found me. Name your price. How much for you to keep this matter to yourself?" The chief said, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Who do you think you're talking to? What is this incessant talk of money? Tell me where the soul of the white serpent has been interred. I must speak with it. If not, the entire village faces ruin. If you wish to perish, do so alone. No one desires to accompany you to the grave," I retorted, lighting a cigarette and shouting at the chief. "I know nothing. I don't know anything at all, so please do not ask me." The village chief, in a fit of frustration, threw down the iron shovel and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. He exclaimed, "You know nothing. If you refuse to speak, I shall inform the entire village, and then we shall see how you manage." I, puffing on a cigarette, retorted. Suddenly, the village chief sprang to his feet, turned, and fled on his bicycle. I chased after him for quite a while, but was unable to catch up. "Kursing under my brett, I dial da shuang." But the line remained unanswered. I thought to myself that this was bad news and hastened my steps down the mountain. Upon arriving at the chief's doorstep, I discovered De Zhuang unconscious on the ground, blood trickling from his forehead. I hurriedly assisted him to his feet, using all my strength to hoist him onto my back, nearly losing my balance in the process. I trotted to the village clinic, where the nurses promptly sprang into action. Thankfully, De Zhuang had only sustained a minor injury, resulting in a brief loss of consciousness, and nothing more serious occurred. After a couple of hours, De Zhuang slowly opened his eyes in a hospital bed and immediately began to curse, "Damn it! I don't know who the hell ambushed me, but if I find out, I will have their skin. Ouch, that really hurts." He winced as he touched the wound on the back of his head. I quickly inquired about what had transpired. He recounted that after my departure, he had been waiting at the village chief's doorstep, engrossed in his phone, when suddenly something struck him hard on the back of his head, and he lost consciousness, unaware of anything that followed. It is improbable that De Zhuang would be harmed without reason. Yet the village chief is on the mountain, and there is no one at his home. Who could it possibly be? Could it be the village chief's wife? Alas, that is unlikely. In the haze of my fainting spell, I caught a glimpse of figure, a man. Moreover, the village chief's wife should be out of town at this time, attending to their son who is studying at university. I nodded in understanding. This incident leaves me perplexed, with the sequence of events difficult to unravel. Having accompanied De Zhuang in the hospital for an entire day and night, as dawn broke the following day, I was startled by the commotion outside my door. I quickly opened it and stepped out, only to find a figure lying on a hospital bed, pallid and devoid of any vitality. Upon closer inspection, I was astonished to discover it was the village chief, Hua Jingye. Among the crowd, I spotted Zhang Yanshi and pulled him aside to inquire about the village chief's condition while offering him a cigarette. "I'm not entirely sure," he replied with a sigh. "It is said that he hanged himself at home last night. A life so full of promise. Yet when we discovered him, it was already 7 in the morning, and he had long since departed." Zhang Yanshi shook his head in regret. Could it be that the white snake has returned to seek vengeance? If Hua Jingye was the target this time, who would be next? Surely, it would be someone from the village. Later that afternoon, while I was smoking at the entrance, a young man, seemingly around 17 or 18 years old, rushed in, bursting into tears as he entered the adjacent hospital room. "Dad, what has happened to you?" he cried out. It appears this young man is none other than Hua Jingye's son. However, I distinctly recall that De Zhuang informed me his son was studying in Anping City. The train journey to this place takes at least a day, and even the high-speed train requires several hours. It has barely been over 10 hours since Wazenji's demise. I made a point to check the flights, and there was no such service available, which led me into deep contemplation. Could it be that his son did not return from Anping City? At that moment, a villager approached and patted Wazenji's son on the shoulder, offering words of condolence, urging him not to be too sorrowful. "Uncle Wang, how could my father just be gone? I cannot believe it. He was such a good man. How can he just disappear like that?" Wazenji's son said, wiping away his tears. "Alas, perhaps there are unspoken difficulties. By the way, have you informed the school of your absence? This matter here may take a few days. I have taken a leave." Upon learning of this news at 7 in the morning, I immediately requested time off and booked the earliest flight back. That is impossible. I checked my phone again. The earliest flight was not until 12 noon. Even if the plane made the journey swiftly, it would still take 4 hours, and upon landing, he would need to travel to the village, which would certainly add at least another hour. Yet, it was only 3 o'clock. What puzzled me further was that Wazenji's son was not carrying a bag, and his clothes appeared immaculate. Even his shoes were spotless. He did not resemble someone who had hurriedly returned. If he were indeed in a rush, his shoes could not possibly remain so clean. My subconscious was telling me he was lying. "Young brother, I'm unsure if you have time to step out for a moment. I have something to inquire of you." I extinguished my cigarette and entered the hospital room, addressing Hua Jingye's son. His eyes momentarily widened in terror, before he suspiciously asked, "Who are you?" "I am a friend of De Zhuang. He is waiting for you at home and mentioned he has something to discuss with you." Hua Jingye's son shook his head, saying, "Isn't De Zhuang currently in the hospital?" With a forced smile that belied my true feelings, I responded, "How do you know he is in the hospital?" His complexion immediately shifted to one of anxiety, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as he stammered, I heard it from someone else. I found his statement even less credible. While it was true that Dazhuang was hospitalized yesterday, when we arrived around noon, the hospital was nearly empty, devoid of any witnesses. No villagers were aware of his condition. Who could he have possibly heard it from? Chapter 47. Another incident, the words of Hua Jingye's son bore no credibility in my heart. A plethora of evidence pointed to his deceit. I felt no urgency to expose him immediately, for he would undoubtedly deny any wrongdoing. Even if I demanded his flight ticket, he could easily discard it under the pretext of convenience, and if I sought order records, he could claim that his privacy was too sensitive to disclose. Should he be lying, he would surely anticipate the barrage of questions I might pose. He was aware of my presence in the village. Thus, prolonging the standoff would yield no tangible value for me, but rather raise his suspicions. Ultimately, this would render him more cautious, leading to a misstep on my part, which would be decidedly disadvantageous. I nodded and smiled softly. All right, I understand. Please accept my condolences. He acknowledged me with a nod and a murmured thanks, prompting me to depart from the threshold and turn towards Dazhuang's room. At that moment, he was engrossed in his phone, watching a live stream, occasionally tossing virtual arrows at the screen. I inquired whether he felt any remorse for spending such a sum of money. He grinned foolishly at me and replied, "It's normal. You never know when you might meet someone." I found it hard to comprehend his mindset, particularly since he was merely a penniless fellow. That money could have been better spent on buying clothes for my father or cigarettes for Uncle Chun. Standing at the doorway, I cast a sidelong glance at Hua Jingye's son, who displayed no unexpected behavior. He calmly responded to each question, appearing untroubled to an outsider. Had I not engaged him in conversation earlier and discerned the inconsistencies, I might not have detected anything amiss. Based on my deductions, it was indeed the son of Hua Jingye who injured Dazhuang that day. Dazhuang once mentioned that Hua Jingye initially held a decent reputation within the village. However, after becoming the village chief, he frequently exploited his position to oppress and bully the villagers, leading to a significant decline in his standing. Over time, people became increasingly reluctant to associate with him. It is hardly surprising that no one would risk offending a man of Dazhuang's stature, who had contributed immensely to the community, merely for the sake of a village chief. I moved a stool and seated myself beside Dazhuang's hospital bed, gently urging him to refrain from looking at his phone. He put away his device and, with a foolish grin, inquired what was amiss, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. I now suspect that it was none other than Hua Jingye's son who harmed you that day. How absurd. That little rascal? I could strike him? His father would yield to me out of respect. What could that boy possibly do to me? Upon hearing my remarks, Dazhuang immediately erupted in anger, rising from his bed, rolling up his sleeves, and declaring his intent to confront Hua Jingye's son. I hastily restrained him, explaining that this was merely my conjecture, and its veracity remained uncertain. I urged him to remain calm, warning that if we were mistaken, it could lead to trouble. However, Dazhuang's temper was fearsome, and he insisted that regardless of whether it was Hua Jingye's son or not, if I harbored suspicions, we must summon him for a lesson. At that moment, I felt a wave of dread wash over me. Should we truly misidentify the culprit, Dazhuang would claim I had orchestrated it, leaving me at a loss. As I had no desire to bear the burden of villainy, under my persuasion, Dazhuang gradually calmed down and inquired whether I wished to bring Wazenji's son for a rigorous interrogation. If he remained silent, the tiger bench and chilly water would be administered. I gazed at him in disbelief. Did he think this was an ancient execution ground, resorting to such barbaric methods? His thoughts were overly simplistic, and in this 21st century, he should be wary of the consequences of his actions. Dazhuang, with his imposing physique, indeed appeared like a reckless youth, likely proceeding without much thought. He asked me what the next course of action should be. I advised him to remain patient. If Wazenji's son had committed any misdeeds, he would eventually reveal his true colors. Should the legend of the white snake hold any truth, Wazenji's son would certainly venture to the back mountain. It was merely a matter of whether he possessed the courage to do so. However, I sensed that this matter could not be fabricated. There was no reason for him to have knocked Dazhuang unconscious without cause. Although this was merely my conjecture, I felt as if I were drawing closer to the truth. Dazhuang's head injury healed within a couple of days, and Wazenji was buried ahead of schedule. During this time, nothing unusual occurred, and everything appeared quite ordinary. Yet, on this fateful night, an incident was destined to unfold. Dazhuang had once again vanished without a trace, and I found myself in the courtyard, contemplating my next steps while puffing on a cigarette. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed at the entrance. I turned to see Dazhuang rushing in, breathless and leaning against the wall. "Something's gone wrong," he gasped. "What happened?" "Take your time," I urged, rising abruptly from my chair. "Now, I fervently hope that no further calamities will arise. I truly do not wish to endure yet another wave of misfortune. It is exceedingly vexing. What has happened to Duan Shuang? What on earth is going on?" I inquired anxiously. "Oh dear, it's hard to explain. Come with me, and you will see," replied Dazhuang as he hurriedly led me to the hospital. Upon our arrival, we were met by a throng of villagers gathered at the entrance. Squeezing through the crowd alongside Dazhuang, I was confronted with a sight that nearly rendered me faint. Duan Shuang lay lifeless on the hospital bed, her neck marred by 2 gaping wounds, blood saturating the entirety of the bed. The formerly pristine white sheets had transformed into a gruesome crimson, evoking a profound sense of horror. Her arms and legs were grotesquely contorted, her pupils dilated, clearly indicating the terror she must have experienced before her demise. In a state of urgency, I summoned a young nurse to inquire about the situation. Trembling uncontrollably, she stammered, I. "What do you mean, This is a matter of life and death. Speak," I urged her. "Last night, during my midnight shift, I intended to check on her condition. The light in her room was initially on, but then it went out. I thought nothing of it and entered, turning on the light, and then..." The nurse's voice trailed off as she screamed and fled the room, evidently unwilling to relive the harrowing events of the previous night. Or perhaps the memories were simply too terrifying to articulate. I swiftly pursued her, and she gulped down several mouthfuls of water in the duty room, her complexion gradually regaining some semblance of calm. "Ponder it carefully before speaking, for lives hang in the balance," I said, standing beside her. The young nurse, with a sigh of relief, massaged her chest. I continued, "Upon illuminating the room, I discovered Duan Shuang lifeless, her condition mirroring the present. Her child was latched on her neck, imbibing her blood as if it were water, draining her completely in short order." I inquired urgently, subsequently, what became of her child? "I am uncertain," she replied. Upon being discovered, the child leapt to the floor, darted to the window, and plunged into the abyss. I dared not pursue it, for it was a terrifying sight. The child's gait was not that of a human, but akin to a serpent starved for an age. Chapter 48. Heart of a scorpion before me. The young nurse appeared utterly terrified. Indeed, the events of the previous night had profoundly shaken her. Yet, even if I were in her shoes, I would be equally alarmed. Who could remain composed in such circumstances? Death is death. Such a woman is not worth lamenting. I heard a voice beside me and turned to see Duan Shuang's mother-in-law approaching with a beaming countenance, as though the demise of Duan Shuang somehow benefited her. "How can you speak so? A life has been lost, and you are so elated?" I glared at Duan Shuang's mother-in-law, incredulous. Although Duan Shuang and I shared little connection, the tragic fate of a young girl, especially one met with such a grim end, was too disheartening to bear. As the saying goes, the deceased deserve our utmost respect. To speak ill of them reveals one's character, particularly when the disparager is a close relative. "Why are you still here? Are you still so formidable in our village?" Duan Shuang's mother-in-law, upon recognizing me, instinctively took a couple of steps back, her nervousness palpable. I offered a faint smile and replied slowly, "The matter remains unresolved." "How could I possibly leave? I advise you to keep your mouth shut. If you wish to avoid the deceased spirit seeking you out, it is best to ensure she is laid to rest properly. Otherwise, you may find yourself in quite a predicament. Stop trying to intimidate me. I have traversed more paths than you have consumed meals." Duan Shuang's mother-in-law retorted with a voice like a squawking duck. "I'm not attempting to frighten you, nor do I wish to. However, The darkness surrounding your brow and the ominous aura lingering in your features suggest that you may struggle to find peace in sleep, plagued by nightmares and cold sweats. Am I mistaken? I asserted, my voice ringing with conviction. Suddenly, the expression on Duan Shuang's grandmother's face shifted dramatically. How do you know? It was an obvious question. After all, I am a genuine disciple of the Maoshan school, the 588th generation to be precise, with the Taoist name Yi. In truth, I had not perceived any dark energy emanating from her forehead. I was merely attempting to intimidate her. At her age, it was only natural for her to perspire during sleep, and, considering her petty nature, experiencing nightmares was perfectly normal. What should I do, great immortal? If this continues, what will become of me? Duan Shuang's grandmother, believing my fabricated tales, took a couple of steps forward, her tone shifting to one of desperation. Well, it's quite simple. You must ensure that Duan Shuang's remains are properly interred, and in due time, I shall assist you in dispelling the troubles. All right, thank you. Great immortal. With this newfound urgency, she promptly contacted the funeral home to arrange for the transportation of Duan Shuang's body. Meanwhile, I ponder my next steps. It seemed that uncovering the truth could only be achieved by locating the son of Hua Jingye. However, my subconscious warned me that he would likely withhold information. Thus, I decided to pursue the white snake instead. A meticulous plan began to form in my mind. In the hospital room, De Zhuang and I were in perfect accord, convinced that this plan would be foolproof. Since Hua Jingye had during my journey, I gleaned a general understanding of Hua Jingye's son, whose full name is Hua Haohan. He is 19 years old and currently a freshman in college, only returning home for a few days during the winter and summer vacations. Hua Jingye has long been divorced from his wife, with custody of their son awarded to her. Consequently, his ex-wife did not attend the funeral following Hua Jingye's demise. It is rumored that the reason for their divorce was the belief that Duan Shuang was Hua Jingye's illegitimate daughter, leading his ex-wife to endure the incessant gossip within the village until she could no longer tolerate it and chose to leave. As a result, Hua Haohan's relationship with his father is strained. Some say Hua Jingye's ex-wife has remarried, though the details remain unclear. As I sat in the car, a cigarette between my lips, I felt that this matter was undoubtedly connected to him. Soon, we arrived at the parking lot of the funeral home, choosing a relatively secluded spot, while I kept a watchful eye on Hua Haohan. The day swiftly descended into darkness, enveloping the funeral home in a shroud of gloom. Throughout the afternoon, Hua Haohan remained inside, leaving me to wonder if he intended to stay hidden. A yawn escaped my lips. Fatigue was overwhelming me. Little master, shall we depart? We could return home to rest and come back tomorrow to keep watch, De Zhuang suggested with a yawn of his own. I shot him a disapproving glance, admonishing him for his constant desire to sleep. He chuckled awkwardly and claimed he was no longer tired. Glancing at the clock, I noted it was already 10:30 in the evening. I, too, felt the weight of weariness upon me, yet I could not afford to succumb to slumber. I leapt from the vehicle and lit a cigarette to invigorate myself. Just as the flame caught, I spotted a figure emerging from the mortuary. Instinctively, I crouched down and whispered to Da Zhuang in the car, "Keep an eye out. See if it's him." Da Zhuang promptly extinguished the light atop the vehicle, and we began to observe the surroundings. The air was eerily silent, the slightest breeze sending shivers through my ears. After several confirmations with Da Zhuang, I recognized him, Hua Haohan. He glanced furtively around as a black BMW pulled up at the entrance. Without hesitation, he entered the car, which brushed past us, and I caught a glimpse of a woman inside. "I know her. She is Hua Jingye's ex-wife," Da Zhuang exclaimed. I nodded and quickly jumped back into the car, instructing him to follow discreetly and to avoid drawing attention, as our only aim was to ascertain their destination. The BMW headed towards the mountains. To prevent any unnecessary complications, Da Zhuang and I parked the car elsewhere and stealthily approached on foot. The black BMW halted at the foot of the mountain, and both Hua Haohan and the woman disembarked. "How is everything resolved?" she inquired. "All taken care of. That old fool should have perished long ago, sowing his wild oats in his youth," Hua Haohan replied coldly. The implication of his words was unmistakable. Could it be that he had personally ended the life of his father, Hua Jingye? I can scarcely believe it. Regardless of the deteriorating relationship, how ruthless must he be to take the life of his own father? Simultaneously, I feel that Hua Haohan possesses an exceptionally cruel heart. A person capable of murdering his biological father reveals the depths of his malice. Beside me, Dazhuang gasped in disbelief and muttered softly, "This fellow is truly despicable. He forgets his own father the moment he acquires a stepfather. Were it not for his father, he would have long been swept away into the sewers." I gently patted him to silence his words, and we continued to follow discreetly. After uttering those 2 sentences, they made their way toward the back mountain. Dazhuang and I stealthily trailed behind, maintaining a considerable distance to avoid detection. After approximately 15 minutes, the 2 of them halted at a grave. Hua Haohan retrieved a packet of paper money and 2 candles from his bag. He lit the candles and placed them on the grave before igniting the paper money. "Sister Whitesnake, are you there? As per your instructions, I have killed my father. When will you fulfill your promise to me?" Chapter 49. Worse than beasts. Although I had already anticipated this moment, I was still incredulous when the words escaped from Hua Haohan's lips. At that instant, a sudden chill swept through the air, prompting Dazhuang and me to swiftly take cover amidst the underbrush. Gradually, a spectral figure emerged, slowly taking the form of a serpent. This serpent possessed no corporeal form, appearing almost ethereal in its transparency. As it flicked its forked tongue, it glided menacingly towards Hua Haohan. "To my astonishment, you dare to act against your own father." The white serpent was capable of speech. Yet, this was not entirely surprising. I had heard my father mention that animals which had cultivated their essence could indeed converse, much like the yellow, 3-tailed granny I encountered previously at the flower shop. "Can you fulfill the promise you made to me? I desire the wealth and splendor you guaranteed." Hua Haohan gazed greedily at the white serpent, as though it harbored treasures within. "Oh, wealth and splendor. How could I forget?" The white serpent continued, its voice a slow, sinuous whisper. "Are you deceiving me? Ha ha! What if I am? Your family is steeped in greed. You deserve this fate. Both of you shall perish here." Suddenly, the white serpent lunged toward Hua Haohan with astonishing speed. He and his mother turned to flee. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a figure perched upon a tree, which suddenly leaped down, tackling Hua Haohan to the ground. I recognized this figure instantly. Was it not the abomination birthed by Duan Shuang? The white serpent also obstructed the path of Hua Haohan's mother, its forked tongue flicking as it watched her with predatory intent. "The enmity must come to an end. To attain your wealth and glory, you have resorted to the heinous act of murdering your own father. Similarly, you have compelled your son to slay you, so that your family may reunite in the afterlife." The shrill voice of the white serpent echoed. "Stay put," I commanded, turning to Dazhuang. With a swift leap, I advanced. The way of nature is boundless, the universe infinite. With a flick of my wrist, I cast 2 yellow talismans, and suddenly a gust of wind arose, adhering the talismans firmly to the grotesque figure and the white serpent, rendering them motionless. I dashed forward, where Hua Haohan knelt on the ground, trembling, clutching my leg. "Save me, please," he implored. "A kiss to save your sister? Get away." I kicked him aside, rebuking him. What affection could I possibly hold for one who would slay his own father? My desire to prevent further loss of life stemmed from my innate humanity. "Are you a Yin-Yang master?" the white serpent inquired, though immobilized, its voice still reached my ears. "Indeed," I nodded. "So, do you intend to kill me?" it queried. "I merely wish to eliminate these last 2 individuals. After that, I shall depart. You have already taken many lives. I cannot stand idly by as you continue this slaughter." "It is a matter of human nature," I responded slowly. "Huh? What have I done wrong? You humans are insatiable, willing to sever ties with kin for wealth, to murder your own parents for money. What act is beyond your capabilities? You speak of nature, then tell me, what is your true nature? Aiding malevolence? Their family's debt to me is justly repaid by them. Only by slaying his grandson will their lineage be extinguished, never to darken the world again. You accuse me of murder, yet I ask you, was it I who committed the act?" Hua Jingye was slain by his own son, and Duan Shuang met her end at the hands of Hua Jingye's grandson. Where, then, lies my culpability? "Grandson, what do you imply?" "Indeed, Inquire of Hua Haohen at your side, and enlightenment shall be yours. I turned to behold Hua Haohen trembling, his garments soaked with perspiration, clutching his legs in utter disarray. Speak, or forfeit your life this day. I lunged forth, interrogating Hua Haohen. Composing himself, he began his tale. Verily, the babe within Duan Shuang's womb was not the progeny of her and the simpleton, but rather of Hua Haohen. A year prior, during Hua Haohen's summer sojourn, he whiled away his time at the village entrance. There he espied Duan Shuang, who, despite her rustic origins, possessed a captivating allure, her beauty rivaling any unadorned. Overcome by wicked intent, Hua Haohen accosted Duan Shuang, dragging her to his abode, where he forced himself upon her. Unbeknownst to Hua Haohen, Hua Jingye returned unexpectedly. Witnessing the scene, Hua Jingye was consumed by rage, yet rendered powerless. Thereupon, he implored Duan Shuang to keep the matter secret, lest she face dire consequences within the village. Duan Shuang was raised in such an environment, and compounded by the daily torment at her mother-in-law's home, she was too frightened to utter a word, merely nodding in silence. The only individuals privy to this matter were Wazhenji and his son, along with Duan Shuang herself. However, as the adage goes, the truth cannot be concealed indefinitely. Soon, Duan Shuang's pregnancy became evident, prompting the villagers to extend their congratulations to her mother-in-law. The latter was overjoyed, anticipating the arrival of a grandchild. Yet Hua Haohen, with his unscrupulous intentions, sought to exploit the situation during Duan Shuang's pregnancy. Despite her naivety, Duan Shuang possessed enough awareness to reject Hua Haohen's advances, no matter how eloquently he spun his words. This infuriated him greatly, and one evening, after indulging in some alcohol, he carelessly divulged the matter, which quickly spiraled into a public uproar, rendering Duan Shuang the target of scorn. A torrent of disparaging remarks ensued, accusing her of immorality and lamenting her supposed lack of affection during childhood. Before long, Duan Shuang's mother-in-law became aware of the situation and subjected her to severe reprimand, compelling her to confess, which elucidated her mother-in-law's hostile demeanor towards her at the hospital that day. You truly are insufferable. I could just as easily plunge a knife into you. My rage surged uncontrollably, and I kicked Hua Haohen, who was slumped on the ground, sending him tumbling several times. What was the situation with the freak? What could it be? After they extinguished my existence, I merely found refuge in their midst. Is it so peculiar to bear a freak? Yet, the blood of the Hua family courses through his veins, an undeniable truth. You are welcome to extinguish my life. I hold no regard for it. I retrieved the spirit talisman with a deliberate slowness, directing it towards the distant horizon. You, too, are a pitiable soul. Depart now. Your vengeance has been exacted. Hua Haohen will inevitably face dire consequences. I implore you, cease disturbing the mortal realm. The white serpent appeared taken aback, its tongue flicking in the air for a moment. Subsequently, it undulated its form and, together with the grotesque entity, vanished from my sight. May they never darken our world again. I contacted the authorities, and Hua Haohen, along with his mother, were swiftly apprehended. As for the ensuing outcome, I remain indifferent. The law, in its impartiality, will assuredly mete out the deserved retribution. Chapter 50. The skill of you showling in this world, there exists a celestial justice. It is not that one is not repaid, but rather that the time has not yet come. After Hua Haohen was apprehended, he was sentenced to death, and his mother, who was complicit in his crimes and provided protection, received a sentence of over 10 years. The outcome of these events was both what I desired and yet not what I wished for. Hua Haohen took a life, that of his own father. Thus, he deserved his fate. Yet, I pondered why an individual would forsake familial bonds for the sake of wealth and fame, leading him to commit such an atrocity against his own progenitor. Every life belongs to itself. No one possesses the right to usurp it. Following these occurrences, I was unaware of how much money Uncle Chun received, but it was evident that his Zhuang was quite generous. In addition to the promised 100,000 yuan, he bestowed upon me an additional 20,000 yuan as a token of gratitude for my efforts. As for the matter of relocating graves, it naturally came to a halt, for his father's remains were no longer present, making the relocation moot. I instructed him to draw a circle at the crossroads every 15th day and burn some joss paper for his father, emphasizing that this ritual must continue for 3 years before it could cease. After experiencing these events, De Zhuang became exceedingly obedient to my counsel, for I had saved his life, or rather, I had salvaged the lives of the entire village. In that moment, I felt a profound sense of concealed merit. Unsurprisingly, Uncle Chun did not linger in the shop for more than 7 days before departing, and before he left, he commended me, attributing the success of the endeavor to his patient guidance. I thought to myself, "You old fool, it was all knowledge gleaned from books. What wisdom did you impart?" Naturally, I refrained from voicing such thoughts, for that would invite trouble. That morning, as was my custom, I sat in the shop with a cigarette dangling from my lips when my phone rang. It was Yu Shaoling. I had intended to visit the hospital later that afternoon, having neglected to do so due to the events of the past few days, which now left me feeling quite remorseful. "Hello, how is Luga doing?" I inquired. "Luga remains the same. Do you have a moment? I recall you mentioning that Lugu's wish was to take care of his girlfriend. I have heard that she has been encountering some difficulties recently. I was planning to visit her. Do you have time?" I assured her that I was available and urged her to come over. Before long, Yu Shaoling arrived, driving a small black Mini Cooper, and stepped out of the vehicle. Today, she sported a white t-shirt paired with a leather jacket, complemented by black leather pants and sturdy black Dr. Martens boots, presenting a notably polished appearance. Once inside the car, she informed me that Lu Xingho's girlfriend was named Zhang Xingxing, age 23. After Lu Xingho's incident, he had reached out to her, yet she had never visited him. As she spoke, Yu Shaoling slammed her hand on the steering wheel in frustration, causing the car to jolt back and forth. I quickly offered her reassurance. It was indeed alarming to be in a vehicle driven by an agitated woman. I inquired about the nature of Zhang Xingxing's troubles. She relayed that, according to people from the organization, it seemed Zhang Xingxing had encountered some issues. Approximately 3 days prior, a group of burly men had loitered at her doorstep, and although she had initially wished to remain uninvolved, she felt compelled to honor Lu Xingho's wish. I nodded without saying much. However, Zhang Xingxing's actions were indeed excessive. It was unfortunate that Lu Xingho had requested us to take care of her before falling into a coma, and I was reluctant to go. Soon, the car drove to a high-rise residential complex, and under Yu Shaoling's guidance, we ascended to the 5th floor. As expected, the moment the elevator doors opened, I spotted 3 burly men laughing and smoking in the stairwell. I surmised that they were the individuals Yu Shaoling had mentioned, yet the 2 of us chose to ignore them. Instead, we approached the door and knocked. There was no response. "Is anyone there?" "This is Yu Shaoling. We have met before." My ears, being somewhat sensitive since childhood, picked up faint sounds of footsteps from within. The noise grew closer, then paused at the door. Likely as Zhang Xingxing peered through the peephole to ascertain whether it was indeed Yu Shaoling outside. "There are people outside. I dare not open." A voice from inside trembled with fear. "Do not be afraid. I am here with a colleague. Everything will be fine." No sooner had I spoken than the 3 men from the stairwell approached. The leader, a bald man, leered at Yu Shaoling's figure with greedy eyes, wiping the corner of his mouth as if drooling. "This little lady is truly exquisite. Would you be interested in spending a night with me?" The bald man said, slowly drawing closer to us. I stand prepared for combat at any moment, having just observed them. Their steps are unsteady, their ankles unevenly burdened. My father once imparted wisdom to me in my youth. To ascertain whether an individual possesses fighting skills, one must first examine their ankles. If their ankles exhibit great strength, to the extent that their very steps seem to shake the earth, one can be assured they are indeed a practitioner of martial arts. The 3 burly men before me, however, are merely imposing in appearance, akin to paper tigers, lacking true substance. Without a doubt, I could dispatch them within 3 minutes. Yet, Yu Shaoling appears oblivious, patiently awaiting the emergence of Zhang Xingxing from within. As the door creaks open, the 3 brutish men immediately don smiles. After searching far and wide, we find this gem without effort. This girl is splendid, helping us gain entry. "My dear, If you comply, I promise you a night of indulgence. Whatever your desires may be, the bald man grins as he approaches. Noting Yu Xiaoling's indifference, he boldly rests his left hand on her shoulder. In a flash, Yu Xiaoling spins sharply, seizing the bald man's wrist with her right hand. A sharp crack echoes, and the bald man releases his grip, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his face contorted in pain. The two other men rush forward, but just as I prepare to intervene, Yu Xiaoling raises her long, elegant leg, delivering a powerful kick that sends them flying, crashing against the doorway of the staircase, clutching their stomachs in agony. Everything transpired so swiftly, scarcely within 10 seconds, that I could hardly comprehend how Yu Xiaoling, appearing as such a delicate and fragile young woman, could dispatch those three burly men in less than a heartbeat. Even I would require several minutes to subdue them entirely. Whoever marries someone like Yu Xiaoling in the future shall indeed be unfortunate. In the event of a quarrel, one would hardly dare to raise their voice, for they would be outmatched. Perhaps only a champion in combat would possess the audacity to confront her. Come in, Sister Xiaoling. Zhang Xingxing's hair was in disarray, and her face bore a pallor of exhaustion, indicating that she had not rested well in recent days. Yet, this was to be expected. After all, she was but a fragile young woman confronted by three imposing figures, and who would not feel fear in her position? After our arrival, Zhang Xingxing's demeanor appeared considerably improved, no longer as terrifying. She poured a glass of water for each of us and set it before us. Sister Xiaoling, I apologize for the spectacle I presented. How is Xingho? I was preoccupied with handling matters at the time. As you witnessed, I scarcely dared to venture outside, for they were all waiting for me. I was utterly terrified, Zhang Xingxing lamented with a tone of resignation. Chapter 51. Shadows in the night. After I expressed my intentions to Yu Xiaoling, I inquired about the group of burly men gathered at Zhang Xingxing's entrance, questioning the reason for their lingering presence. The unusual circumstances hinted at something amiss. It was implausible for these men to harass Zhang Xingxing without cause, especially considering her rather ordinary appearance. Zhang Xingxing hesitated, words lingering on the tip of her tongue before being swallowed back. Intensifying the urgency, I felt alongside Yu Xiaoling. If there was something troubling her, she ought to voice it. Our concern lay not in the complexity of the issue, but in the silence that left us utterly at a loss. Please, just tell us what the matter is. Yu Xiaoling urged gently. I borrowed money from a loan shark. The revelation struck me like a thunderbolt. Was it truly so simple to acquire such loans? Those individuals were notoriously cunning, presenting a facade of generosity before the contracts were signed, only for the reality to shift dramatically thereafter. I recalled a young man from the neighboring village who had borrowed 8,000 yuan for a new phone, only to receive a mere 6,500 in hand. The ensuing interest had spiraled uncontrollably, and within half a year, he found himself burdened with nearly 500,000 yuan in debt. The terror of high-interest loans was all too evident. Yu Xiaoling before me could not possibly be unaware of the risks. Yet, why would she resort to such measures? Even if she were in dire need of funds, Lu Xingho's current status should have afforded her access to sufficient resources. You borrowed from a loan shark? Surely, you haven't lost your senses. What on earth happened? If it's a business loss or a legitimate need, I will find a way to assist you. However, if this is for frivolous pursuits, you must find your own solutions. Yu Xiaoling, clearly taken aback, responded with a hint of surprise in her tone. The phrase one's appearance reflects one's heart holds a profound truth. Zhang Xingxing exudes the essence of a genuinely innocent girl, distinctly different from many others of questionable character. Why would she resort to high-interest loans? It must be that she has encountered genuine troubles. I have faith in Lu Xingho's judgment. He would certainly not associate with a girl of dubious morals. Zhang Xingxing's words hovered on the tip of her tongue, only to be swallowed back. This situation is infuriating. It feels akin to being abruptly interrupted while attending to nature's call. If you choose not to speak, we shall take our leave. Should they return to harass you, we will not intervene further. This is your final opportunity. Will you speak? Yu Xiaoling's patience had nearly reached its limit. This woman appeared delicate and attractive, yet her temperament was far from mild. Had I not witnessed her skills moments ago, I would have found it hard to believe. I encountered a ghost recently. I sought someone to exorcise it, but I lacked sufficient funds and had no choice but to borrow at high interest. I was truly terrified. The thought of death filled me with dread. Zhang Xingxing confessed, her complexion growing increasingly pale, her pupils dilating, and her body trembling uncontrollably. It seems she has indeed found herself in a predicament. What? Why didn't you tell Lu? I began to inquire, but suddenly felt a sharp pinch in my waist. Yu Shaoling shot me a fierce glare, prompting me to quickly fall silent. Please, take your time. What transpired? Zhang Xingxing began to recollect the events of the past few days. That evening, after finishing work, I found myself yearning to return home early. A rare desire in my profession where working late until 11 or even midnight is commonplace. However, on that particular night, fatigue enveloped me, compelling me to traverse a dark alley I had never before ventured into. The alley was notably long and shrouded in darkness, rarely frequented even during the day, let alone at night. Yet, my overwhelming drowsiness, coupled with the convenience of my electric bike, led me to dismiss any apprehensions, as navigating through the alley would only take 2 or 3 minutes, while taking the longer route would require over 20 minutes. As I entered the alley, an inexplicable chill coursed through my body, reminiscent of being trapped in a freezer at sub-zero temperatures. It was truly terrifying. My only wish was to escape swiftly, but in my state of fatigue, I stumbled and fell. Rising slowly from the ground, I suddenly noticed a shadow against the wall. At first, I assumed it was my own, but then the realization struck me. There were no streetlights in this alley, and the moon's glow could not penetrate the darkness. How could there possibly be my shadow? At that moment, a singular thought consumed my mind: to run. I hastily mounted my electric bike, but for reasons unknown, it refused to start. In an instant, I abandoned the bike and fled. At that moment, a sudden wailing of a woman echoed behind me, a sound so mournful it felt as if it resonated directly in my ear, sending me into a panic and compelling me to flee forward. Yet, the alley seemed to stretch endlessly, akin to an abyss. I ran for nearly 20 minutes without finding an exit, only to stumble upon my electric bicycle once more. At that moment, I realized I had fallen victim to a haunting phenomenon. Zhang Xingxing paused at this juncture, leaning against the wall, trembling uncontrollably. What transpired next? I glimpsed that shadow again, its nails elongated like swords, inching closer to me on the wall. Terrified, I dared not look, yet after approximately 5 minutes of eerie silence, when I finally dared to reopen my eyes, the shadow had vanished. Could it be a mere hallucination, perhaps fatigue? Someone suggested. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Look at my ankle. Zhang Xingxing replied, rolling up the cuffs of her jeans to reveal 2 distinct imprints. These marks were a deep purple, as if stamped onto her skin. Zhang Xingxing informed us that these imprints had been on her for over a week. She had initially dismissed them when discovered, but the following day brought an even more terrifying experience. Following the events of the previous night, she dared not traverse the narrow alley again, opting instead for a wider path, which seemed relatively safe. However, upon arriving home and switching on the lights, she was horrified to find 2 shadows on the wall, one her own, the other the very shadow she had encountered in the alley. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, Zhang Xingxing nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. However, just as she was about to collapse, an unseen force from behind arrested her fall. What was most unnerving was that the shadow spoke, declaring the narrator to be her contracted associate. It warned that failure to comply with its directives would result in death within a month. Yu Shaoling was quick to inquire what the shadow had told her. Zhang Xingxing, her face contorted with distress, revealed that it had commanded her to commit murder. She expressed her fear and reluctance, stating that she was not ready to die. Initially, she verbally agreed to the shadow's demand, but the following day, she requested a 2-day leave and began searching for someone online to resolve the situation. The individual she found demanded 500,000 in exchange for settling the matter. However, lacking the funds, especially with Lu Xingho's hospitalization, she was compelled to resort to borrowing from a loan shark. Chapter 52. Re-entering the organization as Yu Shaoling spoke, her face was etched with remorse. Perhaps she too recognized her impulsive decision to borrow from loan sharks. However, one could hardly blame her, for in the grand scheme of life, money pales in significance to one's very existence. It was merely her choice of method that had been exceedingly extreme. She recounted her attempts to solicit loans from others, only to be met with rejection when the sum she sought was disclosed, compounded by Zhang Xingxing's mention of exorcisms, prompting an abrupt end to the conversation. Ultimately, she resorted to high-interest loans, entrusting the funds to a so-called deity, only to find herself deceived and abandoned. With a heavy sigh, Yu Shaoling approached the door and opened it, revealing the three burly men who had yet to depart. Witnessing the transformation of Yu Shaoling from avarice to terror, they instinctively recoiled several steps backward. After all, they were merely workers, unwilling to gamble their lives in this encounter, for Yu Shaoling possessed the prowess to easily take theirs. "Come here, how much do you claim I owe you?" Yu Shaoling beckoned the bald man with a subtle gesture. With a broad grin, the man approached and replied, "Sister, we're just doing our jobs. Could you perhaps show a bit of mercy?" It was she who proposed borrowing the money. None of us held a knife to her throat. "Enough with the prattle. Tell me the total amount due in the name of your company." Yu Shaoling's expression hardened abruptly. The man, visibly anxious, replied, "Including principal and interest, it amounts to 4 million. We represent the Hao Yuan Group." Yu Shaoling nodded, retrieving her phone to make a call. "Hello, boss, I require 4 million. "What?" "Lingling, although I am currently affluent, I certainly did not anticipate a demand for 4 million right from the outset. Have you encountered some predicament? Lu Xingho's girlfriend has accrued a debt of 500,000 to a certain Gao Yuan Group, which has inflated to 4 million within a mere week due to exorbitant interest rates. There seems to be no alternative but to comply." "Haha, very well. I shall transfer the funds to you forthwith." Soon after, Yu Shaoling's phone chimed with a notification, revealing a message confirming the deposit of 4 million. She must have just contacted Zhou Hongkai. It appears that the wealthy are indeed quite extravagant. A sum of 4 million is something I could scarcely fathom. No sooner had she received the money than the burly man's phone began to ring. All right, I understand. My sincerest apologies, boss. I was unaware. Please do not dismiss me. I will explain upon my return." Upon hanging up, the bald man's countenance transformed to a deep shade of purple, resembling an eggplant. "Sister, it is all a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding. We no longer wish to pursue the money." The bald man hastily bowed his head in apology, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. "Oh no, provide me with your account number. We have no desire to owe anyone. The full amount of 4 million shall be transferred to you without delay." Yu Shaoling replied with a smile that did not reach her eyes. "No, I truly recognize my error. I shall never dare again. Let's leave quickly." With a wave of his hand, the bald man signaled to his companions, and they promptly fled. It was evident to even the most naive observer that shortly after Yu Shaoling's call to Zhou Hongkai, the bald man had received what was likely a call from his superior. I also admire Zhou Hongkai. One must understand that those who engage in usury are not easily provoked. He managed to handle the situation with remarkable ease, which suggests that Zhou Hongkai possesses considerable skill. Otherwise, he would not have been able to establish such a substantial company or a mysterious organization. Before departing, Yu Shaoling entrusted Zhang Xingxing with 2 talismans, instructing her to refrain from going out for the next few days and to call her if she required anything, as she would seek assistance to resolve the matter. Zhang Xingxing inquired about the nature of the talismans. Yu Shaoling explained that they were given to her by a sage during a visit to a Taoist temple, capable of warding off evil and offering protection. Zhang Xingxing nodded in understanding and said little more as we left the location. Once we were in the car, I expressed my confusion regarding Zhang Xingxing's ignorance about their affairs. "Are you foolish? A mysterious organization. Mysterious. Do you comprehend?" Upon entering the organization, we had already signed a confidentiality agreement. Even our parents are unaware. Lu Xingho is a man of strict discipline, and he would naturally never divulge information to Zhang Xingxing, even if he harbors affection for her. Otherwise, should the truth come to light, it could easily lead to peril, and they might become targets. During our journey, I learned that this clandestine organization investigates supernatural occurrences worldwide, inevitably offending numerous individuals. Should those individuals fixate on their families, it would create significant complications. Thus, Lu Xingho can only meet Zhang Xingxing once a month, and even then, only for a brief meal. This also elucidates why Yu Shaoling has refrained from seeking a boyfriend. With some time to spare on the road, I casually asked her why she had chosen to join this organization. Was it for financial gain? Driving, Yu Shaoling chuckled dryly. Money? Do you think so? Do you think someone with my looks would be lacking in funds? Indeed, she spoke the truth. With her looks and figure, she could easily work as a model. She informed me that she would take me to the company next and that we would act together that evening, starting with the alleyways. Since Zhang Xingxing and Shadow first met in an alley, it proves that Shadow is highly likely to appear in the alleys. Because in the conversation just now, Zhang Xingxing told us that the person Shadow asked her to kill that day was a third-year university student. Zhang Xingxing was given half a month, and she never contacted Zhang Xingxing again after that. At the same time, we should also investigate the person Zhang Xingxing mentioned that Shadow asked her to kill to see if there is anything we don't know. The car quickly arrived at Zhou Hongsai's company. Yu Shaoling took me to the top floor. When the elevator doors opened, I was almost scared out of my wits. It was actually made of transparent glass. Is this designer out of their mind? To design transparent glass on the top floor, aren't they afraid of scaring people to death? Then, Yu Shaoling swiped a black card on a door, and a green light flashed from her eyes, and the door opened. It looked just like something out of a movie. I followed behind Yu Shaoling, but before I could step inside, several infrared beams suddenly appeared at my feet. Caught off guard, I touched one, and a jolt of electricity swept through my entire body, making me tremble. Seeing this, Yu Shaoling quickly swiped the card again, and the infrared beams disappeared. That shock nearly made me wet myself. The interior decoration is quite unadorned, featuring a simple desk and a laptop, with a painting hanging on the wall. In the center of the desk, seated in an executive chair, is Zhou Hongkai. Our eyes meet briefly. His weathered face breaks into a smile as he gradually rises and approaches me. Mr. Gua, it has been a long time. You seem to be in good spirits. Had you perhaps found love? Zhou Hongkai inquires with a grin. I shake my head and mutter, what nonsense. Meanwhile, I think to myself that this old man is quite amusing, showing none of the airs of a high-ranking executive. Please, have a seat and share what's on your mind. What brings you here? Zhou Hongkai gestures for me to take a seat. Chapter 53. Significant life decisions. Yu Shaoling conveyed the matter regarding Zhang Xingxing to Zhou Hongkai. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hongkai chuckled heartily and remarked, what is this? Has our little secretary taken an interest in participating? I recall you were quite averse to this before. Is it perhaps due to the situation with Xiao Lu? Yu Shaoling remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to his suggestion. I too shared this sentiment. Zhou Hongkai then turned to me with a smile and said, Mr. Gua, if I'm not mistaken, you are not inclined to join the organization. Have you now had a change of heart? I lit a cigarette, smiling as I replied, indeed. On one hand, I seek personal growth. On the other, I wish to repay Lu Xingho for saving my life. Very well, send me your bank details. How does half a year's salary sound? Thank you, but at this moment, it is unnecessary. I do not require your money. My intention is to express gratitude for Lu Xingho's kindness. I gently declined his generous offer. Zhou Hongsai's smile grew even more radiant. Ha, I knew it. Xiao Lu has an excellent eye for people. I'm aware of everything, so don't be too hard on yourself. As for the female ghost who injured him, she has already gone into hiding. Given Xiao Lu's current state, it's likely she is not faring much better. During this time, focus on enhancing your abilities to ensure your own protection. I nodded in agreement. Zhou Hongkai was right. I must elevate my skills in a short span of time to safeguard myself and assist Lu Xingho in seeking vengeance. Zhou Hongkai picked up the office phone, pressed a few buttons, and after a few seconds said, have Xiao Yang come to see me within 5 minutes. Upon hearing the conversation, Yu Shaoling chuckled softly. Boss, I never expected you would still rely on him. Zhou Hongkai shrugged, expressing a sense of resignation. Who else could I turn to? He possesses the necessary skills. Who exactly? Was this Xiao Liang they spoke of? Could he possibly surpass Lu Xingho in prowess? 5 minutes later, the sound of a door opening echoed through the room. Following the noise, they beheld a slender young man, approximately 1.7 meters tall, standing at the entrance. His skeletal frame, accentuated by the square glasses, perched upon his nose as he strode briskly inside. Mr. Zhou, he greeted Zhou Hongkai with polite formality. Mr. Gua, this is Ling Gaoyang. He is far from an ordinary individual. You can learn a great deal from him, all of which will ultimately benefit you, Zhou Hongkai remarked. I nodded and extended my hand to shake with Ling Gaoyang. Mr. Zhou, may I inquire as to the purpose of your summons? Has something gone awry again? Ling Gaoyang asked, retrieving a laptop from his backpack. Nothing escapes your attention, does it? I need you to investigate an individual, a university student by the name of Ning Wei Eyes, Zhou Hongyu instructed. Ling Gaoyang nodded and swiftly began typing on his laptop. In less than 3 minutes. He flashed a confident smile. Done. I was taken aback by how swiftly he had accomplished this task. Ning Wei Eyes, male, 18 years old, resides at number 33 on a village, Ningmen County. His father, Ning Tianmin, is a laborer at a construction site, while his mother, Zhang Xiaotsue, works as a waitress in a restaurant. She has a younger sister attending junior high school in their village named Ning Bingen. She studies at an engineering college in our city, specializing in railway technology. Her homeroom teacher is Niu Xiaoman, whose office is located in room 301. This revelation astonished me further. Ling Gaoxing is truly remarkable, managing to uncover details about his family in a mere 3 minutes. One can only imagine the extent of Ling Gaoyang's capabilities. Indeed, Xiao Yang is quite impressive. Are these details useful to you? Zhou Hongkai glanced at Ling Gaoyang with admiration before turning to me. I nodded in affirmation, acknowledging their usefulness. Zhang Xingxing was utterly flabbergasted that night, unable to recall the name of that university student. It is worth noting that Sherman is home to numerous universities, and searching through them all could take until next year. Ling Gaoyang closed his laptop, scrutinized me for a moment, and then remarked, "No wonder Lu Gu has been eager to recruit you. You are truly exceptional." What makes me exceptional? Is it because I have a hearty appetite? I replied, touching my nose. Ling Gaoyang chuckled. Mr. Zhou, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Zhou Hongkai nodded, and Ling Gaoyang turned to depart. Mr. Gua, do you find Ling Gaoyang impressive? If you join us, he would be under your command, and you could consult him on various matters. He would undoubtedly impart his knowledge to you, without hesitation. Zhou Hongkai continued, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. I must admit this week, Hongkai has proven to be quite the cunning fox, presenting me with such enticing conditions. Ling Gaoyang's swift investigation of a person demonstrates his exceptional capabilities. He is undoubtedly a top-tier talent, one of the few in the country who has reached such heights. I have already expressed my intention to join. What? Do you not believe me? I retorted. To my surprise, Zhou Hongkai merely smiled and replied, I hope to see you join willingly, not merely to avenge Lu Xingho. Should Lu Xingho awaken and you fulfill your vendetta, you may choose to depart. Zhou Hongkai's words had not crossed my mind. I had not contemplated what I would do once all my tasks were completed, whether I would stay or leave. Being the only son at home, my father would certainly not permit me to linger in such a place. Although this environment provides for my needs, it is fraught with danger. After all, where in the world can one find a profession that is both lucrative and devoid of risk? Even if such a profession existed, it would not be my fortune to partake in it. After 5 minutes of contemplation, I ultimately made a significant decision regarding my life. I will not falter. Lu Xingho saved my life, and thus my life belongs to you. Henceforth, I will obey all directives from the organization. I am immensely grateful to Lu Xingho, and I cannot refuse his wish. Moreover, I must strive to protect others rather than rely on them for my protection. Very well, Mr. Gua, I have not misjudged you. Your first task is to resolve the matter of Zhang Xingxing flawlessly. Yu Shaoling is under your command. Her every action will be directed by you, and you may proceed as you wish. As I wish, I found myself unconsciously surveying Yu Shaoling's figure, swallowing hard as I did so. Suddenly, I noticed a change in Yu Shaoling's expression, and without warning, she struck my head with a resounding slap. What are you looking at? You shall not lay a finger on my tofu, or I will ensure you live your life as a mere shadow of a man. After uttering this, she deliberately glanced downwards, causing me to tense up in alarm. I quickly shook my head. I dared not provoke this fierce woman, known for her ruthless demeanor. Thus, I departed the office building with Yu Shaoling and we headed straight to the university. During our journey, she informed me that the individual I had just encountered was a prodigy in computer science, having won the provincial championship at the tender age of 10. At that time, Ling Gaoliang was merely in the 4th grade, competing against several university students who were no match for him. Chapter 54. An unexpected leap after completing all his tasks. Ling Gaoliang found that nearly half an hour had elapsed before a second individual finished. Remarkably, all of Ling Gaoliang's responses were correct. This achievement sent ripples throughout the provincial capital. Subsequently, he participated in a national competition and, unsurprisingly, secured first place once again. He then set his sights on international contests, where he competed in 10 matches, claiming victory 5 times, finishing second 3 times and third twice. His exceptional prowess astounded me. It is worth noting that the individual Zhang Long introduced me had taken nearly an entire night to gather information. It was not as comprehensive as what Ling Gaoliang had accomplished. Ling Gaoliang's capabilities truly impressed me, and the mere thought that such an extraordinary individual could be under my command exhilarated me. However, I was even more intrigued by what distinguished me, or rather, what had caught Zhou Hongcai's attention, prompting him to bring me into this circle. Uncle Chun had previously mentioned my uniqueness. Lu Xingho had echoed this sentiment, and even the recently acquainted Ling Gaoliang had remarked on it. I found myself perplexed as to what set me apart from the average person. If anything, it was merely that I had a hearty appetite. Eventually, I grew weary of pondering such questions, as I had little to lose. What more could I be compelled to do? Soon, the car came to a halt at the university gates. Upon disembarking, the vibrant scene within the campus evoked memories of my own university days. Those were truly carefree times, filled with attending classes and napping, dining after lectures, and indulging in gaming before retreating to my dormitory to sleep. Each day drifted by in a haze of leisure, leading to a stark contrast with my current incroyable existence. I would thus advise all comrades embarking on their university journey to dedicate themselves to their studies, for it is through such diligence that they may later contribute to society. As we entered the campus, I observed pairs of university couples holding hands and sharing laughter, which inevitably reminded me of 2 years prior, when I too wandered the university as a solitary figure, watching couples pass by. It must be said that the female students here are indeed captivating, each possessing fair skin, striking beauty, and long legs. However, we overlooked a most pressing issue. This university is vast, and we were at a loss as to the whereabouts of our homeroom teacher, Nung Wei Eyes, and his office in the building presided over by Niu Xiaomin. In a moment of desperation, I halted a tall young woman. "Excuse me, could you please tell me?" However, her response was swift and dismissive. "I'm not looking for a partner. I won't add you on WeChat, and I prefer to keep my circle small. Thank you." I was left utterly bewildered. "No, you've misunderstood. I merely seek directions to the 3rd teaching building, as I've been searching for ages." "Oh, just turn left and walk a kilometer ahead," she indicated before departing with an air of aloofness. I thought to myself, what is she so proud of? Currently, I have no money, but once I do, I shall drive a Ferrari around and see if she pays me any heed. What a trivial matter. I followed closely behind Yu Xiaoling as we continued our journey. I must admit, Yu Xiaoling's figure is truly remarkable. A throng of students gawked at her as we walked, and while some approached to request her WeChat, they were promptly rebuffed, indeed, scolded away. At this hour, the office building was sparsely populated, as many students had descended to the dining hall for lunch or returned to their dormitories for a nap. Upon reaching the 3rd-floor office, we found the door still securely locked. Now, we had no choice but to wait. After approximately half an hour, 2 teachers approached, chatting amiably. "May I ask, who is Niu Xiaomin, the teacher?" Yu Xiaoling politely inquired, stopping the 2 educators. "I am," replied a woman who appeared to be around 30. "We need to locate Ning Wei Eyes from your class and see if you could ask him to come to the office," Yu Xiaoling said slowly. Sorry. But we cannot disclose such information unless it's a relative. Otherwise, our teachers would face consequences," Niu Xiaomin replied, her eyes narrowing into a straight line, firmly refusing Yu Xiaoling's request. Yu Xiaoling smiled and said it was all right, then picked up her phone to send a text message. Niu Xiaomin returned to her office. "Shall we leave? What are we doing here?" Let us see if we can gather some information. I knew that searching for someone in a university was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. I could hardly recall the names of many classmates by the time I graduated. Yu Xiaoling stopped me, insisting that if I waited a maximum of 5 minutes, Niu Xiaoman would invite us in. I thought to myself, what nonsense. She's a university counselor. How could she simply heed your request? Creak. In less than 5 minutes, the office door swung open. Niu Xiaoman, her demeanor transformed to one of utmost respect, greeted us, please do come in, exhibiting a complete turnaround from her previous attitude. Simultaneously, I pondered on the remarkable capabilities of Yu Xiaoling. Who could she possibly have messaged that would prompt Niu Xiaoman to extend an invitation to us? Upon entering the office, he poured each of us a glass of water and informed us that he had already attempted to reach Ning Wei's, albeit unsuccessfully, and that he would try again shortly, advising us to wait for a moment. We nodded in agreement, refraining from further discussion, content that at least our journey would not be in vain. After approximately 5 minutes, Niu Xiaoman's phone rang. It was a call from Ning Wei's roommate. Hello, what? Are you joking? Niu Xiaoman suddenly sprang from his seat, his expression transforming into one of terror. All right, I'll be there immediately. He hastily ended the call. Please follow me. Ning Wei's has met with an accident. An accident? What kind of accident? I inquired urgently, hoping fervently that it was not fatal. We still needed to clarify the circumstances. He jumped off the building. Those 4 simple words struck me like a blow to the chest, leaving me breathless. Was this some cruel jest? Had our trip been in vain? Following Niu Xiaoman, Yu Xiaoling and I rushed outside, swiftly arriving at the dormitory building. As expected, a crowd of students had gathered below. Security personnel were attempting to disperse the onlookers, but they did not deter us. There on the ground lay the lifeless body of a young man, his head drenched in soon. The ambulance arrived, taking away Ning Wei's body, while his few roommates were also taken for questioning. Yu Xiaoling and I remained at the scene, exchanging helpless glances. None of us had anticipated such an outcome. Yu Xiaoling lifted her head, her eyes darting around, and suddenly tapped my shoulder with excitement, pointing toward a nearby surveillance camera. Perhaps we can discover something from the footage, she suggested. We promptly contacted Niu Xiaoman, who made a call to the security department to explain the situation, allowing us access to the monitoring room. The security personnel in the monitoring room informed us that this camera typically observed the campus environment and conveniently captured the 3rd floor dormitory. Chapter 55. The girl who jumped off 6 months ago. This is indeed the most fortuitous of circumstances. For Niu Xiaoman had informed us that Ning Wei's resided in room 302, conveniently within the purview of the surveillance cameras. Based on the crime scene and Niu Xiaoman's inquiries with surrounding students, it can be reasonably concluded that Ning Wei's leapt from the building a mere 2 minutes prior to his phone call with Niu Xiaoman, at which time his dormitory mates were present. I instructed the security personnel to review the footage from that specific time frame, and soon, the final moments of Ning Wei's life were revealed. In the footage, he is seen standing on the balcony, lost in thought, gazing into the distance. Occasionally, he would turn his head to speak a few words, yet it was evident from the video that he was entirely alone. His 4 roommates were engrossed in their games, scarcely uttering a word, and the balcony door was firmly shut, rendering any communication with his roommates impossible. Furthermore, he was not adorned with headphones, nor was he holding a mobile device. His right hand rested upon the railing, while his left grasped a half-burnt cigarette. Over the span of 2 minutes, the expression on Ning Wei's face transitioned from a vacant stare to one of sheer terror. Astonishingly, at the very moment he took the fatal leap, I noticed a smile gracing his lips, an unsettlingly natural smile. He fell headfirst, a trajectory that guaranteed his demise. A jump from the 3rd floor might have afforded a slim chance of survival if he landed on his arms or legs. However, a headfirst plunge was tantamount to a death sentence. The imagery was overwhelmingly gruesome, prompting the security personnel in the monitoring room to hastily cover their eyes. It was a harrowing sight. The last time I encountered a video of such unsettling nature was 6 months prior. This institution is indeed peculiar. One wonders if it is plagued by some ill fortune. The security guard muttered to himself. This statement captured my attention, prompting me to inquire, Did a student also leave from the building 6 months ago? I offered a cigarette to the security guard. He lit it and, after a moment of calm, replied, "Indeed, 6 months ago it was a female student who met her end in the same manner as this young man, by jumping." Alas, what compels these vibrant youth, in the prime of their lives, to resort to such drastic measures? Why must they choose to leap? The guard shook his head, filled with sorrow. I swiftly departed the monitoring room with Yu Shaoling, seeking sustenance in the cafeteria, where we each ordered a meal. "Did you notice anything unusual in the footage?" Yu Shaoling asked, lifting a spoonful of rice. I nodded, relaying the perplexing scenes I had witnessed in the monitoring room. "Yes, you are correct. It is indeed peculiar. I share your curiosity. Ghosts typically do not manifest during daylight hours, and at this moment, it is midday, when the sun shines most brilliantly. Generally, apparitions tend to dissipate into nothingness." Yu Shaoling pondered as she chewed her rice. "For now, we must await the return of their 4 roommates, hoping to uncover any clues from them. I suspect there will be some." I nodded in agreement, recognizing that having shared a roof for so long, any anomalies regarding Ning Wei's would likely be swiftly noted by his roommates. In the afternoon, while I played on my phone in the car, Yu Shaoling gazed dreamily at a couple from the university. "I envy them so much. They can still pursue romance," she sighed. "What is this? Are you also yearning for a partner? Otherwise, consider my feelings. I shall endure this slight," I remarked with a mischievous grin. No sooner had the words left my lips than Yu Shaoling delivered a sharp slap to my head. Her expression clouded with fury. "Dare you tease me again? Do you wish for your demise?" she retorted. I hastily waved my hands in protest, claiming I meant no harm, merely jesting. Yet, I couldn't help but think how fearsome this woman truly was. Was my harmless jest really worthy of such ire? Instantly, my interest in her waned. By 4 in the afternoon, the sun had relinquished its midday intensity. A police car came to a halt at the school gate, from which emerged 4 young men, Ning Wei's roommates. They strode purposefully into the campus as Yu Shaoling contacted Niu Xiaoman, and we arranged to meet in the cafeteria. After about 10 minutes in the cafeteria, Ning Wei's 4 roommates arrived alongside Niu Xiaoman. "Come, sit. Care for smoke?" I stood to greet them, instinctively reaching for a cigarette. At that moment, Yu Shaoling pinched my arm, admonishing me not to cause a ruckus. Was smoking permitted in school? Embarrassed, I scratched my head and noticed the stark lettering on the wall proclaiming a ban on smoking. "Who might you two be?" Ning Wei's roommates inquired as they settled down beside us. We concocted a casual excuse, claiming to be friends of Ning Wei's. Through our conversation, I gleaned a basic understanding of them. One robust and dark-skinned fellow was named Li Wenwen. Beside him sat a tall, stout man named Tang Chun. Another, bespectacled and bookish, was Lu Wan, and the last, a frail-looking lad, went by Zhu Hao. In recent days, who among you has been in the dormitory frequently, having had more interactions with Ning Wei's? Tang Chun spoke up first. "I have been in the dormitory these past few days, the only one without a partner. And I've had little to do, so I've simply been playing games." I inquired, "Has Ning Wei's exhibited any unusual behavior recently?" Tang Chun pondered for a moment and replied, "If we're to speak of the unusual, then there it is. This lad, Ning Wei's, is certainly not as innocent as he appears." Tang Chun informed us that although Ning Wei's presents a facade of harmlessness, he is quite the opposite in private, often flirting with young women while simultaneously juggling 3 or 4 relationships, a quintessential playboy. Essentially, he changes partners weekly, discarding them once he grows weary, which has tarnished his reputation at school. Yet there remain those who are still willing to date him. This perplexed his peers. I had seen a photograph of Ning Wei's. He is said to stand at 6 feet tall, possessing a fair complexion and a set of six-pack abs. Such young men are immensely popular in college, as the female students tend to be rather naive, typically prioritizing looks, height, and physique over wealth. Of course, if one is affluent, even lacking the aforementioned attributes, they can still attract multiple partners. This phenomenon is colloquially termed monetary prowess. I recollect that approximately 3 or 4 days prior, Ning Wei's began behaving oddly, as he had been absent from the dormitory most nights. During those days, he remained indoors, even skipping classes, while we, being dorm mates, occasionally marked his attendance without further inquiry. Beside him, Niu Xiaoman cast a fierce glance at Tang Chun. Tang Chen's expression shifted momentarily, yet he continued speaking. Initially, we found it rather peculiar. However, we later speculated that perhaps this young man was unwell and thus did not pay it much heed. Nevertheless, he often spoke in his sleep at night, uttering phrases like Meng Ru has returned, and frequently thrashed about in bed. Who is Meng Ru? I inquired hastily. Meng Ru was his partner from 6 months prior, a fine young lady who had been left battered and bruised by his turmoil. Which class is Meng Ru in? She's no longer with us. She passed away. Tang Chen shrugged in response. Chapter 56. There might be another one upon hearing this. A shiver ran down my spine, and an ominous premonition began to surface within me. My thoughts drifted to what the security guard in the monitoring room had informed me earlier that day. Was it possible that Meng Ru had jumped from a building 6 months ago? Had she met the same fate as Ning Wei's? I hastily inquired. Tang Chun nodded in affirmation, confirming my fears. At that moment, I felt a chilling realization that the shadow Zhang Xingxing had mentioned might indeed be the spirit of Meng Ru, lingering in this realm, awaiting an opportunity for vengeance. Yet, with Ning Wei's already deceased, one would think that this matter should have come to a close. Though Ning Wei's was not a virtuous character, and his misdeeds had undoubtedly harmed countless innocent young women, he was still a life extinguished. Suddenly, a memory struck me. Ning Wei's had once confided that Meng Ru had returned, and those who had tormented her in the past would not escape her wrath. Tang Chen abruptly recalled this and related to me. I quickly pressed her for details about who had bullied Meng Ru during her life. There could be no room for negligence now. Otherwise, it was highly likely that further tragedy would ensue. Tang Chun began to recount, explaining that Meng Ru was a year senior to them, albeit her major was accounting. Due to her striking appearance, Meng Ru was considered quite attractive during her university years. However, she hailed from a dilapidated rural background, with her family being humble farmers. The funds for her education had been cobbled together from the meager resources of the surrounding community, necessitating that Meng Ru work diligently to support herself while studying. Despite her circumstances, she was exceptionally intelligent. While her peers might take an hour to grasp a concept, she would master it in merely 30 minutes. In her leisure hours, she took on part-time work off campus. Moreover, Dreamru, who issued makeup and adornment, possessed an appearance that could be deemed exceptional among university students. Even in her natural state, she outshone a multitude of women who adorned themselves with cosmetics, thus attracting an abundance of admirers. One such suitor was Qiu Gaoga, a scion of wealth from their school. Qiu Gaoga, relying on his family's affluence, behaved arrogantly within the campus, simultaneously engaging with multiple girlfriends without consequence, for his wealth afforded him such liberties. Should anyone displease him, he would simply discard them in favor of someone more desirable. Among those vying for his attention was a girl named Hong Zixuan, also from a well-to-do background, who harbored deep affections for Qiu Gaoga. She had once pursued him fervently, yet, given Qiu Gaoga's status and her rather ordinary looks, he dismissed her without a second thought. Dreamru, harboring a disdain for individuals of such privileged backgrounds, paid no heed to Qiu Gaoga's advances. However, she later learned that Hong Zixuan frequently threatened her, insisting that she keep her distance from Qiu Gaoga or face dire consequences. Being a girl of modest means and influence, Dreamer naturally felt intimidated by such threats and instinctively chose to distance herself from Qiu Gaoga. Is that all? Did she not bully her in any way? I inquired, scratching my head. Tang Chen shrugged, replying, "That's all there is. There shouldn't have been any bullying, at least not that I've heard." I pondered to myself that since Hong Zixuan had not bullied Dreamru, it was unlikely that Dreamru would seek revenge. It was merely a matter of simple intimidation. Beside me, Yu Shaoling gently tapped my shoulder and suggested it would be prudent to investigate Hong Zixuan. After all, many matters warrant preemptive measures. Ghosts are devoid of humanity. Her words resonated with me, reminding me that some individuals, upon death, transform into vengeful spirits, harboring no complex thoughts. Those who wrong them in life only serve to amplify their grievances. Having briefly grasped the situation, Yu Shaoling and I proceeded to the educational building. At this hour, students were engaged in their classes, yet we could not afford to delay. Following the information provided by Niu Xiaomin, we located Hong Zishuan's classroom. I knocked on the door. "Come in," came a response. Upon entering, I beheld a middle-aged man sporting a classic receding hairline, conducting the lesson. Naturally, the students beneath him were a mixed bunch, some engaged in idle chatter, others immersed in games, while a few succumbed to slumber, each undisturbed by the others. "Who are you looking for?" the middle-aged man inquired, adjusting his glasses to scrutinize me. "I'm searching for Hong Zishuan. I need to discuss something with her," I replied. To my astonishment, my words prompted 5 or 6 boys in the classroom to rise, casting menacing glares in my direction. Confusion washed over me. Had I uttered a misstep? Were they preparing to confront me? "What is your relationship with Hong Zishuan? Are you a suitor?" One notably tall boy, approximately 185 meters, questioned, sizing me up. "Suitor? Nonsense. Who is she? This is urgent. Let's not waste time. If something goes awry, no one will escape unscathed," I retorted, raising an eyebrow. At that moment, a girl in the far corner slowly emerged from her desk, stifling a yawn and rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Who is looking for me?" she asked. I had confirmed that she was Hiroko Suin, and I swiftly approached her, grasping her arm. "Come with me. There's something we need to discuss." Hiroko appeared dazed, evidently just awakened and yet to gather her thoughts. A group of 5 or 6 boys converged around me. Before I could offer an explanation, the tallest among them swung a stool towards me. I sidestepped the assault, pondering how the youth of today seems so quick to resort to violence. Before I could catch my breath, the tall one lunged at me again with the stool. Realizing I could not afford to prolong this confrontation, I lifted my right leg and delivered a swift kick, sending the stool flying from his grasp and crashing against the wall, splintering into 2. In that instant, silence enveloped the air. "Hey, which class are you from? Daring to cause trouble in my classroom? Do you believe I won't sanction you and jeopardize your graduation?" Mediterranean, the teacher, rapped on the blackboard, admonishing me. At that moment, Yu Xiaoling entered, producing an identification badge from her right hand and displaying it before Mediterranean. "Recognize this? Any further questions? If not, I shall be taking her with me." Mediterranean's expression shifted from anger to a facade of politeness. "Take her then, my apologies, brother." I quickly grimaced and shook my head. Being addressed as brother by a man in his 40s was hardly flattering. I took Hiroko Suin by the hand and exited the administrative building. As soon as we stepped out of the classroom, she yanked her arm away from me. Her face etched with displeasure as she exclaimed, "I don't care who you are. You have interrupted my class. Are you even police?" Yu Xiaoling shook her head and said, "We are neither law enforcement officers nor here to disrupt your studies. We are here to save your life." "Save my life? Who are you, deities? Besides, I've been quite well lately," Hong Zishuan replied disdainfully, adjusting her bangs. "Well, you have long been marked by a malevolent spirit. Do you recall the dream of jumping off a building from 6 months ago? You must have encountered her recently," came the retort. At this revelation, Hong Zishuan paused in astonishment, her face displaying shock as she stammered. "How do you know? Who are you?" "Enough said. The ones here to save your life cannot speak freely. Let us continue this conversation downstairs," Yu Xiaoling concluded, turning to descend the staircase. Chapter 57, there were still 3 left. We settled by a river on campus, and I lit a cigarette, observing the somewhat anxious expression on Hiroko's face. "Speak up. It is best to refrain from uttering a single falsehood. Was there anything you did to wrong Mengru during her lifetime?" "I did not. Absolutely not. I merely intimidated her a little. How could I dare to bully her? The one who tormented her was Lin Minbo. If you're looking for someone, seek him out. Why are you fixated on me?" Hiroko exclaimed, shaking her head in sheer terror. Hiroko seemed confused, not understanding how Lin Minbo had suddenly become part of this narrative, which only added to my headache. Nonetheless, I urged her to clarify the situation. Lin Minbo was from the class next door, and Mengru had been bullied by him before her tragic leap from the building. A sense of foreboding washed over me. This bullying might carry deeper implications. I pressed her to continue. "In the past few days, I dreamt of Mengru. In my dream, she told me she needed to deal with Ning Wei's first. Then she would go after Lin Minbo, and finally me. I am so frightened. I do not know what to do. I have not wronged her. Why is she fixating on me? Speak quickly, No more idle chatter, I urged, and Hiroko recounted the events in detail. 6 months ago, after Ning Wei's ended his relationship with Mengru, her academic performance plummeted, and she became perpetually distracted. Nevertheless, she still had suitors, Lin Minbo being one of them. Mengru lacked financial resources, working part-time outside the school, often returning late, sometimes as late as 11 at night. The school was situated in a remote area, leaving the campus nearly deserted at night. One evening, after indulging in excessive drinking with his roommates, Lin Minbo stumbled out of a restaurant and spotted Mengru walking towards the school. Perhaps momentarily overwhelmed by desire, he called his two companions over, and together they subdued Mengru, dragging her into a hotel where they committed unspeakable acts. Within days, the incident became a sensational topic within the school. However, in an effort to preserve its reputation, the institution forbade any disclosure, threatening expulsion for those who spoke out. Consequently, Mengru became an object of notoriety, with whispers of derision and scorn directed at her from all corners. Unable to withstand the relentless scrutiny, she ultimately succumbed to despair, tragically taking her own life one fateful night while clad in a crimson dress. To quell the uproar, the school promptly offered Mengru's parents a hush money of 1,080,000 of which came from Lin Minbo's family. Mengru's parents, hailing from a remote village where the preference for sons was deeply ingrained, saw the sum as a significant fortune, enough to build a modest house and secure a bride for Mengru's younger brother. Thus, they chose not to pursue the matter, and silence reigned for 6 months, until just a few days ago, Hong Zixuan dreamt of Mengru. Coupled with today's news of Ning Wei's suicide, Hong Zixuan suddenly felt that it was no mere dream. Was Lin Minbo still at the school? It appeared that the shadow was preparing to take action against him. I am uncertain. They have no classes this afternoon. Lin Minbo has a bit of money at home, as his parents have business dealings with mine. Lin Minbo enjoys revelry and often frequents nightclubs until 2 or 3 in the morning, by which time the dormitory has long since locked its doors. Consequently, he has rented a place near the school. Do you know the address? Hong Zixuan quickly retrieved her phone and opened it, handing it to us. We noted the address and hastily departed. Wait, will I be in trouble? Just as we had taken a few steps, Hong Zixuan's anxious voice echoed behind us. If one harbors no guilty conscience, there is no fear of ghosts knocking at the door. As long as you speak only the truth, you shall encounter no trouble. With that indifferent remark, Yu Shaoling grasped my hand, and we swiftly exited the school. Lin Minbo's residence is not far from the school. We arrived in under 10 minutes by car, at a building with an elevator. The journey was relatively smooth, and we reached the entrance of Lin Minbo's home, ascending the stairs with purpose and knocking on the door. Yet, there was no response. Let us check the security room for the surveillance footage, Yu Shaoling suggested. I nodded in agreement and followed her into the security room. Initially, the guard refused to allow us to view the footage, but upon Yu Shaoling producing her identification, he promptly granted us access to the video. We scrutinized the footage closely. Around 3 in the morning, Lin Minbo returned home, and as of now, there were no signs of him leaving. I exchanged a look of astonishment with Yu Shaoling, both of us contemplating the unsettling possibility that something might have gone awry. We hurried back to Lin Minbo's front door, and with a swift kick, Yu Shaoling forced it open. Suddenly, a putrid stench wafted in my nostrils. In order to avoid unnecessary disturbances, Yu Shaoling and I opted to remove our shoes before entering. Within the room on the right, the foul odor intensified as I opened the door. There lay the corpse of a man on the bed, his body decomposed, surrounded by a multitude of buzzing flies. The internal organs were visible, yet his face remained relatively intact. Indeed, it was Lin Minbo, the very individual we had seen on the surveillance footage. On the wall beside him, a line of vivid crimson letters read, "No one who has bullied me can escape," and there are 3 remaining. It appeared we had arrived a moment too late. After contacting the authorities, the police promptly arrived to manage the situation. I initially expected to be transferred for questioning, but for reasons unknown, that did not occur. I suspected it had something to do with Yu Shaoling. We had already deduced the identities of the 3 individuals involved. 2 were Lin Minbo's roommates, and the 3rd must undoubtedly be Hong Zixuan. Based on the surveillance footage, It was evident that Lin Minbo had met his demise the previous night, meaning his time of death preceded that of Ning Wei's. Typically, malevolent spirits manifest at night, so there was no need for haste during the day. We could simply observe Lin Minbo's 2 classmates and Hong Zixuan in the evening. 3 individuals posed a considerable challenge, thus we decided to reach out to them. Within 5 minutes of our conversation, Hong Zixuan arrived in a red Audi, closely followed by Lin Minbo's 2 classmates. Remarkably, all 3 had recently experienced the same dream, one that revolved around the enigmatic Dream Ru. Lin Minbo had 2 classmates, one named Su Hongyi and the other Shan Gaoming, both of whom appeared utterly despicable. Recalling what Hong Zixuan had revealed to me earlier today, I could no longer contain the fury boiling within me and approached them directly, delivering a swift kick that sent both of them sprawling to the ground. They clutched their bellies, moaning in agony. "Why are you hitting us?" Su Hongyi gritted his teeth and inquired, shielding his abdomen. "Hitting you is a mere understatement. Don't you have any awareness of why you deserve this? If you possess such audacity, why not venture into tomb raiding? Bullying innocent young ladies is hardly a display of prowess. Let me be clear. I have no desire to involve myself in your sordid affairs. Your very existence is a blight upon society." "Ha! Scum!" I spat contemptuously onto the ground, cursing at them. Chapter 58, Possession. Beside me, Yu Shaoling grasped my arm, her face adorned with a smile as she urged, "Do not resort to violence. Let us converse amicably." It was evident that her words were laced with irony. She was, after all, a woman of formidable strength, particularly in the face of such circumstances. I suspected that just moments ago, she would have relished the opportunity to deliver a few kicks herself. It was all a misunderstanding, a grave injustice. We had acted out of necessity that day. Lin Minbo, affluent as he was, often fell prey to our schemes. One cannot bite the hand that feeds. He had offered one of us a sum of 10,000 yuan to ensure that Mengru was brought to the hotel, and thereafter, we were oblivious to the ensuing events, as we had taken a room next door. Su Hongyi remained incapacitated by pain, casting me a look of pained disbelief. "Enough with the idle chatter," I retorted. "You are the very type I disdain the most. Would you accept 10,000 yuan to bring your sister over?" I pointedly scolded him. "No, I would not. She is my sister, and my parents would never consent to such a thing." His words ignited a surge of uncontainable fury within me, prompting me to deliver 2 more kicks. "As if you were the only one with parents. She has none." She sprang forth from the crevices of the earth. "Brother, please stop. I realize my mistakes. Do not strike me again." Su Hongyi writhed in agony, pleading for mercy. Upon witnessing this, Yu Shaoling hastily intervened, urging me to desist, for the consequences could spiral into chaos. We had booked a suite at the hotel, comprising 2 adjoining rooms with 3 beds. Su Hongyi shared a room with Dan Gaoming, while Hong Zixuan occupied a room alone. Yu Shaoling and I were together in the other room. I had barely been lying in bed for 5 minutes when Yu Shaoling gracefully approached and seated herself at the edge of the bed. Gazing at her enchanting figure, I found an unexpected wave of desire stirring within me. Despite her notoriously foul temper, her exterior was undeniably captivating. As I was lost in my thoughts, suddenly, I received a sharp kick to my backside, causing me to tumble unceremoniously to the floor. Rubbing my head, I inquired, "What was that for?" "You should sleep on the sofa. I intend to rest here tonight," she replied. "Why must you be so distant? Can't we make do?" "I don't mind enduring a little discomfort," I said with a smirk. In an instant, her expression turned icy, prompting me to retreat several paces and obediently lie down on the sofa. A torrent of frustration surged within me. After all, this was my room, acquired at the cost of a substantial $500. Yet, here I was, relegated to the sofa. Who could I turn to for justice? A true gentleman knows when to bend, and this slight was but a trifling matter. Wasn't it agreed that Yu Shaoling would heed my commands? Observing the situation, I felt as though I had been reduced to her subordinate. As I lay there, a wave of drowsiness washed over me, and I succumbed to sleep. In a hazy state, I began to sense a warmth enveloping me, but I paid it little mind and turned over. Suddenly, my hand brushed against something soft and yielding. My instinct prompted me to explore further. My leg, "You are far too meddlesome," Unless you are dealt with, I shall find no peace, even should I take a life." A raspy, terrifying voice echoed in my ears. I felt as if something within me was rapidly dissipating, and my limbs grew increasingly feeble. In my confusion, I wondered what Yu Shaoling was doing. Just as my energy seemed on the verge of being completely drained, the lights suddenly flickered to life. Urgently, Yu Shaoling's voice reached my ears. Before me lay Hong Zishuan. A talisman was affixed to her body. Hong Zishuan let out a piercing scream, and a wave of dark energy spread forth, soon revealing a shadow upon the wall. She has manifested. In less than 5 seconds, the shadow leaped directly out of the window. Yu Shaoling did not pursue, but instead turned her attention to my injuries. "How do you feel?" A fragrance of jasmine wafted into my nostrils, and Yu Shaoling's concerned expression enveloped me in a cocoon of comfort. "Is everything all right?" Yu Shaoling smacked my head and inquired. I merely stirred slightly, feeling a twinge of soreness in my limbs. Observing this, Yu Shaoling hurriedly checked on Su Hongyi and the others within the room, who were currently sound asleep. At that moment, Hong Zishuan, lying beside me, opened her eyes, causing me to instinctively roll back in fright. "How did I end up in your bed? What have you done to me, you rogue?" Hong Zishuan immediately shielded herself with a pillow from the sofa. "You little rascal. He did nothing to you. Do you still remember what happened earlier?" At that moment, Yu Shaoling emerged from the room, her expression icy. Hong Zishuan shook her head in confusion, asserting her ignorance. "I understand this phenomenon. My father once spoke of it. It is known as possession by a ghost. Certain malevolent spirits, upon reaching a specific threshold, may choose to inhabit a human body to fulfill their desires. Since Hong Zishuan is a girl, she is more susceptible to the heavy presence of yin energy, while Su Hongyi and the other male in the adjacent room generate a considerable amount of yang energy, making it more challenging for the shadow to attach itself to them. Yu Shaoling, being experienced in these matters, has an even lower likelihood of being possessed. At that moment, I found the shadow utterly intolerable. Why did it target me? I hadn't wronged anyone. I had merely sought to advocate for her. Following this incident, Hong Zishuan dared not sleep again, lighting one cigarette after another, appearing even more terrified than I was. "Am I going to die? I'm so scared. Will she return? If she does, what will I do? Dear sister, shouldn't I be the one truly anxious? Just moments ago, you nearly caused my demise," I remarked, lighting a cigarette, my gaze filled with resignation. She merely pouted and remained silent. The night passed relatively peacefully, and at dawn, Yu Shaoling instructed them to attend class, assuring them that no ghost would appear during the day. Once they departed, a silence enveloped Yu Shaoling and me. The shadow first managed to possess the body, which was quite a troublesome matter. Yu Shaoling informed me that within Taoism, there exists a spell known as the ghost expelling charm, intended to drive out the spirit inhabiting a person's body using a particular incantation. However, she admitted her lack of proficiency in this art, rendering her somewhat ignorant of the intricacies involved. As for me, my understanding was even more limited. After much contemplation, I resolved to reach out to Zhang Long. Uncle Chun was even less reliable. He offered me no guidance, spending his days either on business trips or engaged in games of landlord at the shop. I called Zhang Long, and upon hearing my explanation, he assured me he would arrive shortly. True to his word, there was a knock on the hotel door within 20 minutes. It had been a few days since our last encounter, and Zhang Long appeared to be in much better spirits. Upon entering, he briefly assessed Yu Shaoling before retrieving several talismans from his bag and placing them on the table. Chapter 59. The one long overlooked Zhang Long glanced at me, assessing my condition, and slowly remarked, "It seems you are faring better. At least your vitality has somewhat returned, and you no longer appear as frail as before." I had previously broached the subject of the mysterious organization with Zhang Long, and his counsel had been to avoid joining if possible. He cautioned me that many matters are not as straightforward as they seem. While boarding the ship may be easy, disembarking is fraught with difficulty. He feared I might end up facing dire consequences. However, I disregarded his advice, believing simply that I must enhance my own abilities in order to aid Lu Xingho in avenging himself. "You are quite impressive. Have you considered joining us?" Su Shaoling asked Zhang Long, her large eyes sparkling with hope. To her, Zhang Long seemed almost celestial. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Long shook his head. I'm sorry, I have no interest. Just take care of my friend. I will provide you with what you need. I have other matters to attend to. So I must take my leave. His expression remained impassive as he turned to depart. Wait. I stepped forward to obstruct his path. Is there something else? Zhang Long inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. I'm sorry, I hesitated before responding. There is no need for apologies. We are still friends. The path you choose is yours alone. Just be cautious. This place should serve you well, providing some measure of protection, allowing you to cease your constant following of me. With that, Zhang Long turned his back and left without a glance. I could discern his displeasure. Perhaps he genuinely believed the mysterious organization posed a grave danger, and his reluctance for me to join stemmed from concern. Yet, do I possess any choice in the matter? I must grow stronger. Yu Shaoling glanced at the spirit talismans and couldn't help but exclaim, Your friend is indeed remarkable. Please convey to him the possibility of joining us. Here, we lack nothing, and whatever he desires, he can attain. I chuckled softly and shook my head. Although my acquaintance with Zhang Long has been brief, I am quite aware of his character. No matter the circumstances, even if a knife were pressed against his throat, he would refuse to act against his principles. Once Zhang Long had departed, I inquired of Yu Shaoling what our next course of action should be. Should we continue to wait idly for an opportunity? Yu Shaoling nodded and stated that, aside from this approach, we had no alternatives. We could only be patient. Since the shadow had appeared yesterday, it would undoubtedly show up again today. Yu Shaoling had other matters to attend to during the day, so she returned to the organization, while I resumed my vigil at the flower shop. The day passed uneventfully, yet my mind was troubled. No matter the task at hand, I felt as though I were merely a shell of my former self. As night fell, I sent a WeChat message to Yu Shaoling, suggesting we convene at the hotel. I also texted Dan Gaoming and the others. I attempted to call Hong Zixuan, but there was no response, which I attributed to her being preoccupied. After all, we had all agreed upon this arrangement. I arrived at the hotel on my electric bike at 10 o'clock, with only an hour remaining until midnight. The others had already gathered, but Hong Zixuan was still absent, which stirred a sense of anxiety within me. I worried for her safety, given that the shadow was elusive. Since it had possessed her yesterday, it was quite probable that it would target her again. After some contemplation, I decided to call Hong Zixuan. Hello, have you arrived? Yes, I've just come. I had dinner with my boyfriend and am currently heading to the hotel, so don't rush me. Infuriated, I abruptly hung up the phone. Is Hong Zixuan genuinely naive or merely pretending? Does she not comprehend the gravity of the situation? What is more important, a partner or one's life? Thankfully, half an hour later, she arrived at the hotel without incident, which alleviated my anxious heart. I scolded her upon our meeting, but she merely remained silent. As the clock on the wall slowly approached 11, indicating the arrival of midnight, a palpable tension enveloped our group of 5. The events of the previous night had left us all wide awake, each of us fearing that if we fell asleep, we might never awaken again. The wind outside roared like a ferocious tiger, its relentless howling sending shivers down our spines with each gust. I must admit, I felt rather cowardly in that moment, for I lacked the skills to confront any impending danger, and the thought of facing peril terrified me. We sat in the room, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. Why don't we play cards? Suggested Hong Zixuan, as she produced a deck gifted to her by her boyfriend. In that instant, I noticed a photograph slip from her pocket. I recognized the figure in it at once. It was Tang Chun, Ning Wei's roommate. Hong Zixuan hastily bent down to retrieve it, her expression tinged with embarrassment, but I stepped forward and snatched the photo from her grasp. What are you doing? Who is he? I inquired. My boyfriend. Is there a problem? Hong Zixuan explained to me. I scrutinized the photograph in my hand, which depicted a close embrace between Tang Chun and Hong Zixuan, exuding an aura of intimacy that resembled that of a couple. This revelation astonished me, as Tang Chun had previously informed me that he was single. In the image, both Hong Zixuan and Tang Chun were clad in cotton jackets, and the surrounding scenery suggested the chill of winter. When did you two meet? I pressed. What does it matter? You can't dictate my relationships. She retorted. Cut the nonsense. Just tell me when you met, regarding matters of your life. I shot her a glare. Hong Zixuan hastily began to explain. She stated that she and Tang Chun had known each other for quite some time, and that the photograph was taken in February of this year, when it was still quite cold. This left me utterly bewildered. Why would Tang Chun lie to me about being single? Surely, he couldn't be shy, or could he? As this thought crossed my mind, I suddenly recalled something my father had once told me. "Oh no, we've been overlooking someone significant," I exclaimed, slapping my thigh as I turned to Xiaoling. She quickly turned to me, asking what was amiss. From the outset, we had taken Tang Chen's information at face value, never questioning his words. We had followed his lead without hesitation. Had it not crossed your mind why he chose to conceal his relationship from us? Furthermore, during the 2 days surrounding Ning Wei's demise, why was he the only one present in the dormitory? Did you not go out at all? I turned back to Hong Zixuan, pressing her once more. Indeed, during those 2 days, I contemplated going out for some leisure. However, Tang Chen expressed that he was feeling unwell and preferred to remain indoors. He refrained from attending classes, choosing instead to rest in the dormitory. I did not press him further and consequently stayed in as well. Do you see the peculiarities in this situation? Why would he, seemingly well, choose to stay inside? Could it be that he truly felt unwell? Is this merely a coincidence? When Ning Wei's dreamed of Meng Ru, he just happened to be present. If that were the case, why would he deceive us? Would it not be better to speak the truth outright? I lit a cigarette and, with a smile, inquired of Xiaoling. Chapter 60. The psychedelic mushroom. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoling fell into deep contemplation. From the very beginning, we had never doubted the veracity of each word spoken by Tang Chun. If this were all mere coincidence, it would be utterly implausible. Of course, it is not impossible, but during this crucial period, we have no reason to abandon our surveillance of every individual. Yu Xiaoling nodded in agreement with my course of action. Did Tang Chun mention anything to you in the past few days, or were he and Meng Ru acquainted beforehand? I redirected the conversation toward Hong Zixuan, for she possessed the most knowledge. Hong Zixuan tilted her head, pondering for a moment. He didn't say much, but he has been spending these days in the library, engrossed in his books. Usually, when I invite him out, he declines. I didn't think much of it. As for whether he knows Meng Ru, I'm not entirely certain. It seems unlikely, as he is not among the suitors pursuing her. I moved to the window, drawing a cigarette, gazing at the moon hanging in the sky. I remained uncertain about the validity of my suspicions, for my father once told me that for a ghost to possess someone, the host's vital energy must be weak, and there must also be a presence of ghostly energy within them for the possession to be assured. That night passed without any danger, further solidifying my conclusions. Hong Zixuan had informed me that Tang Chun was aware of his visit to the hotel. Had the shadow not fled swiftly enough that evening, it is likely that Yu Xiaoling would have dealt with it. If the shadow intended to commit murder, it would only do so when assured of our absence, making it far easier to strike. Thus, Yu Xiaoling and I resolved to commence our investigation into Tang Chen's identity. We first proceeded to the school to contact Niu Xiaomin, requesting an investigation into Tang Chen's background. Naturally, the school maintains student records, yet we found nothing of significance within those files, only details regarding Tang Chen's parents and her home address. Regardless of the angle we approach from, there appeared to be no connection between Tang Chun and Meng Ru. With this avenue proving fruitless, we resolved to seek information from a roommate. I ventured to their dormitory building. Being male, the dormitory supervisor did not impede my entry. Upon reaching the door of their dorm, I peered through the window and discovered that Tang Chun was not present at that moment. Only a student named Li Wenwen was there, engaged in a workout with a punching bag. I pushed the door open and stepped inside, prompting him to immediately turn and regard me with his fist raised as if ready to strike. "Is it me you're going to hit?" I inquired with a smile. "Oh, it's you. What brings you here?" Li Wenwen responded, removing his boxing gloves and tossing them onto the bed, then gulping down a glass of water while eyeing me curiously. "What is that smell in your dorm?" I asked, for I have always had an uncanny sensitivity in both my hearing and sense of smell. At that moment, Ergo had joked that I must have been a police dog in a past life. "It's nothing much, just the smell of socks," Li Wenwen chuckled, attempting to explain. I shook my head. That odor was anything but ordinary. Following my instincts, I began to trace the source of the scent, which ultimately led me beneath the bed. I crouched down and extracted a black garbage bag from its hiding place, realizing that the odor emanated from this very item. Upon opening the garbage bag, I discovered 3 mushrooms. Their stems appeared quite ordinary, yet the caps were strikingly red. Such mushrooms were unfamiliar to me. Whose are these? Li Wenwen cast a glance at the bedside, igniting a cigarette. They're Tang Chen's. I have no idea where he procured these mushrooms. We've never seen him consume any. There should be 4, yet one is missing. I captured 2 photographs and sent them to Yu Xiaoling, asking her to seek identification for these peculiar specimens. I then seated myself beside Li Wenwen, inquiring about Tang Chun. What kind of person is he? Are you familiar with him? What does familiarity matter? We all reside in the same dormitory, he replied dismissively. Do you know anything about his personal life? Has he been in a relationship? Or does he have conflicts with anyone? I pressed further. Li Wenwen shook his head. Not really. He has always been amicable in the dormitory, treating everyone equally. Just the other day, he brought lunch for Ning Wei Eyes. The meal was exceptionally fragrant, making all of us in the dorm crave it. Li Wenwen wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. I inquired about the timing of Tang Chen's gesture. After a moment's reflection, Li Wenwen stated, "It was 3 days ago." Having gathered a brief understanding of Tang Chun, it seemed he had a solid reputation among the dormitory residents. As for his relationship with Hong Zishuan, they were unaware, assuming them to be merely friends, and had never probed further, as Tang Chun would become quite agitated when questioned. At this juncture, my phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar caller. "Hello, Guanyang. Please ensure you bring back the mushrooms you photographed. Just a piece will suffice. I await your organization." A strange voice emanated from the other end. In order to avoid alarming anyone, I crouched down and stealthily reached into the mushroom bag, quietly extracting a piece and placing it into my pocket. I bid farewell to Li Wenwen and soon spotted Yu Xiaoling, who was anxiously waiting for me. "Yin Yang, did you bring anything?" I retrieved a small piece of mushroom from my pocket and nodded. Yu Xiaoling acknowledged with a nod, and together we headed to the entrance, taking a vehicle straight to the building. Upon arriving at the organization's office, I found that Zhou Hongkai was not present. Instead, a man clad in a white lab coat and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses occupied his place, exuding an air of scholarly knowledge. "Mr. Gua, it is a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for the interruption earlier. My name is Yi Webin." He introduced himself, extending his hand. I reciprocated with a handshake and a smile, offering him a small piece of the mushroom from my pocket. "What is this? Why was I asked to bring it?" I inquired with curiosity. "This appears to be a psychedelic mushroom," Yi Webin explained. "However, this is my first encounter with it, and I need to take it to the laboratory to analyze its bacteria for identification." I admitted my ignorance regarding psychedelic mushrooms. They seemed to possess an air of mystery. Noticing my confusion, Yi Webin elaborated, "Psychedelic mushrooms are quite rare globally. Consuming them can induce hallucinations, and an overdose can easily lead to death." I nodded and handed the items to him. He informed me that the results would be available in as little as 2 hours. If this truly is a psychedelic mushroom, could it be that my suspicions were not unfounded? I idly played with my phone in the office, and soon enough, the 2 hours elapsed. A noise at the entrance caught my attention, and upon turning, I found it was Yi Webin. Indeed, this substance was a psychedelic mushroom. I wondered who would dare consume it. Sighing, Yi Webin shook his head and remarked. In that moment, I felt a surge of certainty. My conjectures had not been in vain. It was quite possible that Ning Wei Eyes was not possessed by a spirit. Could it be that he ingested such a mushroom, leading to hallucinations and his tragic leap from the building? If that were the case, everything would finally make sense. Chapter 61. They all deserved to die within the confines of the building. Silence enveloped me and Yu Xiaoling as we pondered our thoughts. If everything transpired without a hitch, it seemed highly probable that Ning Wei Eyes had encountered psychedelic mushrooms during his journey with Tang Chun, leading him to hallucinate and ultimately leap to his demise. This would also elucidate why Hong Zishuan had so unexpectedly assaulted me the previous night. Yet, the shadowy figure remained an enigma, eluding our understanding. Nevertheless, this singular piece of evidence could undoubtedly implicate Tang Chun, for psychedelic mushrooms are classified as contraband. Without further delay, Yu Xiaoling and I hastily took to our vehicle, intent on apprehending Tang Chun at the university to glean further insights. However, life seldom unfolds as we envision. Upon our arrival at the university dormitory, we discovered that Tang Chun was, indeed, absent, and his stash of psychedelic mushrooms had also vanished. I inquired with his roommates regarding his whereabouts, but they merely shook their heads, indicating that Tang Chun had left shortly after retrieving the mushrooms from beneath his bed, with no one privy to his destination. Descending from the dormitory, I lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. It was highly likely that Tang Chun had sensed the impending exposure and opted to slip away unnoticed. I conveyed my thoughts to Yu Shaoling, who promptly made a call, assuring me that everything was under control. All routes leading out of the city would be vigilantly monitored for Tang Chun. Should he be spotted, immediate detention would ensue. Pursuing him blindly would only exacerbate our urgency. So we decided to await further developments at the school entrance. As time ticked away, the sun slowly descended beyond the horizon, giving way to a crescent moon that gracefully hung in the sky. The phone of Yu Shaoling remained silent, intensifying our anxious hearts. None of us wished for an unfortunate turn of events. However, as a university student, he should lack alternative means of escape. I lit a cigarette and leaned against the car door while my phone buzzed. It was Hong Zixuan. "Hello, help me please." Her voice, filled with desperation, startled me. Before I could inquire further, a gust of wind swept through the line, followed by a man's voice. "Guinyang, why do you persist in tormenting me? All lines are completely severed, aren't they? Fine, you forced me to this point. Do not blame me. My life is worthless. After all, death is inevitable. If I must take someone down with me, then I have nothing to lose." The frantic voice of Tang Chun echoed through the receiver. "Wait, where are you? Please, don't panic. Tell me your location, and I will come to you," I urged hastily. The immediate priority was to ensure Hong Zixuan's safety. "All right, I'm at the Tang Chun has been exposed, and he is undoubtedly aware that the gravest consequence he faces is the death penalty. At this moment, he is likely ensnared by confusion, making it difficult to ensure he will not resort to extreme measures. The abandoned building is situated on a street along the South 3rd Ring Road. It was originally intended to be developed into an office building by a developer. However, upon commencing construction, an employee inexplicably sustained injuries, prompting the developer to consult a feng shui master, who revealed that the land is a site of great malevolence, unsuitable for development. If the warnings were ignored, the master foretold that fatalities would ensue over time. Thus, the edifice has remained desolate for 5 long years. As I drove to the base of the forsaken structure, I looked up to see 2 figures standing on the balcony of the 5th floor. The darkness obscured my vision, making it difficult to discern whether it was Hong Zixuan and Tang Chun. Without hesitation, I resolved to ascend. On the way, I instructed Yu Shaoling to remain in the car, insisting that she must not emerge under any circumstances. Initially, she was adamant about accompanying me, but after a few stern words, she relented and agreed to wait in the vehicle. The abandoned building was shrouded in complete darkness. Each step I took on the creaking stairs echoed painfully in the oppressive silence. I hastened my ascent, and upon reaching the 5th floor, my eyes confirmed that it was indeed Hong Zixuan and Tang Chun. Hong Zixuan was bound tightly to a rickety wooden chair, her mouth gagged with a piece of cloth, while Tang Chun casually smoked and fiddled with his phone nearby. Upon hearing my approach, he slowly turned his head and offered me a faint smile. Hong Zixuan immediately began to struggle, emitting muffled whimpers. "Indeed, you have arrived, Guinyang. I underestimated your perspicacity. I did not anticipate you would suspect me. I had presumed you would follow the course I had meticulously laid out." "My esteem for your intellect was clearly insufficient," Thompson remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he inhaled from his cigarette. "Your actions defy the natural order. Even were I not to investigate, another would, and another after that. Your exposure is inevitable. Heed my counsel. Desist from this path, lest unforeseen consequences befall you," I implored from the dimly lit stairwell. "Ha ha ha. Guinyang, are you attempting to negotiate? Dare to test my resolve, and I shall send her to her grave along with me," Thompson retorted. At this, I swiftly advanced. Thompson's countenance shifted immediately as he kicked a chair, propelling it perilously close to the edge of the landing. a mere 5 centimeters away. Hong Zishuan, terrified, began to struggle. "Silence, you wretched woman. I advise you against taking another step, or I shall indeed resort to drastic measures," Thompson said with a mirthless smile. "Very well. I shall remain still. But first, elucidate your motives." Thompson continued to smoke, erupting in laughter. "They deserve to perish. They are unworthy of existence, a disgrace to humanity," he exclaimed. He then began to recount his tale. It transpired that Thompson and the deceased Meng Ru hailed from the same ancestral village. Thompson came from a broken home. His mother remarried when he was 5 to a man from the village adjacent to Meng Ru's. In his youth, Thompson would often roam the villages, and it was during one of these excursions that he first encountered Meng Ru. At that time, they were oblivious to the concept of love between a man and a woman. They merely found joy in each other's company through their playful interactions. As time gently flowed by, both Tang Chun and Meng Ru matured and were accepted into the same university. Initially, Tang Chun confessed his feelings to Meng Ru, but she declined, prioritizing her studies and wishing to avoid the distractions of romance. She promised that upon their graduation, she would be open to a relationship. Furthermore, Meng Ru advised him that frequent interactions on campus might invite unwelcome gossip. Tang Chun agreed, eagerly anticipating the day of their graduation when he could bring Meng Ru into his home and embark on a blissful life together as a married couple. Chapter 62. What is love? In this world, the only constant is change. Tang Chun could never have imagined that Ning Wei's would become romantically involved with Meng Ru. Consequently, Tang Chun arranged a meeting with Meng Ru to inquire about her motivations for such a choice. The response he received was straightforward. She desired a relationship and found Ning Wei's appealing, hence her willingness to explore dating him. As for Tang Chun, she declared him to be merely her best friend. Tang Chun was acutely aware that Ning Wei's possessed superior charm, could easily amuse young ladies, and had an enviable physique, while he himself was nothing more than a destitute youth with little to offer. Despite this, he remained undeterred and continued to pursue Meng Ru clandestinely until one day. She bluntly informed him that if he persisted in his advances, they could not even remain friends. Devastated, Tang Chun drowned his sorrows in alcohol, feeling that life had dealt him an unfair hand. However, he eventually came to terms with the reality that promises can only be heard, not taken to heart. He endured this turmoil until the fateful day when Meng Ru tragically took her own life. He relayed this heartbreaking news to Ning Wei's, who, instead of expressing sorrow, erupted in laughter, callously remarking that if such trivial matters could drive someone to suicide, he could build a 7-story building with all the girls he had previously dated who had met the same fate. From T. Tompkins erupted in a tirade, demanding, "What happened to Lin Minbo? Why did she perish?" I inquired with measured cadence. He chuckled sardonically. As for him, it was quite elementary. I invited him to dine with me that evening and laced his repast with a concoction I procured specifically for the occasion. A mere 3 hours post-ingestion, demise is assured. Coupled with rapid corporeal decomposition, 2 lives already stain your hands. Hong Zishuan is innocent. Release her, and a chance for redemption remains, I implored. "Huh, redemption is a chimera," he retorted. "Besides her, I intend to drag you down into the abyss with me." Abruptly, Tompkins brandished a blade from his satchel, lunging towards me, his voice a guttural cry. Before I could utter a word, he charged, the blade arcing towards my cranium. Crack! A sharp report echoed as the knife clattered to the floor. Yu Shaoling had materialized at the threshold, a handful of stones clutched in her grasp. With a decisive stride, Yu Shaoling pinned Tompkins to the ground. I hastened to liberate Hong Zishuan from her bonds. Her eyes, now unfettered from fear, fluttered shut as she slumped into my arms. Unconscious. Meng Ru has arrived. Tompkins roared from the floor. Yu Shaoling momentarily relented, and Tompkins seized the opportunity to surge to his feet, lunging in my direction. Shielding Hong Zishuan, I sidestepped, but he vaulted past us, plunging headlong into the void. Tompkins is dead, a suicide by defenestration. A smile, macabre and unsettling, graced his visage in death. It was the first time I had witnessed such a chilling expression on a suicide victim. As I witnessed the tragic fall of Tang Chun, a dark shadow flickered past me. Soon, Individuals arrived to attend to Tang Chen's lifeless body, and Hong Zixuan was taken away by the hospital. I lit a cigarette, intending to leave, when a sudden chill swept over me. Instinctively, I turned around and saw two translucent figures standing at a distance. Rubbing my eyes, I realized it was Tang Chun, accompanied by a girl. Her complexion was pale, yet her features were impeccable and strikingly beautiful. Tang Chun slowly approached me, and I instinctively reached into my pocket for a talisman. Yu Shaoling hurriedly stepped forward. "Do not be afraid. I have come to find you specifically to express my gratitude." Tang Chen's cold voice echoed. Nevertheless, anxiety gripped me. I could hardly believe the veracity of his words, having been deceived by spirits on numerous occasions. Such fabrications are how ghostly tales come to be. I am truly grateful to you. My decision to leap was my own. I only wished to be with Meng Ru. Unafraid of death, Tang Chun said, turning his gaze towards the other translucent figure. "If I were not mistaken, that must be Meng Ru. Very well. Now that you have departed, do not continue to plague the living. Your path was of your own choosing. May you find a good family in your next life." A faint smile graced Tang Chen's pale face as he nodded appreciatively at me, before turning to take Meng Ru's hand and disappearing from my sight. What is love in this world, that it compels one to exchange life for death? Perhaps this is love, a love that endures, where the mere sight of you renders me unafraid of even death. Such transcendent love is beyond my reach. As I prepared to leave, I noticed the tear-streaked face of Yu Shaoling, who was dabbing at her tears with a tissue. "Why are you still crying?" I inquired, lighting a cigarette. Her sobbing voice replied, "If only there were a man who loved me like that." "What about me?" I teased. "I'm 1.50 meters, I can make pancakes. And I take medicine like a champ." Suddenly, her expression shifted, and she kicked my backside, urging me to drive. Sometimes, it is astonishing how one can be driven to such extremes for someone with whom they share no blood relation. This matter was seemingly resolved, and the following day, upon waking, I received a call from Yu Shaoling. She urged me to hurry to the organization, claiming there was something important. After a quick freshening up at the floral shop, I hopped on my beloved electric bike and made my way to the organizational building. Upon reaching the office on the top floor, I found the door ajar. Inside, I spotted Zhou Hongkai, leisurely smoking a cigar while engrossed in a book, and beside him, Yu Shaoling, elegantly crossing her legs, her black stockings in endless temptation. "Mr. Guo, you're here. Please have a seat." Zhou Hongkai greeted me with his signature smile as he rose to welcome me. I returned his smile, took a seat, and lit a cigarette. This matter was executed splendidly. "Indeed, you have not disappointed me." Lu Xingho did not misjudge, I remarked with a grin, attributing the success to Yu Shaoling's efforts. Zhou Hongkai presented a box of money before me, stating, "This is your reward. It will not be in vain." I gently pushed the box back, smiling as I replied, "I have no interest in money." This phrase, uttered by a successful individual worth billions, naturally reflects their disinterest in wealth. Yet I, who possess not even a fraction of their fortune, cannot genuinely claim to be indifferent to money. However, I am acutely aware of which earnings I should accept and which I should decline. It remains as I have always said, I owe Lu Xingho, and until he has fully recovered, I shall not accept a single cent from the organization. Observing my response, Zhou Hongkai merely smiled and withdrew the box. Chapter 63. The disappearance case. Come, have some tea. The reason I summoned you this time is that there is another case that requires your expertise. I wonder if you need a couple of days to rest, instructed Zhou Hongkai as he poured a cup of tea and placed it on the table before me. I lifted the cup and drank it in one go, shaking my head in response. As long as the organization needs me, I shall not remain idle. Ha. I appreciate your spirit. The situation is rather straightforward. A primary school has been plagued by a series of child disappearances, and the matter has stirred quite a commotion. I hope you can investigate and uncover the truth behind this. Drawing on my cigarette, I remarked, isn't it merely a matter of reviewing the surveillance footage? With the plethora of cameras available now, tracing a child's movements should be a simple task. Mr. Guo, if it were that simple, you wouldn't be here, Zhou Hongkai explained. After each student went missing, their bodies were found on the school playground the following day. The surveillance has already been examined, and no suspicious individuals were observed entering the school. Thus, Our initial assessment points towards an internal perpetrator. I nodded in agreement, understood. This operation would once again involve myself and Yu Shaoling. I inquired whether Zhou Hongkai could assign someone else, as I felt quite uncomfortable being paired with Yu Shaoling. One could never be certain when my words might offend. The world has indeed changed. Here I am, a strapping young man, standing at 6 feet tall, yet I find myself intimidated by a woman barely 5'7". The fault lies solely with my inability to best her. Our first destination is the school, an elementary institution situated along Beihuan Road. In light of recent events, the school has already suspended classes, as parents would undoubtedly refrain from sending their children back. Upon our arrival at the school entrance, we are greeted by a middle-aged gentleman clad in a suit and sunglasses. He introduces himself as Shi Yuxuan, one of the principals of this establishment. This is hardly surprising, as the proliferation of private schools is rampant. Typically, a single school may have dozens of stakeholders, for it is improbable that one individual could manage a school alone. As we proceed, I gather a brief understanding of the situation. Approximately 2 weeks prior, a third-grade student named Li Yongxi vanished on his way home from school. His parents promptly reported his disappearance to the authorities, leading to a frantic search. Investigators traced Li Yongxi's route home, only to discover that he had never been seen along that path. After a long night, the following day, a school janitor stumbled upon a lifeless body on the playground. The corpse was that of Li Yongxi. This tragic incident thrust the school into the spotlight, yet it did not significantly tarnish its reputation. However, within 3 days, due to this incident, the school employed 10 security guards at a steep price, who patrol the premises every night. Yet, the situation remained unchanged, and 2 days ago, another student tragically lost their life. The school promptly recognized the gravity of the issue and immediately suspended classes, sending both teachers and students home. As we conversed, we arrived at the office, which was currently desolate, containing only a computer and an ashtray filled to the brim with cigarette butts. Shi Yuxuan handed me a cigarette, exclaiming, "I am utterly at a loss. The closure of my school is a minor issue. I cannot ascertain whether other schools will face similar fates. These children are the blossoms of our future. I cannot allow their potential to be extinguished on my watch." Shi Yuxuan rubbed his face, his eyes swelling with distress. I offered him some words of comfort, urging him to remain calm, and inquired whether there had been any personnel on duty the night Li Yongxi went missing. After a moment of contemplation, he confirmed that one guard was indeed on duty, and I urged him to summon the guard immediately. He made a phone call, and after approximately half an hour, a man in his 50s with graying temples entered the office. He was the security guard from that fateful night, named Lu Liangpeng. As introduced by Shi Yuxuan, who added, "This is Mr. Guoyin Yang, whom I specifically requested." I gestured for Lu Liangpeng to take a seat, offered him a cigarette, and inquired if he had noticed anything unusual on the night of Li Yongxi's disappearance. Lu Liangpeng's right hand trembled slightly as he held the cigarette, seemingly haunted by recollections of that dreadful night. I would never forget the events of that evening. I recall it was around 11 o'clock at night, when, after the last teacher departed, I secured the main entrance. I am not one to indulge in many hobbies. During my shift, I simply sipped a bit of alcohol while watching television. Subsequently, I was abruptly overwhelmed by an urgent need to relieve myself, prompting me to exit the security room. Armed with a flashlight, I first made my way to the restroom and then commenced my patrol around the school. At this juncture, Lu Yangpeng's hands began to tremble once more, and he hastily took a deep drag from a cigarette. As I neared the academic building during my rounds, I heard some rustling noises. Assuming it to be merely a cat or dog, I paid little heed. After all, the school was vast, and it was not uncommon for stray animals to wander in, only to leave at dawn. Continuing my patrol, I was suddenly alerted by the sound of footsteps nearby. Instinctively, I directed my flashlight towards the source and discovered it was Li Yongxi. At that moment, he stood a short distance away, carrying his backpack. I inquired why he was still out so late and suggested he accompany me back to the security room, as I was concerned for his safety and intended to contact his parents for them to fetch him. However, Li Yongxi remained rooted in place, staring at me with an unwavering gaze. When I approached to pull him along, he felt as immovable as a solid stone, resisting any effort to budge him. In an instant, he vanished from sight. My initial reaction was to dismiss it as a result of having indulged too much in alcohol, which, at my age, could easily lead to hallucinations. Thus, I thought little of the occurrence and returned to the security booth to continue my watch. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chapter 64. The unfortunate Xian, according to the information provided by Lu Liangpeng, I have gathered several insights. Lu Liangpeng encountered Li Yongxi while patrolling around midnight. Upon seeing him, Li Yongxi exhibited no overt signs of distress, yet he vanished in an instant. I specifically inquired whether Li Yongxi had a shadow at the moment of their encounter, and the answer confirmed that he did, indicating that he was indeed alive and had not transformed into a ghost. If he disappeared so suddenly, there exists only one plausible explanation. He was possessed by a spirit or perhaps utilized some external force to depart. Lu Yangpeng lacked the ability to see spirits, which is entirely normal, and I'm uncertain whether I possess such a gift myself. The last time I glimpsed Tang Chen's soul, it could be considered a sign of having such an ability. After briefly comprehending these circumstances, I departed the school with Yu Shaoling. Since classes were suspended, the school had not reported any missing students, suggesting that disappearances only occurred within its confines. However, I am acutely aware that unless the puppet master behind these incidents is uncovered, the matter will remain unresolved. Yu Shaoling and I were in perfect accord, proposing that we devise a plan to find an elementary school student that evening, as this would enable us to unveil the orchestrator behind these events. Yet, the challenge of locating such a student posed a dilemma. After some contemplation, Yu Shaoling slapped her thigh in realization and exclaimed that she had thought of someone. "Hello, Auntie. Is Xian resting at home these days? I would like to invite her over to play for a couple of days," Yu Shaoling cheerfully stated over the phone. I reflected that Xian was indeed unfortunate to have such a sister. "Oh dear, may I take 2 days off, Aunt? I'm not busy, and I've been resting lately." With that, Yu Shaoling happily hung up the phone. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at her and muttered softly, "What a true sister." Yu Shaoling's expression changed immediately as she tugged on my ear, saying, "If you keep talking back, I'll twist it off. This is not just a task assigned by the organization, mind you. After my little sister arrives, even if you were to perish, she must survive. Otherwise, we will have unfinished business." Rubbing my sore ear, I nodded quickly. I was genuinely growing fearful of this woman. Yu Shaoling drove me to an upscale community, and after about 20 minutes, we spotted a little girl around 6 or 7 years old, with pigtails, bouncing towards us. Yu Shaoling hurriedly got out of the car and embraced the girl, planting a kiss on her cheek. I stepped out, shaking my head, thinking that the little girl should treasure this moment before the evening frightens her. Xian blinked her large eyes at me and then broke into a peal of laughter. "Sister Shaoling, your taste is getting worse. The last boy you brought was much better looking. How come you've changed boyfriends and gotten one who is even uglier? What the heck? At least among the villagers, I was considered somewhat of a handsome figure. How could this little brat make me sound so pitiful?" Yu Shaoling couldn't help but chuckle as well. "Oh, you little rascal. You even know about boyfriends and girlfriends now?" "Yes, not my boyfriend. Yes, just a colleague," she said, playfully tapping Xuan's nose. "Very well. I shall not stoop to petty arguments with a young lady. As the saying goes, reasoning with a woman is an exercise in futility." I promptly retrieved 5 lollipops that I had purchased earlier from the corner store and approached her. The sparkle ignited in Xuan Yuan's eyes, and she licked her lips. "Brother, you are so handsome. My sister is fortunate to have a boyfriend like you." "It must be her fortune from 8 lifetimes," she exclaimed, her laughter ringing out. "I simply adore honesty." With that, I handed her the lollipops. Although I was aware that this little girl was merely playing along, it brought me joy. After all, such is the nature of society. People often indulge in flattery to one's face, only to speak ill of them behind their backs. This is the essence of human hypocrisy. Otherwise, there would not be an abundance of phrases aimed at enhancing emotional intelligence in circulation. Yu Shaoling stifled a laugh, and with the evening still stretching ahead, Xian Yuan suggested a visit to the amusement park. Yu Shaoling readily agreed. This marked the first, and likely the last, occasion of my life spent in an amusement park. The roller coaster nearly sent my spirit soaring from my body, and how vexatious Yu Shaoling was for insisting on visiting the haunted house. Although I knew it was all an illusion, after all that had transpired, I feared there might be something real lurking within. After a whirlwind of excitement, dusk began to envelop the sky. Xian Yuan, bouncing with her cotton candy, approached me. Her innocent face lifted as she asked, "Brother, could you take Xian Yuan to eat something delicious? I want to have a hamburger and some fries, but Sister Shaoling won't take me. She says it's junk food." Upon beholding her adorable little face, I found it impossible to refuse her. In a playful manner, I teased her, saying, "I can treat you, but it seems improper for you to call me brother. You refer to Yu Shaoling as sister. What should you call me?" Xiao Xian pondered for a moment, her eyes twinkling, and then exclaimed, "Brother-in-law. How delightful." No sooner had she spoken than I received a solid kick to my backside, which, although it had initially ceased to hurt, now sent me back to an earlier state of discomfort. Yu Shaoling glared at me, her chest rising and falling with indignation. "Why did you hit me?" The child spoke innocently. "As her sister, you ought to leave her with a better impression," I lamented, rubbing my sore posterior. Xiao Xian, quick-witted as ever, approached me with her little arms outstretched, adopting a righteous stance. Indeed, if anyone should be punished, let it be Xiao Xian. It has nothing to do with brother. She knew full well that Yu Shaoling would never strike her. With her clever maneuver, she had secured her escape while ensuring I would not face any repercussions. Deftly seizing the opportunity to request a hamburger, Yu Shaoling, witnessing this scene, chuckled and affectionately ruffled Xiao Xuan's hair. "You are truly clever. Let her treat you to a hamburger." Xiao Xian playfully blinked her big eyes at me, as if signaling my acquiescence. Thus, I treated Xiao Xian to 2 hamburgers and a serving of fries at the establishment, indulging myself as well, while Yu Shaoling abstained completely. When I inquired if she wasn't hungry, she replied that such fast food was deep-fried and hard to digest, and consuming it would lead to weight gain, which she had long since ceased to indulge in. I shook my head in resignation, contemplating that being a man is far more advantageous. As a woman, one must constantly be mindful of maintaining their figure. I then picked up a hamburger and took a bite, sharing a smile with Xian Xian. Although this meal cost me 200 yuan, it mattered not. For joy is what truly counts. Happiness is priceless. Xian Xian, being such a clever little girl, will undoubtedly thrive in society when she grows up. After all, who doesn't appreciate a sweet talker among leaders? In the evening, Yuxiling drove to the school, parked the car, and I took Xuan's hand as we strolled towards the campus. Chapter 65. Play with me. Earlier this morning, we had a discussion with Principal Shi Yuxuan, informing him of our intention to conduct an investigation that evening. We requested that he leave the keys behind and ensure that no one remained on the premises. Thus, as we stepped into the school, the buildings loomed in darkness, and the streets were enveloped in an eerie silence that sent chills down our spines. Surprisingly, Xian Xian appeared unperturbed. She turned to me with a smile and said, "Brother, this is our school. Are there any teachers here for classes?" I could only force a shake of my head, pondering that it wasn't a teacher who would be imparting lessons, but rather an unknown force, whether human or ghostly, that awaited us. Yet, I refrained from voicing my thoughts. After all, as a student of this school, surely she must be aware of its mysteries. "Xian Xian, do you know what is happening at school?" I cautiously inquired. "I do. A classmate of ours has gone missing," she replied calmly. "Sister Shaoling just told me at the amusement park that I need to lure out the perpetrator tonight." Her tone was serene, devoid of any fear. "Aren't you afraid?" I asked. "I am not afraid. You will protect me, right? Even though you're not very handsome. I feel perfectly safe with you," Xian Xian said, raising her chin and smiling at me. I let out a hearty laugh and affectionately ruffled her hair. Our plan with Yu Shaoling was for Xian Xian to attend class while I lay in ambush within the classroom, ready to act at the opportune moment. Meanwhile, Yu Shaoling would be stationed at the school entrance, vigilant for any unusual individuals entering the premises. I grasped Xuanyan's hand as we entered the school building, the vast hallway echoing with the sound of our footsteps. Xianyan seemed utterly unafraid, perhaps finding solace in the fact that her companion was not particularly handsome. We stepped into the classroom where Xianyan worked, and the moment I pushed open the door, a cloud of dust was stirred up. I flicked on the light. revealing a layer of dust that had settled over the entire room. It was hardly surprising, given that students had not attended classes for some time. Xianyan took her seat in the third row, while I reached out to switch off the light and nestled into a corner, reassuring her that I was right behind her. She nodded in acknowledgement. Outside, the lights flickered out one by one, heralding the encroaching night, as people gradually drifted into slumber. I took out my phone to check the time. It was already midnight. A gust of wind had risen outside, roaring like a fierce tiger. Creak! The classroom door slowly opened, and I quickly held my breath, afraid to make a sound. After 5 seconds of silence, there was unexpectedly no movement at the door. At that moment, I noticed some commotion at Xuanyan's seat. She gradually stood up and walked toward the door with a somewhat mechanical gait. Xuan. I whispered urgently from behind her. Yet, it seemed as if she were oblivious to my calls, continuing her advance with a faint smile gracing her lips. In a fit of desperation, I rushed forward to seize her, but to my astonishment, her strength was astonishingly great, effortlessly flinging me aside. I gasped in disbelief. Could such a petite girl truly possess such power? I hurriedly approached her and embraced her, gently shaking her head. Wake up, Xianyan. Wake up. It seemed as though she did not hear my calls. Her lips curled into a smile as she pointed towards the door. With a childlike voice, she exclaimed, "The little friends are calling me to play. I'm coming. I want to play with them." In that moment, I disregarded all hesitation and bit my middle finger until it bled, tracing a line across Xuanyan's forehead. Instantly, she closed her eyes and fainted into my arms. This technique had been imparted to me by my father during his childhood. If one encounters another whose mind has been ensnared by a spirit, and the circumstances allow, one should bite their middle finger and apply the blood to the person's forehead. There are 3 types of blood that are believed to ward off evil: blood from the tip of the tongue, blood from the middle finger, and the monthly blood of a woman. Of course, I lacked the latter. Biting my tongue was far too painful, so I resorted to my finger instead, which was no light matter either. I carried Xianyan out of the classroom, and as soon as we entered the hallway, a chilling sensation enveloped me, causing me to shudder involuntarily. Haunting giggles echoed through the corridor, the eerie laughter of children, now at one end of the hallway, now seemingly right behind me, sending a shiver down my spine. Instinctively, I felt the urge to flee with Xianyan in my arms. Then a round object akin to a ball rolled into my path. I glanced down to find it was black, stained with a crimson liquid. The metallic scent of blood invaded my senses. "Brother, throw my ball back to me." I could never mistake that voice. It was unmistakably Xuan's. At that moment, a figure came into my view. It was indeed Xianxian. Though she was clad in a charming red dress, her hair styled into playful twin ponytails. She was gazing directly at me. Does brother not like Xianxian anymore? Hurry and throw the ball over, or Xianxian will get upset. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy erupted from her, forcing me to stagger back 2 steps. Shouldn't Xianxian be in my embrace? Trembling, I turned my head, only to discover that the figure I had been holding was not Xianxian at all, but rather a mere skeleton. Frightened, I quickly discarded the skeletal remains and gasped for breath. "Brother, please throw Xuan's ball over." Her voice echoed once more. In such moments, I knew I had to steady my mind. It was not the first time I had been deceived by phantoms. I needed to acclimate to this situation. So I promptly smeared the blood from my middle finger onto my forehead. A chilling sensation spread across my brow, as if my heart had been cleansed. When I focused my gaze again, there was no trace of Xianxian in the corridor. Looking down, I saw her lying on the ground. I swiftly scooped her up and ran down the stairs, but I stumbled over something beneath my feet, causing me to lurch forward and fall. I protected Xuan's head tightly as I fell. Rising to my feet, I examined what had tripped me. It was round in shape and adorned with some elongated objects. Approaching with measured steps, the spectacle before me compelled an involuntary retreat. It was undeniably a human head, no longer able to linger. I fled downstairs with Xianxian in my arms. Throughout my descent, a cacophony of cackling laughter echoed in my ears, accompanied by chilling drafts that seemed to dance around me. I had no time to contemplate these phenomena. Fortunately, the escape was relatively uneventful, and I arrived at the school gate where Yu Shaoling was waiting. "Here," I said, placing Xianxian in her arms. "Check if Xianxian is all right." I spoke between desperate gasps for air. Yu Shaoling, with a look of suspicion, examined Xian before shaking her head. She then inquired as to the events that had transpired. I recounted the occurrences within the teaching building, upon which she promptly alerted the authorities. Chapter 66. The missing corpse. The constabulary arrived expeditiously, accompanied by Headmaster Shi Yuxuan, whose presence was necessitated by the gravity of the situation. Medical examiners confirmed the cranium belonged to Li Yongxi, the aforementioned elementary school pupil. I, alongside Shi Yuxuan, stood sentinel as the medical and law enforcement personnel departed. Promptly, I interrogated Shi Yuxuan. What is the meaning of this? Was it not asserted that the corpse was discovered by custodial staff? How is it that the head has manifested here? Shi Yuxuan hesitated, casting his gaze downward. Speak forth. Why do you tarry? Is your life of so little value? I exclaimed, shoving him. Yu Shaoling interceded, urging me to temper my impetuosity. How can I remain composed? Today, Xian and I narrowly averted death. My well-being is of little consequence, but should any harm befall Xian, I would be consumed by eternal remorse. Shi Yuxuan remained reticent, head bowed. Very well, remain obstinate. We shall see how long your resolve endures, I declared, delivering a forceful kick that sent Shi Yuxuan sprawling. My disposition was akin to a volcanic eruption, perpetually beset by such occurrences. Shi Yuxuan, clutching his abdomen, lifted his head. I shall divulge everything, he relented. I ignited a cigarette and commanded him to proceed without delay. It was not my intention to conceal this matter from you. Rather, I feared inciting panic. Upon the initial discovery of Li Yongxi's cadaver, his head was indeed affixed to his torso. However, on the subsequent day, the hospital conveyed to his parents that Li Yongxi's head had vanished. These words defied belief. Could items truly be pilfered from a mortuary? Who would be so audacious as to pilfer from a morgue? And a human head? No less. I impart this information with reluctance, deferring to the wishes of Li Yongxi's parents, who desire to keep this matter discreet, lest their son's spirit take offense. I drew upon my cigarette and waved my hand dismissively, hoisting him from the ground and giving his posterior a light tap. My apologies, I said. My actions were impetuous, and I may have been a bit heavy-handed. Shi Yuxuan brushed the dirt from his person. It's quite all right. Your kick was well-deserved, jolting me back to my senses. I was in the wrong. Henceforth, I shall provide you with candid accounts to any inquiries you may have, withholding nothing. Having ascertained the date of Li Yongxi's cranium's disappearance, we made haste to the hospital. Upon our arrival, Yu Shaoling placed a call, whereupon a doctor in a white coat descended. After she flashed her identification, the doctor's demeanor shifted to one of obsequious respect, and he escorted us to the nether regions of the hospital. I sidled up to Yu Shaoling and inquired in hushed tones. I must say, that credential you flashed was quite remarkable. What is it? Some sort of arcane passkey. Might I procure one for myself? Would it, perhaps, exempt me from paying at internet cafes? Yu Shaoling playfully struck my chest and warned, continue with your jesting, and I shall consign you to a night in the morgue. I promptly sealed my lips. Typically, morgues are situated underground. My father once told me that as morgues house the deceased, the concentration of yin energy is naturally quite potent. If constructed above ground, it would disrupt the surrounding magnetic fields and adversely affect the living. The advantage of constructing underground is that all the negative energy resides below, while the positive energy of humanity above can suppress the malevolent spirits of the morgue, deterring them from acting with impudence. The morgue of this hospital is situated on the 4th basement level, with 3 parking floors above it, accessible directly by elevator. However, to reach the morgue, one must ascend the stairs. This design chiefly aims to prevent individuals from mistakenly wandering into the morgue when they intended to retrieve their vehicles, lest their souls be frightened away. Before entering the morgue, there stands a formidable door secured by a rusted padlock. Beside it is a small room where an elderly man, over 50, sits smoking and watching television, occasionally chuckling with amusement. One cannot help but admire his composure. Were I to gaze upon the morgue, I would likely be too terrified even to step away for a moment. I shall leave you two here. The gentleman in the room is our morgue attendant, Mr. Pei, whose full name is Pei Zhigua. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to ask him. the doctor courteously informed us. I exchanged nods with Yu Shaoling before stepping forward to knock on the door. Pei Zhigua, cigarette in mouth, opened the door and welcomed us inside. The room was sparsely furnished, featuring a dilapidated wooden table, rickety chair, and an old television. A full ashtray, brimming with cigarette butts, rested atop the table. "Young man, if I am not mistaken, you have come to inquire about the body of that child," Pei Zhigua said, a smile breaking through the wrinkles of his weathered face. I nodded, curious as to how he had discerned my purpose. He chuckled, remarking that it was quite natural for the disappearance of a child's corpse to warrant investigation. He inquired if we were specifically responsible for such matters, mentioning he had heard of our kind and considered himself fortunate to witness our presence in his advanced years. I responded with a smile, asking if he could recount the circumstances of the corpse's disappearance, emphasizing our urgency. With a puff of his cigarette, Pei Zhigua rubbed his eyelids and lamented the child's misfortune, suggesting the child had offended someone, resulting in a disturbed afterlife. He condemned the perpetrators as brutes, expressing sorrow for the child's fate. He recalled seeing the child upon arrival, noting the child was around 7 or 8 years old. He expressed a sense of melancholy, but his line of work had accustomed him to various corpses, regardless of age or gender. Pei Zhigua took a drag of his cigarette and continued, stating that on the night the corpse vanished, he was watching television inside and noticed nothing out of the ordinary. However, in the latter half of the night, he consistently heard footsteps emanating from a morgue. Initially, he dismissed it, assuming another body had arrived, but the more he pondered, the more suspicious it seemed, as corpse deliveries typically involved at least 3 individuals, while the footsteps sounded like a single person. At that moment, I entered the room with a flashlight in hand. Upon stepping inside, I noticed an individual clad in a white coat, wearing a mask and glasses. A sigh of relief escaped me, for this was the customary attire of doctors in this establishment. I inquired, "Has someone else passed away?" The figure, however, paid me no heed, remaining motionless in the corner. My aged eyes, dimmed by time, struggled to discern the scene before me. I could only see that this person was wielding a knife, engaged in the act of severing something. As I rubbed my eyes to gain clarity, the horrifying truth emerged. The blade was slicing through the head of a corpse. Pei Zhigua paused at this juncture, taking 2 deep drags from his cigarette, perhaps realizing that this was the first and likely the last time he would ever witness such a grim spectacle. Chapter 67. The Vanished Video. What transpired next? Presumably, should the perpetrator have been discovered in the act of decapitation, their immediate recourse would have been to eliminate the witness. The fact that Pei Zhigua remains alive suggests either the perpetrator was oblivious to his presence or fled in haste. Given the setting within a hospital, Pei Zhigua could have summoned security with an alarm. Pei Zhigua inhaled deeply from a cigarette, and only when it was nearly reduced to its filter did he begin to recount. I cried out, and upon hearing me, the figure in black paused abruptly, turned, and our eyes met. At this juncture, a look of palpable terror crossed Pei Zhigua's aged face, and his hands trembled uncontrollably, scattering ash upon his lap. He was faceless. His face was a void of black. Though he wore a hat, the dim light obscured any features, rendering his face akin to a dark abyss. Upon seeing me, he immediately fled. Alas, my aged bones could not keep pace, and I could only watch him depart, Pei Zhigua stated, extinguishing the cigarette in the ashtray and rubbing his forehead. I nodded, inquiring whether Pei Zhigua would unlock the door for us to investigate. Naturally, Pei Zhigua acquiesced, granting myself and Yu Shaoling entry. The antiquated door emitted a resonant groan, as if protesting our intrusion, while the array of frigid cadavers before us resembled the slumber of the living. The morgue was rather compact, occupying a single floor, as Pei Zhigua explained that the bodies were typically removed by the following day, leaving many spaces frequently vacant. The entire mortuary emanated a chilling aura. I scrutinized the interior, noting approximately 100 beds, yet scarcely half were occupied by cadavers. The further we ventured, the more intense the frigidity became, instilling a palpable sense of dread in Yu Shaoling. I gently grasped her arm, offering a reassuring pat, urging her to suppress her fear. Ironically, I, in truth, should have been more apprehensive than she, Yet as a man, I felt compelled to project an image of courage, lest I become an object of ridicule. Upon reaching the far end, devoid of any discernible clues, I raised my gaze and distinctly observed a black surveillance camera in the corner, its lens emitting a faint red glow. "Master," I inquired of Peijigua, "is this camera still operational?" Peijigua nodded, explaining that the footage could only be accessed from a security room. Finding no further leads here, Yu Shaoling and I prepared to depart. However, as we approached the exit, Peijigua detained me. "Is there something else, master?" I asked, turning back to face him. "No matter, young man," Peijigua said, regarding me with concern. "You are still young. Let this matter rest. That entity is so fierce, I do not want to see you come a harm." I smiled, offering my gratitude. And then Yu Shaoling and I left the mortuary, heading towards the security room. As we walked, Yu Shaoling turned to me, her brow furrowed with curiosity. "Do you believe that entity from that night was human or spectral? And why would it sever people's heads? What purpose could it serve?" I shook my head, expressing my uncertainty. I could not discern whether it was a human or a ghost, and thus could not draw any conclusions. I decided to first visit the security room. Inside, there was a young man in his 20s, nearly my age, yawning and engrossed in his phone. Upon our entrance, he lazily raised his eyelids and inquired about our purpose. "We need to investigate the footage from the morgue concerning the child that went missing that night," I stated. "Who are you? On what grounds do you think you can just demand to see the video? Do you think this is your home?" The young security guard retorted, his expression one of defiance. Stepping forward, Yu Shaoling brandished her identification before him, questioning, "Do we possess the qualifications to view it?" The guard's countenance swiftly transformed, and he stood up, adopting a servile demeanor. "Sister, it's not that I refuse to let you see it. The surveillance cameras malfunctioned that night. Someone has already come to check, and it was discovered that there is no footage from that evening." After his statement, he retrieved the footage from that night, confirming that indeed it was absent. "Did you delete the footage from that night?" I asked, lighting a cigarette and locking my gaze onto the security guard's eyes. How could I dare? With such a serious incident, even if you lent me a few ounces of courage, I wouldn't risk it. Losing my job is trivial, but if I were to go to jail, my life would be ruined, he lamented, his face a mask of distress. His words held a grain of truth. Should he have taken it upon himself to delete the footage, it would constitute an obstruction of justice, likely resulting in a 2 or 3-year sentence. Thus, it seemed improbable that he possessed such audacity. Upon realizing there were no leads here, I, along with Yu Shaoling, decided to drive back. I did not dwell on the matter. After all, the black-clad figure had the audacity to come at night to steal the head of a corpse, which indicated meticulous preparation. They must have either infiltrated the hospital's surveillance system or destroyed it, though the latter seemed improbable, for such destruction would certainly create a commotion that Peijigua would have heard immediately. In the back seat, Xian stirred, sitting up with her pair of drowsy eyes blinking, evoking an irresistible urge to kiss her. "Brother, where are we?" Xian inquired. "We're heading to sister's house." Xian, do you feel unwell anywhere?" Yu Shaoling gently asked, amused to myself that this woman could indeed be tender, though perhaps only towards those under the age of 10. "No, but where are those children?" Her question instantly heightened my alertness. "What children?" Xian, what are you talking about?" "Brother, didn't you see? While we were in the classroom, 3 children came to play hide and seek with me. One of them was Li Yongxi from our class. Is he not dead?" Xian replied. I leaned back in my seat, lost in contemplation. Xian must have been bewitched, given her tender age and the fact that she was a girl, making her more susceptible to such influences. I did not overreact. The 3 children she mentioned were likely the 3 deceased primary school students. Their souls must still linger near the school, yet I had noticed nothing at the time. Could it be that I lacked the ability to perceive the supernatural? But how can one explain the incident with Tangxian? After much contemplation, these questions have left me quite perplexed. Soon, the car arrived at the underground parking of a high-rise residential complex. Xian leaped out of the vehicle, her face alight with joy as she bounced around. "Why not stay over at my place tonight?" Yu Shaoling said, casting a glance in my direction. Goodness, could she be hinting at something? The thought made me smile involuntarily. "Don't overthink it. I merely find it inconvenient to drive you home. The roads can be perilous at night, so consider this a fair warning. Do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts towards me, or you shall be aware of the consequences. With that, Yu Shaoling made a point of flexing her fist. Chapter 68. Lost again following her to the 15th floor. I found the apartment's decor to be rather conventional. One bedroom and one living room, with a bulldog locked in a cage, baring its teeth and glaring at me, occasionally barking in my direction. Yu Shaoling approached and opened the cage. The bulldog lunged at me as if it had spotted food, prompting me to hastily step back. Woof! Woof! The bulldog barked furiously, as if to assert its dominance. Qiu, stop barking at him. Xian rushed out and gave the bulldog a light tap, which seemed to temper its demeanor towards me. I settled onto the sofa and lit a cigarette, my gaze falling upon a family photograph displayed on the table. It featured a young girl, probably around 10 years old, strikingly beautiful. She must be Yu Shaoling. This is our family portrait. Haven't you seen it before? Yu Shaoling inquired, her eyes fixed on me. I remained silent for a moment before casually asking, where do your parents live? Are they also in Xiamen, or back in your hometown? As soon as the words left my mouth, I noticed Yu Shaoling's expression darken immediately. A sense of unease washed over me, prompting an instinctive realization that I had inadvertently tread upon a sensitive topic. I'm truly sorry. Did I bring up something you'd rather not discuss? I asked, my face etched with remorse. Yu Shaoling managed a faint smile. No, not at all. My parents went missing when I was 13, and their whereabouts remain unknown to this day. It has been 8 years. I have long since grown accustomed to it. How I wish they would return one day and tell me that all of this was merely a figment of my imagination. With that, she rose and pulled back the curtains on the balcony, gazing at the moon high in the distant sky. Pardon me, I hadn't anticipated that. It's of no consequence. It's been many years. I am quite grateful to Brother Liu. Without her, I might still be toiling away for a meager existence, Yu Shaoling murmured, leaning against the window. That evening, Xian shared a room with Yu Shaoling, while I was relegated to the living room with a bulldog. The night passed reasonably well. At least the sofa didn't leave my back contorted. Upon awakening, I lit a cigarette and was about to head to the restroom when the adjacent door abruptly opened. Yu Shaoling stood there, clad in a loose-fitting white nightgown that accentuated her flawless figure, offering an unreserved glimpse. I vaguely discerned a blue strap. Just as I was about to indulge in a more thorough inspection, Yu Shaoling playfully slapped the back of my head. If you want to look, come to the room. Is that truly permissible? Permissible, my foot. One more glance, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Go relieve yourself, and be quick about it. I'm going to prepare breakfast. Yu Shaoling glared at me before heading to the kitchen to begin cooking. I pursed my lips and entered the restroom. Just as I sat down, ready to unleash a torrent, my phone emitted a sudden, jarring ring, nearly causing me to become constipated. As I prepared to unleash a torrent of curses, I noticed it was Shi Yuxuan. Hello, what is it? It's early. The matter is under investigation. Don't fret. Your anxiety only exacerbates ours, I said as I answered the call. Shi Yuxuan urgently stated on the other end, Little Master, would it be convenient for you to come and see me? I'm at the school. Something major has occurred. Shi Yuxuan's words instantly banished any urge to defecate. I inquired as to what had happened. Come here. It's hard to explain over the phone. I'm at school. After hanging up, I hurriedly pulled up my pants and rushed out of the restroom. In the kitchen, Yu Shaoling, who was busy cooking, turned to me and asked what happened. Stop what you're doing and hurry up. There's been another incident at the school, I exclaimed as I quickly threw on my coat. Hearing this, Yu Shaoling swiftly turned off the kitchen appliances, handed 50 yuan to Xian in the room, instructing her to buy something to eat, and we both dashed toward the underground garage. What could have possibly happened at the school again? There are no students there. How could something have gone wrong? Yu Shaoling questioned me with a look of confusion as we drove. Don't ask me. I have no idea. We'll find out when we get there. It's all because of Shi Yuxuan. He truly is a source of constant worry. When we left last night, it was nearly 3 o'clock, and it was just past the midnight hour. It was virtually impossible for something to occur, especially since there were no students or even security personnel on site. What could possibly happen? The car sped along the main road, and soon we arrived at the school, where we spotted Shi Yuxuan anxiously puffing on a cigarette, glancing around. Upon seeing our vehicle, he rushed over. Apologies for troubling you so early. But there has been another incident, Shi Yuxuan said, gripping my hand with urgency. Take it slow. What exactly happened? I instinctively glanced around the school, noting the unusual stillness. Lee Yongxi's body has gone missing. What? I was taken aback, astonished. We had all been in the morgue last night. How could a body simply disappear? Indeed, his parents informed me today that the child's body has vanished. The hospital relayed this news to them in the morning. Alas, what are we to do? Is it not a cruel fate that, even in death, the child finds no peace? Sure, Yuxuan lamented, tugging at his hair in a fit of rage. I urged him to remain composed, for the situation had yet to be clarified. We must refrain from hasty conclusions. Grasping his arm, we made our way swiftly to the hospital. Upon arriving at the morgue, we encountered Li Yongxi's parents, who were vehemently demanding an explanation for Pei Zhigua, threatening to involve the police if they did not receive one. Pei Zhigua remained silent, his lips sealed. I understood well that this predicament was not of his making. What could a man of over 50 accomplish in such a dire circumstance? After confirming the loss of Li Yongxi's body, the three of us hurried to the surveillance room, where the same young security guard from the previous night awaited. He retrieved the footage from last evening. The recordings revealed that I and Yu Shaoling had meandered through the morgue. I instructed him to accelerate the playback. Around 4:30, the screen abruptly darkened, interspersed with flickering black lines, a phenomenon that persisted for approximately an hour before returning to normalcy. It was evident that during this interval, Li Yongxi's body had been stolen. Frustration overwhelmed me as I thumped my head in despair. Clearly, the body snatchers, I empathize with them. The anguish of losing a child at such a tender age is undoubtedly unbearable, and the added distress of the child's body being lost only exacerbates their suffering. However, persisting in this manner will not resolve any issues at hand. I instructed the nearby security personnel to swiftly escort Li Yongxi's parents away, while I offered a cigarette to Pei Zhigua. He accepted the cigarette, lit it, and with a grin revealing his prominent yellowed teeth, he smiled at me, indicating that the recent events had not affected him in the slightest. He remained his usual self. I too lit a cigarette. Young man, I'm aware of your intentions. You should ask them to leave, for I have something to say to you, Pei Zhigua remarked, glancing at the security guard behind me, and Yu Shaoling. Chapter 69. The strange jar. I turned my head to dismiss them all and inquired about what had transpired with Pei Zhigua the previous night. Puffing on a cigarette, Pei Zhigua gazed at me and said, Young man, it has been quite some time since I've conversed with anyone to this extent. Heed my advice. Truly, it is best for you to leave this matter alone. Observe this note. Pei Zhigua hunched over and entered the duty room, emerging moments later with a white slip of paper, urging me to take a look. Scrawled across it in a haphazard manner were the ominous words, Cease at once, or the consequences will be dire. Your family will be implicated. Upon reading this warning, I merely scoffed, crumpling the paper into a ball and tossing it into the nearby trash bin. I have always detested being threatened. I am unafraid of such intimidation. If he were truly formidable, he would confront me openly rather than resorting to underhanded tactics. From my childhood, I have watched martial arts dramas on television, where challenges were made boldly, not through scaring others with notes. Leaning against the wall, Pei Zhigua scrutinized me. You remind me of my younger self, a fearless youth unafraid of tigers. Yet, many things are not as simple as they seem. It is highly likely that trouble will arise. His words appeared less as counsel and more as a command, warning me against further involvement. However, these mere 2 sentences did not provide sufficient ground for me to ascertain any connection between Pei Zhigua and the shadowy figures. Perhaps, having lived for a considerable time, he had witnessed too much and thus offered me his well-meaning advice. My unfounded suspicion of others seemed somewhat excessive. Master, there is no need for excessive words. I am unafraid. I have come to inquire whether you heard any sounds last night. I asked calmly after taking a puff of my cigarette. After you all left, I went to sleep and heard nothing, replied Pei Zhigua, turning back to enter the house to resume watching television. I was left pondering whether he was deceiving me or genuinely oblivious to any commotion. Grateful for his response, I wished him a good rest and turned to leave the morgue. Outside, Yu Shaoling and Shi Yuxuan approached, immediately questioning if I had discovered anything. I shook my head, explaining that Pei Zhigua offered no information, leaving me with no recourse. Yu Shaoling, in frustration, also shook her head, while Shi Yuxuan sighed. conceding that we were truly at an impasse. Pei Jigua was our sole lead, and with his silence, the situation seemed increasingly insurmountable. I had an inkling that Pei Jigua knew something. As we walked, the three of us fell into silence until Shi Yuxuan broke it, suggesting, "Why don't you both come to my home for a meal? I have troubled you for so long, and I shall cook for you." Initially, Yu Shaoling and I intended to decline, but we were unable to resist Shi Yuxuan's persistent invitation, especially after days of relentless activity without a proper meal. Shi Yuxuan resided in a small villa within the urban village. I was not surprised by his living arrangements, considering he was a principal and would need some means to invest in the school. The villa spanned 2 floors, but felt rather desolate. "Is such a spacious house occupied solely by you?" I inquired instinctively. Shi Yuxuan removed his suit and hung it on a hanger, addressing me. "Indeed. It's just me here. My child is studying abroad, and my wife is also overseas caring for her. So I'm alone. Please, make yourselves comfortable while I prepare some food." I nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent as I settled onto the sofa to rest. Having not slept well that morning, fatigue soon enveloped me. With Yu Shaoling by my side, it wasn't long before I drifted into slumber. In my dreams, I seemed to glimpse Ergo and Tang Chun, both beckoning to me from a distance. Suddenly, a sharp clap jolted me awake. Yu Shaoling was looking at me, informing me that dinner was ready. I wiped the corner of my mouth, which had collected drool, and inquired of Shi Yuxuan where the restroom was located. He gestured toward the room on the 2nd floor, instructing me to go upstairs. As I ascended the staircase, just as I was about to enter the restroom, I noticed a door ajar, revealing approximately a dozen large jars within, along with a dozen masks hanging on the wall. Cautiously, I peered downstairs and spotted Shi Yuxuan in the kitchen, then tiptoed inside the room. The space was rather small, and the numerous jars added to the sense of confinement. The masks on the wall were of various designs, piquing my curiosity about the abundance of them. Shi Yuxuan, being in his 40s, could he possibly harbor such a peculiar interest? But what could these jars signify? The jars were tightly bound with 2 strips of red cloth. As I approached and gently tapped one of the jars, it emitted a resonant sound. I raised my hand, preparing to unveil the crimson cloth and discover its secrets. Suddenly, a voice startled me, causing me to stand upright, akin to a child caught misbehaving. Turning around, I found Shi Yuxuan standing at the doorway, gazing at me with a look of confusion. "How did you get up here?" he inquired. "I noticed you hadn't come down for quite some time, and thought you might have lost your way. What brings you into this room?" "It's nothing," I replied. I noticed this room was ajar, and with so many masks and jars, my curiosity got the better of me, so I ventured in for a quick look. "I hope you don't mind." "Not at all," he chuckled. "If you're interested, I could gift you a couple of masks. I have always had a penchant for such items. When I was a child, I found the villains in television dramas wearing masks particularly striking, and it sparked a desire in me to own one. Unwittingly, I developed a habit of purchasing beautiful masks whenever I encountered them." Shi Yuxuan casually picked up a black mask, playing with it for a moment before asking, "Were these jars?" "Ah, just some wine gifted by friends, left here to age. I plan to bring it out for my son's wedding, and I would love to invite you then." With that, Shi Yuxuan draped his arm over my shoulder and led me outside. I stepped into a nearby restroom, lit a cigarette, and gazed into the mirror, lost in thought. There was an unsettling feeling nagging at me, an awareness that something was amiss. Yet I could not quite articulate what it was. Typically, wine is stored underground, as the cool, dark environment does not adversely affect its flavor. Conversely, storing it above ground exposes it to the seasonal fluctuations of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, which can detrimentally impact its taste. Thus, I often feel as if there is something amiss within the jar. After finishing my cigarette, I stepped outside to find Shi Yuxuan waiting at the door for me. "Why haven't you left?" I inquired, scratching my head. "How can we commence the feast if you don't come down? Hurry, let us go eat before it gets cold." Shi Yuxuan urged me. I nodded in agreement, intending to slip inside for a quick glance, but Shi Yuxuan blocked my way, leaving me unable to investigate further. Chapter 70: The Death of the Elder at the Dining Table. Shi Yuxuan was exceedingly hospitable, welcoming us to dine with him. He appeared untroubled, yet a sense of unease lingered within me regarding his demeanor. Just moments prior, while I was near the jars upstairs, I discerned a fleeting glimmer of panic in his gaze, and he seemed intent on ushering me out. His anxiety was palpable, despite the absence of anything of value in the room. Why then was he so apprehensive? With a mind preoccupied, I merely took a few bites of the meal before departing alongside Yu Shaoling. En route, she noticed my disquiet and, while driving, inquired what's wrong. Didn't you have enough to eat at lunch? Shall I take you for another meal? I feared this matter transcended the mere act of dining. A nagging suspicion gnawed at me. Could Shi Yuxuan be the mastermind behind it all, or even the perpetrator? I confided my concerns to Yu Shaoling, who burst into laughter upon hearing them. Have you lost your wits lately? Who cries thief while being a thief themselves? Shi Yuxuan is the principal. Such a highly intelligent individual could not possibly be guilty of such deceit. Do not overthink it. Return home and rest well this afternoon. We shall devise a plan for further investigation later. You have been quite exhausted these past few days. Indeed, fatigue had taken its toll on me, as I have been tirelessly traversing day and night. Otherwise, I would not have succumbed to slumber even in Shi Yuxuan's abode. Perhaps this was for the best, for my mind felt clouded, and, as I walked the streets, I sensed that at any moment I might lose my footing. Yu Shaoling drove me to the flower wreath shop, which remained eerily quiet. Overcome by fatigue, I had no choice but to close the door and succumb to slumber on the bed. When I awoke, the darkness of night had enveloped the world outside. I rose, took a sip of water, lit a cigarette, and stretched, contemplating my next course of action. At that moment, I picked up my phone, preparing to call Yu Shaoling to inquire about any leads, when the screen suddenly illuminated. A message appeared before my eyes. Come to the morgue urgently, alone. The phone number was unfamiliar, yet I was certain it belonged to Pei Zhigua. Upon receiving this message, I quickly dressed, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the hospital. A few days prior, Yu Shaoling had accompanied me, so the security guard stationed at the morgue staircase did not impede my passage. I hurried down, noticing a faint light emanating from within the room. Pei Zhigua lay on the bed, utterly motionless. I pushed the door open and entered, calling out, "Master, what do you need from me?" However, Pei Zhigua did not respond. "Master, master," I called again, but he remained silent. A sense of dread gripped my heart as I shook Pei Zhigua's body, yet he still did not stir. Trembling with fear, I cautiously placed my hand near his nose to check for breath. In an instant, a chilling realization struck me. Pei Zhigua was no longer breathing. He was dead. I alerted the hospital staff as well as Yu Shaoling. After the hospital staff examined Pei Zhigua's injuries, they informed me that he had been deceased for at least 3 hours, succumbing to a sudden heart attack. I was incredulous. That text message had arrived merely an hour and a half prior. As I retrieved my phone to revisit the message, I was struck with disbelief when I discovered that it had inexplicably vanished without a trace. I scoured the trash folder, yet there was no sign of it whatsoever. A wave of unsteadiness washed over me, leaving me to wonder if I had succumbed to a hallucination. Once the doctor departed, Pei Zhigua's small room felt desolate, and I found myself clutching a cigarette, my gaze distant and unfocused. I could hardly fathom that just 2 days ago I had shared a conversation with Pei Zhigua, and now he was gone. The abruptness of it all left me utterly bewildered. Sitting on the stool, I smoked in silence, while Yu Shaoling beside me remained quiet, patiently waiting for me to gather my thoughts. Suddenly, my eyes caught a glimmer in the corner of the room. Instinctively, I approached it, and to my astonishment, I discovered a mobile phone. It was an old model, likely belonging to Pei Zhigua during his lifetime. I pressed a button and found it still had power. Upon unlocking the screen, a text message captured my attention. It instructed me to check the surveillance footage from the entrance of the building a day prior. The intended recipient of the message was none other than myself. However, it seemed that Pei Zhigua had not yet sent this message before his untimely demise. I distinctly noted that the area surrounding the phone was marred by several dents in the walls. Either Pei Zhigua suffered a sudden ailment that caused him to throw his phone out, or someone unexpectedly sought him. Whichever scenario it may be, both are perilous for him. I instructed Yu Shaoling to contact the security office and requested them to retrieve the surveillance footage from that day. Together with Yu Shaoling, we hurried to the location. The surveillance footage displayed a constant stream of individuals passing by, yet none appeared suspicious. After nearly an hour of watching, fatigue began to set in, and still, no clues emerged. Suddenly, a figure caught my eye, jolting me back to alertness. It was none other than Principal Shi Yuxuan. What was he doing here? At this moment, Li Yongxi's body should still be accounted for, and he was oblivious to the situation. I observed as Shi Yuxuan entered the restroom within the building. However, nearly 40 minutes passed, and only 2 individuals exited. Shi Yuxuan remained inside. Another 20 minutes elapsed before a cleaning staff member entered, yet there was still no sign of Shi Yuxuan. Could it be that he had vanished? The hospital has explicit regulations stating that no one may use the restroom while it is being cleaned. Yet, the surveillance footage lay before us, and neither Yu Shaoling nor I had caught a glimpse of Shi Yuxuan. Just as despair began to envelop me, a vivid image flashed through my mind, prompting me to instruct the young security guard to rewind the footage to the 2 individuals who had exited on the screen. A man clad in black attire appears, his face obscured by the surveillance footage. I instructed the camera to zoom in slightly, yet the image remained too indistinct to ascertain whether this individual was indeed Shi Yuxuan. I asked Yu Shaoling to make a copy of the video, as it held significant importance for us. It could potentially serve as evidence in our future efforts to apprehend Shi Yuxuan. However, I realized that relying solely on this footage would not suffice for a conviction. After much contemplation, I resolved to arrange a meeting with Shi Yuxuan, hoping to extract some clues directly from him. I took out my phone and dialed his number. After a couple of rings, it connected, and I heard Shi Yuxuan's slightly drowsy voice on the other end. "Hello, what is it, little master?" Chapter 71. Who is Shi Yuxuan? Where are you? Is it convenient for you to come out? I have something to inquire about. I spoke into the phone. I could not visit Shi Yuxuan's residence at this moment. His home was rather secluded. Furthermore, if he was indeed behind all the mischief, he might ultimately resort to drastic measures. I was not foolish enough to confront him directly. The best course of action was to lure him out. Can we postpone it to another day? I'm feeling a bit under the weather today. How about we meet tomorrow afternoon? I can find a place. Shi Yuxuan politely declined my invitation over the phone. After a moment of contemplation, I agreed. One must not be overly eager. Otherwise, he might sense the trap and flee, leaving us without any tangible evidence to apprehend him. Even if he did escape, we would have no means to intercept him. In the car, I and Yu Shaoling devised a meticulous plan. The following evening, I finally received a call from Shi Yuxuan. We arranged to meet at a CAF, and I hailed a taxi to head there directly. Concurrently, I contacted Yu Shaoling, urging her to act swiftly while I kept Shi Yuxuan occupied. The CAF was tucked away in a rather obscure alley, nearly devoid of patrons. Upon entering, I noticed only one staff member at the bar and a solitary figure savoring a cup of coffee, Shi Yuxuan. Clad in a new black casual outfit, he waved at me, and I strode over to take a seat. He summoned the server, and soon I was served a steaming cup of cappuccino. I am uncertain about your coffee preferences, but I believe you would not dislike this particular brew, which I indulge in every time I visit. Shi Yuxuan gently slid the cup of coffee towards me and remarked. I responded with a faint smile. Throughout my life, I have never tasted coffee. It is both expensive and diminutive. Ironically, it seems one could easily consume it in a single sip, yet the necessity of spoon persists. Perhaps this is the lifestyle of the affluent, who always emphasize a certain attitude. Is there a specific matter that prompted your visit today? Have there been any developments regarding the school? Shi Yuxuan lifted the coffee cup and took a delicate sip before inquiring. I shook my head, indicating otherwise. No, my intention in coming was simply to spend some time with you. Are you aware that Pei Zhigua has passed away? Pei Zhigua? Who is that? The elderly caretaker of the morgue. Does that ring a bell? Ah, him. I'm not too familiar with the details. What a pity. Everyone has their fate. I was taken aback by Shi Yuxuan's remarkable composure, as if he had been privy to this information all along. Typically, upon hearing such news, one would first inquire about the cause of death. However, Shi Yuxuan did not. May I ask you, on the day of Pei Zhigua's demise, were you at the hospital? I lit a cigarette and fixed my gaze upon his eyes. Regarding that day, I am uncertain. I am aware of when Pei Zhigua passed. After I recounted the date, he pondered for a moment before responding. Ah, indeed, I was there that day. A friend's father was hospitalized, and I went to pay a visit. Is there something amiss? You do not suspect my involvement in Pei Zhigua's death, do you? Shi Yuxuan chuckled as he lit a cigarette in turn. I shook my head and replied that it was merely a casual inquiry. At that moment, my phone rang. I stood up, mentioning my intention to use the restroom, and Shi Yuxuan pointed to the nearby facilities, graciously permitting me to go. Inside the room, I received a call from Yu Shaoling. The ensuing events may surprise you, so I hope you're mentally prepared, she said from the other end. What is it? Is there something in the jar? I asked, leaning against the wall and lowering my voice, a cigarette clenched between my lips. We arrived too late. The jar is long gone. Xiao Yang has investigated Shi Yuxuan and discovered that he is using someone else's identity. His real name is Shi Yukon, and his wife and child have been deceased for quite some time, 50 years to be exact. His wife passed away at the age of 85, and his child died at 78. Are you jesting? If that is the case, how old should Shi Yuxuan be this year? I found it hard to believe. It felt like a cruel joke. Xiao Yang has verified his true identity. He should be over 150 years old. I took a deep breath, as this information sounded utterly ludicrous. Shi Yuxuan appeared to be in his 40s. How could he possibly be 150? Had he consumed the meat of a monk and attained immortality? Evacuate at once. This matter is beyond your capacity to handle alone, Yu Shaoling admonished me. After ending the call, I inhaled deeply, discarded my cigarette but into the ashtray, and splashed some water on my face. Given that Shi Yuxuan had lived for over 150 years, he had undoubtedly experienced much in society. I'm merely a lad in my 20s. Attempting to expose him seemed utterly absurd. Perhaps they anticipated my next move, having already devised a counter-strategy. I wiped my face clean and exited the restroom. The hall was deserted, as Shi Yuxuan had long departed, leaving behind 100 yuan. Observing this, I too decided to leave and soon encountered Yu Shaoling. She ushered me into her car, where she began to speak. We hurried to Shi Yuxuan's residence, only to find everything intact except for the mask and a few jars you mentioned. A sense of unease washed over me, prompting me to instruct Xiao Yang to investigate Shi Yuxuan. The results revealed that his identity was fabricated. Fearing for your safety, I contacted you immediately. Are you unharmed? Yu Shaoling inquired with evident concern. I rubbed my nose and reassured her, saying, a living person stands before you. What could possibly be amiss? At that moment, Yu Shaoling's phone rang again. Hello? All right, we'll be there shortly. She hung up and accelerated away. What has happened? Why the urgency? I fastened my seatbelt and asked. A body was retrieved from the river in the outskirts. It bears a striking resemblance to Shi Yuxuan. How could that be? Shi Yuxuan was just having coffee with me. I wondered aloud, questioning if I had encountered ghosts. Yet, I felt no chill or spectral presence around Shi Yuxuan. His words and actions were those of an ordinary person. Soon, we arrived at the riverbank in the countryside. On this summer night, countless mosquitoes buzzed around, and the area was cordoned off with police tape. Yi Weibin was leisurely smoking a cigarette while gazing around. Upon noticing our arrival, he immediately bent down and stepped beyond the caution tape. What happened? I inquired, lighting a cigarette as I looked at Yi Weibin. The identity of the deceased has been confirmed. He is Shi Yuxuan. I observed the body when it was retrieved. My preliminary assessment suggests that he has been dead for over 5 hours. I also spoke with nearby villagers, who reported hearing a loud bang around 3 o'clock this afternoon. Ye Yubin replied. Has the forensic report been released? I asked. Not yet. How do you know then? Haha, a mere glance is sufficient. I examined the body just now. My eyes do not deceive me. It has been at least 5 hours, and with the account from the locals, I am certain. I did not dwell on it further. After all, his admission into the mysterious organization indicated that Yi Weibin possessed abilities beyond the ordinary. Chapter 72. The threatening phone call, however. Since it was Shi Yuxuan who met his demise, who then was the individual that shared coffee with me that night. At that moment, a particular incident in the CAF struck me with startling clarity. I distinctly recalled that when I encountered Shi Yuxuan at school, he sported a Swiss watch on his left wrist and a ring on his left ring finger, which he would often idly fidget with during our conversations. Yet today, in the CAF, there was nothing on his left wrist, and the ring was conspicuously absent. This revelation rekindled my suspicions, and a chilling thought began to unfurl within my mind. The person with whom I conversed might not have been Shi Yuxuan. Rather, it could have been an impersonator. If this were the case, the implications were truly terrifying. Could it be that this was a manifestation of disguise? My thoughts wandered to the masks within Shi Yuxuan's home. I drew a deep breath, massaging my temples. The individual masquerading as Shi Yuxuan was indeed formidable, possessing an identical appearance and voice. Had I not been observant, I might have easily fallen prey to his deception. What, then, was the purpose of his invitation for coffee? The Shi Yuxuan at school, the one in the hospital, the figure in the villa. Could they all be mere facades, not the genuine Shi Yuxuan? How long until the autopsy results are released? Will there be any evidence of a struggle upon his body? It's difficult to ascertain. I lack the means to transport the cadaver. If it were in my possession, I could accomplish it within 5 hours, but elsewhere, it's uncertain. Regarding signs of struggle, I'm genuinely unsure. There likely aren't any, but it's hard to say. Given the water submersion, the body is deformed, and without specialized apparatus, I cannot vouch for it. I nodded, requesting a copy of the autopsy report. Following this, I departed with Yu Shaoling. Shall we persist with this investigation? I have a feeling they're targeting you. Yu Shaoling inquired while we were in the car. Indeed, we shall. Having come this far, why halt? If they intend to target me, let's see if they possess the aptitude to eliminate me, I responded, lowering the car window and observing the bustling cityscape. The individual impersonating Shi Yuxuan likely intended to issue a warning, discouraging my involvement. However, would I indulge their insolence? I refused to believe they could cast me into the river. Come to my residence this evening. I fear you might encounter peril alone. Yu Shaoling proposed after a moment of contemplation, expressing her concern. I'm quite all right. Take me to the wreath shop. What could possibly befall a grown man like myself? When has a stalwart man of my stature ever needed the protection of a woman? Are you sure you're all right? You're safer with me. Very well. I fear something might happen to you, and I wouldn't want to face my superior, Yu Shaoling remarked, stepping on the accelerator and veering towards her home. Upon arriving at Yu Shaoling's residence, I settled onto the sofa. Xian rushed out, her face beaming with joy as she inquired why I had returned so late, suggesting that I must have been on a date with her sister. I offered a bittersweet smile and replied, perhaps. I thought to myself that it would indeed be nice if it were a date. Rubbing my face, I lifted my gaze to see a trophy and several certificates of honor placed on a nearby table. Driven by curiosity, I approached and began to examine the certificates. Yu Shaoling, champion of Sandan in Sherman City. Yu Shaoling, national gold belt holder. Yu Shaoling, international fighting runner-up. Goodness, I had been in the company of Sandan champion all along. At that moment, Yu Shaoling emerged from the restroom, smiling as she asked, so, have you just realized it now? I told you I have the ability to protect you. Do you believe me? I nodded like a chick pecking at grains, affirming my belief. No wonder, I thought, that she had acted so decisively at Zhang Xingxing's doorstep. She truly was a master of Sandan. You need not fear. As long as you do not provoke me, I shall not harm you. I am, in fact, quite gentle, Yu Shaoling said, drawing close to me, her voice turning sweetly alluring. Startled, I instinctively took 2 steps back. It's time for bed, time for you to sleep as well, I said, waving my hand dismissively. It is no wonder they say women are the most formidable creatures in this world. Beyond their occasional lack of reason, one must also be wary of those who are both skilled fighters and unreasonable. One cannot best them in a fight and is too intimidated to argue. Seeing you so frightened, I've already had Xiao Liang hack into the surveillance system of the CAF where you had coffee today. Aren't you curious about who that person might be? Yu Shaoling picked up the notebook from the table and settled onto the sofa beside me, posing an intriguing question. Instantly captivated, I plopped down next to her. She brought up the footage on the monitor, revealing that around 7:30, a man entered the CAF, clad entirely in black and carrying a backpack. He handed the front desk a sum of approximately 5 or 6,000 yuan, after which the staff swiftly evacuated all patrons. Once the man entered the restroom, it wasn't long before he emerged in an outfit strikingly similar to what I had seen Shi Yuxuan wearing that day at the CAF. Due to his hat, the surveillance cameras failed to capture his true appearance before he entered the restroom. Only a vague outline was visible. However, upon his exit, he removed his hat, revealing a face unmistakably identical to Shi Yuxuan's. Shortly thereafter, I made my entrance. Is it possible to trace this man's family background? I inquired, lighting a cigarette. Although I believed Ling Gaoliang possessed remarkable skills, I felt that deciphering such an indistinct image to identify someone was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Xiaoyang was tasked with the investigation, but I remained uncertain of the outcome, likely bleak. Yu Xiaoling seemed to grasp the complexity of the situation as well. I leaned back on the sofa, staring at the ceiling while smoking. What shall we do now? At that moment, my phone rang unexpectedly, displaying an unknown number. I picked it up and answered hello. Who is this? Mr. Gua, you must now realize that I'm no longer Shi Yuxuan. He was merely a pawn in my game. I advise you to refrain from interfering in this matter. I never anticipated that he would ultimately turn against me. Had I known, I would not have placed him in such a dire situation. You should withdraw now, for Pei Zhigua's affairs are also intertwined with mine. Let this matter conclude here, or you shall be the next target. A strange voice responded from the other end. What do you mean by that? I have made it clear that since I have involved myself in this, I shall not relinquish my hold. I advise you to surrender early. Doing so might secure you leniency. Otherwise, even the mightiest will be unable to save you. Ha ha ha. Mr. Gua, are you jesting? Do I need to negotiate terms with you? You currently reside in Unit 1502, Building 3 of the Happiness Community. You are unaware of my presence there, yet you presume to set conditions? Do you even have a standing to do so? I have exhausted all pleasantries. I hope you will conduct yourself accordingly. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Without a doubt, the individual on the other end was Shi Yuxuan, who had shared coffee with me that evening. How infuriating. If you possess the ability, come forth and confront me rather than hiding away. Yu Xiaoling, who had also overheard the conversation, erupted in a tirade. Enough. Let's retire for the night, I said, extinguishing my cigarette and rubbing my weary eyelids. Are you planning to abandon this matter? If so, I shall inform the boss, given that the principal has already perished. A glimmer of disappointment crossed Yu Xiaoling's eyes as she rose from the sofa. Have I ever mentioned surrendering? Since he wishes to play, let us continue this game with him. I reclined on the sofa and spoke softly. A glimmer of light flickered in Yu Xiaoling's eyes as she joyfully bounded into the room. Chapter 73. The hidden chamber beneath the tiles. The threatening phone call did not instill any fear within me. After all, I have encountered ghosts before. What could possibly intimidate me? Lost in my thoughts, I gradually succumbed to slumber. Outside, the wind seemed to accompany my dreams. Knock, knock, knock. The following day, I was roused by a series of urgent knocks at the door. In a daze, Yu Xiaoling approached and opened it. Oh, I'm utterly exhausted. Why must I come here so early? I had already said to send the materials to your computer. I heard Ling Gaoyang's voice. Goodness, you all are progressing at a remarkable pace. Ling Gaoyang exclaimed upon entering and spotting me sprawled on the sofa. I instantly sprang up, sitting upright in surprise. You're overthinking it. I merely spent the night here. So, have you found anything? I tossed a cigarette to Ling Gaoyang, curiosity piqued. With the cigarette perched between his lips, he nodded. Yes, indeed. It was quite the endeavor. You wouldn't believe how many cameras and various sources I had to sift through last night. It took me the entire night. I'm nearly dead from fatigue. I flashed him a smile and suggested treating him to a sumptuous feast once the matter was resolved. He waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it wasn't necessary. He then unzipped his backpack and retrieved his laptop, opening it to reveal a document before me. It detailed information about a certain Pang Hongda, aged 95, residing at No. 65 Jiangcheng, Shushi City. He had no children, and his wife had passed away from lung cancer a decade ago. Last night at 10 o'clock, he was spotted at Sherman train station before boarding the K645 train and departing. The route of the train included a location in Jiangcheng County, specifically Xinyuan Village. The information available was limited. He was quite astute, making it difficult to uncover further details. Ling Gaoyang shrugged his shoulders in resignation. I said little, recognizing that even someone as capable as Ling Gaoyang could only uncover so much information, making it likely that seeking help elsewhere would prove futile. After relaying the information, Ling Gaoyang announced his intention to return home for rest and departed with his bag. Yu Xiaoling and I swiftly gathered our belongings, preparing to drive to Jiangcheng County. I had a vague intuition that the jar missing from the home of Shi Yuxuan was likely connected to Pang Hongda. After refueling, we headed straight for Jiangcheng County, which was still quite a distance from Sherman. It took us nearly 4 hours to reach the village. Upon arrival, The village appeared desolate, devoid of any human presence, which heightened the tension between Yu Xiaoling and me. At that moment, Yu Xiaoling's phone alarm sounded. Speaking of which, I had forgotten to mention that the village where he resided had been deserted for nearly a decade. The reasons for this were unknown, but it was clear that no one lived there anymore. Please be cautious, I advised. Otherwise, perhaps we should relocate. I doubt Pang Hongda is still here, considering this village has been abandoned for 10 years. Who would choose to inhabit such a place? There are no shops. One could easily starve here, Yu Xiaoling remarked, gazing across the village with disappointment. I shook my head in disagreement. On the contrary, such circumstances may actually work to Pang Hongda's advantage. After all, a man of his advanced age, at 95, with such peculiar health, would likely attract undue attention. Upon our arrival at number 65, I observed that the entrance was relatively free of weeds, suggesting it had recently been tended to. This further confirmed my suspicions that Pang Hongda had a 90% likelihood of residing here. However, the front gate was securely locked, leaving me uncertain as to whether anyone was inside. I turned to Xiaoling and said, I will scale the wall to investigate. Please keep watch at the entrance. Xiaoling nodded in agreement. I then procured 2 bricks to elevate myself, gripping the wall firmly before propelling myself upwards. I hesitated to descend hastily, for one could never know if there were occupants within. A cautious approach seemed prudent. I tossed my phone and wallet onto the ground, creating a slight commotion, yet the silence within the house was reassuring. I then leaped down into the yard, which appeared relatively tidy, with half a barrel of oil still present in the kitchen. Gently pushing the door open, I stepped inside. The house consisted of approximately 3 rooms, sparsely furnished. I circled the interior, but discovered nothing of significance, which left me feeling increasingly frustrated. Could it be that the jar was not here? That seemed implausible, for this was the prime location for Pang Hongda to conceal his belongings. I continued my search, yet still found no clues. With a sigh, I sank onto the sofa, suddenly sensing something unusual beneath my feet. Upon inspection, I noticed a particular tile that seemed amiss. Leaning down, I tapped on the tile. To my astonishment, it echoed hollowly. Could it be that there was a hidden compartment within? As I peeled back the edge of the tiles, I discovered, to my astonishment, an unfathomable abyss. This abyss resembled the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, lying in wait for its unsuspecting prey. Without a moment's hesitation, I leaped into the void. I reached out to close the hidden chamber, and a musty odor invaded my nostrils. Inside the chamber, it was pitch black. I turned on the flashlight on my phone and cautiously ventured forth. The chamber was not particularly long, merely shrouded in darkness. With the feeble beam of light, I discerned several large jars positioned not far away. These jars were indeed the same ones I had encountered in the residence of Shi Yuxuan. I approached, carefully removed the red cloth from the jars, and slowly opened the lids, only to uncover the skeletal remains within. The skeleton was diminutive, appearing to belong to a child, and the remaining jars contained similar remains. It became evident that the missing children were somehow intertwined with Pang Hongda. At that moment, a hypothesis began to form in my mind. Firstly, it was clear that Shi Yuxuan was aware of these children's tragic fates. Without Shi Yuxuan's complicity, Pang Hongda would not have been able to act so effortlessly. However, it is plausible that Shi Yuxuan, repulsed by the cruelty of the situation, could no longer bear to witness the systematic demise of these children. Alternatively, Pang Hongda's demands may have escalated to an intolerable degree, prompting Shi Yuxuan to take action. Subsequently, he may have discreetly reached out to us, hoping to enlist our assistance in eliminating Pang Hongda while concealing the full extent of the truth from us, lest he be implicated as an accomplice, facing the dire consequences of death. Furthermore, given his advanced age of 150 years, he would be particularly vulnerable to scrutiny. Thus, he chose to withhold vital information from us. However, he did not anticipate that he would ultimately be discovered by Pang Hongda. Pang Hongda, feeling that his curiosity was unwarranted, decided to eliminate Shi Yuxuan that very day. Such conjectures are not without merit, and I firmly believe in my own deductions. Creak! A jarring sound of the door opening pierced my ears, emanating from the courtyard. My heart tightened at once. Could it be that Pang Hongda had returned? If not him, how could that door have swung open? My immediate concern was whether Yu Shaoling was in danger. Yet, if I were to recklessly venture out now, I would only invite greater peril. As the footsteps drew nearer, my heartbeat quickened, and I distinctly sensed the weight of the steps above me growing heavier. This could not possibly belong to Yu Shaoling, for her footsteps were far lighter than this ominous sound. The noise overhead clearly circled about, as if searching for something. Suddenly, the footsteps ceased abruptly, coming to a halt directly above me. I compelled myself to remain calm. What was there to fear? At worst, I would confront this intruder head-on. Creak! At this moment, the door to the dark chamber swung open, and the air seemed to freeze, rendering me breathless. Chapter 74. The grand passed suddenly. I beheld a shadowy figure leaping downwards. Our eyes locked, and it was none other than Pang Hongda. I did not expect you to discover me, Mr. Gua. Are you perhaps a master of the yin and yang? Pang Hongda scrutinized me as he inquired. I am but an ordinary citizen. Have you no fear of divine retribution for the countless children you have slain? I retorted. Let us speak outside. It is cold and damp below, and conversation is rather inconvenient, Pang Hongda suggested, ascending the ladder of the dark chamber. Realizing that remaining behind would only lead to my demise, I decided to follow him, curious to uncover his intentions. What have you done with my friend? My first question upon emerging was directed towards Yu Shaoling. That girl? She is unharmed, merely a bit troubled. I've asked her to rest for a while. Pang Hongda replied, gesturing towards a nearby bed. Turning, I saw Yu Shaoling lying on the bed, and I hurried over to shake her gently, yet she remained unresponsive. If anything happens to her, I will confront you today. I felt a surge of fury, ready to clash with Pang Hongda at any moment. Pang Hongda calmly shook his head, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. Mr. Gua, do not act rashly. I have assured you that she is fine, and there is no need for threats. This little girl, with her agile skills, is no match for me. Even if you were to confront me, what strength do you possess to contend with me? The statement is indeed accurate. Yu Shaoling is a champion in combat sports. If she cannot contend with Pang Hongda, I would merely be offering myself as a sacrifice. There is no need for you to harbor such fear of me. Had I desired your demise, I could have easily resolved the matter last night, yet I refrained from taking action, which signifies that I harbor no intent to kill you. Let us engage in a meaningful conversation. After our discourse, whether it be life or death, I shall heed your counsel. Indeed, last evening, I found myself in such a secluded alley devoid of any presence. Had Pang Hongda wished to eliminate me, would he have allowed me to see another day? I lit a cigarette and settled before him. It was at this moment that I beheld his true visage. He possessed a square jawline and a sharply defined face, his eyes seemingly brimming with tales untold. If one were unaware of his age, one might easily presume him to be in his 50s. Allow me to share a story with you. Do you believe in true love? I am uncertain, for I have yet to experience it. This query serves as the ultimate conundrum for those who have remained single for eons. How could I fathom the essence of true love when I have not traversed the realm of romance? That young lady has shown you kindness. Perhaps you should consider exploring a relationship with her, Pang Hongda remarked, gesturing towards the unconscious Yu Shaoling with a smile. I shook my head and urged, if you have something to say, please do so swiftly. The notion of courting Yu Shaoling had never crossed my mind. Even if she were as beautiful as Jiao Chan, I would still lack the courage to pursue her. In my youth, I fell in love with a girl who reciprocated my affections, and we swiftly entered the sacred realm of matrimony. After our union, I endeavored to fulfill expectations and built a thriving enterprise from the ground up, establishing 3 companies with a staggering valuation exceeding 100 million. We were blessed with a son and a daughter, and to the outside world, our lives appeared idyllic, eliciting envy from many. Yet, I alone harbored the truth. Our children were adopted, for I lacked the ability to conceive. Nonetheless, this mattered little to me. As one traverses life, what significance do earthly matters hold once one's eyes close for the final time? I regarded such truths with indifference. My business flourished, while my wife embraced her role as a homemaker, nurturing our children with great care. Our son excelled and gained admission to a prestigious polytechnic university. while our daughter secured a place at a communications university, mastering the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. In those moments, I felt immense joy, believing that every sacrifice I made was worthwhile, for they deserved the life I provided. As I recounted this, a hint of a smile graced my weathered visage. Indeed, is this not the truth? Children are forever the pride of their parents, regardless of their origins. Unlike my own experience, where my father often lamented that had he known my fate, he might as well have drowned me in a chamber pot. I understood his frustration. During parent-teacher meetings, he was always the last to leave, while I consistently ranked near the bottom of my class. Some may wonder why the student ranked last did not linger until the end of the meeting. The answer lies in the fact that the student in last place was a boy with intellectual challenges. Had he performed adequately, it is likely that the position of last would have been mine. During my ventures into the world of business, I paid little heed to the hardships and exhaustion I encountered, for I was comforted by the presence of a beloved woman at home and the two cherished children I adored. Throughout this journey, I faced countless temptations, with many young women in their 20s seeking to weave stories with me. However, I was acutely aware that their interest was merely a fad, driven solely by my wealth, and thus I resolutely declined. I wished only to share my life with a woman I held dear. Yet, life proved to be more complex than I could have anticipated. At the age of 52, my wife was diagnosed with lung cancer. I scoured every hospital and consulted numerous leading physicians, expending millions in the process, yet to no avail. They were unable to cure this relentless affliction, offering only the grim prognosis of medication and chemotherapy. I understood all too well that such treatments were merely a means of prolonging the inevitable. As she underwent chemotherapy, her hair fell away, and she looked at me, asking if she was still beautiful. Her face had become gaunt, and even the simple act of walking was a struggle. My response was unwavering. To me, she remained the epitome of beauty, regardless of her appearance. The more I reassured her, the deeper my anguish grew. I possessed a thriving company and ample wealth. Yet what value did that hold in the face of such a devastating illness? It became painfully evident how frail humanity is when confronted with disease. Could my riches truly purchase a single life? At this juncture, tears streamed down my cheeks, falling to the ground like a silent testament to my despair. I sat in silence, smoking a cigarette, my heart heavy with unspoken sorrow. After numerous inquiries, I became acquainted with an individual who revealed to me a peculiar method. By immersing the remains of a child in medicinal liquor, one could ostensibly prolong life indefinitely. Initially, I dismissed his claims as absurd. Who could possibly believe such a thing? However, as I found myself in a desperate situation, I resolved to experiment with this notion. To my astonishment, he did not deceive me. I concealed the nature of this medicinal concoction from my wife and brought her back home, administering it to her daily. Before long, she regained her health, and our family returned to its former state, albeit with her reliance on the elixir. But how did your wife ultimately perish? It is rather ironic. I am unsure how she discovered the truth. Upon learning of the circumstances, she made the tragic choice to leap from a building. I chose not to disclose the reality of the situation to others, instead attributing her demise to lung cancer. To prevent burdening our family further, she opted for suicide, and the doctors confirmed this diagnosis, leaving little more to be said. Now that your wife has passed, why do you persist in this manner? There is no particular reason. I have always held a belief in the cycle of reincarnation. In her farewell letter, she explicitly stated that she would marry me again in her next life. I have been waiting for her, waiting endlessly. Yet, last night I dreamed of her, and she implored me that if this continued, she would prefer to never be reborn in this life. As tears streamed down his face, Pang Hong said to me with resignation, Chapter 75. You are the 10th of this week. Neither of us disrupted this tranquility. In a certain sense, I owe a debt of gratitude to Pang Hongda's wife. Otherwise, today could have ended disastrously, perhaps even costing me my life. What do you intend to do next? I inquired, drawing on my cigarette while observing Pang Hongda. Call the police. Arrest me if you must. The death penalty matters not, for in that case, my wife would not blame me. By the way, there is a favor I need to ask of you, and I hope you will not refuse. Pang Hongda rose and stretched languidly as he spoke to me. Please, go on. My daughter is in college, and I hope you can look after her well. This card contains a sum of money. The password is 6/8. You need not give it to her. Simply keep it safe for her. This money will be for both of you. He handed me a bank card from his yellowing jacket. Isn't your daughter rather old now? I questioned, aware that Pang Hongda was reported to be a venerable 95 years of age, and I found it hard to believe his daughter could be in college at such a young age. You will understand once you meet her. This girl is my adopted daughter. Her family is impoverished, Pang Hongda elucidated. I inquired about the amount of money contained within the card, and he merely smiled, offering no further details. Following his instructions, I promptly contacted the authorities, and soon the police arrived to take him away. As he departed, there was no trace of fear, anxiety, or trepidation on his face. Instead, he appeared remarkably content. Perhaps after so many years of living in fear, he was relieved, finally able to rest peacefully. Ultimately, it was the best possible outcome. As for the peculiar sight I encountered that day, I chose not to inquire further. It is quite possible that I was haunted by the spirits of that group of children. Upon waking, Yu Xiaoling felt her mind was muddled, prompting her friend to assume the role of the driver. During our journey, she inquired about Pang Hongda, to which I relayed the dialogue I had with him, leaving her in contemplative silence. Sometimes, love is indeed magical, yet for someone like me, a perennial singleton, it merely serves as a disturbance. There is a certain charm in solitude. One person can satiate themselves without burdening others. Indeed, for over 20 years, I have found solace in this mantra. We first visited the organization, where Zhou Hongkai, upon learning that the matter was resolved, praised me effusively, likening my eloquence to that of the legendary strategists, asserting that with mere words, I could steer a person away from the precipice. Little did he know, had Pang Hongda not chosen to amend his ways, even divine intervention would have been futile. Zhou Hongkai advised me to take 2 days off, acknowledging the exhaustion I had endured, and promised to notify me should anything arise. I welcomed this respite, for I had been scurrying about, and now all I yearned for was to return home, indulge in a long-awaited bath, and enjoy a restful sleep. The summer weather is invariably stifling. Even in the early hours, the atmosphere remains oppressively warm. The shop continued its usual routine, with the occasional customer purchasing items. Though it mattered little to me, Uncle Chun's promise of wages had yet to materialize. After assessing the lack of activity in the store that day, I recalled the task Pang Hongda had entrusted to me before his departure. Thus, I mounted my electric bike and made my way directly to the university. In the School of Media, one is never short of stunning young women, nor of affluent second-generation heirs. As I arrived at the university entrance, I was greeted by an endless array of luxury vehicles, such as Mercedes and BMWs. The wealthy scions, clad in trendy brands, leaned against their cars, smoking casually. Occasionally, a young woman would emerge, prompting them to approach with flirtatious banter, and before long, she would be whisked away into one of those opulent automobiles. I observed all this clearly from my position on an electric bike. After securing my bike, I ventured into the campus, searching for Pang Ling, the daughter of a prominent figure, who is a first-year student in the Performing Arts Department. After inquiring a bit, I entered the classroom of her division. At that moment, classes had yet to commence, and the young couples in the room were engaged in playful antics and displays of affection. My gaze swept around until I spotted a rather charming young man engrossed in a video game, prompting me to approach him. "Excuse me, do you happen to know if Pang Ling has arrived?" I inquired. "What do you need her for? Are you yet another suitor?" He shot me a glance before returning his focus to his phone. "No, I am her brother. Spare me your tales. You're already the 10th one this week. Given your age, sir, it would be wise to refrain from pursuing someone so much younger. Perhaps it's best you head home." Very well, I thought. It seems my inquiry was unwarranted. I chose a secluded corner to sit, determined to wait for Pang Ling to show up for class. Soon enough, the lesson began, and the instructor, a woman in her 40s, called out the roll. "Pang Ling, present," came a response. At that moment, a girl rose to her feet. I took a moment to scrutinize Pang Ling. She possessed an oval-shaped face akin to a goose egg, with a pair of enchanting, almond-shaped eyes that sparkled with life. and long, lustrous black hair cascading down her shoulders. She donned a simple white t-shirt paired with deep blue jeans and canvas shoes. It was no wonder I was the 10th in line. After all, Pang Ling was undeniably captivating. I bent slightly, intending to approach her for a light tap on the shoulder. "Hey, you there, stop. Are you trying to skip class again?" The female teacher at the podium exclaimed as I bent down, taking just a couple of steps forward. In an instant, I became the center of attention, wishing fervently to disappear into the floor beneath me. You don't seem to belong to our class," a bespectacled boy, exuding a scholarly air, inquired of me. He was not one of us. He had come to engage with Pang Ling and had yet to leave. At that crucial moment, the young man who had been playing games earlier chimed in, and I felt an overwhelming urge to strangle him. Pang Ling's expression instantly darkened. Her fiery gaze fixated on me as if she could scorch me with her eyes. Is school meant for acquiring knowledge or for pursuing romantic interests? I don't care which class you belong to. You better leave this instant. And you, Pang Ling, you're in trouble too. Step outside for a punishment. Laughter erupted around me. This guy is foolish. He is seeking trouble in the class of our fierce teacher, murmured the onlookers. I hastily made my escape, mortified beyond measure. Seeking solace, I found a restroom where I lit a cigarette to calm my nerves, then washed my hands before stepping back outside. As I stepped outside, a sudden gust of wind swept past me, prompting an instinctive retreat. Before me stood Pang Ling, hands on her hips, pouting with an expression of indignation. "Which class are you from? I've never seen you before. Stop bothering me. I've made it clear that I have no interest in a relationship," she exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at my nose. Such gestures lack decorum and reflect a profound disrespect towards me. "You should leave at once. I would prefer not to see you again. That seems to be a decision beyond your authority. Your father entrusted you to my care before his departure, so I cannot simply walk away," I replied with a smile, my demeanor calm. "I trust you as far as I can throw you. Don't think you can capture my attention with such tactics. My father is likely occupied elsewhere. He mentioned he would return within a month and promised to take me out for a delightful meal," she retorted, leaving me momentarily at a loss for words. Is it truly the case that even a young lady must exercise such caution? My benign exterior, seemingly harmless, has been met with skepticism. Chapter 76. The zombie in the village. I shrugged and tossed the bank card from my bag to him. "Do you believe it now?" Pang Ling examined the card, astonished. I never expected it to truly belong to my father. "Is he there? Is he coming back soon?" After contemplating for a moment, I decided to speak the truth. "If you wish to see him, I can take you to witness his final moments." Upon hearing this, Pang Ling immediately rushed to the office to request a leave of absence, anxiously urging me as she sat on my electric scooter. Despite her insistence, the scooter's speed remained unyielding, unable to compete with a motorcycle. At the prison, I encountered Pang Hongda, who revealed that he was to face execution the following day. However, he requested my discretion, not wanting Pang Ling to witness the grim scene of his demise. I acquiesced to his request. I subsequently departed, leaving the father and daughter to reminisce. Approximately 20 minutes later, the conversation came to an end, and Pang Ling emerged, her youthful face marred by countless tear streaks. I offered her a tissue, to which she expressed her gratitude. Curious about her relationship with Pang Hongda, I inquired if he was her godfather. I was aware that the term godfather now encompassed various interpretations, yet Pang Hongda appeared to be anything but that type of individual. Wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, Pang Ling began to recount her story. Her hometown was rural. Her occupation was that of a waitress in a restaurant, and given her striking beauty, she was no stranger to unwanted advances. However, she had long since grown accustomed to such attention, knowing that those individuals would not dare to go too far. One day, Pang Ling encountered a group of wealthy second-generation heirs at the restaurant who brazenly insisted on taking her away. Due to their powerful family backgrounds, the restaurant owner chose to remain silent. At that moment, Pang Hongda was dining nearby. Upon witnessing the scene, he intervened to stop them, causing the group of affluent youths to flee in haste. It was no surprise, for with the multitude of companies under Pang Hongda's command, the mere reputation of any one of them could instill fear in those young scions of wealth. Later, Pang Hongda invited Pang Ling to dinner, and during the meal, Upon learning of her background, he proposed to adopt her as his goddaughter, pledging to support her unconditionally through university. As he escorted her back to school, silence enveloped us. I understood that no words could alleviate the pain she harbored within. At the entrance of the school, I withdrew 10,000 yuan from a nearby bank and handed it to her, leaving my phone number and instructing her to reach out should she need anything. Watching her depart, I let out a resigned sigh. Peng Hongda may not be a virtuous man, but he undoubtedly embodies the qualities of a good father. After a continuous 5-day break, I visited Lu Xinghu several times. He remained motionless in bed, and Zhang Xingxing had resumed her routine, making frequent trips to the hospital whenever she had the chance. In recent days, I have been engrossed in a book that Uncle Chun handed to me. Each time I finish a reading session, I feel a profound sense of comfort enveloping me, as if a latent energy is coursing through my veins. However, such tranquility was short-lived. One evening, my phone rang, and upon glancing down, I saw it was Yu Shaoling. It was evident that another task awaited me. Reluctantly, I answered the call. "What is it, sister? Another matter has arisen? Who are you calling, sister? It hasn't even been 5 days, and you're already being insufferable. Come over to my place. It's not an emergency, but I need your assistance with something," Yu Shaoling exclaimed from the other end. I hung up, rolling my eyes, pondering when this woman might amend her irritable temperament. I took a taxi to Yu Shaoling's residence, and upon knocking, she swiftly opened the door. "What's the matter?" "I haven't had much rest at home these past couple of days," I said, plopping down on the sofa and stifling a yawn. "I need you to accompany me back to my hometown. I must visit my parents' graves." I acknowledged her request with a simple understood. Although Yu Shaoling's parents were reported missing, it was common knowledge that they had passed away. Thus, every year, she returned home to pay her respects. Her hometown is located in Shulu village of Yongbao County, the same place as Lu Xinghu. It is not too far from us. A drive would take about an hour. Yu Shaoling's village is relatively pleasant, and by the time we arrived, dusk had nearly settled. Upon entering the village, our car was halted by an elderly man in his 60s. "Who was in the vehicle?" "This village does not permit indiscriminate entry," came his aged voice. "Zheng, the village chief, it is I, Yu Shaoling." With a smile, Yu Shaoling rolled down the car window and addressed the chief. "Ah, it's the daughter of the Lao Yu family. Come on, this year, let us not visit the graves. The village is not at peace." The chief rubbed his eyes and spoke to Yu Shaoling. "What has happened in the village?" "Alas, it cannot be explained in just a few words. Come to my home. We shall speak there," the chief said, turning to enter a nearby gate. Yu Shaoling parked the car, and we followed him inside. Upon entering the house, the chief poured us a glass of water and rolled a cigarette. "My dear girl, I do not wish to see such misfortune befall you at such a young age. Many have already left this village. You should depart quickly, while that thing has not yet arrived," the chief said, shaking his head as he took a puff of smoke. "What thing?" "Ah, it is all the fault of Chun Erling's son. Why must he engage in grave robbing? Now the entire village is to suffer the consequences, and we may all be buried alongside him." Grave robbing. I had previously heard my father mention this profession, known collectively as Dao Do. The treasures within tombs are immensely valuable, yet equally perilous. The traps within are numerous, and a moment's inattention may lead to grievous injury or even death. Moreover, tombs are dark and damp, imbued with a heavy, eerie energy, and one may inadvertently encounter spirits or other supernatural entities. Thus, grave robbers often carry talismans for protection, seeking a semblance of peace of mind. "What is happening in the village?" "Chief, please do not keep us in suspense," Yu Shaoling urged anxiously. "In the village, there exists a tomb, of which you may be unaware. However, the elders among us are all too familiar. It is said to belong to an ancient official, rumored to contain numerous treasures of considerable value. Yet, no one has ever dared to covet its contents, for they are believed to harbor a sinister nature. Nevertheless, the foolish son of the Erluan family, Chen Daguan, feared nothing and gathered a few companions to descend into the tomb. At that time, the villagers were oblivious to their actions, but it was later recounted that Chen Daguan discovered an abundance of gold and silver within the tomb and took it away. Subsequently, tales began to circulate of a figure wandering the village at night. Initially, no one paid heed until one day, a villager caught sight of this apparition. It was no mere human. It was a zombie. Upon recounting this, the village chief's eyes filled with terror. Zombies, colloquially known as zongzi, are notoriously difficult to confront. It is said that they are impervious to blades and bullets, and a common person cannot inflict the slightest harm upon them. Chapter 77. Shadows Under the Moonlight. I recall my father once mentioning that in his youth, he had encountered numerous instances of zongzi, and on several occasions, he had narrowly escaped death at their hands. Regardless of one's mastery of the mystical arts, the mere mention of the word zombie evokes a sense of trepidation. After all, these creatures are impervious to blades and bullets. It is likely that an ordinary person might succumb to sheer fright upon their sight. Village Chief, are you implying that there are zombies in the village? Asked Yu Shaoling, rubbing her forehead as she addressed the chief. She understood all too well the complexities associated with such beings. The village chief shook his head. One cannot state it so definitively. It is merely hearsay, and while I have not personally witnessed such a thing, I cannot entirely dismiss the possibility. However, tales without substance are seldom found. Linger, you should return home. Your parents' graves can be visited at any time. You are still young and should not risk your life here. After contemplating for a moment, Yu Shaoling smiled and replied, It's all right, village chief. You worry too much. This gentleman beside me is a bona fide master of Mao Shan, the 98th descendant of the three pure ones, Guo Yinyang. With him present, no malevolent spirit or creature can pose a threat. Why am I being dragged into this? Is it fair to pick on an honest person? I interjected, feeling somewhat bemused. Can he truly handle this? The village chief scrutinized me with a look of skepticism. I understood his doubts. After all, who could believe that a lad in his early 20s could vanquish spirits? Even I harbored my reservations. Yu Shaoling patted my shoulder and assured, Do not fret, village chief. Would I deceive you? He is remarkably skilled. He once single-handedly defeated 5 zombies in under 20 minutes. I was completely unaware of this matter. Is it true? Young man, if you truly possess the capability to save the village, I would be willing to offer you a substantial reward, even if it meant risking my entire fortune. I would not hesitate. The village chief's face was alight with excitement upon hearing Yu Shaoling's words. I felt inclined to shake my head, insisting that I was nothing and understood nothing. Yet, under the threatening gaze of Yu Shaoling, I ultimately capitulated. Reluctantly, I nodded in agreement. One must recognize the responsibility that comes with boasting, and I, being unable to defeat even a ghost, was it not absurd to think I could vanquish a zombie? In the end, the village chief respectfully saw us off, informing us that the zombies would make their move that night, urging us to conserve our strength for the following evening's confrontation. Naturally, I acquiesced, as I needed to return home to devise a strategy. Yu Shaoling resided in a house on the northern side of the road, and perhaps due to her prolonged absence, there was quite a bit of dust accumulated within. We tidied up the place together, and as I lit a cigarette in the living room, I feigned a mournful expression and queried Yu Shaoling, sister, would I ever engage in a fierce battle with 5 zombies? Why do you not claim I ascended to the heavens instead? Yu Shaoling laughed heartily, sitting before me. Ah, but I am merely praising you. What is there to fear? With me by your side, how could you possibly perish? I could not disclose my identity to the villagers. As you know, the foremost rule of the organization is to never reveal one's identity. Her insistence on secrecy only heightened my unease. Her skills were indeed formidable. But could they truly contend with the undead? I shrugged and replied that I understood. When soldiers come, we must defend. When water comes, we must block it. There was no other choice. I found a room and settled down to sleep. The sound of rustling filled the air. Initially, I dismissed it as the wind and attempted to drift back into slumber. However, the noise grew louder, accompanied by a series of hopping sounds. Could it be a thief? Have robbers become so reckless these days? Besides, the only valuable possession in Yu Shaoling's home was that kitchen knife at the entrance. I sat up in bed and stealthily approached the window, contemplating that if it were merely a petty thief, I could easily confront him and deliver a thorough socialist beating before sending him on his way. I cautiously lifted my head. By the light of the moon, I discerned a figure standing in the center of the courtyard. Yet, the individual's attire was exceedingly peculiar. Clad entirely in green, glaringly conspicuous against the night. The figure remained motionless, but it appeared to be holding something, occasionally moving its mouth as though gnawing on whatever it grasped. Have thieves resorted to feasting in others' homes? At that moment, I flung open the window and shouted, "Who dares to intrude? You little thief! Begone, lest I deliver a fatal blow." The figure nearby suddenly froze, then turned its body in a decidedly mechanical manner. In an instant, my mind went blank. The face was unnaturally pale, illuminated by the moonlight, resembling a piece of white cloth, while its eyes glowed a deep red. There were two elongated teeth protruding from the corners of its mouth, resembling fangs. This certainly did not appear to be human. Could it be a zombie? At that moment, I swiftly closed the window as the zombie hopped towards me. I rushed to the door and barricaded it with everything I could find. Hearing the commotion, Yu Shaoling hurried out, anxiously inquiring about the situation. "It's bad. There really is a zombie. What should we do? Should we confront it?" I asked her, my face etched with urgency. Yu Shaoling approached the window and peered through a small opening for a moment. "No, we cannot. The moon is too glaring tonight. Encountering its light only empowers this creature. We must wait until daylight to have any chance of vanquishing it," she explained, shaking her head. "Every entity in nature has its nemesis. Zombies and ghosts belong to the same category, and they share a common fear: the sun. Conversely, the moon serves as an ally to them." Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed from outside, piercingly jarring. Yu Shaoling's expression darkened immediately. Had I known a zombie awaited outside, I would not have foolishly ventured out. Now, my pretense had faltered, and I might lose my very life. The look on Yu Shaoling's face suggested she too was uncertain of how to deal with this threat. Otherwise, her demeanor would not be so grim. The knocking intensified. I pressed against the barricade, desperately trying to secure the door. Tonight would test our fate. If it were to breach our defenses, we would be utterly helpless. Yu Shaoling seemed to relinquish all hope of resistance, slumping onto the sofa, weariness evident in her gaze as she regarded me. "I do not wish to perish. I have yet to marry. Sister, we must devise a plan. We cannot simply sit here and await our fate." Yu Shaoling shook her head, expressing her helplessness. "I have no means to confront the zombies. If Lu Xinghe were here, he would surely possess a solution. Isn't that stating the obvious? I too wish Lu Xinghe were present, but the reality is that he is still confined to the hospital." Suddenly, I felt as if the door had been violently thrust open, a tremendous force propelling me outward. I spun through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 78. Encountering Zheng Daoyi in an instant, it felt as though my very insides were trembling. Gritting my teeth, I lifted my head. The zombie stood not far from us, its ghastly visage adorned with a greenish face and sharp fangs, exuding terror. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, Yu Shaoling swiftly maneuvered her way directly in front of the zombie. In her hand, she grasped a yellow talisman. With an urgent command, she affixed the talisman to the zombie's forehead, exclaiming, "By the decree of the spirits." To my relief, the zombie suddenly froze in place, leading me to believe that it was not as formidable as it appeared. However, the next scene left me utterly astounded. The zombie began to sway, and the ground seemed to tremble beneath us. Yu Shaoling's expression darkened significantly, and she leaped back with remarkable speed. Within mere seconds, a gust of wind swept away the talisman from the zombie's forehead. A heart-wrenching howl erupted as the creature lunged toward us, refusing to be outdone. I charged forward as well. Rather than succumb to death, I preferred to fight. I leaped and delivered a kick to the zombie's abdomen. A resounding clang echoed, and an intense pain shot through my foot, as though I had struck a solid rock. The zombie swiftly spun around and seized my leg, lifting me with overwhelming force. Thud! My body crashed to the ground, and I was momentarily overwhelmed by pain, gasping for breath. This wretched creature was indeed ferocious. Suddenly, he lunged at me, pinning me down with an overpowering force, a foul stench emanating from his mouth. Behind me, Yu Shaoling rushed forward, but before she could reach me, the zombie turned and struck her with a powerful slap, sending her sprawling to the ground. She landed hard, clutching her legs, gritting her teeth, and trembling all over. At that moment, I felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter, utterly at the mercy of this creature as it bared its fangs, lunging for my throat. Instinctively, I raised my hands to shield my neck, for I had no desire to meet the king of hell at such a tender age. Yet his strength intensified, and the stench drew closer, signaling an impending doom. Thoughts of my relatives flitted through my mind, wondering how they were faring in the world beyond. Suddenly, a cacophony of rooster crowing pierced through the air, and the zombie froze. Within 3 seconds, it abruptly sprang to its feet and leaped away. Yu Shaoling, leaning against the wall, slowly rose to her feet and approached me, her face pale and weak as she inquired, "Are you all right?" I reassured her, "I'm fine." "What just happened?" I was ready to say my last words, and then it just left. "It was all thanks to the rooster," Yu Shaoling explained, panting against the wall. "When the rooster crows, it signals that dawn is approaching, and the sun will soon rise, causing the zombies to retreat." I mused to myself that this creature possessed quite the sense of timing. Nevertheless, I was relieved. Otherwise, I might have found myself face to face with the king of hell. After the incident, neither of us dared to sleep. According to Yu Shaoling, we needed to locate the grave during the day and simultaneously find the zombie residing within it. This would enhance our chances of success. As dawn broke, the sunlight refracted into the courtyard, and I was suddenly struck by the beauty of being alive. Every day, countless individuals online spout nonsense about the worthlessness of life. Yet when faced with life and death, I would love to see if they still hold that belief. Upon reaching the doorway, I was met with a gruesome sight. A chicken lay mangled in the yard, its legs and wings strewn about, with remnants of zombie-inflicted flesh scattered on the ground. At that moment, I heard footsteps approaching the entrance. Following the sound, I saw the village chief slowly making his way inside. It appeared I had arrived late. I inquired about their well-being from the previous night. The chief, upon noticing the scene in the courtyard, addressed us with concern. I thought to myself, how could they be well? Had it not been for that rooster outside, I might have already met Yama, the king of the underworld. Had I known it was that chicken, I would have certainly treated it with utmost hospitality. Yu Shaoling approached the entrance and asked, "Is everything all right, chief? Could you tell me where that grave is? I am determined to take a look." The chief paused for a moment, then sighed. "Linga, it would be best if you left it be. They have already sought out experts and are on their way. They claim they will eliminate the creature today." A flicker of relief crossed Yu Shaoling's face. Indeed, there are those more capable than us. While dealing with zombies may not be straightforward, they're certainly more adept than we are. That is reassuring, Yu Shaoling sighed in relief. In the morning, Yu Shaoling and I tidied up the courtyard. As noon approached, a commotion arose outside. "Fear not, for as long as I am here. Regardless of the presence of any zombies, I shall confront one with ease and two with equal fervor." The voice sounded familiar, prompting me to step out of the courtyard. On the street stood a black Buick, beside which a man clad entirely in black, wielding a peachwood sword, was stationed. A few villagers surrounded him, their eyes filled with admiration. In an instant, I recognized him. Was he not the fortune-teller from beneath the overpass? Zheng Daoyi. His name seemed utterly incongruous with his persona. What was he doing here? The events of that night remained vividly etched in my memory, particularly how he had nearly soiled himself at the sight of the mother-son duo of malevolence. He raised his gaze, locking eyes with me, a flicker of anxiety crossing his features, yet he uttered no words. I hastened forward, grasped him by the collar, and exclaimed, "Are you jesting? Have you not learned from your past folly? You nearly lost your life last time. How can you remain unrepentant? Do you comprehend the essence of zombie? Your reckless jest could plunge the entire village into utter chaos and despair." Zheng Daoyi paused momentarily, then replied with an air of nonchalance, "Pray tell, young sir, from which school do you hail? Are you acquainted with me? Do refrain from spouting nonsense here, lest I accuse you of defamation. I am a disciple of your second uncle's faction. Your face is indelibly etched in my memory, Zheng Daoyi. Can you not embody even a fraction of the morality and righteousness your name suggests? Have you truly lost your sanity?" I shouted, tugging at his collar. At that moment, the village chief approached me and inquired, "Do you two know each other?" I replied that I did not recognize him, having no idea where this impudent youth hailed from. Since he had spoken so boldly, I decided it was best to disregard the matter and return home. Zheng Daoi pushed me aside, adjusting his collar, his face a mask of reluctance. Instantly, the gazes of the surrounding villagers turned towards me with hostility. What audacious young fool is this? He should return whence he came. Instead of sowing discord here, unable to achieve anything himself, he dares to cast doubt upon others. Indeed, the current generation seems incapable of tolerating anyone who surpasses them. The villagers rallied around Zheng Daoi, and his eyes bore a provocative glint, as if to warn me to refrain from meddling in affairs that did not concern me, lest I find myself in an unfavorable position. Chapter 79. Facing adversity, Zheng Daoi mistakenly believed that I opposed him, when in truth, my intentions were to assist him. I was well aware of his limitations. A person who could not handle a pair of troublesome entities was hardly equipped to confront a zombie. Such a notion bordered on the absurd. However, my well-meaning admonition was perceived by him as an obstruction to his financial pursuits. There exist countless avenues for profit, yet he chose this perilous path. I could only wish him well. I had encountered the zombie the previous night, and it was far from the trivial challenge he imagined. At this juncture, I deemed it prudent to refrain from further commentary and leaned closer to his ear to impart a warning. My concern did not stem from his potential demise. Whether he lived or perished was entirely of his own making. Yet, the villagers bore no guilt in this matter. Zheng Daoi, with a grand flourish, feigned a solemn demeanor and proclaimed, "My young friend, I sincerely appreciate your kind warning. However, do not underestimate my capabilities. I have spent over a decade vanquishing demons, and the ghosts and zombies that have fallen by my hand could encircle the globe thrice. Therefore, rest assured when the time comes. You may stand behind me and learn a thing or two. I shall not be stingy with my knowledge." I could only shrug in resignation, choosing silence over further argument. Zheng Daoi then adjusted his garments and addressed the villagers. "Esteemed villagers, due to the hurried nature of my journey today, I find myself somewhat unwell. Shall we postpone our visit to the graveyard until this afternoon?" The villagers exchanged nods, having collectively deemed Zheng Daoi as their omnipotent savior. I turned and returned to the home of Yushaoling. She was in the courtyard, engrossed in her phone, and upon my arrival, she eagerly inquired about my earlier whereabouts. I recounted the entire affair to her, including the matters concerning Zheng Daoi and the lesson he imparted at Wang Lily's residence. Upon hearing my tale, Yushaoling covered her mouth and chuckled. What peculiar characters you have encountered. No worries, since he has chosen to come in the afternoon. It shouldn't pose much of a problem. We can accompany him, and if any trouble arises, we might lend a hand." It seemed we had no other choice. I hoped Zheng Daoi possessed some genuine skill. Although he might not be adept at ghost catching, one could not rule out his proficiency in dealing with zombies. After all, each craft has its own specialization. At noon, Yushaoling personally prepared a meal of 3 dishes and a soup, especially the tomato and scrambled eggs, which truly enlightened me. Had I known where to procure salt, I would have been tempted to reprimand him. While Yushaoling and I were enjoying our meal, we heard footsteps at the door. I turned to see Zheng Daoi peeking in with a shifty gaze. "What are you staring at? Are you a thief?" I called out to him, brandishing a steam bun. He sauntered in with a grin, quite self-aware as he pulled up a stool and remarked, "Dear friend, today, as lunch appears quite lavish. I wonder if I might partake in this culinary delight." It dawned on me that this fellow had come to mooch a meal. "Go eat elsewhere," he retorted, casting an annoyed glance at Zheng Daoi. The events of the morning were still fresh in my mind. He had humiliated me before so many onlookers, and now he sought to dine at my table. Zheng Daoi proffered me a cigarette, saying, "My young friend, regarding the previous matter, you've misunderstood me. I simply had a sudden stomachache. Nature called, you understand. Can you guarantee you'll never need to relieve yourself in your entire life?" Zheng Daoi's explanation was truly impeccable. I was at a loss for words. Having nearly been frightened out of his wits by the sight of the deadly mother and son duo, he now had the audacity to tell me about a pressing need. Fine. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Get to the point. I don't have time to waste. Don't interrupt my meal," I said, waving my hand dismissively. My young friend, this humble Taoist is feeling rather peckish. Might we converse over a meal?" Zheng Daoi said to me with a grin. Before I could retort, Yushaoling handed him a pair of chopsticks. I glared at Yu Shaoling, who gave me a playful smile in return. Very well, I thought. Let Zheng Daoi sample Yu Shaoling's cooking. In a certain respect, it's a form of punishment for him. Zheng Daoi said with a smile. This female benefactor is not only of unparalleled beauty, but also possesses such a kind heart. In that case, this humble Taoist shall accept with gratitude. Zheng Daoi finished speaking and picked up a mouthful of food with his chopsticks, bringing it to his mouth. His face, which had been cheerful, instantly clouded over, and he subconsciously wanted to spit it out. Seeing this, I quickly said, "The person beside me is a Sanda champion and a gold belt holder. Some people should take note of this. Some people can turn hostile in an instant." Zheng Daoi's expression changed drastically. He must have regretted eating that mouthful of food. Upon observing Yu Shaoling's expression, he gritted his teeth and swallowed hard. Yu Shaoling chuckled softly and remarked, "See, I told you, my cooking isn't that bad. Please, continue eating without hesitation." Zheng Daoi hastily waved his hand, saying, "Esteemed lady, I must confess my stomach has been rather unwell these past few days, so I shall refrain from eating. I came to inquire about something. You mentioned encountering that zombie last night. Could you describe its appearance? Was it terrifying or formidable?" I shot him a sidelong glance and nonchalantly replied, "It was tolerable, but it pales in comparison to Master Zheng. You are no ordinary individual, a true master among masters. How could you possibly fear a mere little zombie?" I cast him a sardonic look, unmistakably mocking him. Yet Zheng Daoi unexpectedly straightened up and slowly said, "I didn't expect your eyes to be so perceptive. You caught on to my concealed abilities during our last encounter. Sometimes, one simply cannot hide their true strength. Goodness, in my 20-plus years of life, I had never encountered someone so audacious. Fear not, for with me here, no demon or monster stands a chance," Zheng Daoi declared earnestly. I lit a cigarette, choosing to remain silent, as today I wished to observe how this so-called Master Zheng Daoi would perform. After his declaration, Zheng Daoi departed, flashing me a grin as he left, suggesting I could learn some techniques from him in the afternoon, which would be beneficial for my future. I thought to myself, what could he possibly teach me? Deception and trickery? I am still youthful, and I certainly do not wish to find myself imprisoned at such a tender age. However, I find myself at a loss for words. Everything hinges on this afternoon. At precisely 2 o'clock, during the hottest part of the day, Zheng Daoi approached the entrance of the courtyard and informed me that it was time to depart, inviting me to accompany him. I called upon Yu Shaoling, and the two of us followed in his wake. Approximately 7 or 8 villagers had gathered, including the village chief, who engaged in warm exchanges with Zheng Daoi along the way, occasionally offering him cigarettes. It seems that Zheng Daoi is likely to earn a considerable sum from this outing. The exact amount remains unknown, yet it matters little to me. No matter how impoverished I may be, I would never contemplate acquiring such money, for it would surely shorten my days. Chapter 80. Opening the coffin accompanied by a throng, I ascended a mountain, and from a distance, I observed a grave that had been disturbed, surrounded by scattered soil and human footprints. It appeared to be the site of a tomb robbery. Zheng Daoi approached the burial site, retrieving 3 incense sticks from his bag, and theatrically proclaimed, "Today I, Zheng Daoi, a disciple of Mao Shan, have come to vanquish demons and subdue malevolent spirits. I implore the virtuous celestial to grant me protection." After uttering these words, he ignited the incense with a lighter, bowed 3 times towards the heavens, and inserted the sticks into the soil to the south. I mused to myself that he was quite adept at this charade, and I was curious to see how he would proceed. "Is the coffin within here?" Zheng Daoi inquired of the villagers, who all nodded in affirmation. He then produced a ruler from his bag, which I had inadvertently seen at home. It was called the Tiangong ruler, reputed to possess the power to ward off evil. Though one might question Zheng Daoi's capabilities, he certainly had an assortment of tools. At that moment, he unveiled a pristine peach with sword and a collection of talismans. Village chief quickly summoned someone to excavate the coffin. "The ground is excessively damp and dark. If I were to descend recklessly, I might prevail, but it would be inconvenient for combat, which could lead to complications," Zheng Daoi stated, stroking his chin with an air of feigned profundity. I thought to myself, what a pretense. Whether he could ascend again after going down was uncertain. The village chief nodded and then turned to a man in his 50s, saying, "Juicy, why hasn't your boss's excavator arrived yet?" The pillar glanced at his watch and shook his head. "I have no idea. I informed him at this hour, but who knows what he is up to. Allow me to give him a call." With that, he stepped aside to make a phone call. Meanwhile, Zheng Daoyi was not idle. He distributed talismans to everyone present, saying, "Everyone, hold on to these. They possess significant utility, capable of warding off evil and suppressing corpses. Should a zombie rise, these items may prove vital for your survival." Zheng Daoyi spoke with an air of ethereal wisdom. Afterward, he handed one talisman each to me and Yu Xiao. Upon closer inspection, I nearly burst into laughter, for it was simply a basic safety talisman. I had seen such charms in books before. They bore no real power against the undead, merely serving to repel minor misfortunes. I recalled asking my father about safety talismans in my childhood. He had informed me that such charms were often peddled by charlatans, requiring little skill and yielding a tidy profit. Why not indulge? This only reinforced my belief that Zheng Daoyi was no master, merely a pretentious fraud. Just then, a buzzing sound arose behind me. Turning around, I saw an excavator approaching, operated by a robust young man. "Those born in the year of the rooster or the sheep, please take heed and do not turn around," Zheng Daoyi shouted to the crowd. No sooner had he spoken than 3 teenagers turned their heads. With a swift scoop, the excavator dug into the ground, and before long, a massive coffin emerged before me. The material of this coffin appears to be of a quality unmatched by ordinary coffins, which explains why they would attempt to plunder this tomb. It must contain numerous valuable items. Suddenly, a potent stench of decay wafted towards me, identical to the odor I detected in the courtyard last night. I turned to Yu Xiaoling and inquired if she had noticed any peculiar scent. She sniffed a couple of times and shook her head, insisting she sensed nothing. I took another whiff, affirming that the odor was not merely a figment of my imagination. With a resounding thud, the coffin crashed heavily to the ground, and the foul smell intensified. Clearly, Yu Xiaoling had caught a whiff as well. She patted my shoulder and whispered, "I smell it too, just like last night. It seems the zombie that appeared in the courtyard is indeed contained within this coffin." I nodded, continuing to observe what Zheng Daoyi would do next, while my fingers brushed against the rune sword nestled in my backpack. This sword was a gift from Zhang Long, one I had yet to wield, as opportunities had been scarce, but today it seemed it might prove essential. Zheng Daoyi circled the coffin, raising a handful of spirit talismans, and recited incantations with fervor. "No talisman head, talisman essence, Mao Shan Dao. I summon the great general to this place, to subdue and quell the dead. 5 family Dao, I decree the counterspell against demons. By my command, let the corpse serve as a weapon. Xiqing Dao, I command Wang Kuan to relay this order, urgently, as the law commands." As his voice faded, the surrounding talismans ignited spontaneously. I pondered whether Zheng Daoyi indeed possessed some skills, and perhaps I had underestimated him. However, Yu Xiaoling beside me shook her head and remarked, "It appears he is indeed a fraud. Did you not notice him applying something while affixing the talisman? That was a chemical substance. Look at his right hand." At that moment, I glanced at Zheng Daoyi's right hand and discovered he was holding a matchstick with a recently extinguished matchstick lying at his feet. It seemed Zheng Daoyi had employed a trick. Such charlatans are often quite adept. Dear villagers, there is no need for alarm. Just now, the old Taoist utilized his cultivation to subdue the zombie within the coffin. We merely need to open the coffin and eliminate its remains to avert this calamity," Zheng Daoyi stated with an air of calm. It was evident that he was merely feigning composure. Who could truly discern what lay within that coffin? "Master Zheng, I advise you to exercise caution. The consequences of blindly opening the coffin are beyond our estimation," I cautioned earnestly. "Last night, I witnessed the ferocity of that zombie. If we were to release it, it would not discriminate. It would seize anyone it encounters. Moreover, Zheng Daoyi is nothing more than a con artist, not a true master. Impudent. I am aware of your envy towards my abilities, yet there is no need for such slander. Over the years, I have subdued no fewer than 100 zombies, both large and small," Zheng Daoyi retorted, dismissing my good intentions with a sharp rebuke. "So be it. I suppose I spoke out of turn." I stepped forward and grasped Zheng Daoyi's arm, reminding him once more, I witnessed the actions you just undertook. I sincerely advise you to reconsider. The matters at hand are indeed formidable. If you do not think of your own well-being, at least consider the multitude of villagers around you. Begone. This young man disrupts the sacred practices of our establishment. Is there no one to address this? Zheng Daoyi retorted sharply, sweeping his sleeve aside. As anticipated, the surrounding villagers advanced towards me, but Yu Shaoling promptly stepped in, pulling me back and providing a shield. Do not meddle. Even if trouble arises, I can handle it. Yu Shaoling whispered softly in my ear. Chapter 81. You are quite unreasonable, villager chief. I truly know him. He is nothing but charlatan. Please, hasten to disperse the villagers. I implored Zheng Daoyi, but he remained obstinate, leaving me no choice but to place my hopes on the chief. As the chief, his opinion would carry significant weight, and once he spoke, the matter would surely be resolved with greater ease. This young man, I hold you in esteem solely because you're Ling'er's friend. Had it been anyone else, I would have cast him down the mountain by now. Just observe closely and learn something, lest you find yourself the subject of ridicule in the future, the chief remarked with palpable impatience. Indeed, he remained skeptical of my words. He had witnessed Zheng Daoyi's theatrical display and naturally believed in his abilities, while I seemed merely to prattle on in the background. I offered a sheepish smile and stepped back a couple of paces with Yu Shaoling. If they did not trust me, my priority was to ensure our safety. If anything happens, stay behind me and do not act recklessly, I advised Yu Shaoling with genuine concern. Her expression suddenly shifted, and she disdainfully retorted, "Oh, please. Your feeble skills would struggle against even a petty thief." The coffin had already been opened, and thus it bore no nails. The surrounding villagers stepped forward, intent on following Zheng Daoyi's directive to unveil the coffin. Open it. Fear not. With me here, nothing will go amiss. Zheng Daoyi shouted with increasing impatience. A few young men grasped one end of the coffin. 1, 2, 3, with a shout from several youths, the lid of the coffin was abruptly lifted. My gaze followed the coffin, revealing a zombie lying motionless within, surrounded by patches of blood. The creature's fingernails were elongated and sharp, resembling gleaming daggers. At that moment, Zheng Daoyi, summoning his courage, approached with a peach-wood sword. Upon reaching the coffin's side, he turned with a relaxed expression and declared, "Haha, I knew he would be frightened. Fellow villagers, watch as I employ Daoist's 3-flavor true fire to incinerate him alive." As soon as he spoke, the zombie within the coffin suddenly sat upright, the air thickening with a palpable aura of death. Zheng, Master Zheng, behind you. The village chief's complexion changed dramatically. Retreating several steps, his lips quivering. I knew there was nothing to fear. It was merely a small zombie. After all, Zheng Daoyi, turning to the seated zombie, casually remarked, "Am I right, brother?" Ah. Upon realizing the zombie had indeed risen, Zheng Daoyi let out a terrified scream and attempted to flee. In the blink of an eye, the zombie's hand had clamped tightly around Zheng Daoyi's throat. His face flushed crimson as he weakly cried out, "Help me! Help me!" Zheng Daoyi swung his peachwood sword in desperation, striking the zombie. The sound of metal clashing echoed, yet the zombie remained unfazed, maintaining its grip on Zheng Daoyi's neck before hurling him into the air. Zheng Daoyi tumbled through the air like a flying pig, crashing forcefully onto the ground, nearly creating a crater. The surrounding villagers, frightened, were on the verge of fleeing. Everyone remain calm. Do not act rashly. We must stay united. Our collective yang energy will deter him. In times of peril, panic only invites disaster. The zombies are not fools and will seize any opportunity to target the isolated. As long as the villagers remain together, their shared yang energy will instill a degree of caution in the zombies. With determination, I brandished my rune sword and charged forward. Leaping gracefully, I spun in midair, bringing the rune sword down with force upon the zombie's head. A resounding clang echoed as the impact jolted my right hand, nearly wrenching the sword from my grasp. The zombie roared ferociously, grasped my rune sword, and hurled me away along with it. I tumbled through the air, landing heavily on the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood. Damn, this creature is truly formidable. At that moment, Yu Shaoling sprang into action, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at the zombie. Though the creature was fierce, its reaction speed paled in comparison to that of a human. Moreover, Yu Shaoling, being a champion in combat sports, rendered the zombie virtually incapable of retaliation. However, it was crucial to avoid a direct confrontation. A single blow from a zombie possessed the power of 10 champions. At that moment, it was not a sigh of relief for Shaoling. The zombie struck her abdomen with a resounding slap, causing her to stagger and collapse to the ground. This scene instantly tugged at my heartstrings. Zheng Daoyi had already fainted, and Shaoling was in considerable pain. I shook my head to clear my thoughts and stood up. I could only rely on myself now. I meticulously recalled the knowledge I had previously encountered in books, and before I knew it, I sensed a warm current surging within me, coursing through every inch of my body. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through me, as if I were infused with boundless strength. At that moment, a multitude of intricate runes appeared in my mind. I then shook Zheng Daoyi awake. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes and anxiously inquired, "What is happening? Is it resolved?" "Resolved? Not all. Hurry up and buy me some time. I need to draw a talisman." As Zheng Daoyi lifted his head and caught sight of the zombie, he promptly fainted once more. "Useless fool," I cursed under my breath, yanking him up and hurling him toward the zombie. You scoundrel," Zheng Daoyi exclaimed loudly. Chapter 82, the first incantation, as I pushed Zheng Daoyi forward. He was immediately ensnared by the zombie, which clutched his throat with a relentless grip. Upon witnessing this, Yu Shaoling rushed to his aid. Meanwhile, I remained vigilant, catching sight of a collection of unmarked yellow talisman papers within Zheng Daoyi's bag. Swiftly, I extracted them, along with an inkstone and a brush. Gradually, I endeavored to channel the warm energy within me into my right hand, and at that moment, the tip of the brush suddenly shimmered with a golden light. With the incantation flashing through my mind, I proclaimed loudly, "Heavenly circle and earthly place, the 9 laws command. I now set pen to paper. All ghosts shall be concealed. Swift as the law commands." A formidable force seemed to gather in my hand, and I began to inscribe the talisman. Wherever the brush touched, a radiant golden glow emanated, and in a brief moment, the talisman was complete. Then, following the thoughts in my mind, I declared, "Fire clouds of the Dan heaven, striking terror across the cosmos. Ascend the demonic energy, sever the malevolent presence. Swift as lightning, the winds shall not cease. Transforming the truth, I pay homage to the Emperor. Swift as the law commands." In an instant, the talisman appeared to come alive, soaring into the air. Before I could react, it exploded with a resounding bang, disintegrating into wisps of white smoke. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered ominously above me. At that moment, a silver-white lightning bolt flashed forth, hurtling towards the zombie with the swiftness of a missile. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the lightning struck the zombie, enveloping it in a veil of white smoke, causing its decaying flesh to burst apart. The zombie fell to the ground in a rigid posture. The flash of lightning terrified Zheng Daoyi, causing him to cower behind me in fright. With my rune sword in hand, I cautiously approached, only to find the zombie's appearance utterly grotesque. Yet, there was no further movement, which offered me a sense of relief. Thankfully, all of this seemed to be resolved. Yu Shaoling scrutinized me with suspicion before slowly inquiring, "Did you control that heavenly thunder?" I numbly nodded. To be honest, I had no idea how I had summoned the thunder out of thin air. Wasn't this something solely reserved for television dramas? At that moment, the dark clouds above had completely dissipated, replaced by the sunlight that had just emerged. The rays warmed each of us, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Indeed, they had not misjudged you, Yu Shaoling remarked with a nod of appreciation towards me. I had no time to ponder the implications of my earlier statements. I quickly turned to the villagers and shouted, "Hurry, hurry. Let us clean up. It should be safe now, right?" I turned back to Yu Shaoling, who affirmed with a nod, explaining that the heavenly thunder had nearly obliterated the zombie's body, leaving it with no chance of resurrection. I nodded in agreement, placing my trust in her words. Subsequently, the village chief instructed the villagers to place the zombie back into its coffin, surrounding it with a ring of nails. Following a thought that crossed my mind, I drew 5 corpse-restraining talismans and affixed them around the coffin. Once everything was settled, I turned to leave. However, just after taking a couple of steps, I felt someone grasp my shoulder from behind. As I turned my head, I beheld Jingdaoyi, who now regarded me with a countenance full of remorse. My apologies, brother. I did not anticipate that you were a recluse of such caliber. Might I inquire if you accept disciples? I let out a bitter laugh and shook my head, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Just moments ago, I had been utterly bewildered, and now the thought of taking on disciples felt ludicrous. What would I teach them? Nonsense or mere bravado? Subsequently, I descended the mountain with Yu Shaoling. On our way, the villagers' demeanor towards me transformed dramatically. They inquired if I was in need of any eggs or soy sauce, with some even jesting about marrying their daughters to me. I politely declined all offers, reminding myself that I was merely 18, far too young to entertain such thoughts of matrimony. Upon arriving at Yu Xiaoling's home, she gazed at me as if I were a creature of legend. When did you secretly acquire such skills? Why did you refrain from intervening last night? Was it merely to showcase your prowess before the crowd? I shrugged and replied, "Oh, come now. I genuinely had no idea what was happening. You witnessed the chaos last night. Had I possessed any real ability, I would have acted sooner. If not for the rooster's crow, I might very well be facing Yama right now." After a moment of contemplation, Yu Shaoling nodded. "Very well. I shall begrudgingly believe you. Regardless, the matter has been resolved satisfactorily. To express my gratitude, I can grant you one request." I found myself unconsciously appraising her devilish figure, a thrill coursing through me. "Really, anything at all?" Upon noticing the lewd glint in my eyes, Yu Shaoling approached and delivered a sharp slap to my head, scolding, "Keep your sordid thoughts to yourself. When we return, I shall gift you a set of lipstick." "Lipstick? Little one, do you have a multitude of questions?" "I, a steadfast man of iron, who seldom employs facial cleanser. How could you possibly present me with lipstick?" "Indeed, I shall give it to you. You are unlikely to appreciate it. Hence I will keep it for myself. Yes, when I return, I shall procure a set of lipstick as a token of gratitude to you," Yu Shaoling remarked, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. A master of logic, indeed, it is just as she said. To avert a repetition of yesterday's dismal lunch, I took it upon myself to prepare a few dishes. While they may not have been exquisite, they were certainly far superior to Yu Shaoling's culinary abominations. As she picked up a piece of chicken wing and chewed, she remarked, "Not bad, Xiao Guozi. I didn't expect you to be so accomplished. Your cooking is quite commendable." I cannot discern whether her words were a compliment or a veiled mockery. In my heart, I resolved that my future partner must possess culinary skills. Otherwise, relying on takeout daily would be less than ideal. I cherished the notion of two individuals sharing the experience of cooking together. During our meal, Yu Shaoling lifted her gaze to the distant white clouds and mused, "Just wait. I doubt anyone would dare to marry you." I took a bite of my dish and replied slowly. In the afternoon, I indulged in a brief slumber, and upon awakening, it felt as though my mind had been completely drained, akin to a thorough mental exhaustion. I found myself unable to recall the incantations that had danced through my thoughts earlier that day. As dusk gradually descended, Yu Shaoling knocked on my door and informed me that it was time to pay respects at the grave. To be honest, I was perplexed by the peculiar notion of visiting a grave at night. After some commotion, I shouldered a bundle of joss paper and joined Yu Shaoling in the car. The altar for his parents was situated not far from the village. It was an expansive hall, and upon entering, I was greeted by a chilling sensation that sent a shiver down my spine. Once the vehicle was parked, Yu Shaoling ventured into a small room within the hall, retrieving two black and white photographs along with two memorial tablets. He then found a relatively clean spot and carefully placed the photographs and tablets of the two individuals upon it. Chapter 83. The woman who came to visit the man in the photograph appears vibrant, while the woman beside him is stunningly beautiful. Both are captured in a moment of laughter. I picked up a lighter and ignited the paper money, casting it into the hole before me. Illuminated by the flames, I distinctly witnessed the redness creeping into Yu Shaoling's eyes, which soon brimmed with tears. This was the first time I had seen her weep. I had never considered that someone with her temperament could shed tears. I had overlooked a fundamental truth. Yu Shaoling is a woman. Women are inherently delicate, yet they embody strength and motherhood. It was only a few years ago, upon my mother's passing, that I comprehended the true essence of this saying. Reflecting on this, my own eyes began to swell with emotion. I remained unaware of how she was faring on her end. Then, Yu Shaoling gently rested her head on my shoulder and, with a trembling voice, inquired, "Do you think my parents are faring well on the other side? Have they perhaps reincarnated? Will they recognize me as friends in this lifetime? Or are they watching over me from above?" I smiled softly, stroking her head as I reassured her, "Do not dwell on such thoughts. We must continue to live well, for that would bring them joy from their vantage point. Like anyone who has lost loved ones, we often ponder whether they are watching over us, safeguarding us in spirit. Is there not a saying that goes, if you miss them, simply lift your head and gaze at the stars on the horizon? They're the brightest star at the edge of the heavens, ever watching over you." Early the next morning, I bid farewell to this village with Yu Shaoling. At the entrance, we were halted by the villagers. Before I could open the door, they surrounded us, eagerly stuffing the car with eggs, grains, and various necessities. I understood that this was their utmost gratitude. I did not refuse their kindness. After expressing my heartfelt thanks, I parted ways with Yu Shaoling and left the village. "How are you feeling? Do you sense any discomfort?" Yu Shaoling inquired with concern as we traveled. I shook my head, assuring her that I felt fine. Strange. By all accounts, the first casting of a spell should leave one feeling quite unwell. Could it be that you truly are? At this point, Yu Shaoling's mouth formed a Na shape as she gazed at me. "What is it? Do enlighten me. Are you suggesting that I am indeed the most dashing individual on the street?" I retorted playfully. Yu Shaoling shot me a glance of exasperation, indicating she had no intention of continuing. Once we exited the highway, I returned to the wreath shop, while Yu Shaoling went back to her organization. Seated on a stool in the shop, I found myself reflecting on the previous day's events. Everything felt so peculiar, arriving with such swiftness and vanishing just as quickly. Yet, none of it truly mattered to me anymore, for life is replete with extraordinary occurrences. As I lay in the shop, idly gazing at the wreaths, a figure entered through the door. She was a mature woman, likely in her mid-30s, possessing a commendable figure and a complexion so well-maintained that it seemed almost flawless. Were it not for the faint wrinkles on her face, one might easily mistake her for a woman in her 20s. "May I inquire if Mr. Chen Zhongping is present?" she politely asked after surveying the store. "He is not here. What do you wish to purchase?" "You may as well consult me. I am his apprentice," I responded courteously, rising to meet her gaze. In our profession, we are part of the service industry, and greeting customers with a smile is our fundamental courtesy. "I'm not here to buy anything. I seek him regarding a personal matter. We had a conversation over the phone earlier. Why has he not yet arrived?" she inquired, scratching her head in confusion. "He has gone on vacation and will not be returning anytime soon." I shrugged, feeling a bit helpless. It had been nearly a month since Uncle Chan had departed, and throughout this time, I had not received a single call from him, leading me to wonder if he had ventured abroad for some sort of mining endeavor. Not even a phone call to check in. "Oh dear, this man truly lacks integrity," she lamented, shaking her head in mild reproach, preparing to leave. "Wait, I heard you were looking for me." At that moment, Uncle Chen's figure dashed through the doorway in a flurry. He dramatically flicked his bangs and struck what he believed to be a dashing pose as he inquired, "Are you Chen Zhongping?" The woman appraised Uncle Chen from head to toe, her expression rife with skepticism. Who would ever believe it? I distinctly recall that when Uncle Chen departed, he was clad in a pristine white suit. Yet now, he appears in an eccentric ensemble, a vibrant green floral shirt atop red shorts, complemented by a pair of flip-flops. This combination is undeniably a pioneer of contemporary fashion. Formalities aside, I wonder what brings this young lady to seek my counsel. Matrimony, mourning, or perhaps exorcism. There is nothing that Chen Zhongping cannot resolve, he boasted while igniting a cigarette. This proclamation only heightened the young woman's unease, prompting her to shake her head and attempt to leave. Suddenly, Uncle Chen extended his hand to obstruct her exit, saying, "I know it's you. Weren't you the one who called me last night? I am well aware of your daughter's predicament. And are you certain you do not wish to discuss it further? Should you choose to depart, do not blame me for not warning you." With that, he nonchalantly retreated indoors, seeking a recliner where he settled comfortably, crossing his legs and puffing on his cigarette. The young woman hesitated at the threshold for a moment before finally stepping inside. "Master Chen, I must admit my earlier oversight. I have been deceived too many times recently and have grown increasingly cautious. My daughter's health deteriorates by the day, and my anxiety mounts. She confessed with a look of regret. I have come to understand that some individuals respond best to forthrightness. When you treat them with excessive deference, they may perceive you as ineffectual. Conversely, if you exude confidence, they are compelled to reconsider their stance. This is the essence of the adage: the meek do not prosper, but the assertive do. I understand. Please provide a brief overview. Yet specifics will require an in-person visit, Uncle Chin remarked as he took a drag from a cigarette. About a month ago, my daughter began exhibiting symptoms. She has been suffering from a persistent high fever and has been in a state of unconsciousness. I have searched through numerous hospitals, yet none have been able to provide a solution, all asserting that my daughter is in good health. However, her condition deteriorates day by day, and last night she even vomited blood. As the young mother recounted this, beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. Are there any other symptoms? Uncle Chin inquired. For instance, has she been speaking incoherently or displaying any unusual behaviors? The young mother lifted her head, reflecting momentarily before shaking it resolutely, affirming that her daughter has only experienced high fever and has remained motionless in bed. Occasionally, she rises to eat, but there are times when she goes 3 days without food. This has caused her great distress, as the lack of nourishment inevitably diminishes immunity and heightens the risk of infection from various pathogens. Chapter 84. Are you not bullying me? Very well. I have grasped the situation. May I inquire how much you intend to offer to settle this matter? Uncle Chun feigned contemplation with a nod, then turned to the young woman with a smile and asked. After some reflection, the young woman tentatively suggested 100,000. Would that satisfy Master Chun? To which Uncle Chun, without a moment's hesitation, replied with a grin, if there is no sincerity in the offer, it would be best for us to refrain from further discussion. You must understand that I hastily booked a flight to return for this matter. The young woman's expression began to show signs of distress. Then, according to Master Chun, what would be the required amount? 500,000, not a penny less. Should the difficulty increase later on, the price will inevitably rise. Of course, should you find this sum unreasonable, you may take a left turn out the door. Not far ahead, there is an overpass beneath which numerous skilled individuals might be willing to accept a mere 1,000. I couldn't help but feel that Uncle Chan was rather demanding. In these times, earning money is no easy feat, and raising stakes to 500,000 seems quite excessive. All right, Master Chun, I agree. Would it be convenient for you to take a look? Surprisingly, the young woman agreed without much deliberation. This piqued my curiosity about Uncle Chan. His nonchalant demeanor made me wonder if he truly possessed some expertise. After all, the previous encounter with the robust individual had him summoned from afar, and now this young woman had come specifically to seek his assistance. Agreeing to the sum without a flicker of hesitation. Splendid. Let's proceed tonight. My apprentice will accompany you, Uncle Chun said with a smile, gesturing towards me. Why am I once again caught in the crossfire? Master Chun, I believe it would be best if you personally came to handle the situation. Your apprentice appears quite young, and I fear he may not be adept at dealing with such matters, the young woman remarked, casting a glance at me that revealed her discomfort. Why worry? If my apprentice cannot resolve this issue, I welcome you to bring someone to demolish my shop. I shall not retaliate, Master Chin replied with unwavering confidence. I thought to myself, this old man, what is a flower shop worth? My life is surely worth more than your shop. The young woman, sensing the tension, refrained from further comment, stating she would return to pick me up from the shop in the evening before she turned and drove away in her red Porsche. Once she had departed, I looked at Master Chan with irritation and asked, you truly are insufferable. You agreed to this matter and accepted payment. Why must I be the one risking my neck? Master Chun burst into hearty laughter. I understand your sentiment. Once this matter is resolved, I shall grant you this amount. He extended 3 fingers. 300,000? 3,000. He replied, Master Chun, this is quite unfair. You leave me to go into the fray while you pocket the money. And, in the end, you offer me a mere 3,000? Are you taking advantage of my lack of education? Young rascal, this is merely a trial for you. I have heard you successfully manipulated a flying talisman. Indeed, you have not disappointed me. Your father entrusted you to me for a reason. Work diligently with me, and I shall make it my mission to show your father that I, Chun Zhongpeng, can indeed cultivate a worthy disciple. Uncle Chun, silence. If you do not wish to go, then refrain from appearing at the flower shop in the future. Go home and keep your father company, Uncle Chun retorted sharply, turning away from me. I promptly closed my mouth, chastising myself for my lack of ability. If only I were as capable as Zhang Long, I would not have to endure his ire. In the afternoon, as Uncle Chun sat watching television and occasionally chuckling, I toiled away, cleaning the shop as if I were merely his servant. At 4 o'clock, I was puzzled by Uncle Chin's sudden departure without so much as a word. It felt as though I were living in a world where he vanished like a thief, appearing and disappearing without a trace. By 6 in the evening, a crimson figure arrived at the entrance. A woman in high heels alighted from her vehicle and, with a courteous demeanor, inquired, "Young master, shall we set off now?" "Wait, I haven't eaten yet," I replied, stirring my instant noodles in the microwave. After all, one must be well fed to have the strength to labor. "Oh, never mind the food. Come with me. I shall treat you to a sumptuous feast." With that, she seized my hand, attempting to lead me away. Upon contact, I felt her hand, so fair and delicate, rivaling even Xiaoling's. She ushered me into her car, which sped towards an upscale restaurant in the city center. Upon our arrival, a server approached with utmost respect, standing before the car. The woman handed him the keys, and he drove off to park. However, before departing, the server cast a disdainful glance in my direction, evidently perceiving me as nothing more than a kept man. Subsequently, I accompanied the young woman into the restaurant, the interior of which could only be described as opulent. Alas, my lack of sophistication left me uttering a simple exclamation of awe. The staff treated her with utmost deference, escorting us to a private room. It was evident that this woman's generosity was underpinned by substantial wealth. A waiter entered, bowing and presenting her with a menu, which she promptly passed to me, saying, "Please, feel free to order whatever you desire, without reservation." Upon perusing the menu, I was taken aback by the prices, the most modest dish costing no less than 300. Nevertheless, I tentatively selected 2 items, after which she ordered 3 more. And fetch my cherished bottle of 82 Lafite. She instructed the waiter, who hesitated. "Madam, that is your last bottle." "Are you certain?" She retorted. "Are you implying I cannot afford it? I shall simply acquire more anon." The waiter, conciliatory, assured her that was not his intent. After the waiter departed, she introduced herself as Zhu Yunwei, 38 years of age, and the president of a conglomerate. Her daughter, Ku Yulin, is a senior at university. Her husband is frequently away on business, leaving them alone. She is a capable woman who has also benefited from her husband's success. He oversees 8 companies, and she presides over one of the largest. No wonder the lives of the affluent are indeed so unpretentious and monotonous. "Young master, please do not take offense at my frankness, but are you truly capable? If not, after this meal, I shall escort you back, for I shall contemplate other alternatives." Zhu Yunwei inquired softly. I chuckled and replied, "Do you truly believe that the youth are incapable in your eyes? Throughout history, how many prodigies have emerged in their youth? Can age truly dictate everything? Although I admit I possess little talent, this afternoon, Uncle Chun imparted wisdom to me. When one is away from home, one must play the part convincingly, lest others look down upon oneself, for otherwise one might miss the opportunity to showcase their abilities." Chapter 85. The capricious Zhu Yunwei. Zhu Yunwei's expression shifted momentarily, and she quickly waved her hand, smiling awkwardly. "Little master, I meant no offense. I merely feared for your safety. I have never doubted you. I have heard of Master Chen's reputation, and his apprentice must surely be competent." I replied coldly, "I am self-taught. Rather than regard Uncle Chun as my mentor, it would be more accurate to call him a swindler who treats me like a servant, offering no instruction while I am left to navigate this path alone. To add insult to injury, he sends me to the front lines while he leisurely sips tea and watches television. Such words are unjust, little master. As the saying goes, one should not forget the well digger when drinking water. Master Chun is indeed your teacher. You cannot simply discard him after acquiring your skills." Zhu Yunwei began to counsel me. Reluctantly, I nodded, allowing her to believe what she wished. I wondered if she would still hold such opinions if she knew Uncle Chan had taken 50,000 from her and paid me a mere 3,000 for running errands. The markup for the middleman was rather excessive. During the meal, I discerned little beyond the steep prices, particularly evident when the bill arrived. A bottle of 1982 Fright cost nearly 70,000, and with 2 bottles, the total reached a staggering 14,000, enough to purchase a modest automobile. I mused. It would have been far better had those 100,000 been given to me. Saving for a future spouse would certainly bring me joy. Zhu Yunwei had indulged in a few glasses of wine, causing her complexion to flush. Her well-maintained visage, accentuated by the rosy hue on her cheeks, vividly showcased the beauty of a mature woman. After a satisfying meal, Zhu Yunwei summoned a designated driver to transport us to a villa located on the outskirts of the second ring road. Upon alighting from the vehicle, I was immediately struck by the grandeur of the residence. Zhu Yunwei informed me during our journey that she typically resided there alone with her daughter. Gazing at the 3-story villa, I couldn't help but shake my head. The disparity between her opulent dwelling and my modest 1-bedroom apartment was stark and disheartening. Zhu Yunwei appeared slightly disoriented, her hand gently grasping my arm, and the delicate fragrance of jasmine wafted into my nostrils. Observing her in that moment, I found her exuding an irresistible allure. I quickly shook my head to maintain clarity. I must not entertain any improper thoughts, for I was here with the intent to seek fortune, not to succumb to fleeting impulses that could lead to regret. I assisted Zhu Yunwei to the entrance of the villa, where she fumbled with her keys for a considerable time before finally managing to unlock the door. To my surprise, upon entering, the temperature inside was remarkably warm. One would expect that if her daughter were indeed haunted, the atmosphere would be considerably colder. With a sense of curiosity, I settled Zhu Yunwei onto the sofa and began to explore the villa. Except for one room on the second floor, which was tightly sealed, I inspected the rest of the premises and found nothing amiss. Descending the stairs, I sat before Zhu Yunwei, lit a cigarette, and inquired, "Is it possible to open the door to the room on the second floor? You may first ascertain whether it is convenient, from my vantage point outside. Y discern no anomalías." Zhu Yunwei, her cheeks tinged with crimson, nodded slightly, shook her head, and ascended the staircase, opening the door to the room. After approximately 5 minutes, she poked her head out and called to me, "Little master, please come up." I nodded and hastily made my way up the stairs. Upon pushing open the door, I found no chill within the room. A girl lay upon the bed, her complexion pallid, eyes tightly shut, utterly motionless. Were it not for the faint sounds of her breathing, I might have doubted her very existence. I approached the bedside and extended my hand to her forehead. The moment my palm made contact, I recoiled from the intense heat. This was no ordinary fever. The temperature was far beyond what one would expect from a mere illness, resembling that of water just brought to a boil. I felt certain that if one were to place an egg upon her forehead, it might very well hatch into a chick. My initial instinct was to suspect malevolent forces at play, yet the room bore no signs of anything amiss. Leaving me momentarily at a loss, I retrieved a mirror from my bag, a gift from Uncle Chin earlier that afternoon. He had informed me that this was a bagua mirror, a tool capable of revealing whether a person is afflicted by spirits. For someone like me, whose abilities to perceive the supernatural remained uncertain, it was indeed a formidable instrument. The mirror felt substantial in my hand, its surface indistinguishable from that of an ordinary mirror, save for a small bagua arrangement at its top. I positioned the mirror towards Ku Yolin's face, and the reflection revealed her pallid complexion, her brows almost engulfed by an ominous darkness, yet my naked eye failed to perceive it. It seemed that my yin-yang eyes were not in the best condition. I consoled myself with this thought. I began to question whether there existed another version of myself, one that would awaken in times of crisis. For how else could I explain yesterday's events? Beside me, Zhu Yunwei also caught sight of the scene in the mirror, her eyes widening with anxiety as she grasped my other hand, urgently inquiring, "Young master, what is happening?" I, feeling equally perplexed, forced a smile. "Do not fret. Allow me to observe for a moment." I then retrieved a yang-enhancing talisman from my bag and affixed it to Ku Yolin's forehead. Gradually, the dark aura on her brow began to dissipate, which provided me with a modicum of relief. If the talisman could indeed facilitate her recovery, it would alleviate a considerable amount of trouble. Suddenly, Kuyulin on the bed erupted into a fit of incessant coughing. Alarmed, Zhu Yunwei hastily asked, "Miss, what is wrong? Do not frighten your mother. Remove the talisman. She is coming. She is coming. Hurry. Take it off." Kuyulin's temperament shifted abruptly, her eyes flaring open. Crimson irises fixated intently upon me. Yet, I did not remove the talisman. "Hurry, hurry. Mother, save me. He intends to harm me." In an unexpected twist, Kuyulin's words turned against me, her accusation piercing through the air. In her desperation as a loving mother, Zhu Yunwei paid little heed to the situation. She surged forward and yanked the talisman from its place, turning to me with a face full of ire, demanding, "Who are you? And why do you wish harm upon my daughter?" Instantly, I was struck by the absurdity of her demeanor. It was as though her head were filled with mush. And I wonder how someone with such a lack of acumen could possibly hold the position of president. Irritated, I shot her a disdainful glance and retorted, "Who do you think I am? Was it not you who summoned me here?" Zhu Yunwei gritted her teeth and glared at me, insisting, "No, you are a villain. Come with me, or I shall call the police." I thought to myself, what kind of nonsense is this? It was she who had invited me and now sought to expel me. Shun Zhongpeng, do you not understand? I do not comprehend. Leave. At that moment, Zhu Yunwei forcefully propelled me outside, her strength astonishing, causing me to stagger back several paces. Chapter 86. Complications. As nightfall descended, the enchanting sky captivated the senses. The presence of night bestowed upon humanity an infinite tranquility, allowing the weary city to regain its composure. The night settled into silence. I stood in the corridor on the second floor, bewildered, and inquired, "What are you doing? Continuing down this path could jeopardize your daughter's well-being." Zhu Yunwei brandished her phone and shouted, "If you don't leave now, I'll call the police immediately." With a resigned nod, I turned on my heel and departed, thinking to myself, I hope you don't regret asking for my help. Exiting the villa area, I was filled with discontent. I hailed a taxi on the street and instructed the driver to take me to the flower shop, thinking, I refuse to cater to your whims any longer. Stop acting like a big shot. As the car traversed the road, the scenes along the street swiftly flashed before my eyes. At that moment, my phone rang. It was Zhu Yunwei. I promptly hung up. Just as I disconnected the call, it rang again. What new antics could she possibly be up to? I answered the call with an irritable tone. "President Zhu, I'm already gone. Do you still wish to report me to the authorities?" After a brief pause, Zhu Yunwei responded, "What are you talking about? I don't understand. How could you have left? What is it that you don't comprehend? Spare me the pretense. Just moments ago, you ordered me to leave, threatening to call the police if I didn't tea. If I didn't tea depart, I would have been handed over to them. Little master, I genuinely have no recollection of that. Please come to my home, and we could discuss this face to face. I assure you, I have no memory of the events you just recounted. If I utter a single falsehood, I shall consider myself unworthy of being human." Zhu Yunwei spoke earnestly. I instructed the driver to turn around and return to the villa district. Upon arriving at the entrance, I noticed Zhu Yunwei standing in the courtyard, scanning the surroundings. As I stepped inside, she immediately approached me. "Little master, what just happened?" "I truly have no idea. I merely went to the restroom and discovered you had vanished. I thought perhaps you had stepped out to purchase something, and I waited for quite some time for your return." I scratched my head in confusion. "Are you joking? Did you not just speak with me inside the house?" Zhu Yunwei shook her head firmly. "No, absolutely not. You asked me to go upstairs to find my daughter. After entering the room and calling for her, she did not respond. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my stomach, so I went to the restroom. I later heard you enter, but I paid little attention. I then heard your voice before you exited. I clapped my hands in realization this is not good. My entire focus was on Ku Yulin on the bed, and I completely overlooked Zhu Yunwei beside me. This meant that the Zhu Yunwei I encountered earlier was not the genuine article, but rather a spirit in disguise. Yet if it were truly a ghost, why did I not sense any malevolent energy? In the past, even without the ability to perceive yin and yang, I could still detect such energies. However, Zhu Yunwei did not appear to be lying. "Little master, do you doubt me? I would never deceive you. By the way, I installed a surveillance camera in Lin Lin's room. We can review the footage together," Zhu Yunwei said to me. I nodded and followed her into a room on the first floor. The room contained a computer and a bed. Zhu Yunwei explained that she had installed surveillance cameras primarily to monitor her daughter during the night, ensuring she could respond promptly to any unexpected situations. I harbored no doubts about her explanation. After all, in the eyes of parents, their children are always paramount. She then pulled up the surveillance footage, and on the screen, I distinctly saw Zhu Yunwei enter the room and call out to Yulin, who lay on the bed. When there was no response, she turned and walked in the bathroom, just as I entered the room. My actions on the footage appeared exceedingly peculiar, as if I were conversing with the air itself. Zhu Yunwei regarded me with a look of utter confusion, but I alone comprehended the truth. I had encountered a ghost. This revelation clarified the earlier events. Simultaneously, I felt a mounting headache. I could not sense the ghost's malevolent energy, which spoke volumes about its formidable power. Zhu Yunwei recognized the gravity of the situation as well. She promptly produced a bank card and handed it to me. Say, little master, there are 200,000 yuan in here. Consider a bonus for your help. Please, you must save my daughter. I shook my head, insisting it was not a matter of money. Yet, to my surprise, she pressed another card into my hands. Little master, this one contains an additional 100,000. The remaining funds are in the company's accounts. If you think this is insufficient, I can contact the finance department tomorrow to arrange for more. What do you think? I must admit, the prospect of such earnings was indeed enticing, but the associated risks were all too apparent. I hesitated for a moment, concealing the money, and reassured her not to worry, suggesting she take a moment to rest while I made a phone call for further inquiries. This situation had escalated far beyond my capabilities. Stepping out of the room, I dialed Zhang Long's number. After 2 rings, the call was promptly connected. What is it? He inquired. I've encountered a ghost. Yet I felt no trace of malevolent energy or ghostly presence emanating from her. What do you think could be the reason? There was a brief silence on the other end, lasting perhaps a dozen seconds. Let go, he advised. This matter is beyond your and my control. Even I cannot guarantee anything. You are merely a novice. Heed my words and abandon this endeavor. Be cautious, or you may endanger your life. Zhang Long's tone was tinged with resignation. But I have already committed, I protested. Is it permissible to regret a promise? Do you value face over life? Consider this a warning. Should anything happen, no one will come to retrieve your remains. He retorted angrily before abruptly disconnecting the call. I refrained from calling back. Since learning of my induction into the organization, our communication had dwindled significantly. In the past, he would have rushed to my side without delay. Could it be that he harbored a prejudice against this organization? I dismissed such unproductive thoughts. If I were to retreat now, it was simply not in my nature. My father had instilled in me the belief that no matter what difficulties one encounters, one must devise a solution. The greatest distinction between humans and animals lies in our capacity for thought and our ability to employ various methods to resolve issues, rather than blindly charging forward based on instinctual advantages. The words may be spoken, yet this matter leaves me utterly at a loss as to where to begin. I lit a cigarette and rubbed my furrowed brow in despair. Just then, my phone buzzed once more. Upon closer inspection, it was Zhang Long. I knew you hadn't left. You rascal. What is it? Never mind. Heed my words. Do you have any willow leaves in your bag? No. If not, come find me. I shall provide you with some essentials that you will undoubtedly need later this evening. Zhang Long urged me to visit his residence, and before I departed, I informed Zhu Yunwei. She was adamant about not letting me go, as the earlier incident had left her in a state of anxiety. Chapter 87. The threat behind in a moment of desperation. I reluctantly handed her 2 talismans from my bag, proclaiming them to be of exceptional quality. I instructed her to affix them to the entrance once I departed, assuring her that I would return swiftly. She nodded in acknowledgement. Though the truth was these talismans were merely ordinary peace charms, capable of scaring off minor spirits, but utterly inadequate against the malevolent entity I had just encountered. Regrettably, my mind was devoid of the intricate runes that had filled it the previous night. The only items I possessed were simplistic talismans carelessly taken from the shop earlier that day. Uncle Chun had refused to provide me with anything more, stating that such items were all the shop had, leaving me with no choice but to accept what was available. I hailed a taxi and made my way directly to Zhang Long's residence. Upon my arrival, I found him engrossed in a book. He opened a drawer and handed me a small vial of water along with a packet of willow leaves. The liquid contained cow's tears, if one wished to see spirits. One would need to apply these tears to the willow leaves and then gently rub them on their eyelids. However, he cautioned that this method would only grant the ability to perceive the spirit realm for a fleeting 3 hours. After that, regardless of the circumstances, the effect would fade away. I recalled hearing about cow's tears and their connection to seeing ghosts from my father during my childhood, though I had dismissed it as mere superstition. Yet now, as Zhang Long recounted this tale, I found myself compelled to accept the veracity of his words. According to folklore, animals such as cats and dogs possess a heightened sensitivity to the supernatural, with cows being particularly attuned, as it is often said that those who toil in their service carry significant karmic burdens from their past lives. The ox toiled tirelessly throughout its life, and at the moment of its slaughter, it is said to possess the ability to perceive its past. In that fleeting instant, tears may stream down its face, each drop holding profound significance. It is believed that if one could procure such a tear, applying it to one's eyelids would grant them the gift of clairvoyance. Of course, this is merely a legend, the veracity of which remains unverified. However, I suspect that the tear of the ox alone suffices. Otherwise, if only a single tear could bestow such powers, one would require an entire multitude of oxen for a mere vial. Is there a method to maintain this clairvoyance perpetually? I countered to Zhang Long. I dread the thought of encountering a dire situation, only for the moment of the ox's tear to pass, rendering me blind and vulnerable. Would a spirit offer me another chance to apply the tear? There are 2 methods. Would you like to know? He inquired. Speak, I replied. One involves the use of Taoist practices to open the third eye, though this requires one's internal cultivation to reach a certain level, which, given your current state, seems quite improbable. And the second method, does it entail any prerequisites? No prerequisites, though it may be rather distasteful. It involves consuming the eyeballs of a crow whole. Upon hearing this, I felt a wave of nausea. The mere sight of a crow instilled fear within me, and the thought of ingesting its eyeballs was unfathomable. I shook my head and declared, "Let us leave it at that for now." With that, I stuffed the items into my bag and prepared to depart. Some truths reveal themselves gradually, and you may come to regret your past actions. It is essential to recognize that this profession is far more challenging than you might imagine. There are countless issues in this world that elude resolution, and relying solely on fervent passion will not suffice. I hope you attain clarity soon. Zhang Long, with his back turned to me, gazed into the profound darkness outside as he spoke solemnly. All right, thank you. I expressed my gratitude before shouldering my bag and departing from Zhang Long's residence. I pondered when he might come to understand this reality. I sincerely wished he would never enter this line of work. Zhang Long shook his head as he watched a figure below. I hailed a taxi, heading straight for Zhu Yunwei's home. During the ride, my phone buzzed with a call from Zhu Yunwei, and I thought to myself, I hope this doesn't lead to any trouble. Hello, Master. Are you on your way? Linlin has gone missing. What? Let us discuss it when I arrive. Master, please hurry. I'm in a rush. I urged the driver from the back seat. Young man, hurrying won't help. You youngsters are always in such a frantic rush. Last time I drove a couple to a hotel in the dead of night, they were in a similar hurry. What can be done? This is the capacity of my engine. Even if I floor the accelerator, it won't go any faster, the taxi driver chuckled, offering a lighthearted response. I managed a sheepish smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Fortunately, the roads were clear, and I soon arrived at Zhu Yunwei's home. As I reached the entrance, Zhu Yunwei rushed out, her expression frantic. She grasped my hand tightly, exclaiming, Linlin is missing. I don't know where she has gone. What should we do? I hurriedly made my way to her residence, ascending to the 2nd floor, only to find the room in disarray, and the bed was devoid of any trace of Kuyulin. Zhu Yunwei informed me that she had heard no sounds. She had merely dozed off for a moment, and upon checking the surveillance footage, she discovered that Kuyulin had vanished. She promptly reached out to me. I inquired if anything unusual had transpired during this time. She shook her head, asserting that nothing had occurred. I quickly accessed the surveillance footage. It revealed that 10 minutes prior to Zhu Yunwei's call, Kuyulin had already risen from her bed. Her movements appeared remarkably mechanical, utterly devoid of normalcy. Ku Yulin circled the room a few times, then lifted her head, a faint smile gracing her lips as she fixed her gaze on the camera, resembling a challenge. Subsequently, she opened the window and leapt out. I instructed Zhu Yunwei to remain calm at home while I dashed downstairs, rushing to the window below. On the lawn, there were distinct footprints left behind. Following the trail for a while, I stumbled upon a girl collapsed on the ground in a small park within the villa area. Upon closer examination, I realized it was Ku Yulin. I hoisted her onto my back, intending to carry her home. As I walked, I sensed some movement behind me. Suddenly, a chilling breeze brushed past my ear, reminiscent of winter's chill. This sensation halted my steps, and, just as I was about to turn around, do not turn. I thought to myself, or this girl might perish. A chilling voice emanated from behind Ku Yulin. I understood that it was the ghost warning me. In order to preserve Ku Yulin's life, I chose to heed her words and continued to move forward. Obedience is commendable. It's surprising that someone so young possesses a sense of justice. But this matter is beyond your control. And what if I insist on intervening? You need not threaten me. I possess an array of talismans in my bag. Within 10 minutes, I could utterly vanquish you. Shouldn't you be the one feeling more apprehensive? I retorted with a cold laugh. Ha ha, young man, you may be youthful, but your bravado is quite audacious. You ought to know how many have sought to obliterate me completely. That woman has summoned countless individuals, yet in the end, they all departed in submission. Chapter 88. Beyond expectations, my footsteps grew increasingly sluggish, while my right hand brushed against the talisman nestled in my pocket, preparing to press it against Ku Yulin in a fleeting moment, in hopes of extracting the malevolent spirit possessing her. This would at least alleviate my current predicament. Young man, I advise you against taking impulsive actions. Every move you make is under my surveillance, a voice cautioned. Suddenly, my right hand was seized by a chill, causing me to instinctively shudder. It appeared that this strategy was no longer viable. The situation was decidedly unfavorable, restricting my capacity for significant action. Any misstep could provoke this individual, placing Ku Yulin in peril. What do you want? I inquired, retracting my hand to address Ku Yulin. I desire nothing more than to be returned to my home. If that woman inquires further, simply state that the matter has been resolved, or claim it is beyond your control. I may spare you, but should you utter more than necessary, the consequences will be dire, the voice warned once again. I nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that direct confrontation was ill-advised. I needed to devise a clever alternative. In accordance with her wishes, I carried Ku Yulin back to her residence. As I opened the door, I was met by Zhu Yunwei, who rushed toward me. Upon seeing Ku Yulin slumped over my back, her expression softened considerably. Is something wrong with Linlin? Zhu Yunwei asked, gazing at the unconscious Ku Yulin. I shook my head, assuring her that all was well, and proceeded to carry Ku Yulin upstairs to her room. Just before exiting, I noticed Ku Yulin's eyes flutter open, a smile gracing her lips as she looked at me. I am aware that it is not Ku Yulin herself, but rather the spirit residing within her. Upon descending the stairs, Zhu Yunwei immediately stepped forward to inquire about Ku Yulin's condition. I gestured for her to speak outside. Subsequently, we opened the villa's door and stepped out. This matter is not easily resolvable. I have already received threats, and the entity within Ku Yulin is exceedingly malevolent, surpassing my capabilities. I lit a cigarette and lowered my voice, expressing my concerns about whether the presence inside the house might overhear our previous conversation. Suddenly, Zhu Yunwei let out a sharp cry. I hurriedly approached and covered her mouth, whispering in her ear, "Keep your voice down. It would be troublesome if we were overheard." This situation is not insurmountable, but requires careful deliberation. First and foremost, I need to ascertain the purpose behind this entity's possession of Ku Yulin. Everything has its cause and effect, and it cannot simply attach itself to her without reason. There must be a story behind it. Little master, I just discovered a pair of shoes at home. Zhu Yunwei whispered in my ear. She then discreetly produced a pair of shoes from her pocket. In the light at the doorway, I discerned the shoes' appearance. They were a diminutive pair of embroidered shoes, crimson in hue, resembling the tiny lotus shoes that women of ancient times used to wear. Under the illumination, These embroidered shoes appeared eerily unsettling. Where did you find these in your house? Had they been there before? I took a puff of my cigarette and examined the shoes closely in my hands. I am uncertain whether it is due to the influence of television shows and films from my childhood, but the numerous haunted elements depicted, particularly those adorned with embroidered shoes, inevitably send shivers down my spine as I gaze at the embroidered shoes in my hands. Just a moment ago, after you departed, I discovered something beneath the stairwell on the first floor. It is something that has never existed in my home before. Little master, Zhu Yunwei inquired timidly. Do you think it could belong to that person? I rubbed my temples at a loss for words. Zhu Yunwei and I entered the room, and following the method taught to me by Zhang Long, I dipped a willow leaf in cow's tears and gently brushed it across my eyelids. With one willow leaf, open the third eye. With two, perceive the malevolent spirits. By urgent command, I summon. Instantly, I felt an extraordinary coolness upon my eyelids. Gradually, I opened my eyes to find Zhu Yunwei before me, shrouded in a veil of dark energy. However, the situation was not dire, as her prolonged association with Ku Yulin had inevitably rendered her susceptible to such ominous influences. Ascending the staircase, I opened the door to Ku Yulin's room, only to see her sitting upright, an overwhelming aura of darkness surrounding her that instilled a sense of dread within me. I had never encountered such a dense manifestation of dark energy before. Little Taoist, what is this? Have you awakened your third eye? Ku Yulin asked with a sinister smile curling at the corners of her mouth, her tone laced with disdain. I chose not to respond, instead continuing to observe her intently. Ku Yulin gradually rose from her bed and approached the window, drawing back the curtains to gaze at the moon on the horizon. She spoke softly. There is no need for your futile efforts. If merely possessing the ability to see spirits could unveil my presence, then you greatly underestimate me. Do you believe my years of cultivation have been in vain? What is it that you truly desire? Ku Yulin is still so young. How could she have offended you? If the shoe of the 3-inch golden lotus belongs to this female ghost, it signifies that she lived for at least a century. I find it perplexing that after such a long time, she has not reincarnated, yet she chooses to haunt someone not yet 20. The cycle of reincarnation exists. Some are not ensnared by my presence, which implies that someone else must endure her plight. Therefore, young Taoist, I advise you to depart swiftly. My patience is not infinite. I can easily discern that you have opened your spiritual eyes. Do you truly consider yourself my equal? Ku Yulin's voice turned icy. I shall not indulge you today. Dawn approaches. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate. With that, her eyes abruptly closed, and she swayed unsteadily. I rushed to support her and helped her back onto the bed. The dark energy surrounding Ku Yulin had diminished somewhat, leaving me scratching my head in confusion. I realized I must seek Zhang Long's assistance during the day. I am no match for her, and currently, he is the only one who can help me. Although Yu Shaoling possesses formidable skills, she evidently lacks sufficient experience in dealing with these matters. Furthermore, I am reluctant to involve her. Should anything happen to her, I would bear the burden of guilt for a lifetime. Descending the stairs, I gazed at the horizon where a faint glimmer of light had begun to rise. How are things, master? Zhu Yunwei inquired, her eyes swollen and red. She recognized the gravity of the situation. Having wept throughout the night until her eyes were puffy and the black strands of her hair appeared slightly gray. There should be no issues during the day. I will venture out to seek assistance and return by nightfall. In the meantime, place this talisman at Ku Yulin's bedside. Remember, it must not come into contact with water or be torn. Otherwise, its efficacy will be lost immediately. I retrieved the talisman from my bag and pressed it into Zhu Yunwei's hand, offering my instructions. She nodded, escorting me to the door, and before my departure, she earnestly pleaded, "Master, you must help my daughter. She is still so young." Chapter 89. Encountering difficulties, I nodded, assuring her that I would not neglect this matter. Zhu Yunwei watched me depart before turning back into the villa, while I hailed a taxi at the entrance and returned to the flower wreath shop. I intended to consult Uncle Chun, hoping he might have a solution. After all, he did not strike me as an ordinary man. Otherwise, my father would not have entrusted me to him. However, upon my arrival at the wreath shop, I discovered that Uncle Chun was nowhere to be found, which filled me with frustration. Surely he wasn't indulging in breakfast this early in the day? The thought ignited my ire. How could he laze about while I was working so hard? I decided to wait for Uncle Chun on a recliner in the shop. But before I knew it, I had drifted into slumber. My sleep was deep and untroubled, devoid of the passage of time, until I finally opened my eyes to find the sun illuminating my face. Yet, Uncle Chun had still not returned, which stirred a sense of urgency within me. In haste, I retrieved my phone and dialed Uncle Chen's number. After a few rings, he answered with relative ease. "Hello, Xiaoyang, what is going on? Has the issue been resolved?" "Resolved? Not at all. The situation is quite complicated. Where are you, Uncle Chun? I have something important to discuss. You are such a disappointment. Your father was far more capable at your age. If you can't handle such trivial matters, how dare you call me? I have no time to return. I'm already on the train." I felt as though I had been petrified in place. How had he ended up on a train? "Uncle Chun, are you jesting with me? Why did you return yesterday? What reason would I have to jest? I am not so idle." I went back to negotiate the price. If I hadn't returned, would she have offered 500,000? "Do your best, and do not embarrass me, or else I shall expel you from my tutelage. By the way, when confronted with challenges, find your own solutions. Do not inquire about everything, for I know little. That is all. I shall hang up now." Before I could utter another word, Uncle Chun abruptly ended the call. I found that the other line had already been disconnected. That cantankerous old man. How could he be out enjoying himself in such circumstances? What would I do if something were to happen? At this juncture, relying on him is futile. I must seek Zhang Long instead. After a moment of hesitation, I resolved to call him, for I had no alternative. I longed to rely solely on myself. Yet the reality was far more complex. One misstep could endanger not only Ku Yulin, but also my own life. The phone rang a few times before Zhang Long answered. However, as the words formed on my lips, I swallowed them back. I had previously told him that I would manage on my own, and now I found myself seeking his assistance. Wasn't that a slap in my own face? "Hello, I am aware that you are in trouble. There is no need for pleasantries between friends. I will assist you as best I can. Wait for me at the shop." Before I could respond, Zhang Long concluded the conversation and hung up. Approximately 20 minutes later, Zhang Long entered, clad in sports attire and carrying a bag. He offered me a cigarette, igniting one for himself, and coldly inquired, "Now, tell me, what trouble have you found yourself in this time?" I smiled awkwardly and conveyed the matter to Zhang Long. After listening, he flicked the ash from his cigarette, gazed out the window, and spoke to me slowly. "Are you truly resolved to pursue this matter?" I nodded in affirmation. "Very well. Let me tell you, based on your description, the spirit you mentioned possesses at least a century of cultivation and is likely a malevolent ghost, exceedingly difficult to contend with. This evening, I shall accompany you to investigate." Zhang Long, seeing my agreement, did not hesitate. I expressed my gratitude with a heartfelt thanks. For some reason, whenever Zhang Long assented to my requests, I felt an unusual sense of reassurance, even though I remained uncertain whether he could resolve this issue. "Then it is settled. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall seek you out later tonight." After uttering this statement, Zhang Long rose and departed from the flower shop. I reclined in a lounge chair, gazing at the diverse array of fashionable young women on the bustling street, pondering when I might find a romantic partner. Just as I was observing the alluring figures, a striking silhouette entered my line of sight. Rubbing my eyes for clarity, I realized it was Chun Yao Yao. I had not seen this young lady for some time. Today, she donned a blue off-the-shoulder top paired with a white miniskirt, complemented by a pair of white sneakers, exuding the charm of a neighborly girl. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? I brought you something," Chun Yao Yao said as she placed a takeout box on the table before me. I rose and eagerly tore open the bag, devouring the contents ravenously, realizing I was indeed quite hungry. "What brings you here in such a fine mood? Is there something you need?" I have always felt a sense of unease regarding the visit from this young girl, fearing there may be some underlying issue at hand. "It's nothing, I just miss you," Chun Yao Yao said with a sweet smile. "Come on, just tell me what's going on. Spare me the antics. Have you gotten yourself into trouble?" "No. We are having a reunion with our high school classmates next Monday. Would you accompany me?" "I feel quite anxious about going alone," Chun Yao Yao said, her voice tinged with shyness. I took a bite of my meal and replied, "Is that all? I'll see how things go. I'm not entirely sure." The situation with Kiyulin remains unresolved, and during this time, I dare not roam freely, hence my reluctance to agree to Chen Yao Yao. It is well known that entangled women can be exceedingly troublesome. Pouting in annoyance, Chen Yao Yao placed her hands on her hips and glared at me. Guoyin Yang, I invited you because I hold you in high regard. Do you have any idea how many people would wish to accompany me? You should be more appreciative. And to say you'll see how it goes, how utterly inconsiderate. I merely smirked and continued to eat my meal. Guoyin Yang, why are you ignoring me? Do you look down on me? Chen Yao Yao's temper flared further as I remained unresponsive. Understood, my lady. I have my own matters to attend to, but I assure you, once I'm through, I will certainly accompany you. I conceded to her, knowing that otherwise this young lady would relentlessly pester me. Upon hearing this, she finally smiled and told me to take my time with my meal while she departed. I made no effort to retain her. After indulging in a sumptuous meal and contentedly releasing a burp, I reclined in a chair and drifted off to sleep. When I opened my eyes amidst a golden expanse of fields, I found myself lying on the ground, surrounded by patches of grass. Not far away stood a girl, whose silhouette bore a striking resemblance to Chen Yao Yao. She was crouched down, playfully toying with a picture frame in her hands. Rising to my feet, I approached her, scratching my head as I inquired, "What are you doing here? Where exactly are we?" Suddenly, Chen Yao Yao remained motionless and replied, "Do you still remember me?" With a mechanical motion, her head turned towards me. The sight of her face instinctively caused me to take several steps back. Chapter 90. The informed one, she was astonishingly the girl from a portrait. What do you want? Why do you continue to cling to me? Are you never satisfied? After all that had transpired, I found myself no longer engulfed in fear regarding the girl in the photograph. Firstly, I had committed no transgressions against her, so my conscience remained untroubled. The girl wore a blank expression, her gaze fixed intently upon me. Suddenly, the sky above darkened ominously, unleashing a torrential downpour. The rain fell upon me like blood, and when I glanced down, I was horrified to see puddles of crimson surrounding my feet. I instinctively recoiled, taking 2 steps back. The blood-like rain splattered across the girl's face, staining it a deep red. In an instant, her visage contorted grotesquely. A sharp pain jolted me awake, and I found myself lying on the floor of the flower shop, a nearby recliner slightly askew. It seemed I had merely been ensnared in a nightmarish vision, one that served as a poignant reminder. Ever since the girl in the portrait had been frightened away by Granny Huang, she had not sought me out again. Had she succumbed to fear, or was she merely biding her time? Outside, darkness had enveloped the world. Upon checking my phone, I noticed a message from Zhang Long, informing me he would arrive shortly and to prepare for departure. I rose and tidied up briefly, and within 5 minutes, Zhang Long appeared at the entrance of the flower shop, cigarette in mouth, urging me to hurry. It was already 11:30 at night, and the streets were nearly devoid of traffic. We soon arrived at Zhu Yunwei's villa, where I noticed a black Land Rover parked in the garage. I raised my hand and knocked on the door, which was opened by a man. He appeared to be in his 40s, sporting a buzz cut and eyes filled with shrewdness, unmistakably a businessman. "Who are you looking for?" he inquired, sizing up both Zhang Long and me. "I am looking for Zhu Yunwei. Is she not home?" I asked politely. The man's expression suddenly shifted, his face contorting with disdain as he regarded me. "So, you are the so-called Yin-Yang master she mentioned? You seem rather young. Perhaps you are merely a charlatan. Do you truly believe we are all fools here? I'm afraid I do not comprehend your words. I have already discussed this matter with Ms. Zhu, and you have no authority to interfere." "Ha, how ludicrous. I am Zhu Yunwei's husband, the head of this household. I have no authority? Here, take this card containing 20,000 yuan. Leave now and cease troubling me." He mockingly tossed a bank card from his bag towards me. The card fell to the ground, landing at my feet. I looked at him with a mocking expression. "I suggest you reconsider your stance. You surely do not wish to see your precious daughter come to harm, do you? I understand you are a businessman, well acquainted with many things, but just because you have not experienced certain matters does not mean they do not exist." As the man prepared to retort, I spotted Zhu Yunwei hurrying to the door, promptly flinging it open. With a face full of remorse, she said to me, "I apologize. I truly apologize, young master. My husband has been quite paranoid about business matters lately, viewing everything through the lens of deceit. I'm sincerely sorry. Please do come in. I paid her little mind and followed Zhang Long inside. Upon entering, Zhang Long began to survey the villa surroundings. Zhu Yunwei's husband regarded Zhang Long with a derisive expression, as if he were observing a country bumpkin. Do you honestly believe that a fraudster could ever acquire a villa like this? You might as well find an honest job. Otherwise, if caught, it would be utterly humiliating. Zhang Long dismissed him with indifference, plopping down onto the sofa, retrieving 4 candles and a piece of paper from his bag. This paper was densely covered with incomprehensible symbols, inscribed in ancient oracle bone script. This house has feng shui issues. If I am not mistaken, it must have been quite inexpensive when purchased, Zhang Long inquired, gazing at the man. The man's initially mocking expression shifted to one of mixed emotions. What nonsense are you spouting? You know better than I do whether I speak the truth. This house backs onto a locust tree, which is considered to embody yin energy, directly facing the rest gate, the path through which the ghostly realm may enter. Zhang Long stated with utmost confidence. Indeed, Zhu Yunwei's husband appeared increasingly anxious. Moments later, he lit a cigarette and remarked, "You are correct. I purchased this property at a price significantly below market value. However, there was no other option available in the entire community. I acquired it to ensure my child's proximity to school. Yet do not assume that a mere understanding of feng shui will allow you to deceive me. I have never believed in the existence of ghosts in this world. It is merely people scaring others. Your tricks do not resonate with me." "Oh, is that so? Then may I inquire about the meaning of the Vajra amulet adorning your neck? If you do not believe, why seek someone to procure a Vajra amulet for you? If I am not mistaken, this amulet has accompanied you for at least a decade, and the person who gifted it to you is certainly not an ordinary individual," Zhang Long remarked, fixating on the black cord around Zhu Yunwei's husband's neck. This also captivated my attention. However, what puzzled me was that it was merely a black cord, with the central portion tucked into his garment. Even if there was indeed a Vajra amulet, it would be concealed within his clothing, yet Zhang Long seemingly perceived it at a glance. Indeed, Zhu Yunwei's husband appeared as though his secret had been unveiled. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as he slumped on the sofa, silently smoking his cigarette. Various signs indicate your belief in such matters. Why deceive yourself? If you wish to prove your disbelief, then by all means, hand me the Vajra amulet. With that, Zhang Long rose and approached, reaching for the amulet around Zhu Yunwei's husband's neck. The husband quickly recoiled, exclaiming, "Do not touch my amulet. I do believe in these things. There may be some way. I do not wish to have come to this point. I am at a loss. It pains me to see my daughter lying in bed. I truly do not know why, after all these years, she would still come after my daughter." These words left the 3 of us momentarily stunned. Could it be that he was aware of this matter? "I can share this with you, but I hope you will keep it confidential." Zhu Yunwei's husband turned to her and spoke. Concerned for her daughter, Zhu Yunwei did not inquire further, merely nodding before entering a nearby room. The spacious living room was left with just the 3 of us. It is all my fault. In my youth, I failed to care for myself, and now I find myself ensnared in such circumstances. Had I known this would happen, I would have never dared to continue down this path. Zhu Yunwei's husband took a deep drag from his cigarette, his eyes filled with regret. "Mr. Gua, I sincerely apologize for what transpired earlier. I have been trying to comfort myself, but I did not expect you to possess such capabilities." At this point, I must reluctantly accept the reality, he said, looking up at me wearily. Chapter 91. Memories. The silvery moonlight cascaded upon the ground, accompanied by the incessant chirping of crickets. The fragrance of the night permeated the air, weaving a delicate tapestry that enveloped all that lay within its embrace. Everything touched by the gaze appeared shrouded in this gentle veil, rendering even the simplest blades of grass and trees less tangible than in the harsh light of day. Each object bore a hazy, ethereal hue, concealing its intricate details and safeguarding its secrets, evoking a sensation akin to a dreamlike reverie. I share this tale with you in the hope of your discretion. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Kwang Jingshan. I nodded at Zhang Long, encouraging him to continue. This took place a decade ago, when I was 35, at the pinnacle of my career. My days were filled with social engagements, and amidst this whirlwind, I encountered a young woman named Musia. At that time, she was merely 20 and in her third year of university. Due to her family's financial constraints, she was in desperate need of a man who could provide for her, fulfilling her basic necessities. I met Musia during a social gathering. She was a part-time employee of my partner company. From the moment I laid eyes on her, I was captivated. She possessed a remarkable sense of style, and her figure was exquisite. Her flattery was indeed charming, making her all the more appealing. That evening, I managed to obtain her phone number, and we began to communicate frequently. Despite my busy work schedule, which often left her feeling neglected, she would occasionally visit my office, bringing me meals and brightening my day. Of course, I am fully aware of everything. She was merely attracted to the wealth I possessed, just as I was drawn to her beauty. It was a mutual exchange of desires. Kwang Jingshan exhaled a puff of smoke and offered a faint smile. One evening, after having indulged in excessive drinking, she fortuitously called to inquire about my whereabouts. I revealed my location to her, and she arrived shortly thereafter. That night, I drank far too much. When I finally regained consciousness, I found myself sprawled on the hotel bed, with Musia beside me. At that moment, I comprehended what had transpired but felt no particular agitation. She simply sought financial gain, and I acquiesced, ultimately providing her with 200,000, instructing her to keep this matter under wraps and to ensure it remained undisclosed to anyone else. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but shrug. It truly felt like a significant loss for a single night's slumber. However, 200,000 might not constitute a substantial sum for Kwang Jingshan. Yet, I was unprepared for the fact that she would subsequently leverage this incident to extort me on numerous occasions. After I had succumbed to unconsciousness that night, she even took photographs, threatening to make the affair public should I fail to comply with her demands. In truth, I held no fear of exposure. How many of my associates could claim to be free from scandal? Yet, I had a family, and my child was still in elementary school at the time. If this scandal were to surface, how could my child navigate the social landscape at school? So you acquiesced to her demands and provided her with more money? Zhang Longfei offered me a cigarette, placing one between his own lips as he inquired. Kwang Jingshan nodded, his eyes filled with the vicissitudes of life. I gave it. I even gave her an additional 100,000. I had hoped that would be the end of it. However, less than half a year later, she came to me again, this time demanding 1 million. It's not that I couldn't afford such a sum, but I couldn't allow myself to be continually extorted. Subsequently, I consulted friends to inquire about Musia. It turned out she was squandering the money on daily indulgences and gambling, amassing debts of over 1 million in usurious loans. Gambling. The word evoked a memory of my father's admonition that I should sooner starve in the streets than dabble in gambling, lest he break my legs. I recall once gambling with a boy from a neighboring village, winning 2 yuan from him. When my father found out, he hung me from the rafters and subjected me to a severe beating, denying me food for 3 days. Since then, I have never touched gambling. What happened next? I refused to give her the money and hired someone to intimidate her. She ceased contacting me, but 2 months later, Musia committed suicide by drowning herself in the river. If Musia took her own life a decade ago, why is it that a century-old vengeful ghost has latched onto Kuyulin? The timelines simply do not align. I posed these questions to Kwang Jingshan. Kwang Jingshan fell silent for a moment before saying to me, "Alas, I later learned that Musia's grandmother was a shaman in her lifetime, a lineage that had engaged in this profession for several generations. Ever since Musia's passing, I have been haunted by dreams every night in which she implores me for money. Eventually, I had no choice but to seek the aid of a professional who provided me with a talisman. This individual informed me that I had become entangled with Musia's family. Little did I anticipate that they would extend their grasp to my daughter. Alas, it is all my own misdeeds." Kwang Jingshan tossed the cigarette but into the ashtray and rubbed his face as he spoke. Zhang Long, also smoking, remained silent. Initially, I believed this matter to be merely a simple case of possession, yet I never imagined it would involve several generations of spirits. Zhang Long could discern the complexity of the situation as well. "Do you know Musia's hometown?" Zhang Long pondered before asking. Kwang Jingshan nodded and provided us with the address of Musia's ancestral home. As Zhang Long prepared to leave, He rummaged through his bag and handed a collection of talismans to Kwang Jingshan, along with a pendant that hung around his neck. Place the talismans around your home. And this pendant is something I have carried closely. Give it to your daughter. Do not lose it, or I shall hold you accountable. Kwang Jingshan nodded vigorously, assuring him that he would not misplace it. With that, Zhang Long and I departed from the villa. Simultaneously, I reflected on the vast disparities that can exist between individuals. Considering Pang Hongda, who was not swayed by such matters, while Kwang Jingshan was not so fortunate. Indeed, Kwang Jingshan's predicament is of his own making. Had he managed to exercise greater control over his lower impulses, he might have avoided a myriad of troubles. As I settled into Zhang Long's car, I inquired about his intentions. At this juncture, neither of us stands a chance against the century-old malevolent spirit. My only recourse is to visit Muxia's hometown in hopes of engaging her in conversation. If we can establish a rapport, that would be ideal. Otherwise, we shall devise another plan. Zhang Long shifted into gear and drove away from the villa district. His gaze appeared somewhat unfocused, clearly troubled by the complexities of the situation. Yet he could not afford to relinquish his responsibilities. I lit a cigarette, lowered the window, and inhaled deeply, letting the scenery outside unfold before me. Such is my nature. I am disinclined to burden others. If a matter can be resolved alone, I prefer to do so. As the saying goes, one is beholden to those from whom they accept favors. Monetary debts may be repaid, but the debt of gratitude is far more challenging to settle. When someone assists you, it signifies that you owe them a favor, which must eventually be returned. Chapter 92. Doubts in my heart as the car sped along the highway. I remained silent, burdened by an unshakable sense of guilt towards Zhang Long. It seemed that every time a matter arose, my thoughts would invariably drift to him, leaving me to ponder what he might think of me. You needn't overthink it. I bear you no ill will. Your father has extended kindness to my master, and your affairs are as significant to me as my own. My master once visited me in a dream, and he imparted a crucial message. Even in death, you must not perish, Zhang Long remarked, perceiving the turmoil within my heart. My father? Has he shared a deep bond with your master? I found his statement surprising, for it was Uncle Chun who had urged me to seek Zhang Long, not my father. Moreover, throughout my upbringing, I had never heard my father speak of any profound connections, save for occasional mentions of Uncle Chun. I cannot say for certain, but it must be a matter of life and death. Otherwise, my master might have departed long ago. My life is a gift from him, which makes your father indebted to me as well, Zhang Long explained with a smile as he continued to navigate the road. I nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further, pondering the multitude of secrets my father harbored and questioning why he never confided in me. Yet, I resolved to accept that some truths would be revealed in due course when my father deemed it appropriate. By the time we exited the highway, dawn was gently breaking. We sought refuge in a hotel and succumbed to slumber. Upon waking, I discovered it was already evening. Zhang Long sat nearby, engrossed in a book. He glanced at me momentarily, but uttered not a word. Rising, I made my way to the bathroom, where I lit a cigarette, letting the smoke curl around me as I contemplated the day ahead. Just as I was about to plunge into my thoughts, Zhang Long's voice suddenly echoed in my ear. Did you cast a spell a couple of days ago? How did you know? I asked, scratching my head. I hadn't mentioned anything about it to Zhang Long. There was no way he could possibly know. After you fell asleep, I felt your pulse. I could sense that you possess a considerable amount of spiritual power within you, though you remain unaware of how to wield it correctly. Zhang Long's words struck a chord within me. Those intricate talismans in my mind from before must have been an expression of the spiritual energy coursing through me. Yet, I couldn't recall much after that. But what good was it? It felt akin to being armed with a Gatling gun on the battlefield, ready for combat, only to find that the ammunition was jammed. The sensation was comparable to discovering, while in a restroom, that there was no toilet paper nearby. I inquired if Zhang Long had any methods to help me swiftly harness this power. No, much of it requires personal exploration. Read more books and pay less attention to pretty girls, and gradually, you will learn to control it. Even if there are shortcuts, using too much spiritual energy at once could overwhelm your physical constitution, potentially leading to fatal consequences. His words served as a wake-up call. I, who indulged in smoking and slothful habits, severely lacked physical fitness, my condition likely inferior even to that of the 50-year-old security guard at our gate. At that moment, I resolved that once this matter concluded, I must acquire a gym membership to enhance my fitness. Moments later, I emerged from the restroom. Don't ask how I managed without toilet paper. The faucet is not merely for decoration. Zhang Long informed me that we would set off promptly at 10 o'clock tonight. I nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, I would heed his every word. I had conducted a thorough investigation into the matter at hand. The deceased, Musia, had lost her parents long ago and was raised by her grandmother. Tragically, her grandmother passed away during her freshman year, and thereafter, the young girl succumbed to a penchant for vanity. This was a glimpse into her past. Zhang Long powered on his portable notebook and opened a document, presenting the screen to me. There, I beheld a photograph of Musia, appearing remarkably innocent, albeit it was taken during her first year of university. Scrolling down, I encountered images from shortly before her demise, where she was adorned in heavy makeup, exuding a seductive allure, a stark contrast to the girl captured in the earlier photograph. Such is the nature of transformation. The allure of unearned wealth is tempting to all, yet no fortune comes without its price. Some pursuits are best approached with diligence and sincerity. The records indicated that prior to her university years, Musia consistently ranked among the top 3 in her class, earning accolades as an exemplary student and securing scholarships year after year. Among her peers, she was known for her vivacity and academic prowess. Upon reflecting on this, I could not help but feel a twinge of regret. A promising young woman, had she dedicated herself to her studies and applied her efforts diligently in university, might have emerged as a corporate professional with a substantial annual income. Yet, fate weaves its own intricate tapestry, and since she chose this path, it suggests she had made her decision with conviction. People are ever-changing. This time, we have come in search of her. I sense that her spirit should still linger around her ancestral home, as her forebears have been of this nature for several generations. Retaining her essence should pose no significant challenge. The female ghost entwined with Kyulin is not her. Therefore, there exists a 90% probability that her spirit resides in the vicinity of her hometown. I share this sentiment, as I once heard my father mention that upon death, individuals are typically interred in their own homes. This is to facilitate the spirit's return, for they have lived in such places for decades, their ethereal presence resonating with the locale. To venture elsewhere would invite the repulsion of other spirits, as they, too, fear exclusion. Ghosts are merely the echoes of humanity, differing only in their lack of a heart. That evening, we ordered 2 portions of takeout. Zhang Long retrieved a book from his bag and tossed it to me. Make sure to read this when you get back. Stop wasting time on your phone. It serves no purpose. You can rely on me now, but when I am gone, I wonder who you will lean on, he remarked, casting me a sidelong glance. I received the book, dismissing his concern. Come now, you're still so young. What could possibly happen? I retorted. Zhang Long turned his gaze to the sky and murmured softly, one can only hope. I paid little mind to his words and began to peruse the pages of the book. This book bears a striking resemblance to the one that Uncle Chun bequeathed to me, albeit with greater refinement. It contains certain mnemonic verses for footwork, each of which is indispensable. Before long, I stumbled upon the spell of flying lightning that I had employed that day. It stated that this incantation is the most fundamental form of Taoist magic, requiring no specific footwork. Anyone with even a modicum of Taoist practice could wield it flawlessly. I found myself thinking, what a worthless trinket, how foolish I had been to take pride in it that day, only to discover such a trivial outcome. My frustration grew with every word. Yet inexplicably, this book bestowed upon me by Zhang Long seemed to possess an enchanting allure, drawing me in with an intensity one had never experienced even during my childhood infatuation with comic books. Could it be that I am truly destined for this path? Chapter 93. The face at the window with a heart full of doubts, I found myself immersed in a vast ocean of knowledge. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed, and as the clock struck 10 in the evening, Zhang Long nudged me, urging me to prepare for our imminent departure. I rose, stretching my body, and the past few hours felt like mere moments. My mind was filled with the applications of talismans and the incantations for steps. Although I have never been particularly dull-witted, I had never absorbed information with such swiftness before. I chose not to dwell on trivial matters. My sole focus was to resolve this situation swiftly. Zhang Long drove us towards Musea's ancestral home, which was situated in a somewhat dilapidated village. The village was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light, and the dirt path was so obscure that one could hardly see a hand in front of their face. This eerie absence of illumination added an unsettling ambience to the already silent night. Zhang Long slowed the car, aware that in such darkness, an unexpected encounter with a wildcat or dog could easily lead to disaster. After navigating a considerable distance through the village, we arrived at a courtyard. The courtyard appeared relatively decent, and within it stood a modest two-story building. Zhang Long had informed me that Musea's grandmother possessed considerable skills, attracting people from neighboring towns seeking blessings or divinations, with many also traveling from distant cities drawn by her reputation. This two-story structure loomed in the desolate courtyard, standing out starkly against the night. I lit a cigarette and leaned against the car, when suddenly I sensed a gaze fixed upon me. Startled, I looked up to see a face peering at me from the second floor of the building. Due to the darkness, I could barely discern the features of the face. I quickly tapped Zhang Long, who was engrossed in his phone, urging him to glance at the second floor. He raised his head and surveyed the area, then looked at me with a resigned expression, saying, "There's nothing there. Are you perhaps being overly paranoid?" It was impossible. I had definitely seen a face just moments ago. I lifted my gaze to the second floor again, yet there was nothing. Could it be that I had truly imagined it? No, that couldn't be the case. Rubbing my eyes, I once again caught sight of that face. It appeared to be pressed against the window of the second floor, devoid of color, with a pair of eyes fixated intently on both me and Zhang Long. I discreetly tapped Zhang Long without uttering a word. He immediately grasped my meaning and lifted his gaze. In an instant, he too fell silent. When we saw nothing, we both looked down and entered the car. Moments later, Zhang Long spoke to me. I nodded and took the passenger seat, while Zhang Long promptly drove away from the entrance, making our way to the village outskirts. The village bordered a main road, providing some illumination. As we stepped out of the car, I inquired about what had just transpired. I couldn't be certain, but the one thing I was confident of was that whatever that entity was, it would be formidable, and I was hardly a match for it. Our brief exchange of glances had already conveyed a warning, urging me to refrain from meddling. Zhang Long pulled out a cigarette, and I felt a chill run down my spine. Was there truly no other way? Do not be too disheartened. We need not necessarily visit her home this time. We can wait and see if there are any villagers around. Our priority is to ascertain the location of Muxia's grave. Once we have that, we can summon her spirit at her resting place, Zhang Long remarked, patting my shoulder. I nodded in agreement. However, it was already 11 o'clock at night, and there were no villagers to be found. Zhang Long and I could only sit in the car, patiently waiting for any signs of life from the village. 2 hours passed with no one in sight, save for a few crows cawing as they flew overhead. Just then, I thought I heard footsteps approaching. I nudged Zhang Long to alert him. Leaning back in my seat, I glanced in the rearview mirror and spotted a middle-aged man, likely in his 40s. Staggering as he walked, a half-consumed bottle of liquor clutched in his hand. It seemed he was a drunkard, which explained his absence from home at such an hour. Yet, a drunken man could prove advantageous. Individuals in such a state often speak without restraint. Engaging a sober person might yield more resistance in our inquiries. I opened the car door to intercept the inebriated man. He, reeking of alcohol, glared at me and asked, "What do you want? Are you here to drink with me?" "I seek to inquire about something. Are you a resident of this village? Is that even a question? My family has lived here for 3 generations. Are you out of your mind?" He retorted, cursing at me. I chose to remain patient. I would not stoop to the level of a drunken fool. "May I inquire if you're acquainted with Musia?" "Ah, I recall now. You're referring to the granddaughter of the fortune teller, aren't you? That little girl has been deceased for over a decade. But pray tell, why are you asking about this? You are not involved in usury, are you? You wretched creatures, feasting on the blood of the innocent. Even in death, you cannot let her rest." The drunken man stumbled towards me and shoved me aside whilst cursing. Yet, I remained steadfast, and he nearly lost his balance. "I believe you are mistaken. I am her friend. Just a couple of days ago, she visited me in a dream, lamenting her lack of funds in the afterlife and requesting that I burn some offerings for her. Thus, I have driven here overnight. I resorted to a harmless fib. The inebriated man fell silent for a moment, then regarded me with suspicion. Are you truly not involved in usury? Of course not. Do I appear to be such a person? Moreover, who among usurers would be seen driving such a modest vehicle? I gestured toward Jeanlong's car, which is worth no more than 70 to 80,000. Typically, those engaged in usury drive luxurious brands like Mercedes or BMWs, though their wealth is hardly honorable. Ah, very well. I shall reluctantly believe you. However, I have a condition. The drunkard scrutinized me before speaking. What condition? Accompany me for a drink. I have not enjoyed myself today. My wife scowls at me for drinking, and I have spoiled her with this dreadful habit. Upon my return, I shall surely give her a piece of my mind. He swayed, pointing towards the village in the distance while cursing. I am willing to share a drink with you. But at this late hour, the nearby supermarket has long since closed its doors. Perhaps we could postpone this until tomorrow? I will be delighted to enjoy a drink with you then. What do you think? I said with a smile. I couldn't help but think how absurd this drunkard was, still yearning for a drink at such an ungodly hour. To my surprise, the inebriated fellow waved his hand dismissively and mumbled, "Don't try to deceive me. Do you really think I've never read a book in my life? You city folks are quite cunning. There's a 24-hour supermarket over there. Go buy a couple of bottles of wine and some snacks. We can drink and chat, or else there is nothing to discuss." His words ignited a simmering frustration within me. Jeanlong stepped out of the car and said to me, "Go buy it for him. Let us make sure this gentleman enjoys his drink." The drunkard let out a silly chuckle. Now this brother has some vision. Chapter 94. The method of returning the 3 souls. I drove for approximately 3 kilometers, following Jeanlong's instructions, before I stumbled upon a 24-hour convenience store. The proprietor, a middle-aged man, merely cast a fleeting glance my way as I entered, uttering not a single word. I gathered 2 bottles of liquor, a packet of peanuts, and an assortment of prepared dishes from the shelves, spending a total of $200. I'm mused that this inebriate should provide me with some valuable information. Otherwise, my expenditure would be in vain. With the liquor and food in hand, I swiftly arrived at the village entrance, where the drunkard sat on the ground, smoking and occasionally chuckling to himself. The sight was somewhat disconcerting. In his stupor, could he truly possess any knowledge? Upon noticing my arrival, he waved eagerly. The drunkard brushed off the dust and rose from his seated position, exclaiming, "Ah, little brother, you've finally come. I thought I'd never see you again." I shot him a cold glance, exuding a sense of exasperation, and remarked, "You seem to be longing for your drink." He chuckled foolishly at my words, promptly uncapped a bottle of liquor, retrieved a paper cup, and poured a generous serving. He downed it in one swift motion, swaying slightly as he declared, "Good liquor, though it lacks a bit of potency. Young man, next time do bring me something stronger. For now, I shall make do." I thought to myself, even a beggar would not complain about a meal. "Can you tell us where the grave is now?" I inquired politely, offering him a cigarette. "Why the rush? Share a few drinks with me, and once I'm in high spirits, I shall reveal it to you," he replied, cheerfully pouring a glass of liquor and placing it before me. At that moment, I felt as though 1,000 alpacas were galloping through my mind. "I nearly knocked over your drinking cup." Jeanlong cast me a glance, urging me to join him in drinking, and I reluctantly nodded, following his lead to drink with the inebriate. Currently, we could only glean information through him. To put it bluntly, we were relying on a desperate gamble. Jeanlong, due to the necessity of driving, refrained from drinking alcohol. Fortunately, I inherited my father's tolerance for liquor. After a few glasses, I still retained a semblance of clarity. However, I was unprepared for the inebriate's increasing enthusiasm for drinking. No wonder he was called a drunkard. "Good sir, might you kindly inform me where the grave of Musea's family is located?" "We've consumed our drinks and our meal," I inquired, lighting a cigarette as I addressed the drunkard. "Ah, young people are always so impatient." "Very well, I shall tell you, but I advise against visiting the grave. They say the old lady's spirit still lingers. Should you disturb them, misfortune may befall you." The drunkard took a sip of his drink and continued. "The spirit of the old lady? Whose spirit?" I asked, intrigued. Whose else could it be but Musea's grandmother? When I was young, I was only in my 20s, working in the county town. But this old lady was quite formidable. We refer to her as Musie the sorceress. The name was fitting, for she possessed remarkable abilities. Her family had been engaged in this craft for generations, and by her time, she had become even more renowned. Regrettably, her son passed away at a young age, and her granddaughter also departed from this world prematurely. It is said that Musia, this girl, attended university in the city, yet learned nothing of substance, extravagantly spending money and, for financial gain, willing to engage with men. Alas, what a hypocritical heart, the drunkard lamented, shaking his head. How do you know the old woman's spirit still lingers? Nearly everyone in the village is aware that before her passing, the witch, Mu, had informed the villagers that after her death, they should place 7 glutinous rice grains in her mouth to ensure her body would not decay for 7 days. Furthermore, during this period, she arranged for a ritual to permanently preserve her spirit within the village. What sort of ritual? I scratched my head in inquiry. Well, I'm not entirely certain. It seems 3 individuals performed the ritual, along with a large jar, some elaborate affair that I do not comprehend. The spell of the 3 souls returning to their place, I am familiar with. It is said that after death, by using this spiritual talisman to confine the 3 souls and 7 spirits within a jar made of locust wood, one can evade the grasp of various ghostly messengers, while simultaneously enhancing the Yin energy, as locust wood is of Yin nature, Zhang Long slowly explained. Yes, that seems to be it. I wonder, did no one in the village oppose this? I found it rather astonishing, as who would wish to coexist with a spirit in their village daily? Who could remain unafraid? No, Mu the witch had assured the villagers before her demise that she would not harm anyone in the village and would, in fact, protect them. Additionally, her reputation during her lifetime had been quite favorable, resulting in almost no opposition from the villagers. It is indeed regrettable that young M took her own life. Bereft of kin, the village elder himself undertook the solemn task of retrieving her remains. He recounted a dream in which the late M instructed him to cremate M's body, place the ashes in a vessel, and enter it with her own urn. Following these instructions, the elder's fortunes prospered, culminating recently in his 3rd son's acceptance into a prestigious university, the remarked, popping a peanut into his mouth. This matter appears more intricate than it seems. It's highly plausible that ancestors have become entangled with. If you are resolute in your intentions, I shall divulge the location. Within the village, there exists a consecrated hall where the ashes of the departed are customarily kept. S. urn resides in the innermost corner of the 1st chamber, upon arrival. It shall be readily apparent, the solemnly declared. With a nod of gratitude, I thanked leaving him with 200 yuan for his libations. He responded with a cheerful grin and a word of thanks. Fighting off the encroaching weariness, I settled into the car, maintaining a taciturn demeanor. Drove me back to the hotel. Why not proceed to the memorial hall? I inquired. Patience, he replied. The memorial hall teems with spectral entities at night, rendering our presence perilous. Furthermore, as was versed in Taoist practices, she would undoubtedly possess the knowledge to coexist with these spirits. Therefore, we must act during daylight hours. Once we locate the urn, we shall transport it to a shaded location, whereupon I can beckon forth her spirit. Upon entering the hotel, Zhang Long lit a cigarette and began to explain to me. I had no objections. My head was clouded from drinking, and all I desired was a good night's sleep. The next morning, as dawn broke, the forecast predicted overcast skies, and sure enough, before 9 o'clock, a torrential downpour ensued. Zhang Long was engrossed in a book, while I occupied myself with the one he had tossed my way. It seemed that today was the most opportune day for action. We quickly gathered our belongings and prepared to set off. Zhang Long rose to draw back the curtains, observing the ominous clouds outside, and then addressed me. With that, we both changed our clothes and hastily exited the hotel. Chapter 95. Are you bargaining with me? The heavy rain pattered relentlessly upon our vehicle, causing it to emit a resonant hum. Upon our arrival at the mortuary, as indicated by the inebriated informant from the previous night, we parked the car. The roadway was riddled with potholes, and the recent downpour rendered each step akin to sinking into the mud. Soon, we entered the mortuary, only to be halted by a staff member. Shielding himself from the rain with an umbrella, he scrutinized us and inquired, "What brings you here?" "The mortuary is not open today." I quickly donned a smile and replied, "What do you mean, my good sir? Is it possible for the mortuary to have a day of rest? Which village do you hail from? Are you not aware that tributes are not restricted by inclement weather?" The staff member regarded me and Zhang Long, questioning, "Who are you here to see?" "We have come to pay our respects to a friend. Today marks our Memorial Day. Please, make an exception for us." With that, I discreetly offered him 2 packs of cigarettes from my bag. The staff member glanced at the cigarettes, contemplated for a moment, then turned away, saying, "Be quick about it." I expressed my gratitude and hastened to follow Zhang Long into the mortuary. Based on the clues provided by the inebriated informant, we swiftly discovered a large urn. However, a dilemma arose. Such a substantial urn would require both of us to transport it, and with a staff member stationed at the entrance, our exit would be obstructed. My eyes darted around, and by chance, I noticed a photograph among the urns that appeared strikingly familiar. Approaching it, I gasped in disbelief as I recognized the image. How is this possible? Upon hearing this, Zhang Long, who stood behind me, stepped forward. When he beheld the photographs within the box, he too was momentarily taken aback. The individual captured in the image was none other than the drunkard we had shared drinks with the previous night. He had appeared perfectly alive just yesterday. How could he possibly be here today? Could it be that we had truly encountered a ghost? Yet, it seemed implausible, if it were indeed a specter. How could Zhang Long have remained oblivious? Suddenly, thunder rumbled ominously, and a golden streak of light tore across the sky, as if attempting to rend the heavens asunder. The wind outside howled fiercely, reminiscent of a raging giant, and the stormy weather was utterly terrifying. Zhang Long and I exchanged no words. Neither of us could fathom that last night's revelry had been with a phantom. Then, an abrupt clatter of hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance. As I looked up, I was startled to see the staff member who had been at the door earlier, now inexplicably reappearing. He flashed me a peculiar smile before raising his hand to firmly shut the door. That smile struck me as eerily familiar. It suddenly dawned on me that he bore an uncanny resemblance to the drunken man from the night before. It appeared we had fallen into a trap, a meticulously laid scheme that had ensnared both Zhang Long and me, orchestrating our every move according to their sinister design. With a creaking sound, the door was sealed tight, accompanied by the unmistakable clinking of locks. Zhang Long and I found ourselves confined within the room. "This is bad. We've been deceived. They're all in cahoots," Zhang Long exclaimed in alarm. A jolt of fear surged through me as I fell into contemplation, pondering our next course of action. A resonant, aged voice reverberated within the confines of the dimly lit room. Knowing now is too late. What difference does it make? A mere child, still reeking of immaturity, dares to confront me. At once, Zhang Long's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. Instinctively, he retrieved the peachwood sword from his backpack, signaling me to be cautious. I too extracted the rune sword from my bag. How laughable! Do you truly believe that matters are as straightforward as you presume? Even a trivial incantation like the Jinmin 8 ghosts cannot be dispelled by your feeble attempts. Have you considered whether you possess the capability to capture me? The ancient voice continued, and Zhang Long furrowed his brow, realizing that we had unwittingly stepped into a perilous situation. We had been so engrossed in the jar that we had entirely overlooked our surroundings. Surely, the spirit hall could not have but one attendant. Spirits of heaven, heed my command. 6 Ding and 6 Jia, listen to my call. Golden Boy and Jade Girl, leaders of the celestial army, which deities do not bow, which spirits are not startled. I beseech the Supreme Lord Laozi, act swiftly as the law commands. Break. Suddenly, Zhang Long flung a talisman from his pack, then clasped his hands in prayer, reciting an incantation. Instantly, a golden radiance enveloped us, and the scenery around us grew increasingly indistinct, as if we were adrift in a virtual realm. Command! Zhang Long bellowed once more. With a resounding bang, the talisman above our heads erupted in a spectacular explosion, the thunderous noise nearly shattering my eardrums. A blinding golden light pierced my eyes, compelling me to shield them with my hands. As I gradually regained my sight, I realized that I was not in the morning hall with Zhang Long, but rather on a desolate mountain. The mountain was dotted with a few solitary graves, and the heavy rain had eroded the earth, making the ground even more treacherous to traverse. Do not fear. With me here, you shall not perish. Zhonglong reassured me by my side. I nodded, feeling a sense of calm. With Zhonglong present, I knew I was safe. I had complete faith in his abilities. Yet I couldn't help but worry that this adversary might prove too formidable, and that could lead to complications. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept towards us, causing me to shiver. I then caught sight of a ghostly figure drifting toward us. It was an elderly woman, well past 50, her back hunched, yet her body exuded strength. Indeed, I did not expect you to break my spell. You possess some skill, young man. Are you truly intending to confront me? She inquired, gliding to within 5 meters of us, her gaze fixed on Zhonglong. Otherwise, what? I have no desire to engage in frivolous banter. As a practitioner of the yin-yang arts, it is my duty to uphold the celestial order and not allow your reckless actions to continue. If you return the spirit residing within that girl, I will gladly depart, and we shall no longer disturb one another. In that instant, I comprehended the gravity of our situation. None of us had anticipated that Mu Shunpo was, in fact, a formidable sorceress. Controlling a spirit to possess Ku Yulin was surely within her capabilities. Who knows? Mistress Mu remained unmoved, her pale eyes fixated on us. Are you negotiating terms with me? Her tone dripped with sardonic mockery. Zhonglong nodded slightly, then offered a nonchalant smile. You may perceive it that way. Mistress Mu lapsed into silence for a brief moment before erupting into hearty laughter. Preposterous. When I first entered this industry, you were still nestled in your mother's womb. What qualifies you to negotiate with me? It would be effortless for me to obliterate you, although I may perish. Do you truly believe I would allow you to carve me up at will? As her words hung in the air, I suddenly felt an oppressive chill enveloping us, emanating from all directions, encircling both Zhonglong and myself. Chapter 96. Are you insane? In a mere 10 seconds, I sensed an unprecedented surge of malevolent energy